Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4579 to Chapter 4660. How dare you defy the gods? Don't you know that this is a serious crime? The gods will punish you sooner or later to make you repent. The middle-aged man said loudly, looking high and mighty. What bullshit gods? Don't you know that those so-called gods want to use our power of faith to cut off the lifeline of our race? How dare you believe in them? An old man roared. So what? As the people of the gods, it's only right to make some sacrifices. It's our honor to be able to sacrifice for the gods. The middle-aged man said. Shameless. Many of the deities looked angry. The middle-aged man was hopeless. What's your purpose here? Against the way of the gods. I'm here to see Lu Ming. I have something to show you. The middle-aged man said. I'm right here. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke and strode over. He's really Lu Ming. He used an alias before. Against the gods, and the others were surprised. Lu Ming didn't tell them that was his name. However, they didn't say much despite their doubts. What do you want to show us? Show us. Lu Ming said. Well, since everyone is here, let's take a closer look. The middle-aged man said, and a crystal appeared in his hand. A shadow stone. Lu Ming recognized it at a glance. The shadow stone glowed, and an image appeared in the air. It was a heavenly human in the image. Yiling Tianshou. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person in the image was Yiling Tianshou. Yiling Tianshou's face was gloomy and full of murderous intent. Lu Ming, I know you're behind all this, but do you think I can't cut off the lifeline and enter the mountain of ancestors just because you cut off the source of my power of faith? How naive. Let me show you something good. Yiling Tianshou said, and the image changed to another place. There was a huge crater here, and the surroundings of the crater were densely packed with runes. Some heavenly human tribe members were standing around the crater. They were holding some flame tribe members in their hands. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly human celestial tossed the Yen clan members into the deep pit. Immediately, miserable shrieks came from the deep pit. A bloody mist filled the air before it was sucked back into the pit. At that moment, the video started moving again. It moved towards the deep pit. Slowly, the scene inside the deep pit appeared in the video and in front of everyone. Some of the deities vomited when they saw what was in the pit. Even Xianxia and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them were trembling with anger. The scene in the deep pit was too terrifying. Those were all flesh and blood, the flesh and blood of the Yen clansmen. It was clear that a spirit formation had been set up in that deep pit. Once the people from the Yen clan were thrown into it, they would immediately turn into flesh and blood. In the middle of the flesh and blood, 3 weapons were stabbed into the ground. They seemed to be refining the power of the flesh and blood of the flame clansmen, turning incomparably red. At this moment, the scene changed again, and Yiling Tianshou reappeared. Did you see that? I am using the flesh and blood of the Yen clan to refine weapons. Actually, let me tell you a big secret. To cut off the lifeline of the ancestral mountain, not only the power of faith is useful, but the flesh and blood of the Yen clan members are also useful. If you refine the flesh and blood of the Yen clan members into the weapons, you can still cut off the lifeline. Lu Ming, you might be curious why I didn't use the flesh and blood of the Yen clan members to cut off the lifeline in the past. That's because even if I killed all the Yen clan members on the continent, there might not be enough to cut off 9 lifeline. That's why I decided to collect the power of faith first and cut off the lifeline. After cutting off 4 or 5 lifeline with the power of faith, I will use the flesh and blood of the Yen clan members to cut off the lifeline. That's the only way to be foolproof. Ha ha ha. Having said that, Yiling Tianshou laughed maniacally. Damn it, despicable heavenly human tribe, I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. The other people from the Yen clan roared angrily. Their eyes were bloodshot and they were about to explode from anger. They couldn't wait to fight the heavenly human tribe. Don't be rash. Against the god of heaven roared and stopped everyone. Lu Ming, did you see that? Although most of the people from the Yen clan have gone into hiding, we still managed to capture many of them. There are no less than a few 100 million of them. The flesh and blood of these people will be used to refine weapons. It's enough to sever a lifeline. Haha, don't you want to save them? Come on, come to the ancestral mountain and save them. Xianxia said, and the screen dimmed. Apparently, that was the end of the recording. Let's go to the ancestral mountain. At most, we'll fight to the death. It's better to die fighting than to live like a coward. Let's go. The other deity Defiance roared and became restless. They couldn't wait to attack the mountain of ancestors. You can't go. Lu Ming shouted. Why can't we go? Do we have to watch our compatriots being killed and their flesh and blood refined? That's right. The heavenly human tribe is too despicable. We can't stand it. At most, we'll die. Everyone shouted. Idiots. Lu Ming shouted. What did you say? Everyone glared at Lu Ming. If they weren't afraid of Lu Ming's strength, they would have rushed forward and fought with Lu Ming. Everyone, calm down. Don't be rash. The defiant god yelled. The defiant god had a high prestige among the defiants. Everyone quieted down after he spoke. I know you're not afraid of death, but have you ever thought that you'll only add more flesh and blood to the heavenly human tribe and cut off more of their lifelines? Lifelines are related to the fate of the Yen clan. Cutting off more lifelines will only lead to the extinction of the Yen clan. Are you trying to destroy the Yen clan? Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. All the defiants were frightened. Their faces turned pale and they broke out in cold sweat. Yes, Lu Ming was right. They weren't afraid of death, but once they went to the ancestral mountain, they would only add more flesh and blood to the heavenly human tribe and cut off more lifelines for the heavenly human tribe. That would be indirectly helping the heavenly human tribe destroy the Yen clan. They were scared and almost made a big mistake. Meanwhile, the defiant god looked terrible. He said, Senior Lu Ming, if the heavenly human tribe can send people here, they can also send people to other places. If other people see this, they might rush to the ancestral mountain in a fit of anger. His words caused the complexions of the other Yen clansmen to turn deathly pale. Yes, in the other underground caves and the 36 mines, there might not be such clear-headed people stopping them. If the flame race people there saw such a scene, they would probably be incomparably angry, lose their minds, and charge towards the ancestral mountain. Then, the heavenly human tribe would have a lot of flesh and blood of the Yen clan to cut off their lifelines. Lu Ming frowned. He had thought of this as well. Obviously, Xianxia no longer hoped to sever all the lifelines. He only wanted to use the flesh of the Yen tribe to sever as many as he could. He would first obtain the treasures inside to increase his strength. Perhaps he would leave behind a few loyal Yen tribe members and continue to nurture them. Their descendants would continue to believe in the heavenly human tribe and continue to use the power of faith to sever the lifelines. Don't worry, I will make a trip. Lu Ming said. He planned to go to the ancestral mountain. Although it was obvious that Xianxia was waiting for him to go to the ancestral mountain, and this trip to the ancestral mountain was likely to be very dangerous, Lu Ming still planned to go. Although he could leave without going to the mountain of ancestors and come back after his strength had increased, he could still do so. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch as countless Yen clansmen died. After all, the Yen tribe was also part of the human tribe. This was too tragic. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't die for nothing. He had a trump card and might have a chance to counterattack. If it really didn't work, Lu Ming would choose to retreat. He wouldn't really die for the Yen tribe. If he couldn't save them, then there was no other way. He could only retreat first and come back when his cultivation increased. Senior Lu Ming, thank you so much for coming. Against the gods was overjoyed. The others were also overjoyed. In their opinion, Lu Ming was also from another world and had a powerful cultivation. He should be at the same level as the heavenly human tribe. Only Lu Ming could deal with the heavenly human tribe. They finally saw a glimmer of hope when Lu Ming made a move. Lu Ming nodded and didn't say much. He secretly sent a message to Xianxia and asked it to come back. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Master realm and could be a great help to him. Especially after Xianxia turned into the mirror, it was even more mysterious. This trip couldn't be done without Xianxia. Tianyun, no, brother Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Haizong walked up to Lu Ming and said. No, you won't be of much help even if you go. Lu Ming shook his head and refused. I can. I always feel that I have a strange feeling about the ancestral mountain. Maybe I can help brother Lu Ming. Haizong said. His eyes were resolute, as if he had to go. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the red stone that Haizong had fused with. It was said that Haizong's grandfather had obtained it near the Mountain of Ancestors. It was very likely that it came from the Mountain of Ancestors. Haizong had fused with Crimson Stone and had a shocking bloodline. Perhaps it could really play a miraculous role in the Mountain of Ancestors. But first, we have to go to another place. Of the heavenly human tribe. Was turned to be. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed toward the ancestral mountain. This time, he did not use the great imitation art to change his appearance. There was no need. Sure enough, he did not meet anyone from the heavenly human tribe along the way. Obviously, the heavenly human tribe had gathered in the ancestral mountain. At this moment, in the valley between the first and second lifeline of the ancestral mountain, Yiling Tianshou sat on a throne and watched the other heavenly human tribe members busying themselves. The heavenly human tribe members continued to use the flesh and blood of the Yen tribe members to refine divine weapons. When they were almost done, they would be controlled by several heavenly human tribe members to cut the second lifeline. The divine weapons refined from the flesh and blood of the Yen tribe members were indeed effective. A huge gap had been cut in the second lifeline. Directly using the flesh and blood of the Yen tribe members to cut the lifeline was extremely fast. There was no need to wait slowly like when collecting faith power. Using the flesh and blood of the Yen tribe members to cut the lifeline, they just had to kill the Yen tribe members. Boom boom boom, a few more heavenly humans controlled a few scarlet swords and slashed at the second lifeline. The gap on the second lifeline was getting bigger and bigger. When the energy of the flesh and blood on the divine weapons was exhausted, they stopped and continued to refine. Lord Tianshou, do you think that Lu Ming will come? A fifth-level divine master heavenly human tribe elder asked softly beside Yiling Tianshou. Let's see if his heart is ruthless enough. If he is not ruthless enough, he will come. If he is ruthless enough, he will not come. I hope he will come and get rid of this scourge in one fell swoop. Yiling Tianshou said. His killing intent was extremely strong at the mention of Lu Ming. Moreover, even if he doesn't come, the other Yen tribe members will come. He can't stop them. He is still too inexperienced to fight with me. Yiling Tianshou sneered. Everything was under his control. Although there were some deviations in the process, the general direction would not change. The result would not change either. He would definitely obtain the opportunity in the ancestral mountain. As time passed, the gap in the second lifeline grew bigger and bigger. Finally, with a bang, the second lifeline was cut. Great! Yiling Tianshou was overjoyed. Break through this mountain. Yiling Tianshou ordered. Immediately, some heavenly human tribe experts attacked the second lifeline, trying to break through the mountain and enter the back of the second lifeline. At this moment, he's here. Lu Ming is here. A loud shout came from outside. He's here. Yiling Tianshou's eyes lit up. Everyone, retreat and let him in. Yiling Tianshou ordered. Immediately, the heavenly human tribe outside retreated to the valley between the first and second lifelines. Then, a young man with a tall and straight figure walked in step by step. This person was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to really come. You are quite bold. Yiling Tianshou sneered. Of course I came. I came to kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Kill me? Ha ha ha, you are quite bold. You think you can kill me? Yiling Tianshou laughed, his voice filled with mockery. He was so powerful that no matter how heaven-defying Lu Ming was, he was nothing in front of him. He was a 7th-level divine lord, and he was a peerless monster. His fighting strength far surpassed that of a heavenly human of the same level, let alone the other races. Lu Ming wanted to kill him despite being so many levels higher? How laughable. A mere 1st-level divine lord dares to boast so shamelessly. Lord Tianshou, let me kill him. A fifth-level Divine Lord asked from Yiling Tianqiu's right. This was the fifth-level Divine Lord that had fought with Lu Ming last time. He had been brooding over the fact that Lu Ming had escaped last time. Let me do it myself. You might not be able to kill him. Yiling Tianqiu stood up from his throne, a powerful aura spreading out. I can't kill him? He's just a first-level Divine Lord. The fifth-level Divine Lord said. Lu Ming, you're hiding your cultivation. Your cultivation isn't just first-level Divine Lord, is it? Right then, Yiling Tianqiu looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed at Yiling Tianqiu's words, but he said nothing. Back then, you dug up quite a few desolate crystals here. Based on the pits you left behind, there were at least 700 to 800 of them, and your cultivation was only at the first level of the Divine Lord realm. 700 to 800 desolate crystals. Even if you have a forbidden body and need a lot of energy to raise your cultivation, it should be enough for you to break through to the second level of the Divine Lord realm. Am I right? Yiling Tianqiu said with a confident smile. The other celestial race experts were enlightened by Yiling Tianqiu's words, especially the large man at the fifth level of the Divine Lord realm. He was well aware of Lu Ming's strength. Last time, Lu Ming was only at the first level of the Divine Lord realm, but his fighting strength was astonishing. If Lu Ming broke through to the second level of the Divine Lord realm, he probably wouldn't be any weaker than him. If he still believed that Lu Ming was only at the first level of the Divine Lord realm, a moment of carelessness might cause him to suffer a great loss. When he thought of this, he felt a lingering fear. Brat, you're so despicable. You actually hid your cultivation to trick me. The large man at the fifth level of the celestial race roared. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this large man. Instead, he looked at Yiling Tianqiu. One had to admit that Yiling Tianqiu was very smart. Lu Ming had indeed planned to hide his cultivation so that the celestial race would look down on him and use this chance to get rid of several celestial race experts. He hadn't expected Yiling Tianqiu to see through him. However, this was fine. This wasn't Lu Ming's main plan. Lu Ming's main plan was something that his opponent would never be able to guess. Boom, Lu Ming stopped hiding and revealed his true cultivation. The energy of the second level of the Divine Lord realm filled the air. At the same time, Qiu also flew out, revealing the energy of the third level of the Divine Lord realm. A second level of the Divine Lord realm and a third level of the Divine Lord realm. You dare to come here with such strength? Very good. Lu Ming, once I capture you, the rewards I'll receive will be greater than the rewards of the entire Heavenly Star continent. Yiling Tianqiu's eyes were filled with a fiery glow. His body was also shrouded by a layer of light. A terrifying aura filled the air. He took one step at a time toward Lu Ming. Little ball, do it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiu. At the same time, he charged toward Yiling Tianqiu. At the same time that Lu Ming rushed out, Qiu had already transformed into a mirror. Its original form was a source-level divine weapon. A pillar of light filled the sky, enveloping Yiling Tianqiu. Being enveloped by this light pillar could make people fall into an illusion. Even if it was Yiling Tianqiu, his mind was also in a trance. Qiu's current cultivation had increased by one layer, reaching the third layer of the Divine Master realm. The pillar of light it used was naturally much more powerful. However, Yiling Tianqiu's strength was too strong. Wanting to use this kind of light pillar to thoroughly make Yiling Tianqiu fall into an illusionary realm and be at the mercy of others was absolutely impossible. Qiu's cultivation was still too low. However, what Lu Ming wanted was also not this. As long as it could affect Yiling Tianqiu slightly, it would be enough. Heaven Breaker. Lu Ming executed the Heaven Breaker style, turning into a spear light, stabbing toward Yiling Tianqiu's glabella. At the same time that he executed this move, Lu Ming opened the door in his body. That yellow mud road emerged. That ball of pitch-black fog was moved out by Lu Ming, adhering to the tip of the War God spear. This was Lu Ming's true killing move. In the blink of an eye, the spear light approached Yiling Tianqiu. Get lost for me. Yiling Tianqiu roared, his eyes bursting with a resplendent light. Although he was affected by Qiu, he did not truly fall into an illusion. At this time, he erupted with all his strength, wanting to destroy the light pillar that Qiu shot out. Boom, There were two types of supreme heavenly powers in Yiling Tianqiu's body. One was the power of heavenly punishment, the other was the power of heavenly extermination. The two supreme heavenly powers interweaved together, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. At the same time, Yiling Tianqiu punched toward Lu Ming, colliding with the tip of the war god spear. Boom, berserk power swept over. Lu Ming's body trembled violently, flying out backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the mountain wall of the first mountain range, smashing out a large pit in the mountain wall. Lu Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his complexion somewhat pale. That move just now, he was severely injured. The gap between him and Yiling Tianqiu was too great. Under normal circumstances, if the two people clashed head-on in one move, Lu Ming would be insta-killed. Therefore, that was why he brought Xianxia along. Although Xianxia's attack just now did not make Yiling Tianqiu truly fall into an illusion, it also had a great impact. It made the other party's mind dazed for a moment. In that moment of daze, Lu Ming's attack approached. Even if Yiling Tianqiu reacted and launched a counterattack, it was also in a hurry and could not erupt with all of his strength. Therefore, Lu Ming was only injured and not killed. This was already enough. Lu Ming's plan was already completed. Lu Ming originally did not intend to rely on this move to kill Yiling Tianqiu. He knew very well that even if he and Xianxia joined forces, they would absolutely not be able to do anything to Yiling Tianqiu. His true goal was to inject that ball of black mist into Yiling Tianqiu's body. Just now, he had attached that ball of black mist to the tip of the war god spear, and when Yiling Tianqiu's fist collided with the tip of the war god spear, that ball of black mist naturally entered Yiling Tianqiu's body. "Kid, what did you do to me?" At this moment, Yiling Tianqiu let out a roar of horror. That ball of black mist acted up. The moment that ball of black mist entered Yiling Tianqiu's body, it exploded and spread to every cell in Yiling Tianqiu's body. This kind of black mist came from that strange old ship in the void. It was very strange and terrifying. Lu Ming had suffered greatly before, and could not even refine the forbidden power. In the end, Lu Ming had to rely on his door and the yellow mud road to finally extract the black mist from his body. As for Yiling Tianqiu, he did not have the forbidden power, nor did he have Lu Ming's door. Although he had used all his strength, he still could not do anything to the black mist. The black mist spread to every cell in Yiling Tianqiu's body and began to madly corrode his body. Yiling Tianqiu's body slowly shriveled up, and his aura began to weaken. "Refine, refine," Yiling Tianqiu roared furiously, constantly erupting with two types of supreme power that circulated throughout his body, but it was useless. He could not spread his forbidden power to every cell like Lu Ming's, so it was almost useless against this kind of black mist. Moreover, two types of supreme power could not be compared to the forbidden power at all, unless there were four types. Therefore, the black mist continued to corrode Yiling Tianqiu. "Xianxia, the plan is a success. Let's retreat." Lu Ming transmitted to Xianxia, and then brought Xianxia out of the gap quickly. "Lu Ming, you are going to die today." Yiling Tianqiu roared and lunged at Lu Ming like a madman, bringing with him a violent airflow. "Yiling Tianqiu, you have been poisoned by me. If you don't hurry up and get rid of the poison, only death will await you," Lu Ming shouted. "Yiling Tianqiu, you've been poisoned by my poison. If you don't hurry up and get rid of the poison, only death awaits you," Lu Ming shouted. These words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Yiling Tianqiu's head, instantly calming him down. "Lu Ming is already severely injured. Go and cripple him. If he resists, kill him without mercy." Yiling Tianqiu roared, then hurriedly sat down cross-legged, circulating his energy with all his might, wanting to get rid of the black fog. "Done." Seeing Yiling Tianqiu sit down cross-legged and begin to refine the black fog, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was his plan. What he wanted was for Yiling Tianqiu to sit down and refine the black fog. Lu Ming was all too familiar with the power of this black fog. It had tortured him for several months and was definitely not something Yiling Tianqiu could get rid of. The only weakness was that the eruption was not fierce enough and needed time. As time passed, only death awaited Yiling Tianqiu. If Yiling Tianqiu had ignored everything and charged at Lu Ming crazily, with Lu Ming's injured body, there was a high chance that he would be killed by Yiling Tianqiu. Therefore, Lu Ming specially shouted to remind Yiling Tianqiu. Sure enough, Yiling Tianqiu fell for it and sat down cross-legged, wanting to refine the black fog. Lu Ming and Qiu rushed into the gap in the first mountain range and rushed outside. Chase, don't let him escape. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The other celestial race experts shouted and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, 2 5th-level Divine Master experts were the fastest, following closely behind Lu Ming, rushing out of the Mountain of Ancestors. Lu Ming pretended to be panicked and continued to fly into the distance, trying to get as far away from the Mountain of Ancestors as possible in case Yiling Tianqiu attacked. At the same time, he also needed time to heal. Previously, he was injured by Yiling Tianqiu's move and his injuries were still quite serious, but his recovery ability was astonishing and was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Soon, his injuries were 80% healed. And at this time, they were already some distance away from the Mountain of Ancestors. Qiu, do it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiu. Alright, leave that old man to me. Qiu grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Then, it flew out and transformed into a halberd. This halberd was originally a source-grade weapon. The halberd was enormous, and it cleaved down at the old man at the 5th level of the Divine Master realm. As for Lu Ming, he gripped the War God spear and turned around, thrusting it at the middle-aged man. Boom, after exchanging a blow, both of them retreated. On the other side, Qiu also exchanged a blow with the old man. Both of them retreated continuously. However, Qiu had gained the upper hand. This made the 5th-level Divine Lord Celestial Race Elder extremely grave and shocked. How can a mere metallic lifeform be so powerful? You can actually fight me across 2 levels, and you seem to be slightly stronger than me. The heart of the 5th-layer Divine Master Heavenly Human Elder was in turmoil, and he found it hard to calm down. Although the metallic lifeform race was one of the top 10 races of the universe, in the eyes of the celestial race, they were just a pile of slaves, no different from ants. They understood the metallic lifeform race very well, and they knew that it was impossible for the metallic lifeform race to have such a powerful existence. This metallic lifeform is strange. Hurry up and finish off Lu Ming. Come and help me. The old man bellowed at the middle-aged man. Hold on. Once the others arrive, the 2 of them will be dead for sure. The middle-aged man roared, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. Finish off Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was about the same as his. How could he be so easy to deal with? Only when the other experts arrived and worked together could they finish off Lu Ming and Qiu. Kill. Lu Ming roared and once again charged toward the middle-aged burly 5th-level Divine Master. The War God spear glowed, turning into a dazzling spear light that aimed for the man's forehead. Divine punishment. The middle-aged man roared as he gripped his main divine weapon saber and slashed at Lu Ming, covered in the energy of divine punishment. Clang, the 2 attacks clashed. In the next moment, the burly 5th-tier Divine Master's countenance changed drastically. He felt an extremely terrifying force erupting from Lu Ming's long spear. It was invincible and was charging toward him. Kacha, bang, the main divine weapon in his hand shattered and exploded into smithereens. The spear light did not stop, continuing to stab at his forehead. The middle-aged man roared, extreme fear in his eyes. He used all his strength to shift his body, putting some distance between himself and the spear light. However, even though he had avoided the attack, he had not completely avoided Lu Ming's spear light. The spear light struck his chest, and half of his body exploded. He was heavily injured. Just now, Lu Ming had unleashed the power of origin. After Lu Ming broke through to the 2nd level of the God Lord realm, he was no longer weaker than his opponent. Moreover, he had suddenly erupted with origin energy, so it was normal for him to heavily injure his opponent. And this was only because his opponent had reacted quickly, or else he might have been killed. Swish swish, the other celestial race experts also arrived. There were 10 some God Lord experts, and 2 of them were at the 4th level of the God Lord realm. As for the 3rd level of the God Lord realm, there were 3. These people were also extremely powerful and could pose a threat to Lu Ming, especially those at the 4th level of the God Lord realm. He had to end this battle quickly. Primeval Desolate style. Lu Ming formed a seal with his hands, and a primeval desolate continent took form, pressing down on the middle-aged man. The war god spear flew out like a bolt of lightning, thrusting at his opponent. This double attack pushed Lu Ming's fighting strength to the limit. His opponent was already heavily injured, half of his body exploding. He simply could not block Lu Ming's attack. Bam! The primeval desolate continent pressed down on him, and his battered body was torn to pieces. The war god spear flew past and pierced his head. The man's head exploded, and his body and soul were extinguished. Damn it! That's origin energy. The old man at the 5th level of the God Lord realm fighting with Xianxia was shocked. An expert whose fighting strength was similar to his had been killed by Lu Ming just like that. This truly shocked him. That's not right. I heard that Lu Ming has condensed an origin seed. The origin seed definitely doesn't contain much origin energy. It's probably only enough for one attack. At this thought, the old man at the 5th level of the God Lord realm breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the celestial race experts who had just arrived all gasped in shock. They couldn't help but stop charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not charge at these people. Instead, he charged at Xianxia. Xianxia, illusion. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia. Xianxia understood and swiftly retreated. Its body rapidly transformed into a mirror and shot out a beam of light. Not good. The old man at the 5th level of the God Lord realm paled as he thought of something and flew to the side. But how could he be faster than Xianxia's beam of light? A moment later, he was enveloped by the beam of light and fell into an illusion. He was much weaker than Yiling Tianshou, so he fell into an illusion, a dazed look appearing in his eyes. The celestial race 5th level God Lord Elder was enveloped by Xianxia's pillar of light and fell into an illusion, a dazed look appearing in his eyes. Lu Ming would not let go of such an opportunity. As one with the spear, he pierced through the celestial race elder's forehead and annihilated his soul, slaying him on the spot. Just like that, 2 5th level God Lords were killed by Lu Ming and Xianxia. The remaining 10-some celestial race God Lords were almost scared to death. Retreat! Retreat and find Lord Tianshou. Let's go! The remaining 10-some God Lords roared as they retreated toward the ancestral mountain. Want to leave? Lu Ming revealed a cold killing intent as he charged at the 10-some celestial race God Lords. Xianxia once again transformed into a halberd and slashed down. The two of them were so fast that they caught up to the celestial race experts in the blink of an eye. Scatter! Scatter! Let's split up! A 4th level God Lord roared. Suddenly, the dozen or so heavenly humans scattered and fled in all directions. Primordial desolate style. Lu Ming's hands quickly formed a seal, and a massive continent formed and pressed down. The continent was so massive that it covered the sky and engulfed the celestial race experts. Attack together! Attack together and break open this continent! The celestial race experts roared as they attacked together, unleashing 10-some attacks on the primordial desolate continent. Boom! 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 The continent fiercely shuddered, and cracks appeared on its surface. Finally, it exploded. Lu Ming had made the continent too large, and its power was too scattered. It was not very strong, so it was defeated. But only 5 people managed to charge out. These 5 people were all at the 3rd or 4th level of the Divine Master realm. As for those below 3rd level God Lords, they did not have the strength to do so. They were all heavily injured and coughing up blood. Some 1st level Divine Masters were even killed by the shockwaves. Even though the primordial desolate style was too large and scattered, it was not something that 1st level or 2nd level God Lords could block. Bish! Bish! The war god spear trembled, and 5 or 6 spear lights shot toward the injured 1st level or 2nd level God Lords. These people were already injured and unable to resist at all. They were all killed one after another. On the other side, Xianxia's halberd slashed down, aiming at a 4th layer Divine Master expert. Xianxia's current battle prowess was even stronger than that old man at the 5th level of the Divine Master realm, let alone this 4th level Divine Master. Although this person did his best to block, the result was that his main weapon was broken, and his entire person was cleaved into 2, dying on the spot. After a wave of attacks from Lu Ming and Xianxia, only 4 of the Celestial Clan's Divine Master realm experts were left. 1 4th level Divine Master and 3 3rd level Divine Masters. They spread out in 4 directions and flew at full speed. Lu Ming frowned. It was obviously impossible to kill all of them. After all, the other party's speed was not slow. Furthermore, they had split up, so it would be difficult to catch them all in one go. I'll go after that 4th-layer Divine Master. Lu Ming set his sights on the last 4th-layer Divine Master and used the greater teleportation technique to chase after him. As for Xianxia, it chased after a 3rd-level Divine Master. Lu Ming cast the transference skill. His speed was extremely fast, and he constantly closed the distance between him and the 4th-level Divine Master. The celestial race expert felt a chill in his heart, fear appearing on his face. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill a member of the celestial race won't let you go. The other party roared. Even now, you're still using the celestial race to threaten me? Isn't that stupid? Do you think that I'm afraid of the celestial race? Lu Ming sneered. Lord Xianxia will be here very soon. You're dead. The other party seemed to know that using the celestial race to threaten someone with a taboo body was truly stupid, so he brought up Xianxia as well. Xianxia can't even protect himself. Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll take his dog life. Lu Ming coldly said, but he did not slow down at all. The two sides were getting closer and closer. I'll fight you to the death. The other party roared, as if he knew that he could not escape. He suddenly turned around, and the power of the heavens on his body burned like flames. The other party was going all out. He burned the power of the heavens and wanted to perish together with Lu Ming. It had to be said that a 4th-level Divine Master Heavenly Human was a great threat. Lu Ming had to be careful. Great binding technique, great sealing technique, great binding technique. In an instant, Lu Ming used dozens of ancient secret skills to trap the enemy. They transformed into densely packed rays of light that shrouded the other party. Then, the primitive style was activated, and a continent pressed down on the other party. Ah! The other party roared, going all out. Even the universe bridge was set ablaze to fight against Lu Ming. He actually managed to withstand Lu Ming's attack. However, he was also severely injured. Die, let's die together. The other party was completely crazy. A terrifying aura swelled in his body, and rings of terrifying energy spread out. He's going to self-destruct. Retreat. Lu Ming quickly retreated and set up hundreds of defenses in front of him. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion that was hundreds of times more powerful than the explosion of a star. Waves of terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The land was completely charred black. 1,000,000 miles away, Lu Ming appeared. His body was also charred black. Some parts of his body were tattered and bleeding. The self-destruction of a 4th-level Divine Master Heavenly Human is really powerful. I can't be careless in the future, Lu Ming warned himself. At the same time, he circulated his forbidden energy to heal his injuries. If he faced enemies in the future, he would try to kill them as quickly as possible. It would be troublesome if the other party went all out. Those heavenly humans who had been killed before had not made up their minds and were still hoping to escape. That was why Lu Ming and the others had killed them quickly. They did not have time to self-destruct. However, that heavenly human knew that he could not escape. He stopped fighting and decided to self-destruct. That was why he succeeded. Lu Ming, why are you in such a sorry state? At this moment, Xianxia returned and looked at Lu Ming curiously. How are you? Did you kill the heavenly human? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic. I killed one. The other 2 ran away. I can't catch up. Xianxia said. Those 2 should have gone to the ancestral mountain. Let's go to the ancestral mountain. Xianxia, it should be about time. Lu Ming said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. It was time to end things with Xianxia. The 2 flew toward the ancestral mountain. At this moment, between the first and second mountain ranges, Xianxia was still refining the black mist. However, his current state was too poor. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. It was as if his flesh and blood had been sucked away. His aura was also many times weaker than before. Ah! Why? Why can't I refine this black mist? Why? Yiling Tianshou roared in his heart. At the same time, he felt deep fear. Was he going to die here? Shouted Yiling Tianshou. He couldn't accept it. His father was a powerful celestial Zun of the Heavenly Palace. He had a high status in the Heavenly Palace. He could do whatever he wanted. Besides, he had also obtained great fortune. He had obtained a large amount of Ice Fire Star Silver in this continent. That much Ice Fire Star Silver could be exchanged for an immeasurable amount of wealth. His future was bright. He didn't want to die. Now, he only hoped that Lu Ming would be captured so that he could obtain the antidote from Lu Ming. Indeed, he thought that it was a deadly poison and that Lu Ming should have the antidote. Master Tianshou, what should we do? Master Tianshou is dying. The heavenly human tribe cultivators who only had the strength of the ninth great supreme god layer were extremely anxious. You, come here. I have something for you to do, said Yiling Tianshou hoarsely. Master Tianshou, please tell us what to do. The heavenly human tribe cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer approached Yiling Tianshou. When the heavenly human tribe cultivators got close to Yiling Tianshou suddenly attacked. He raised his two hands and two waves of terrifying strength pressed down on the heavenly human tribe cultivators like a millstone. Even though Yiling Tianshou was being tortured by the black fog, he was still much stronger than the heavenly human tribe cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer. Under the pressure of this power, the bodies of the heavenly human tribe members began to explode and turn into a bloody mess. Swallow them, shouted Yiling Tianshou. His body suddenly swelled up and he turned into a giant. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the flesh and blood. At that moment, Yiling Tianshou looked like a demon. He wanted to use the flesh and blood to resist the black fog's corrosion. As expected, after absorbing the flesh and blood, his body became a little fuller because the black fog seemed to have found a new target. He's crazy. He's crazy. Yiling Tianshou is crazy. Run. The remaining heavenly human tribe cultivators shouted in fear and ran away. There were more than 200 heavenly human tribe cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer. Yiling Tianshou had only killed 100 of them. You won't be able to escape. It's your honor to sacrifice yourself for me. Die. Shouted Yiling Tianshou, and he attacked the heavenly human tribe cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer. The heavenly human tribe cultivators' miserable cries. Yiling Tianshou had finally killed all the heavenly human tribe cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer and swallowed their flesh and blood. Yiling Tianshou roared in his heart. At this moment, his gaze was looking forward. In front of him, there were two figures who were looking at him in horror. These two people were the fish that had escaped the net from Lu Ming and Qiuqiu. They were both third-tier divine master experts. The two of them fled back to the ancestral mountain. Initially, they wanted to ask Yiling Tianshou to kill Lu Ming. However, they did not expect to see Yiling Tianshou killing other members of the heavenly human race as soon as they returned. The two of them were so scared that they stopped in their tracks, not daring to approach. Yiling Tianshou's eyes were bloodshot. The two heavenly human tribe cultivators paled. One of them said, "Lord Tianshou, there's something wrong with your body. We should keep our distance." The two heavenly human tribe cultivators retreated a bit, keeping their distance from Yiling Tianshou. Yiling Tianshou's eyes flashed with a vicious light, but he didn't attack the two heavenly human tribe cultivators. Ninth great supreme god layer cultivators couldn't compare to a third great supreme god layer cultivator. In his current state, he might not be able to catch up to them. Why are you back? Where's Lu Ming? Did you take him down? Hurry and bring him here. Yiling Tianshou asked. This was what he was most concerned about. As long as he could take down Lu Ming, he would be able to get the antidote from Lu Ming. Lord Tianshou, that Lu Ming and that metallic life form are too strong and cunning. We failed. The others are dead. Only the two of us are left. A heavenly human tribe cultivator of the third great supreme god layer said. What? Yiling Tianshou trembled like a bolt from the blue. More than a dozen heavenly human tribe cultivators were dead. Only the two of them were left. Most importantly, it didn't matter if they were dead, but if they couldn't capture Lu Ming, where would he get the antidote? Damn it. Damn it. Trash. A bunch of trash. Yiling Tianshou roared furiously. He was about to go crazy. He was going crazy, although he had just devoured the flesh of more than 200 heavenly human tribe cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. They were only 9th Great Supreme God layer cultivators. Even a few dozen of them couldn't compare to a heavenly human tribe cultivator. He couldn't hold on for much longer. His aura started to weaken again, and his body, which had been a little fuller, started to shrivel up again. This scene was extremely horrifying. The two heavenly human tribe cultivators couldn't help but retreat a little more. Where's Lu Ming? Take me to him. Take me to him. Yiling Tianshou roared hysterically. In that direction. The two heavenly human tribe cultivators didn't dare to leave Yiling Tianshou behind. Yiling Tianshou's status was no small matter. If they dared to leave him behind, it would be fine if Yiling Tianshou died, but if he was still alive, their fates would be miserable. Let's go. Yiling Tianshou roared and rushed in that direction. The two heavenly human tribe cultivators followed from a distance. They didn't fly very far before they ran into Lu Ming. Yiling Tianshou is still alive. Lu Ming was surprised to see Yiling Tianshou. He had wanted to return to the ancestral mountain to see if Yiling Tianshou was still alive. He hadn't expected to run into Yiling Tianshou on the way. Lu Ming, hand over the antidote, quick. Yiling Tianshou roared. Antidote? I've hidden it somewhere not far from here. Lu Ming started to lie to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the better it would be for him. I hid it. Come with me to get it. Yiling Tianshou roared. Okay, come with me, but keep a distance from me. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the antidote. Lu Ming said as he retreated. As long as he led Yiling Tianshou around twice, Yiling Tianshou would be dead for sure. Kid, are you trying to trick me? Are you trying to stall for time? The antidote must be on you. Hand it over or die. Yiling Tianshou roared. He was smart and wouldn't be fooled so easily. As he roared, he tried to force Lu Ming to leave. I said, come with me, and I'll give you the antidote. Lu Ming sped up and retreated. He naturally wouldn't tell Yiling Tianshou that there was no antidote. If he did, he would cut off Yiling Tianshou's hope. Without hope, he was afraid that Yiling Tianshou would go all out. For an expert like Yiling Tianshou, who had an extraordinary background, once he went all out, who knew what would happen? Lu Ming wasn't sure either. But as long as there was hope for the antidote, Yiling Tianshou wouldn't go all out. As long as I take you down, let's see if you hand it over or not. Yiling Tianshou roared. He was very decisive and charged towards Lu Ming at an extremely shocking speed. As long as he took down Lu Ming, he would be able to take the initiative. Even if Lu Ming really hid the antidote somewhere, he could force Lu Ming to lead the way. If Lu Ming hid the antidote on him, that would be even better. At this moment, as it concerned his life, Yiling Tianshou attacked with all his strength. The violent heavenly punishment force and heavenly extermination force surged towards Lu Ming like a tide. Heaven-piercing. Lu Ming waved the war god spear, forming dozens of spear shadows that pierced forward. At the same time, Qiu also turned into a halberd and slashed forward. Rumble, the power of both sides collided in the void, erupting into bursts of rumbling. Following that, Lu Ming and Qiu's figures drifted back, but that was all. They were not injured. Yiling Tianshou, it seems that you don't have much strength left. Lu Ming sneered. Damn it. Yiling Tianshou roared in his heart, his expression extremely ugly. He was corroded too much by the black mist, and his strength was much weaker than when he was at his peak. Moreover, when he attacked, he still had to divert a portion of his strength to resist the black mist, otherwise, the corrosion would be faster. In this way, the strength he could exert would be even less. The move just now could only push back Lu Ming and Qiu, but it could not injure Lu Ming and Qiu. I don't believe it, kill. Yiling Tianshou roared and wanted to use more strength to attack, but his body immediately trembled and his face turned pale. As soon as he used more strength, the strength to resist the black mist was not enough. The black mist corroded even more, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Xiao, do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xiao. Then, with a wave of his hand, the war god's spear flew out like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Great Desolation style. A continent pressed down on Yiling Tianzhou. The continent was compressed very small by Lu Ming, and its power was also at its strongest state. At the same time, the halberd formed by Xiao once again slashed at Yiling Tianzhou. The two of them went all out, unleashing their strongest attacks. How could Yiling Tianzhou dare to be careless? He could only block. He let out a long howl and unleashed several hundred palm strikes consecutively with the power of heavenly extermination and heavenly punishment in one hand, blocking Lu Ming and Xiao's attacks. However, every time he attacked, he would consume a large amount of energy. Naturally, the power suppressing the black fog would weaken, and the black fog would take the opportunity to corrode him. After a round of confrontation, Yiling Tianzhou became even weaker. Lu Ming had naturally seen through this, which was why he had launched an attack with Xiao. As long as he attacked, Yiling Tianzhou would die even faster. Again. Lu Ming shouted and launched another attack. Yiling Tianzhou was furious, but he had no choice but to block. If he didn't block and let the black fog corrode him, he would be directly killed by Lu Ming and Xiao. After a few rounds of continuous attacks, Yiling Tianzhou was very weak. Black fog constantly overflowed from the surface of his body. Black fog also overflowed from his mouth, nose, and eyes. His entire person looked like a zombie. Lu Ming, give me the antidote, quickly give me the antidote. My father is a celestial venerable of the heavenly palace. If I die, he won't let you off. Yiling Tianzhou roared and began to threaten Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was clearly unmoved and continued to attack. Lu Ming, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I can give you whatever you want. Treasures, divine pills, beautiful women, I can give them all to you. I can even give you ice fire star silver. 100 kilograms, no, 500 kilograms, I can give it all to you. Seeing that his threat failed, Yiling Tianzhou tried to bribe Lu Ming again. As long as I kill you, all the treasures on you will be mine. Lu Ming sneered. Bastard, despicable ant, you want to kill me? Dream on. Let me tell you, if I die, this continent will be destroyed. Countless people from the Yan clan will die. They will all be buried with me. Seeing that Lu Ming was unmoved, Yiling Tianzhou went crazy and shouted hysterically. Here's the chance. Xiao, illusion. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiao. How could Xiao not know Lu Ming's intention? It immediately turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that enveloped Yiling Tianzhou. Yiling Tianzhou's eyes immediately became dazed and lifeless. Swoosh. Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a beam of spear light that pierced towards Yiling Tianzhou's forehead. Just as Lu Ming was about to pierce Yiling Tianzhou's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. His body also erupted with a terrifying fluctuation. Not good, retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stopped his body abruptly and then retreated rapidly to the back. Lu Ming, die. Let's die together. Yiling Tianzhou roared and a violent force swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Ming also used this force to retreat faster. He retreated to Xiao's side and grabbed Xiao. He used the greater teleportation technique and instantly appeared in the distance. Lu Ming, let's die together, let's die together. In the distance, Yiling Tianzhou roared and rushed towards Lu Ming crazily. Yiling Tianzhou really went crazy and went all out. His whole body was on the verge of self-destruction. The power that erupted was close to his peak. However, he didn't really make up his mind to self-destruct just now. He was only on the verge of self-destruction. Although he injured Lu Ming, he didn't leave Lu Ming behind. You can play by yourself. I'm not going to accompany you. Lu Ming had already seen that Yiling Tianzhou was about to die. He was too lazy to make a move now. He pulled away from Yiling Tianzhou and waited for him to be completely corroded by the black fog. Don't go, let's die together, let's die together. Yiling Tianqiu roared and chased after Lu Ming crazily. He already knew that he couldn't survive and was on the verge of self-destruction. His strength had almost reached the limit, but the black fog also took the opportunity to corrode him. His flesh and blood essence was almost exhausted and his soul was also in a state of collapse. He could die at any time. Now, even if there was an antidote, it might not be useful. He wanted to find Lu Ming and perish together. Unfortunately, Lu Ming would no longer give him the chance to do so. Lu Ming kept retreating, pulling away from Yiling Tianqiu. No matter how Yiling Tianqiu roared, he couldn't be bothered with him. What should we do? Lord Tianqiu is about to die. In the distance, 2 third-layer Divine Master experts were watching. They didn't dare to get close. If they got close now, they would either die at the hands of Lu Ming or Yiling Tianqiu. They weren't that stupid. What else can we do? Yiling Tianqiu is dead for sure. Let's leave quickly. The other person said. If we leave now, do we return to the Heavenly Palace or? The person in front asked. Returning to the Heavenly Palace is courting death. Everyone else is dead, including Yiling Tianqiu. Do you think Yiling Tianqiu's father will let us go? Let's leave this place and find a place to hide. The other person said. Then, the 2 of them flashed and left the place. Lu Ming naturally noticed that the 2 of them had left, but they were very far away from him. Now that they had retreated, he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. He could only let them leave. A few minutes later, the aura on Yiling Tianqiu's body suddenly weakened rapidly. The violent power all over his body also rapidly dried up and disappeared like a balloon. Bang! In the end, Yiling Tianqiu's body fell to the ground and broke into pieces. However, he was not dead yet. His soul had not been completely annihilated. He let out a final roar, Lu Ming, my father knows that I'm here. If I die, he will find me. Even if you can leave, all the Yan tribe will be buried with me. Ha ha ha. Yiling Tianqiu laughed loudly. Then, his soul and his broken body completely exploded with a bang, turning into ashes. Huff, Lu Ming let out a long breath. To be honest, this Yiling Tianqiu was really very difficult to deal with. High cultivation and strength was one reason. He was also very smart. Some schemes would not work in front of him and would be seen through. However, the other party was still a step behind and lost to Lu Ming in the end. The main reason was that the other party did not expect Lu Ming to have something like the black fog in his hands. Logically speaking, reaching Yiling Tianqiu's level, plus having 2 kinds of supreme heavenly power holding down the fort, there was no poison in the primitive universe that could scare him. Therefore, he did not guard against this move. The other was also that kind of black fog. It was too terrifying. When fighting with Lu Ming, Yiling Tianqiu's fist was covered with supreme heavenly power. Even if Lu Ming wanted to use any powerful poison, it would be blocked or even refined by the power of the fist. It could not enter Yiling Tianqiu's body at all. However, that kind of black fog could directly ignore Yiling Tianqiu's power and seep into his body. Therefore, Yiling Tianqiu was defeated. Lu Ming won somewhat by luck, but in the end, he still won, didn't he? Lu Ming flew over and saw the storage ring left behind by Yiling Tianqiu. He grabbed the storage ring in his hand. That kind of black fog seemed to only corrode flesh and did not have any corrosive effect on storage rings. It's a pity that the black fog dissipated too. Lu Ming sighed. This kind of black fog was very powerful. If he could keep it, it would be of great use at a critical moment. For example, when dealing with Yiling Tianqiu, if he did not have this black fog, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to do anything to him. This black fog was not only effective against Yiling Tianqiu, it was also effective against people with stronger cultivations. However, as Yiling Tianqiu was annihilated, the black mist also dissipated. However, Lu Ming's mood became better very quickly. His gaze landed on the storage ring left behind by Yiling Tianqiu, his 2 eyes shining. This was Yiling Tianqiu's storage ring. How many treasures would there be inside? Most importantly, how much ice fire star silver was inside? Lu Ming could not wait any longer. Lu Ming activated the taboo energy to erase the taboo energy that Yiling Tianqiu had left on the storage ring. Then, he began to examine it. After a while, the smile on Lu Ming's face was uncontrollably revealed. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Lu Ming found a large amount of icy fire star silver in his storage ring. The total amount was more than 1,500 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms, that was enough to refine 1,500 source-grade divine weapons. As long as he had this ice fire star silver, he would not have to worry about it in the future. Because the Heaven Destroyer had not found so many materials for refining source-level divine weapons for so many years. 1,500 kilograms of ice fire star silver, if the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace knew about it, they would probably go crazy. Now, it had all fallen into Lu Ming's hands. This amount was a little more than Lu Ming had expected. Although the heavenly human race had occupied this continent for tens of thousands of years, it was obvious that they did not start mining the ice fire star silver from the beginning. The years of mining the ice fire star silver were not very long. Otherwise, the 36 mines, after tens of thousands of years, the amount would definitely be more than 1,500 kilograms. In fact, the total content of the ice fire star silver from the 36 mines was only about 2,000 kilograms, which was already an astronomical figure. Lu Ming had learned that the 36 mines were not mined at the same time. At the beginning, one was found, and then the second, the third. By now, the 36 ice fire star silver mines were about to be finished. In the storage ring, the ice fire star silver mine was the most valuable. Although there were some other treasures, Lu Ming did not care about them. Lu Ming would only be interested in chaos crystals, source-level divine weapons, or broken source-level divine weapons. However, there were no source-level divine weapons or broken source-level divine weapons in the storage ring, not even a piece of chaos crystal. Obviously, Xianxia must have refined the chaos crystal immediately after getting it. What a waste. Lu Ming muttered, then his figure flashed, and he put away the storage rings of the other heavenly human race. Then, Lu Ming re-entered the Mountain of Ancestors. Lu Ming stood at the foot of the second mountain range. The second lifeline of the Mountain of Ancestors had also been cut off by Xianxia and the others, and a cave was dug in the mountain. As soon as it was opened, Lu Ming arrived. The people of the heavenly human race did not have time to go in. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into the second mountain range. The second mountain range and the third mountain range also formed a canyon. Lu Ming glanced around, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Because, like the first mountain range, the walls of the second mountain range were also inlaid with chaos crystals. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 chaos crystals, more than the first mountain range. Xiao, let's go. Lu Ming shouted, took out his weapon, rushed up, and began to dig for the chaos crystals. Now that the heavenly human race was gone, Lu Ming was not in such a hurry. He dug with Xiao unhurriedly. Soon, all the chaos crystals on the second mountain range were dug out by Lu Ming. Not a single piece was left. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 1998 pieces, close to 2,000 pieces. It was a lot more than the primordial crystals in the first mountain range. Indeed, for this continent to be able to flourish like this, it must contain a lot of desolate crystals. I reckon that every lifeline contains a sizable amount of desolate crystals. I have only dug out the first 2 mountain ranges. It should not affect the growth of the stellar sky continent. Lu Ming thought. The stellar sky continent needed energy to reproduce. And the chaos crystals would constantly emit energy to affect the continent. If all the chaos crystals were dug out, it would definitely affect the development of the continent, and it might even become a dead continent. However, Lu Ming only dug out the chaos crystals on 2 lifelines, so it would not affect the development of the continent. After all, there were still 7 lifelines. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the lifelines contained more and more desolate crystals than the previous one. Moreover, there must be some chaos crystals under the continent, but they were very scattered and difficult to find. Unfortunately, even with these chaos crystals, it is not enough for me to break through. I need more chaos crystals, Lu Ming sighed. There were nearly 2,000 chaos crystals, and he had refined 600 of them. If it were anyone else, they could easily break through to the 3rd level of the Divine Master realm. However, Lu Ming couldn't. He needed more energy. It's a pity that I can't go deeper into the ancestral mountain. Otherwise, it would be great if I could get some more chaos crystals. Lu Ming looked at the third lifeline and muttered. However, he couldn't do what the heavenly human tribe did, borrowing the power of faith from the Yen tribe, or even using the flesh of the Yen tribe to sever the lifeline. That went against his principles. He would rather give up the opportunity than do that. Right, let Haizong come out and take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of the sea sect. Haizong had fused with the red stone. Perhaps he could find something. He waved his hand and brought Haizong out. After Haizong came out, he looked at Lu Ming with more admiration and respect than when he looked at a god. Lu Ming actually carried a world with him. Moreover, this world was vast and boundless. Haizong kept flying but couldn't see the end. Moreover, the cultivation environment of this world was much better than the stellar sky continent. Carrying such a world with him, Lu Ming's image in Haizong's heart was infinitely higher. Brother Lu Ming, is this the ancestral mountain? Haizong came out and adjusted himself. He looked around, and his muscles couldn't help but tense up. He was obviously very nervous. That was because the ancestral mountain was occupied by the heavenly human tribe. Don't worry, I've eliminated the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming said. He's been eliminated? Haizong was a little confused and then shocked. The heavenly human tribe was eliminated by Lu Ming? Lu Ming's image in his heart continued to rise. Seeing Haizong's admiring gaze, Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose speechlessly. You're a man. Why are you looking at me like that? Awkward. Lu Ming wouldn't mind if it were a beauty. By the way, Haizong, what did you find after entering the ancestral mountain? Lu Ming changed the topic. Sure enough, when the ancestral mountain was mentioned, Sea Sect immediately became spirited and continued to look around. At the same time, Haizong's body became somewhat fiery red. His blood flowed faster, and wisps of blood qi permeated the air. Finally, a figure wearing a royal robe and a crown condensed above his head. It held a royal sword in its hand, and it looked extremely majestic. Is this the lifeline? Haizong looked at the third lifeline and walked over. When he was in front of it, he stretched out his hand and placed it on top of it. A miraculous scene appeared. The third lifeline began to ripple like water. Then, the patriarch's hand sank in. It was as if the third lifeline was empty and had really turned into water. Even Lu Ming was taken aback. The lifeline of the ancestral mountain was fused with the other mountain ranges, but now, the rocks of the third mountain range seemed to have turned into water. Haizong took another step forward, and his entire arm seemed to sink in. Haizong's eyes darted around a few times, then he took a few steps back and pulled his arm out of the lifeline. What's going on, Haizong? Lu Ming quickly asked. Brother Lu Ming, I have a feeling that we can pass through the lifeline and enter the depths of the ancestral mountain without destroying it. Haizong said. It's possible? Lu Ming was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. If they could enter the depths of the ancestral mountain without destroying the lifeline, wouldn't they be able to obtain the opportunities in the ancestral mountain? Unfortunately, he couldn't go in. Brother Lu Ming, I can take you with me. Maybe we can go in together. Haizong said again. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Can you take me with you? I can try, but I think it's possible. Haizong nodded, and the blood qi on his body became denser. It slowly extended and shrouded Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, follow me. We'll move together. Haizong said. Lu Ming nodded and walked with Haizong toward the third lifeline. When Haizong's body came into contact with the third lifeline rippled like water. Haizong's body also sank into it as if he had entered water. After a few steps, Haizong's body had completely submerged into the third lifeline. Then, Lu Ming followed and came into contact with the third lifeline. Just like Haizong, when Lu Ming came into contact with the third lifeline, his body also sank into the third lifeline as if he had entered water. It really works. Lu Ming was delighted. Soon, Lu Ming's body completely disappeared into the third lifeline. They walked through the third mountain peak as if they were walking in water. The hard rocks seemed to have turned into water. Lu Ming knew that this must have something to do with Haizong's bloodline and the Crimson Stone. Soon, the two of them passed through the third lifeline and arrived at the valley formed by the third and fourth lifelines. There really are desolation crystals. Lu Ming looked at the third lifeline and saw a large number of desolation crystals embedded in it. At a glance, there were no less than a few thousand of them. They were as dazzling as stars. As expected, there are more desolation crystals in each lifeline. There should be 4,000 here. There must be more inside. It should be fine if I take some. Lu Ming thought, then took out his weapon and began to dig. However, when Lu Ming's weapon hit the wall glowed. With a clang, Lu Ming was pushed back by a force and almost vomited blood. No, with the power of the lifeline protecting it, I can't dig it out. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu Ming, do you need these crystals? Haizong asked. Yes, these crystals are very important to me. Lu Ming nodded. Then I can take some for you. Haizong said. He stretched out his hand and gently grabbed at the crystals. It was like grabbing a piece of wood floating in water. The desolation crystals were taken out by Haizong. Lu Ming was envious. This was too easy. Haizong, you don't have to take all of these crystals. Just half is enough. Lu Ming said. He was thinking for the Heavenly Star Continent. If he took all of them, it would affect the population of the Heavenly Star Continent. Haizong nodded and quickly took out the crystals. Soon, around 2,000 desolation crystals were taken out and given to Lu Ming. There are around 4,000 crystals. It should be enough for me to reach third-level Divine Lord. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. The two of them continued to look around. When they didn't find anything else, they continued on to the fourth lifeline. Just like before, they passed through the fourth lifeline like a ripple and arrived at the valley formed by the fourth and fifth lifeline. As expected, the fourth lifeline was also embedded with a large number of desolation crystals. It was twice as many as the third lifeline. Lu Ming was tempted and planned to take more. It would be a waste if he didn't take some of the desolate crystals. Lu Ming asked Haizong to help and took half of the crystals. Half of them, a total of 4,000 primordial crystals, landed in Lu Ming's hands. In that case, Lu Ming had a total of 8,000 primeval crystals. I'm rich. If there are twice as many desolate crystals as there are outside, even if I only take half of them, it's still a lot. Lu Ming pondered. Soon, they continued to move towards the fifth lifeline. They passed through without any obstruction. True enough, during the internal testing of the fifth lifeline, there were more primordial crystals. There were 16,000 pieces. Lu Ming got Haizong to take 8,000 pieces before he continued his journey. Lu Ming asked Haizong to take 16,000 desolate crystals in the sixth lifeline. The seventh lifeline was tested internally, and 32,000 pieces were taken out. For the internal test of the eighth lifeline, he obtained 64,000 great desolate crystals. In this way, Lu Ming had a shocking 128,000 pieces of primordial crystals. This number was absolutely shocking. Even Lu Ming would be able to clear a few rounds consecutively. A great opportunity. It's really a great opportunity. I must find a chance to go into seclusion. My cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming thought. Unfortunately, there were no desolate crystals in the ninth lifeline. Not a single one. However, they found a pool under the ninth lifeline's wall. There was a bright red liquid in the pool. That aura, Lu Ming and Haizong were shocked. Because they found that the liquid in the pool was very similar to the aura of the red stone. It was almost the same. Could it be that the red stone came from this pool? The pool emitted a hazy light. Looking at the pool, Haizong seemed to be half possessed and couldn't help but step forward. Haizong, be careful. Lu Ming reminded Haizong to calm down. Big brother Lu Ming, I have a feeling that this pool will be of great help to the other party. I instinctively desire to enter this pool to cultivate. His eyes were fixed on the cistern, and a look of deep longing could be seen in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned. Perhaps this was a great lucky chance for the C faction, but he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger. As Haizong finished speaking, he continued walking forwards. Lu Ming could only follow beside Haizong. If there was anything wrong, he could help at any time. However, when he got close, a powerful force blocked Lu Ming's path. This power was indestructible. It was not something that Lu Ming could break through. As for Haizong, he was completely unaffected. Haizong continued onward until he stepped into the blood pool. As soon as he entered the blood pool, the blood-colored liquid drilled into Haizong's body. Haizong closed his eyes, apparently absorbing and refining it. Boom! In the next moment, Haizong's aura skyrocketed. He broke through from the empty God realm to the true God realm. It is indeed a lucky chance. There is no danger. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He was happy for Haizong. After a while, Haizong's aura stabilized at the first level of the true God realm. He continued to absorb and refine the blood-colored liquid. Lu Ming could feel that Haizong's bloodline power had become stronger. The suppression on Lu Ming was also slowly increasing. Is there really a hierarchy in the human race's bloodline? Could it be that there were humans in the last era? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. However, he had too little information. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't think of anything. As time passed, Haizong's aura skyrocketed again. He broke through from the first level of the true God realm to the second level of the true God realm. This speed of improvement was really shocking. At the same time, Haizong's bloodline power seemed to have become stronger. It seems like Haizong won't end his cultivation in a short time. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Since Haizong was fine, Lu Ming looked around. He had already passed through the 9 lifelines and entered the core of the ancestral mountain. Inside, there was only a mountain peak that looked like a sharp sword. This mountain peak was the tallest, piercing through the clouds. It was taller than the other 9 lifelines. However, it occupied a very small area. It really looked like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground. There's a door. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He found that there was a stone door at the bottom of this mountain. However, the stone door was closed. Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little tempted. Inside this mountain peak was the true core of the ancestral mountain. The previous 9 lifelines surrounded this mountain peak. It was more like a kind of protection. What was inside? Was it a mountain of source-level divine weapons? Or a shocking amount of desolation crystals? Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming decided to go in and take a look. Since he was already here, how could he not go in and take a look? However, Lu Ming would not let his guard down. The surface of his body was filled with taboo power, ready to make a move at any time. At the same time, Xiao wriggled and turned into an armor, covering Lu Ming's body. From many angles, it proved that the ancestral mountain was likely passed down from the previous era. After countless years, it was still extraordinary. This was definitely not simple. Lu Ming would not be careless. He slowly approached the stone door, but there was no reaction at all. When Lu Ming walked to the stone door, there was still no abnormality. Lu Ming condensed a big hand with taboo power, pressed on the stone door, and pushed hard. With a click, the stone door opened. Lu Ming was a little stunned. All of this was simple beyond his imagination. He originally thought that it would take at least some effort. When the stone door opened, light came from inside. Looking inside, he could vaguely see that the mountain peak was empty, forming a rather large space. Finally, Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the stone door. It was still the same sentence. Since he was already here, he had to check it out. There was no abnormality or danger. Lu Ming walked through the stone door, walked through a short passage, and came to a space inside the mountain. The center of the mountain peak was hollow. The surrounding walls were very smooth, and there were lines carved on them. Not only on the walls, but on the ground as well. Countless lines intertwined, covering the entire space inside the mountain. And in the center, there was a protruding stone pillar, and on the stone pillar was a box. The box was about 1 meter in length, width, and height, and seemed to be made of bronze. It looked very simple and full of the aura of time. There were 8 altars in 8 directions around the stone pillar. There was a flame on each of the 8 altars, like a candle flame. It was not big and slowly burned. Apart from that, there was nothing else in this space inside the mountain. These lines intertwine and seem to form some kind of large array. However, this large array seems to have lost its effect. There is no reaction when I step on it. Lu Ming thought. The place he stepped on was also full of runes, but there was no reaction at all. The large array was not activated. Perhaps too many years had passed, and the large array had lost its effect. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the bronze box. The bronze chest looked simple and unadorned. It was unknown what was inside. However, there was only one chest in this mountain space. Moreover, it was placed so solemnly in the middle. The thing inside must be extraordinary. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and finally decided to open it to take a look. However, Lu Ming did not approach it. Instead, he used his taboo energy to form two big hands, grabbing the chest and trying to open it. However, the chest did not budge. Lu Ming tried again, but the chest still did not budge. Right at this time, the bronze chest suddenly emitted a gentle light. Lu Ming was startled and quickly withdrew his taboo energy. He saw a line of words appear on the side of the chest. "Kid, don't waste your energy. You can't open it." There was no sound, only this line of words. It appeared for a few breaths of time and then disappeared. However, Lu Ming saw it clearly. There was no mistake. "Senior, may I ask who you are? Can you come out and meet me?" Lu Ming called out. "I'm right in front of you. Can't you see?" Another line appeared on the chest. Lu Ming was a little confused. He stared at the bronze chest for a while and said, "Senior, are you inside the chest?" "No, I'm this chest." Another line appeared on the chest. "It's this chest?" Lu Ming was even more confused. It turned out that this chest was alive and was actually talking to him. Could it be that this chest was a supreme treasure that had already given birth to intelligence? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He asked, "So it's Senior chest. Senior, where is this place? Is it left behind from the previous era? Don't call me Senior. I'm just a chest." Another line appeared on the chest. Lu Ming, the first line disappeared and a new line appeared. "I don't know anything else. I only know that this is the place where the human king's remains are sealed." Human king's remains? For some reason, Lu Ming's heart shook when he heard this. He continued to ask, "Senior, what's a human king's remains?" "The remains of the sovereign personage are the remains of the sovereign personage. Sealed in this box is an arm of the sovereign personage." A sentence appeared on the chest. "Human monarch? What does it have to do with the human race?" Lu Ming asked. He had no idea what a human king meant. Some monarchs of mortal kingdoms also called themselves human kings. However, this was clearly not a mortal emperor. The human king is the king of the human race, one of the strongest experts of the human race. He commands the endless human race and oppresses the eldritch continent. Another sentence appeared on the chest. The great desolate continent is indeed a remnant from the previous epoch. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately thought of another problem. Were there really humans in the primeval continent of the last epoch? Could it be that there are also humans in the eldritch continent? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Of course. Although the great desolate continent had many races, the human race was the strongest race without a doubt. Experts were as common as clouds. The human king suppressed the entire great desolate continent, an expert who stood at the peak of the great desolate continent. However, the human king was killed later on. His soul scattered, and his corpse disintegrated, sealed in different places. This place is one of them. The words on the chest appeared and disappeared. A few sentences appeared consecutively. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He could not recover his composure for a long time. These words gave him too much information. There were humans in the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. What shocked Lu Ming was that the human race was actually the strongest race in the great desolate continent, suppressing the other races. As for the human king, he was the king of the human race, a peak expert of the great desolate continent. Lu Ming really did not expect the human race to be so strong in the previous epoch. Could it be that the humans of the great desolate universe were all the bloodlines left behind by the humans of the previous epoch? They were the bloodlines of the experts of the previous epoch, born after the passage of time. For example, the flame race. could it be that the flame race was born from the human king's arm? Aside from this reason, there was no other explanation. Of course, he still had to ask. Senior, could it be that the flame race of this continent was born from the human king's arm? Lu Ming asked. Are you talking about that brat outside? That's right. He was born from the bloodstains left behind by the human king's arm. Also, don't call me senior. I'm just a chest. A few more sentences appeared on the chest. The last sentence left Lu Ming speechless. So, that's how it is. The flame race was born from the bloodstains left behind by the human king's arm. In that case, were the other humans of the great desolate universe also born from the flesh and blood left behind by the experts of the previous epoch? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then, he thought about how the human race was born. In that case, what about the other races of the universe? Most of the races of the universe evolved from the descendants of the various primordial gods. In that case, what about the primordial gods? Where did they come from? According to the legends of the universe, the primordial gods were born when the universe first opened. In the past, Lu Ming also thought so. But now, Lu Ming had more ideas. Because the current great desolate universe was also a part of the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. In that case, were the primordial gods born naturally when the universe first opened, or were they related to the experts of the previous epoch? He thought of Guemo again. Guemo said that he was the first demon bone at the beginning of the universe. This demon bone might have been an expert of the previous epoch in his previous life. In that case, what about the primordial gods? The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more his mind opened up. Could it be that he had discovered the secret of the birth of life in the great desolate universe? However, he also thought that the heavenly human race didn't seem to have evolved from the primordial gods, and they weren't primordial gods themselves. Then, how did the heavenly human race appear? Also, the demons were the same. After a long while, Lu Ming's heart gradually calmed down. Say. Well, may I ask why the great desolate continent was so prosperous in the past? Also, if the human king was so powerful, why was he killed and his body divided and sealed? Lu Ming asked. He was very curious about the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. He wanted to know what happened back then. From all the information he knew, the great desolate continent of the previous epoch was a prosperous time for cultivation. Its strength was many times stronger than the current great desolate continent and the heavenly human race. They were so powerful, so powerful. Why was it that even the great desolate continent was destroyed? Also, the human king was so powerful. Who killed him and divided his body and sealed it? Lu Ming wanted to know all these thoroughly. I don't know. He didn't expect to see such words on the box. You don't know? How can you not know? Aren't you a box left behind by the previous epoch? Lu Ming was a little anxious and asked continuously. Please, I'm just a box. Come on, I'm just a box. The box's reply was very simple. Nestle. Lu Ming wanted to curse. What could he say? What else could he say? The other party was really just a box. Could he curse at a box? Then can you teach me some chi cultivation techniques from the last era? Lu Ming asked again. No, I'm just a box. The box replied. Lu Ming was speechless. What a useless box. Then why did you let me in? You don't know anything. Lu Ming complained. First, you have to understand that I didn't let you in. You came in by yourself. The box replied. Lu Ming was speechless. In addition, you came in. You can obtain an arm of the human king. That's your supreme opportunity. Why are you complaining? The box replied again. Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. You're saying that I can obtain an arm of the human king, but I can't open your box at all. Look at the surroundings, it's full of rune formations. Since this formation can seal an arm of the human king, it's definitely not something I can break open, right? Lu Ming said. The human king, as the peak expert of the last era who suppressed the Eldritch continent, must have unfathomable strength. It was definitely not as simple as the origin realm. Perhaps it was the legendary realm, transcendence. Transcendence beyond the universe, transcendence beyond reincarnation, true immortality. Of course, that realm was just a legend. Since the birth of the Eldritch universe, no one had reached it. However, the Eldritch continent of the last era was so prosperous and powerful. It was not strange that someone had reached it. As for the person who set up the array, he was able to kill the king of killers and seal his corpse. How could Lu Ming compare to him? Don't worry, too much time has passed. The sealing power has weakened too much. Moreover, you happen to be a human. You can break the sealing formation. Do you see those 8 altars? As long as you drip your blood on those flames, the flames on the altars will be extinguished. Once the flames are extinguished, the formation will be broken and you will be able to open me and obtain the arm of the human king. Words kept appearing on the chest. Why can't you speak? Lu Ming asked. Generally speaking, whether it was a weapon or something else with spiritual intelligence, it could at least speak with its spiritual sense. Please, I'm just a box. The box answered. What else could Lu Ming say? Human blood can extinguish the flames on the 8 altars and break the seals? Is it that simple? Lu Ming asked. It's that simple. The box answered. Your original target wasn't me, he said. It must have been that C-sect disciple out there. He's also a human, and his bloodline is even purer than mine. Lu Ming asked again. That's right, but later I realized that you're actually more suitable than him. The box answered. So, everything was arranged by you. C-sect's grandpa's crimson stone was also given out by you. I'm really curious. As the box that sealed the arm of the human king, why did you let it out? Lu Ming asked. Clearly, Lu Ming didn't believe this box because there were too many suspicious points. He finally understood why C-sect's grandpa could obtain the crimson stone. It was most likely this box deliberately let it out. This box was obviously used to seal the arm of the human king. Now, it wanted to let the arm out. Wasn't that suspicious? Kid, are you doubting me? Let me tell you, my spiritual intelligence was born later. When I was born, I was already here. What does sealing the arm of the human king have to do with me? Also, the one who arranged all this was not me, but the arm of the human king. The box said. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The arm of the human king arranged all this. Could it be that the consciousness of the human king hasn't dissipated and is still alive? Lu Ming asked in shock. The human king is definitely dead. His soul was extinguished long ago. The arm of the human king did this out of instinct. It came from the instinct of the arm of the human king. It instinctively wanted to break free. Therefore, after the seal weakened, a trace of blood seeped out of the arm and gave birth to the Yen clan. When the Yen clan gave birth to a truly powerful genius, the arm could be released. The box said. Then why did you choose me? If C-sect came, he could also release the arm of the human king. Lu Ming asked. It's very simple. Although C-sect inherited a trace of the human king's bloodline and has great potential, he is still inferior to you. Although your human bloodline is not strong, you are strong and have boundless potential. So, you are more suitable. After releasing the arm of the human king, you have an even more difficult task, which is to find the other parts of the human king's corpse and release them so that the body can return to its original position. The box said. Return the body of the human king to its original position? Why do I have to do this? This process is probably very dangerous. Lu Ming said. Although the human king was the ancestor of the human race and returning his body to its original position was something that should be done, this process was definitely very dangerous. However, this process was definitely very dangerous. It concerned his life. Lu Ming was not so foolish as to agree foolishly. Kid, it looks like you still don't know the importance of the human king's body. The human king was too powerful. Although he is dead and his soul has been extinguished, the body he left behind is indestructible. If you can return his body to its original position and control it, you will be able to dominate the world, becoming invincible throughout history. The box said. Dominate the world, becoming invincible throughout history? Can you kill a reciprocity cultivator? Lu Ming asked. A mere reciprocity cultivator can be killed with a flick of my finger. the box replied. This time, Lu Ming was truly tempted. If he could obtain the body of the human king, would he not be invincible? Would he not be able to flatten the heavenly palace? Reshape the structure of the universe. Then, the taboo sword ancestor Tang Feng saw a corner of the future, saying that there would be a bitter war. Could it be resolved? This was completely feasible. Furthermore, after careful analysis, he found that there were no flaws in the box's words. The arm of the human king instinctively wanted to break the seal and fuse with the other parts of the human king's body to form a complete body. That was why the Yen clan was born. The red stone contained a trace of the human king's bloodline. Anyone in the Yen clan who could fuse with it could freely enter the ancestral mountain and release the arm of the human king. Then, they could take the arm of the human king to search for the other parts of the human king's body. All of this was reasonable and logical. Kid, this is a great opportunity. It's up to you whether you choose or not. If you don't choose, there will naturally be others. After all, there are countless people in the Yen clan. There will always be someone who will come here. Another sentence appeared on the box. Then, it became silent and did not say a word. Alright, I'll try. Lu Ming pondered for a long time before nodding in the end. He still decided to try. If he could really gather the body of the human king, he could resolve the crisis of the celestial race in one fell swoop. This way, his family and friends could cultivate in peace. Otherwise, once a great war broke out, no one could say for sure what would happen. No one could guarantee that they would survive the bitter war. Lu Ming walked to one of the altars and squeezed out a drop of blood from his finger onto the flame. With a puff, the flame was extinguished. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he walked to the second altar. Using the same trick, he squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the flame. Then, the flame was extinguished again. It's really strange. This array is clearly sealing the arm of the human king, but it can be broken with the blood of a human. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a new doubt in his heart. He really couldn't figure out the principle behind this. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head. Let's break the seal first. If there's really any danger, I'll just leave immediately. Puff, puff, soon, the flames on the 8 altars were all extinguished by Lu Ming. However, the surrounding runes didn't react at all. They couldn't see any abnormality in the array being broken. The array is broken just like that? Lu Ming asked the bronze chest. Yes, you can open me now. The bronze chest replied. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he condensed 2 big hands with his taboo energy and grabbed the chest from a distance. Then, he opened it. This time, it was very easy. The bronze chest was easily opened. As soon as the bronze chest was opened, an aura spread out from it. This aura was majestic, vast, and ancient. In front of this aura, Lu Ming felt very small. It was as if an ant had to kneel down in front of a divine dragon. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy with all his might to prevent himself from kneeling down. This aura is too similar to the aura of the ocean sect bloodline. However, it's much more vast and superior. Is this the bloodline of the human king? Lu Ming felt his breathing become heavy. After the ocean sect fused with the red stone, it emitted a powerful pressure and a figure would appear. That figure wore a crown and a royal robe. It held a royal sword in its hand. It was very likely to be the human king. However, it was far inferior to the aura emitted by the chest in front of him. Lu Ming looked carefully and saw that there was really an arm in the bronze chest. It was a right arm. However, it wasn't made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was made of stone. The chest, why is it a stone arm? Lu Ming asked. It's very normal. This is the self-protection of the human king's arm. Petrification can seal essence energy and slow down the loss of essence energy. The box answered. Lu Ming nodded. Now, he basically believed what the box said. This was because what the box had said was true. After a while, the aura of the human king arm disappeared. Extraordinary returned to ordinary, as if it had really become an ordinary arm made of stone, quietly lying in the chest. Lu Ming walked over, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply to the arm. After all, this was the arm of the human king. It could be said that this was the ancestor of the human race. It was worthy of Lu Ming's bow. After bowing, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the human king's arm. Out of Lu Ming's expectations, it was very light, only 100 jin or so. Lu Ming originally thought that the arm of a human would be very heavy. Must I gather all the bodies of the human king before I can use it? Can't I use it now? Lu Ming muttered. With your conditions, you can actually barely use it. A sentence appeared on the chest. I can use it too. Lu Ming was delighted. Yes, you are very strong, and the power you control is no small matter. You can barely borrow a trace of the human king's arm's power. As long as you circulate your power and let the human king's right arm fuse with your arm, you can temporarily unleash a trace of the human king's arm's power. However, from my observation, you can only use it for a breath's time at most before all of your power is drained. The chest answered. A breath's time. Lu Ming muttered, I just don't know how strong I can unleash. If it's very strong, a breath's time can be used as a trump card. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to give it a try after leaving this place. Chest, how many parts of the human king's body are there? Lu Ming asked. A total of 7 parts, 4 limbs, head, torso, and heart. The chest said. So many parts, where are they scattered? Do you know? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure. You have to find it yourself. Don't ask me everything. You have to know that I'm just a chest. The chest said. Lu Ming was speechless. He was really speechless. Where was he going to find it? How big was the chaos universe and the universe ruins? Finding the other 6 parts of the human king's body in the vast chaos universe and the universe ruins was 10,000 times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. In the end, Lu Ming could only put the bronze chest into the chaos ring. Then, he looked around and found nothing else, so he left. Haizong was still in the blood pool. Lu Ming guessed that this blood pool contained a trace of blood from the human king's arm. This was definitely a great opportunity for Haizong. Lu Ming sat there cross-legged, took out the chaos crystal, and began to absorb and refine it. As he refined the chaos crystal, he waited. A day later, the liquid in the blood pool was completely absorbed by Haizong. Haizong's aura was constantly rising. Now, he had reached the heavenly god realm. This speed was too shocking. When Lu Ming first met Haizong, Haizong's cultivation was only in the heavenly emperor realm. He was not even in the void god realm. But now, he had reached the heavenly god realm. At the same time, above Haizong's head, the figure wearing a crown, wearing a royal robe, and holding a royal sword appeared again, exuding a powerful pressure. Haizong's bloodline power was stronger. His potential and talent had also been greatly improved. Is this the human king's bloodline? I wonder how far Haizong's cultivation will go in the future. Should I take him as my disciple? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, Lu Ming was very tempted. Haizong's talent and potential were definitely strong. His future achievements were limitless. If he took him as his disciple, he would be a great help to Lu Ming in the future. However, Lu Ming really did not have the time to teach him. Let's bring him back first. Senior Fei Huang and the others can train him. Lu Ming thought. Big brother Lu Ming. Haizong retracted his aura and came to Lu Ming's side. Congratulations, Haizong. Your cultivation has increased by another level. Now, let's go. Lu Ming said. All right. Haizong nodded. Although he was a little puzzled as to why they did not enter the mountain to take a look, he admired Lu Ming very much. Whatever Lu Ming said, he would do. Their exit went smoothly. Haizong led them through the lifeline of the ancestral mountain and arrived outside. Big brother Lu Ming, where are you going next? Haizong asked. I'm going to leave the heavenly star continent to travel and adventure. Lu Ming said. Haizong's face changed and said, then, if the heavenly human tribe comes again, what should we do? Lu Ming also frowned slightly. This was also what he was worried about. Yiling Tianshou's father was a heavenly venerate. That heavenly venerate definitely knew that Yiling Tianshou was in the heavenly star continent. Now that Yiling Tianshou was killed, that heavenly venerate might already know. After all, if a person's soul was tied to an item, the corresponding item would immediately sense it when the person died. This kind of thing already existed in the small world. For example, life tablets. When a person died, the life tablet would shatter. However, such things were relatively rare in the great desolate universe. They were mainly used to create life tablets, which required a trace of soul energy. Although just a trace was enough, it would still affect the soul, causing the soul to be incomplete. This was detrimental to cultivation. Hence, in the great desolate universe, especially some strong outstanding talents, very rarely did this in pursuit of perfection. However, the other party involved a heavenly venerate. Who knew if there were other ways to Senshi Ling Tianqiu's safety? If the other party knew, they would quickly rush over. Even if they could not sense it now, they would discover it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. After the heavenly venerate discovered it, it would be hard to preserve the heavenly star continent under his rage. The Yan race would also find it hard to survive. What should Lu Ming do? This was also what troubled him. Why don't you just use the great desolate ring to move the entire heavenly star continent away? Bone Demon's voice came from Xianxia's sea of consciousness. How is it possible to put the heavenly star continent into the great desolate ring? How can I have such a cultivation? Lu Ming said. It was not that he had not thought of this method before. The great desolate ring was indeed big enough. The area inside was definitely larger than the heavenly star continent. It was more than enough to store the entire heavenly star continent. If Xiaoqian put the heavenly star continent into the great desolate ring, he could make it float above the great desolate ring. This was because the great desolate ring was completely under Lu Ming's control. However, Xiaoqian could not do it. If he wanted to put the entire heavenly star continent into the great desolate ring, he would need a lot of strength to control the great desolate ring. With his current cultivation, it was not enough. Even if he broke through to the third layer Divine Master realm, it was far from enough. Didn't you just obtain the human king's arm and want to test its strength? Isn't this a good time to try it? Use the human king's arm's strength to control the great desolate ring and see if you can put the heavenly star continent into it. Guemo said. Lu Ming pondered. That's right, the arm of a human king. He had almost overlooked it. It might really work. Lu Ming decided to give it a try. However, there was still some preparation work to be done before the experiment. Immediately, Lu Ming and Haizong returned to the deep lake abyssal abyss. Lu Ming told Defiant God Heaven his idea. The reason why he told Defiant God Heaven was that he wanted him to help stabilize the hearts of the people. Otherwise, if the heavenly star continent was suddenly sucked into the great desolate ring, the entire Yan race would be in chaos. When Against God's Heaven and the others heard Lu Ming's idea, they were dumbfounded. This idea was simply too crazy. The stellar sky continent was so vast, and its territory was incomparably vast. How could such a huge world be stored in a ring? Was that even possible? Fortunately, it was Lu Ming who said it. If it was someone else, they would probably despise them. Is this really okay? Defiant God Heaven was still skeptical. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Otherwise, when the stronger experts of the heavenly human race arrive, the Yen race will definitely be annihilated. The entire stellar sky continent might not be preserved, Lu Ming said. Alright, then let's give it a try. Senior Lu Ming, go ahead and do it. Leave the matter of stabilizing the hearts of the people to us. Defiant God Heaven Dao. Lu Ming did not delay any longer. He soared into the sky and rushed into the sky above the stellar sky continent. Looking down from afar, the stellar sky continent seemed to have become the size of a table. Lu Ming took out the great desolate ring and injected forbidden energy. The great desolate ring floated in the air, and a huge vortex appeared above the stellar sky continent. The vortex emitted a strong attractive force, but this attractive force was far from enough to suck the stellar sky continent in. Let's try the human king's right arm. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the bronze box appeared in his hand. He opened the bronze box and took out the human king's right arm. Merge! Lu Ming shouted and injected forbidden energy into the human king's right arm. Buzz! The human king's right arm vibrated, and a hazy radiance spread from it. Then, it turned into a ray of light and merged with Lu Ming's right arm. One could see that Lu Ming's right arm overlapped with the human king's right arm. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an incomparably strong energy spreading from his right arm to his entire body. This was especially true for his right arm. The energy was even stronger. Lu Ming had a feeling that he could shatter the stellar sky continent with a single punch. However, his expression changed in the next moment. This was because he felt all the forbidden energy in his body rushing towards his right arm. At this speed, it would take at most one breath for all the energy in his body to be sucked dry. Great Desolate Ring, collect it! Lu Ming roared and controlled the energy in his right arm with all his might, injecting this energy into the Great Desolate Ring. This was also because the Great Desolate Ring was of an extremely high grade. If it were any other weapon, such a strong influx of energy would have directly exploded. When this energy entered the Great Desolate Ring vibrated intensely and emitted a dazzling radiance. That whirlpool suddenly became bigger, covering the sky and the sun. It enveloped the entire stellar sky continent. A strong suction force enveloped the stellar sky continent. The stellar sky continent immediately shook and flew towards the Great Desolate Ring. Furthermore, it quickly shrank and flew into the Great Desolate Ring, disappearing. Success, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately kept the human king's right arm and stored it in the bronze box. Hoo, Lu Ming panted heavily. In that short moment, 90% of his energy had been sucked out by the human king's right arm. The bronze box said that with his cultivation, he could control the human king's right arm for at most one breath's time. It seemed like it was true. Right now, his condition was extremely bad. Any random divine lord could take his life. Of course, he still had Xianxia to protect him. Right now, there was no time to recover his cultivation. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness condensed in the Great Desolate Ring. The stellar sky continent was suspended high in the sky. It was very far from the original Great Desolate Continent. There wouldn't be too much of an impact between them. From Lu Ming's perspective, it seemed like he was looking at two different skies. Not bad, not bad. It's good that it won't affect the original Great Desolate Continent. If it does, I'll have to find a place to release the stellar sky continent. Lu Ming smiled. At this moment, the stellar sky continent was in chaos. In the eyes of the stellar sky continent's Yan tribe, it felt as if the stars had changed. This naturally caused them to panic. However, God-defying heaven was already prepared. They were sending people to calm the people down. Lu Ming didn't need to care about what happened next. Lu Ming withdrew from the Great Desolate Ring. Then, he took out a piece of Great Desolate Crystal and absorbed the energy within. At the same time, his body turned into a beam of light and flew out, leaving this place. He could no longer stay in this region. Lu Ming left and flew into the distance. As he flew, he absorbed desolation crystals to replenish his energy. Along the way, he passed by several barren continents, but Lu Ming did not stop. This place was still too far from the original location of the Heavenly Star Continent. If Yiling Tianzhou's father arrived and a heavenly venerate went berserk, the nearby continents would also be affected. Lu Ming planned to fly further away. After flying for a day and a night, Lu Ming finally stopped on a barren continent and found a secluded place. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, took out desolation crystals, and quickly absorbed them. Before long, Lu Ming's cultivation finally recovered to its peak state. Now, where should I go? A human king's body has no direction. Lu Ming pondered. Returning to the Heaven Destroyer station was clearly not what Lu Ming wanted. He had not been out for long, and Xianxia and the others were definitely still in seclusion. In the end, Lu Ming decided to continue adventuring in the ruins of the universe. He would cultivate as he traveled. After his trip to the Heavenly Star Continent, Lu Ming was even more certain that only by constantly adventuring could his cultivation continue to rise. If he had not come to the Heavenly Star Continent to travel, how could Lu Ming's cultivation have risen to the second layer of the Divine Master Realm so quickly? Moreover, he had around 120,000 desolation crystals, enough for him to break through several layers. Furthermore, Xianxia had reached the third layer of the Divine Master Realm. This was something that could not be achieved in the peaceful seclusion of the Heaven Destroyer station. According to the corner of the future that the Forbidden Sword ancestor Tangfeng had seen, there would be a great war in the near future. He did not have much time left, so he had to make the best use of his time and raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. At the very least, he had to be at the origin realm before the Great War. Although divine masters could be called peak experts of the primitive universe, once a great war erupted that involved the universe, divine masters would not be enough. They could fall at any time. Only those at the origin realm could barely protect themselves. He had to reach the origin realm as soon as possible. The Heavenly Star Continent should be the core of the Heavenly Star Continent. Even if there are opportunities in the other continents, there should not be many. Now that the Heavenly Star Continent has been stored in my desolation ring, there is no longer any place for me to stay. I should go to other regions. Where should I go? Lu Ming pondered. In the end, Lu Ming decided to go to the depths of the Heavenly Star Continent. The deeper one went into the ruins of the universe, the more dangerous it would be, but the more opportunities there would be. However, before heading to the depths of the universe ruins, Lu Ming still needed to be in seclusion for a while. Xiaochen had to raise his cultivation first. He could not afford to waste the 120,000 great desolate crystals on hand. Whoosh, Lu Ming cast the transference skill and left this place, flying further away. Heavenly 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 heavens, heavens, heavenly heavens. This was someone from the celestial clan. His hair and beard were all white, but his aura was like a deep sea, incomparably terrifying. Tianzhou! Tianzhou! God damn it! Who killed you? The old man roared furiously as a terrifying presence permeated the surroundings. Cracks appeared in space, extending into the distance. It was an extremely shocking sight. The old man was Yiling Tianzhou's father, an extremely powerful heavenly exalt. There used to be a continent here, but it's gone now. Apart from origin realm existences, no one has the strength to do so. However, it doesn't matter if you're at origin realm or some other cultivation realm. You can't escape after killing my son. You will die. I will definitely find out who killed my son. The old man roared furiously. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. After that, he sat down cross-legged. His body glowed, as though he had fused with the entire space. His body was like this space. Nothing in this space could escape his senses. He sensed for 7 days. 7 days later, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. They shone brightly, piercing through space like 2 sharp swords. They pierced 2 holes in an extremely distant desolate continent. Forbidden power. A forbidden power appeared on the Heavenly Star Continent not long ago. Who is it? Tangfeng or Fei Huang? No, the remnant forbidden power is very weak. It's only at the level of a divine master. It's not the 2 of them. It's Lu Ming. Yes, it must be that little bastard. The old man's voice was extremely cold. It had to be said that this person's methods were truly unfathomable. Even Lu Ming had never thought that this person would still be able to sense the remnant presence in space even after the Heavenly Star Continent had been taken away. He had determined that Lu Ming had been here. The old man was very certain that the person who had killed his son was Lu Ming. Although he did not know what method Lu Ming had used to take away the Heavenly Star Continent, only Lu Ming fit the criteria based on the strength of the forbidden power. Little bastard, you dare to kill my son? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. A terrifying light flickered through the old man's eyes. He then closed his eyes and continued to sense. After a period of time, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the depths of the universe ruins. According to the remnant presence, that kid should have gone to the depths of the universe ruins. The old man whispered and then turned into a rainbow light, heading towards the depths of the universe ruins. This direction was the direction that Lu Ming had gone. Not long after, the old man came to the continent where Lu Ming had stopped to recover. Could he be hiding here? Little bastard, get out here. The old man shouted and stood in the sky above the continent. He looked down from above and blasted out a palm. Suddenly, the power of heavenly punishment erupted. Endless lightning fell from the old man's palm and enveloped the entire continent. Boom! 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 Destructive explosions occurred all over the continent. In the end, the continent even exploded, turning into smaller continents. No one? Could it be that he has already left? The old man frowned and continued to sit cross-legged, probing. After a period of time, the old man opened his eyes and said coldly, "Sure enough, he has already left." "Humph, kid, no matter where you escape to, I will catch up to you." After saying that, the old man turned into a rainbow light and chased towards the depths of the universe ruins. After a period of time, he left the heavenly star region and entered the boundless void. However, after chasing for a while in the void, he suddenly stopped. Because Lu Ming's aura had disappeared here. Damn it, what's going on? Why did the aura disappear without a trace after arriving here? What happened? Could it be that the kid encountered a cosmic storm? The old man growled. In fact, his guess was right. Lu Ming had really encountered a cosmic storm. He had left the heavenly star region and planned to go to another region before finding a place to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Yiling Tianzhou's father was a heavenly venerable. To Lu Ming, a heavenly venerable was unfathomable and unpredictable. For safety reasons, it was best to stay as far away from the heavenly star region as possible. Not long after Lu Ming left the heavenly star region and entered the void, he encountered a cosmic storm. A cosmic storm was a calamity that would only appear in the void of the ruins of the universe. Cosmic storms were extremely terrifying. Once they encountered one, even reciprocity experts would have to avoid it. Even divine lords would have a slim chance of surviving. Lu Ming could only sigh at his bad luck. The region covered by the cosmic storm was just too large. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to enter the Chaos Ring. When facing other experts, it was unwise to enter the Chaos Ring to hide. What was the point of leaving the Chaos Ring outside once you entered? Wouldn't you be at the mercy of others? But in the face of such a calamity, the Chaos Ring could be used to hide. The Chaos Ring was one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Heavenly Court. Its grade was even higher than the 18 divine weapons of the Heavenly Court. Its material was indestructible and could block the cosmic storm. However, the Great Desolation Ring was also carried away by the cosmic storm to a very far place. Moreover, the cosmic storm destroyed everything in its path, including Lu Ming's aura. So when Yiling Tianzhou's father chased after him, he lost track of Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming hid in the Chaos Ring for an unknown amount of time before the outside world calmed down. Lu Ming guessed that the cosmic storm had already passed before Lu Ming came out of the Chaos Ring. Where am I? Lu Ming was at a loss. He discovered that he seemed to have entered a new area. However, he had no idea which area it was exactly. Lu Ming took out a map and looked at it for a while. He was at a loss. After all, even if he had a map, he needed to know where he was. If he didn't even know where he was, it was useless even if he had a map. Forget it. No matter where I am, I should be very far away from the Heavenly Star region. I'll find a place to cultivate in peace. Lu Ming pondered. Before long, he found a desolate continent. He entered the continent and began to absorb and refine the chaos crystals. On the other side, Yiling Tianzhou's father was extremely unwilling to lose track of Lu Ming. In the end, he continued to fly into the depths of the ruins of the universe. If he did not kill Lu Ming and avenge Yiling Tianzhou, he would not be satisfied. However, he had already deviated from Lu Ming's direction. One after another, Lu Ming absorbed and refined the great desolate crystals. In a spurt of energy, Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 desolate crystals. His cultivation finally made another breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the Divine Master Realm. I've finally reached the 3rd level of the Divine Master Realm. As expected, I'm much stronger than the 2nd level of the Divine Master Realm. However, the amount of desolation crystals I've consumed is also terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming had used up close to 4,000 primal crystals from the moment he broke through to the 3rd layer of the Divine Master Realm. Luckily, Lu Ming had obtained a huge amount of desolate crystals from the Mountain of Ancestors. Without the fortunate encounter, it would be extremely difficult to gather 4,000 desolate crystals. Reaching the 3rd level of the Divine Master Realm required close to 4,000 desolate crystals. In that case, the amount of desolate crystals required to break through from the 3rd level of the Divine Master Realm to the 4th level of the Divine Master Realm would be even more ridiculous. It might even be above 40,000. According to this pattern, The desolate crystals in Lu Ming's possession would allow Lu Ming to break through to the 4th level of the Divine Master realm at most. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll think about it after I break through to the 4th level of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming decided to raise his cultivation to the point where it could not be raised any further before heading to the depths of the universe ruins. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting wood. Only with a higher cultivation could he obtain more fortuitous encounters. Lu Ming continued to refine the desolate crystals, but this time, Lu Ming stopped after a short while. He sensed something strange about the human king's arm. With a wave of his hand, the bronze box appeared. He opened the box, and the human king's arm flew out. It was radiating a dazzling light and constantly trembling. Moreover, the arm pointed in a direction. That is, Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the other parts of the human king's body are about to appear? At this moment, a line of words appeared on the box. The other parts of the human king's body? Lu Ming was shocked. This is just my speculation, but it is very likely so. The human king's arm has sensed the other parts of the human king's body. Kid, hurry up and head in that direction. Your fortuitous encounter has arrived, the box said. Your fortuitous encounter. Can I cultivate first before going? Lu Ming muttered. He still wanted to raise his cultivation before leaving. You cannot miss this opportunity. If you are late, it will be hard to say. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your fortuitous encounter is very good. You discovered the other parts of the human king's body so quickly. You cannot miss it. The bronze box said. All right then. Lu Ming nodded. He also did not want to miss out on the human king's body. Once he obtained it, he could roam the world and suppress the heavenly palace. This made him very tempted. Swish, Lu Ming soared into the air and headed in the direction the human king's arm was pointing. The palm of the human king's arm was always pointing in one direction. With the guidance of the human king's arm, Lu Ming would not go wrong. However, that place seemed to be very far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew continuously for a month but still did not reach his destination. I am about to enter the 1,000-year battlefield. Lu Ming carefully looked at the map. After a month of flying and judging from a series of reference points, Lu Ming finally knew where he was. He was getting deeper and deeper into the universe ruins. Moreover, he looked at the map and discovered that he would soon reach an important place in the universe ruins, the 1,000-year battlefield. The 1,000-year battlefield was already in the depths of the universe ruins. Moreover, this was a place that the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace would fight for. Here, both sides had invested a large number of experts to fight for control of this place. This was because this was an important battlefield in the previous era. In the previous era, the primeval continent was destroyed. This was definitely a place of decisive battle. Therefore, it also contained countless fortuitous encounters. Someone had obtained a complete source-grade divine weapon here. They had also obtained top-notch chi refinement techniques and treasures that contained origin marks. They had even obtained treasures that were even more precious than those above. Therefore, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had invested a large number of experts to fight for this place. They had been fighting for resources all year round. Both sides had been confronting each other here for more than 10 stellar years. There was no doubt that the 1,000-year battlefield was very dangerous. Previously, Fei Huang had not allowed Lu Ming to come here. Could it be that the other parts of the human king's body are in the swing battlefield? I hope not. Perhaps it's just passing by. Lu Ming muttered, but he was muttering in his heart. If it was really in the 1,000-year battlefield, it would be troublesome. Both sides had invested a large number of experts in the 1,000-year battlefield. There were even many Origin Realm experts. As for Divine Master Realm experts, there were even more. If it was really here, with his cultivation, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the human king's body. Lu Ming secretly prayed, hoping that it was just passing by. However, when Lu Ming approached the 1,000-year battlefield, the reaction of the human king's arm suddenly disappeared. It returned to calmness and lay quietly in the bronze box. What's going on? Why isn't the human king's arm reacting? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. He stared at the bronze chest, waiting for an answer. Perhaps the human king's arm is not far ahead, on the Thousand Autumn battlefield you spoke of. Perhaps something happened that caused the human king's arm to temporarily lose its senses. The bronze chest said. Can't you give me a clear answer? Lu Ming was a little speechless. Please, I'm just a chest. The chest replied. Lu Ming was speechless. It looks like I can only stay in the Thousand Autumn battlefield for a while. The other parts of the human king's body can't really be in the Thousand Autumn battlefield, right? Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He still hoped that it was in some other place. However, the human king's arm had lost its senses here. He could not be sure, so he could only stay here for now. Putting away the human king's arm, Lu Ming took out a map and began to carefully examine it. According to the information he had obtained, the Thousand Autumn battlefield was extremely vast. It was countless times larger than the Heavenly Star continent from before. The core of the Thousand Autumn battlefield was an extremely large continent. There were a few small fragments of continents scattered around this continent. The Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace each occupied a portion of the continent. They were searching for resources while constantly fighting. What gave Lu Ming a headache was that he did not know which side the Heaven Destroyer occupied. The map only indicated that this was the Thousand Autumn battlefield. As for the regions occupied by the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace, they were not marked at all. If he rashly advanced and plunged into the region occupied by the Heavenly Palace, he would be finished. Moreover, there were Origin Realm experts present. Even if he used the Great Imitation Art, it would be seen through. Let's slowly approach and observe from afar. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and used the Great Imitation Art to conceal his own aura. He turned it into the aura of another flame race clansman before slowly flying forward. Before long, a few scattered continents appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. These continents were very small and barren, without any signs of life. Lu Ming even felt a terrifying killing intent and baleful aura from it. Killing intent and infernal energy mixed together, piercing through the void. Even though they were far apart, Lu Ming felt his scalp tingle and his skin prickle with pain. What terrifying killing intent and baleful aura. Is this the battlefield left behind from the last epic's war? Even after so many years, it's still so terrifying. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The previous era was too far away from the present. No one knew how many years had passed. After so many years, there was still such a terrifying killing intent and baleful aura left behind. It was hard to imagine what kind of experts had participated in the previous era. However, there were no people from the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace on these small barren continents. Lu Ming continued forward. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a continent in front of him, but what shocked Lu Ming was that it wasn't this continent, but a weapon that pierced through this continent. It was a huge spear that pierced through the center of this continent and came out from the other side. He could see that this spear had already decayed. There were many dents and holes on it, and it didn't have any spirituality. There was a figure sitting cross-legged on top of the spear. Not good, it's the angel race. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. The figure sitting on top of the spear was covered in a layer of holy light. This was clearly the angel race. Lu Ming definitely wouldn't be mistaken. At this time, that angel race expert also saw Lu Ming. Human race? He's not from our side. Capture him. The angel race expert coldly shouted, and 12 wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a white light and charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. This was a 12-winged angel. In the angel race, this was the highest level of talent. The angel race expert was extremely fast. He instantly approached Lu Ming and slashed his resplendent angel war sword at Lu Ming's forehead. Bzzz, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. At the same time, he took out his battle god spear and swept it across the angelic combat sword. Clang, there was a loud roar and Lu Ming's figure retreated like a meteorite. He spat out a mouthful of blood. 7th level God Lord. Lu Ming's expression was grave. His opponent was a 7th level God Lord, and more importantly, a 12-winged angel. He was extremely powerful. This person was no weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Although Lu Ming had broken through to 3rd level God Lord, he was still no match for this person. A mere third-level God Lord was able to block one of my attacks. The expert from the angel race was also astonished. Although he hadn't used his full strength in that attack, it still wasn't something a third-level God Lord could block. This man was a monstrous genius. Kill! The angel race expert roared. Sacred light soared into the sky as he erupted with all his strength. 12 angel war swords appeared in the sky, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was grave as he retreated, dodging the attacks of these sword lights. But there were too many sword lights, and it was difficult to dodge them all. Some sword lights could only be blocked head-on. But this opponent was too strong. He wasn't someone Lu Ming could deal with. After blocking a few sword lights, Lu Ming's body was covered in wounds, worsening his injuries. I can't stay here. I have to leave as quickly as possible, various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. This person was no weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Even if he used his origin energy, he wouldn't be a match for him in a head-on clash. Unless he used the Mortal King arm. But Lu Ming cut off this thought the moment it appeared. Where was this place? It was clear that this was the region of the Heavenly Palace's fighting forces. If he used the Mortal King arm, Lu Ming was 1000% confident that he could kill this person with a single punch. But if he used the Mortal King arm, his own strength would be drained dry. If another Heavenly Palace expert came, he would be finished. The best thing to do now was to retreat as quickly as possible and throw this person off his tail. But the angel race relied on their angel wings to move very quickly. Lu Ming wanted to throw off his opponent, but he couldn't do it for the time being. If this continued, not only would he not be able to throw off his opponent, the slightest lapse in concentration would result in his death. Lu Ming, let me help. Xianxia called out. Wait a little longer. Lu Ming said. Xianxia's target was rather obvious. Many people knew that Lu Ming had a metallic lifeform like Xianxia. Once Xianxia took action, his opponent would easily guess his identity. His opponent clearly hadn't guessed his identity. Die! The angel race expert roared. Thousands of sword lights converged into 3 terrifying sword lights, slashing at Lu Ming's 3 vital points. At this moment, 3 lotus flowers suddenly appeared in the void. The 3 white lotuses spun rapidly and blocked the 3 sword lights from the angels. Who is it? The angel race expert shouted as he looked in a direction. In that direction, a beautiful woman stepped on the air. Xianxia. The newcomer was actually Xianxia. Lu Ming revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Xianxia for many years. Ever since Xianxia and Xianxia had left together, he hadn't seen Xianxia again. Even when he was in Zenith's Supreme Immortal City, Xianxia hadn't appeared. Later on, he had asked Xianxia about Xianxia, and Xianxia had said that Xianxia had been bitterly cultivating in the depths of the universe's ruins. He hadn't expected to meet her here in the 1000-year battlefield. It's you? You want to stop me with just you? I'm afraid that's not enough. The angel expert said. How would you know if you don't try? Xianxia said coldly, her body shrouded in a holy light. It looked a little like the holy light of the angels. However, Xianxia's power wasn't the holy light of the angels. Instead, it was a higher-level power, as holy as an immortal's. She stepped on the void, and with every step, a lotus flower condensed. Finally, it turned into thousands of white lotus flowers that flew toward the angel expert. Break for me! The angel expert shouted and slashed out with his angelic battle sword. Tens of thousands of sword chi burst forth and collided with the white lotuses. The white lotuses were split into 2 halves. Xianxia isn't her match. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia's cultivation was very strong. She had reached the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm. As expected of someone who had been bitterly cultivating in the depths of the universe's ruins. Coupled with the fusion of her memories from 2 lifetimes, her cultivation speed was truly astonishing. Lu Ming had a fortuitous encounter and was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm, but Xianxia had already reached the 4th level. However, there was a difference of 3 levels between a 4th level Divine Lord realm and an angel expert. Although Xianxia was incomparably monstrous, she wasn't her match. The two exchanged a few blows, and Xianxia kept retreating. "Take both of you down!" The angel race's powerhouse shouted loudly. His battle sword swept out and slashed towards Xianxia unceasingly. "Flying immortal sword!" Xianxia shouted. Tens of thousands of lotus flowers formed a river of swords. It was like a flying immortal. It came from the void. With a bang, the angel's sword was sent flying. "This is a good chance. Qiu, do it!" Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He unleashed the heaven-breaking technique. He became one with his spear, and transformed into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward the angel expert. Meanwhile, Qiu turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that enveloped the angel powerhouse. The angel powerhouse's eyes went blank for a moment. That was enough. Lu Ming was like a bolt of lightning, his spear light piercing through the angel race expert's forehead. Roar! At this critical moment, the angel powerhouse seemed to have sensed danger. He let out a loud roar, and a violent energy surged out like a tidal wave. Buzz! The powerful energy collided with the war god spear, causing it to vibrate continuously. Its forward momentum was forcefully stopped. Origin! With a thought, Lu Ming circulated his origin energy and rushed into the war god spear. It erupted, triggering the power of the war god spear. Instantly, the power of the war god spear increased greatly. It broke through the angel powerhouse's power and continued to pierce forward. "How is this possible?" the angel powerhouse roared. He was incomparably shocked. Although he was affected by the beam of light just now and his mind went blank for a moment, he naturally couldn't unleash his full power in a hasty attack. However, it should be more than enough to block or even send Lu Ming flying. He didn't expect Lu Ming's attack to suddenly increase. At this critical moment, the angel powerhouse could only use his angel wings to block in front of him. Pooh! The war god spear pierced through two angel wings in succession. Feathers flew everywhere, and blood flowed out. However, the angel powerhouse also used this opportunity to block Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming wasn't the only one present. Xianxia was also present. How could Xianxia miss this opportunity? Flying immortal sword! A delicate shout rang out. A sword light pierced towards the angel powerhouse like a flying immortal. In the next moment, the angel powerhouse was sent flying. One of his wings was forcefully chopped off. Feathers flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. Not only that, but a deep wound had also appeared on that man's chest. It had nearly split his body in half. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent. "You guys, just you wait!" The angel powerhouse roared angrily and quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Xianxia and Lu Ming didn't chase after him. Since Xianxia didn't chase after him, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't chase after him. He wasn't familiar with this place and didn't want to chase into the heavenly palace's nest. "Xianxia, I trust you've been well since we last met." Lu Ming smiled. His appearance and aura began to change, turning into Lu Ming's original appearance and aura. "It's really you." Xianxia wasn't surprised to see Lu Ming. With her intelligence, she could guess a thing or two from the previous fight. "Remember, my name is Tang Jun, not Xianxia." Xianxia, no, Tang Jun, added another sentence. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. Sure enough, Xianxia and Xianxuan's states were completely different. Although the two of them had merged the memories of 2 lifetimes, the way they did it was completely different. Xianxuan's memories of his previous life took the initiative and devoured the memories of his current life. Therefore, Xianxuan's essence was that of his previous life. Tang Jun's Xianxing's memories of his current life took the initiative and devoured the memories of his previous life. Therefore, Xianxing was still that of his current life, Xianxing. "Lu Ming, why did you come to the 1,000-year battlefield alone?" Tang Jun asked. "I was adventuring in the ruins of the universe and accidentally came here," Lu Ming said. Tang Jun didn't delve into it. He nodded and said, "Let's leave this place first. This is the border between our territory and the Heavenly Palace's territory. I'm afraid they'll send experts here." After saying that, Tang Jun turned around and left. Lu Ming followed. Lu Ming, you're lucky. You only came to the border between the two sides. If you plunged into the Heavenly Palace's territory, I can only mourn for you. Tang Jun said. I still have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Lu Ming smiled and flattered him. He had just arrived at the 1,000-year battlefield and still had many things to learn. Naturally, he had to rely on Tang Jun. Soon, the two of them arrived on a continent. On the way, Lu Ming also asked some questions and learned some things. The Heavenly Extermination Army and the Heavenly Palace each occupied a territory, and this area was the border between the two territories. Both sides had sent experts to guard and patrol this area. Lu Ming just happened to walk to the area near the Heavenly Palace and ran into the angel race expert. Fortunately, Tang Jun was also patrolling around. When he heard the commotion, he rushed over and saved Lu Ming. The 1,000-year battlefield is mainly dominated by the main continent. It's vast and boundless. Around the main continent, there are many small continent fragments. Experts are sent to patrol these small continent fragments. The main reason is to prevent the enemy's experts from launching a sneak attack. Once they discover the enemy's experts launching a sneak attack, they can spread the news and let everyone prepare for defense, Tang Jun explained. Xia. Tang Jun, can you tell me the exact situation of the swing battlefield? Lu Ming asked. If you want to know the exact situation of the swing battlefield, look at the map first. With that, Tang Jun took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman glowed and a map appeared in the air. At the center of the map was an extremely huge continent. Lu Ming knew that this should be the main continent of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield. Many smaller fragments of the continent hovered around the continent. Our Heaven Destroyer occupies a small portion of the southern region, while the Heavenly Palace occupies the northern region. Do you see those white and red dots? Tang Jun asked. Lu Ming nodded. Sure enough, there were a few white and red dots scattered across the swing battlefield. The ones in the south were red dots, while the ones in the north were white dots. These red dots were connected by red lines, while the white dots were also connected by white lines. These dots are the strongholds and forts occupied by the two sides. The geography of the main continent of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield is extremely complicated. Most of the territories are extremely dangerous. Those pitch-black and blurry territories are the dangerous territories. Tang Jun said. So many dangerous territories. Lu Ming was surprised. This was because he discovered that most of the main continent was pitch-black, separated by red and white lines. That's right. The 1,000 Autumn battlefield, as its name implies, is an ancient battlefield. It was a terrifying battlefield from the last epoch. Who knows how many experts have died here, and who knows how powerful they were. In short, even after countless years, this battlefield is still filled with terrifying killing intent and a terrifying baleful aura. That's not all. The 1,000 Autumn battlefield has also nurtured many insects. Many of these insects are extremely terrifying. In particular, these insects will become extremely berserk in the baleful aura and killing intent. Their battle prowess will skyrocket as well. Even reciprocity experts will face the danger of dying if they enter these places. As a result, these places are forbidden grounds. Of course, there will be places where the baleful aura and killing intent will be weaker in these dangerous regions. These places are much safer. The white and red lines you see are the places where the baleful aura and killing intent are weaker. Like that, they form a relatively safe passage. The white and red dots are the safest places. They're often sandwiched between several dangerous regions. As a result, these safe regions have become important locations. They're crucial points for the two sides to fight over. Tang Jun explained in detail. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that these important locations were like the fortresses of mortal kingdoms. For example, in mortal kingdoms, there would be a passage in the mountains. A city would be built in the passage, and that city would be a fortress. This was because it was impossible to pass through the mountains. The only way to pass through the fortress was through it. Once the fortress was blocked, even an army of thousands would not be able to pass through. The white and red dots here were equivalent to fortresses. The more fortresses one occupied, the larger the territory one occupied. The white and red lines were the passageways. Lu Ming observed carefully and discovered that the Heavenly Palace occupied slightly more territory than the Heaven Destroyer because there were more white dots. These dangerous regions may seem dangerous, but they contain endless fortuitous encounters. The main fortuitous encounters of the Thousand Autumn battlefield are in these dangerous regions. Tang Jun said. Since these regions are so dangerous, where even reciprocity experts face the danger of dying, how are we supposed to find the fortuitous encounters? Lu Ming asked. That's the crux of the matter. These regions are filled with terrifying killing intent and baleful qi, but these killing intent and baleful qi do not always exist. Every once in a while, the killing intent and baleful qi in a certain region will recede, and after a while, they will reappear. As long as the killing intent and baleful qi recede, the insects will not be as violent and terrifying. At that time, we can enter these regions to explore. Over the years, we have obtained a large amount of cultivation resources and treasures from these regions. However, the time at which the killing intent and baleful qi recede is different in each region. How long it recede is different as well. That will depend on the specifics. Tang Jun explained. Lu Ming finally understood why the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace occupied those fortresses. The more territory they occupied, the more resources they would obtain. As long as they occupied a territory, they could slowly wait for the killing intent and baleful qi to recede. Then, they could send people in to explore and obtain the resources within. For example, desolate crystals were materials for forging source-grade divine weapons. They could even be complete source-grade divine weapons or treasures that contained origin imprints. These resources, no matter to which side, were crucial strategic resources. The more resources they obtained, the more experts they could produce. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, the Thousand Autumn battlefield was definitely an extremely important place in the last epoch. Otherwise, there would not have been such an intense battle. This region was most likely a blessed land in the desolate continent of the last epoch. Many experts had established their cave abodes in this region. As a result, any region of the Thousand Autumn battlefield could contain the cave of an expert from the last epoch. There would be great fortuitous encounters there. Over the years, the treasures that both sides had obtained from the Thousand Autumn battlefield had reached an astonishing level. As a result, both sides had invested more and more experts in this place. Those fortresses are places that both sides must fight for. Occupying one more fortress is equivalent to occupying a wider area of land. Therefore, both sides have deployed many experts to guard these fortresses. Fierce battles break out over these fortresses all year round. Of course, those who can guard these fortresses and participate in these battles are all existences at the Divine Master level or above. Tang Jun explained. It seems that whether it's the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace, the true number of experts is far beyond my imagination. Lu Ming sighed. Back when the Taishang Immortal City appeared, both the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had mobilized a large number of Divine Masters. Those Divine Masters were most likely only a portion of both sides. This was because both sides had a large number of experts fighting and confronting each other in the ruins of the universe. For example, the experts in the Thousand Autumn battlefield could not leave at all. Once one side withdrew a large number of experts, the other side would take the opportunity to counterattack and occupy a large territory. For existences above the Divine Master realm, the Thousand Autumn battlefield was more important than the Taishang Immortal City. Losing the Thousand Autumn battlefield was a greater loss. And in the ruins of the universe, there was more than one place like the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Therefore, Lu Ming had no idea how strong the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were. After all, the Heavenly Palace still had the Dark Universe to guard. End of chapter. And then there are the fragments around the main continent. In order to gain territory, both sides will send people to attack the fragments from time to time. As a result, whether it's the forts or the fragments around the main continent, there are experts guarding them. I watch over this fragment. I take turns, and each person watches over it for 100 years. You've come at the right time. In another 3 days, I'll have watched over it for 100 years. At that time, I'll be able to return to the main continent and take you there. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming nodded, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the main continent. There was a region in the center of the main continent. It was pitch black and blurry, and it occupied an extremely large area. It was almost half the size of the main continent. Moreover, there was not a single white or red line in such a large region, nor was there a single white or red dot. Instead, there were a few white or red dots in the surroundings of the region. This region is the core battlefield of the main continent. It's extremely dangerous and terrifying. It's filled with shocking killing intent and baleful aura all year round, and it nurtures many terrifying venomous insects. When the killing intent and baleful aura surges, even reciprocity experts will die if they enter. In the past, a reciprocity expert from the Heavenly Palace was bitten to death by a mosquito in the core battlefield. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming gasped. So the reciprocity expert bitten to death by a mosquito that Fei Huang spoke of happened in the 1,000-year battlefield. Of course, danger comes with opportunity. This core battlefield was the center of the battle of the last epoch, so it contains the most opportunities. There are source-grade weapons, treasures with origin imprints, peak chi cultivation techniques, and even treasures of a higher level than source-grade weapons. Even origin realm experts would fight for these treasures with their lives on the line. Every once in a while, the killing intent and baleful aura in the core battlefield will recede. At that time, a large number of experts from the two great organizations will enter to explore. Tang Jun explained. Lu Ming was also interested. If he came across a few fortuitous encounters in a place like this, he would benefit endlessly. It would be normal for his cultivation to skyrocket. Lu Ming settled down there afterwards. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, an old man arrived. This old man had a dense aura. He was a 7th-level divine master. The most peculiar thing was that this old man looked similar to a human, but he had 2 heads. One head had pitch-black skin and pitch-black hair, while the other head had snow-white skin and snow-white hair. What race is this? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had never seen or heard of such a race before. Senior Tianyue. Tang Jun cupped his fists at the old man. Don't call me senior. I should be the one calling you senior. The 2 heads of the old man named Tianyu shook repeatedly. He knew that Tang Jun was the daughter of the taboo sword ancestor. In terms of seniority and age, she was higher than him. 100 years have passed. Leave this continent to this old man. Miss Tang Jun can return to the main continent now. Tianyu said. It was obvious that Tianyu was here to take over the shift. Although Tianyu curiously sized up Lu Ming a few times, she did not ask much. Then I'll leave it to you. Tang Jun cupped her fists, and then she left this continent with Lu Ming and flew toward the main continent. Are you very curious as to what race Tianyu is from? Tang Jun suddenly asked on the way. One had to admit that this woman was abnormally intelligent. She could tell what Lu Ming was thinking at a glance. Yes, I'm very curious. I've never heard of such an appearance. Lu Ming said. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. She's from the Heaven and Earth race. In the distant past, the Heaven and Earth race was renowned throughout the primitive universe. They were ranked in the top 10 of the primitive 10,000 races roll. Tang Jun said. The top 10 races. Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Yes, the top 10 races. At their peak, the Heaven and Earth race was extremely powerful. They were even stronger than the current Angels and Blood race. However, in the end, the Heavenly Palace suspected that the Heaven and Earth race had colluded with the Life Spirit Heavenly Court at that time. They sent experts to destroy the Heaven and Earth race in one fell swoop. The prosperous Heaven and Earth race was destroyed. Only a few of them survived. They hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Tang Jun explained. They were destroyed by the Heavenly Palace again. There was a cold light in Lu Ming's eyes. He thought of the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Heart race. At their peak, they were also one of the top 10 races of that era, but they were also destroyed by the Heavenly Palace. Throughout the long history of the primitive universe, there were many powerful races that were ranked in the top 10, but many of them were destroyed by the Heavenly Palace in the end. Those who were lucky enough to survive hated the Heavenly Palace and wanted to take revenge, so they joined the Heaven Destroyer in the end. Otherwise, how could the Heaven Destroyer really fight against the Heavenly Palace? The birth of the Heaven Destroyer was also caused by the unrighteousness of the Heavenly Palace. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming nodded. He had always suspected that the Heaven Destroyer was created by the Forbidden Sword ancestor Tang Feng and Fei Huang. It had only been a few dozen stellar years. How could it have the strength to fight against the Heavenly Palace? Now, he finally understood. Over the long years, the Heavenly Palace had made too many enemies for itself. There were many of the top 10 races that had been destroyed in history. These races were very talented, and after many years of dormancy and development, their strength could not be underestimated. These races had all joined the Heaven Exterminating Army. In addition to the primitive divine spirit and the descendants of the primitive divine spirit, as well as the top elites like Tang Feng and Fei Huang, their strength was already very shocking and terrifying. That was why they could fight against the Heavenly Palace for such a long time. You can also see other top 10 races in the 1,000-year battlefield. Tang Jun smiled. Soon, they arrived at a stronghold on the main continent. On the main continent, flying was not allowed. They had to pass through the strongholds and move along the areas where killing intent and evil spirits were weak. If they accidentally entered those areas that were full of killing intent and evil spirits, it would be very dangerous. From this stronghold, they passed through several other strongholds and finally arrived at a huge city. This huge city was very ancient. It was said to have been left behind from the last epoch. The walls were made of special rocks and were extremely tough. Even Origin Realm experts would need to put in a lot of effort to break through them. This place had become the most important stronghold of the Heaven Destroyer in the 1,000-year battlefield. Many experts had gathered here. Once a stronghold was attacked by the Heavenly Palace, this place could immediately send out reinforcements. So many experts. As soon as he arrived at this ancient city, Lu Ming felt a great pressure. This was because he could feel that there were terrifying auras everywhere in this ancient city. These auras came from various experts. Most of them were at the Almighty Realm. Lu Ming sensed carefully. There were hundreds of Almighty Realm auras. Some of these auras were extremely terrifying. They were no weaker than the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. However, he did not sense any Origin Realm auras. This was natural. Origin Realm experts had to hide their auras, so Lu Ming could not sense them. Lu Ming, come with me. I'll introduce you to someone. Tang Jun led Lu Ming in a certain direction. Lu Ming was a little curious. Who was it that Tang Jun wanted to introduce him to? Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big. There was a man inside with his back facing them. He was fishing by a small pond. You're here. The man obviously sensed Lu Ming and Tang Jun. He got up and turned around. You're Taboo Sword Ancestor. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the man. He couldn't help but exclaim. Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng was a legendary figure in Heaven Destroyer. Although most people hadn't seen him in person, they had seen his portrait and statue. Lu Ming had also seen him. This man looked almost exactly like Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng. That was why Lu Ming exclaimed. Could it be that Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng was in this 1,000-year battlefield? No, they're different. There are some differences in their facial features. Slowly, Lu Ming calmed down. He found that although the young man in front of him looked very similar to Taboo Sword Ancestor Tang Feng, there were still some subtle differences. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be easy for them to notice. However, for a cultivator like Lu Ming, any subtle differences couldn't escape their eyes. He's not my father. His name is Tang Xiao. He's my brother. Tang Jun transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this man was the son of Taboo Sword Ancestor. He was also the brother of Tang Jun and Xianxia. You're Lu Ming? Tang Xiao's eyes were like two stars. He stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through Lu Ming. Yes. Lu Ming clasped his hands in greeting. He wanted to say something courteous, but didn't know where to begin. Tang Xiao's face was dark, and he looked like he was in a bad mood. He forced himself to swallow the words he was about to say. Forbidden body. Your talent is not bad. You are worthy of Shaoqing. It's just that your cultivation is too low. You have to raise your cultivation as soon as possible, Tang Xiao said. When he spoke, his face was still gloomy and there was no trace of a smile. Yes. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. After all, this was a senior who had lived for dozens of stellar years and was Xianxia's brother. Even if his attitude was unpleasant, Lu Ming could only pretend that he did not see it. Moreover, Tang Xiao gave Lu Ming an unfathomable feeling. It was as though he was a bottomless pit. Lu Ming knew that Tang Xiao was probably at reciprocity. Lu Ming could not help but prostrate himself in admiration towards the taboo sword ancestor Tang Feng. Needless to say, Tang Feng's own cultivation base naturally didn't need to be said. He didn't even know what step he had reached. And some of his juniors were also excessively strong. Lu Ming now knew that Tang Feng had 3 disciples. The first was Tianjian, the second was Xinjian, and the third was Demon Jian. They were all at reciprocity. Now, Tang Feng's son, Tang Xiao, was also at reciprocity. As for Xianxia and Tang Jun's previous lives, they were also at reciprocity. The 6 juniors were all at reciprocity. This level of teaching made Lu Ming blush with shame. Thinking of his disciples, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Second sister, take Lu Ming to familiarize himself with the terrain and find a place for him to stay. I still have things to do, Tang Xiao said to Tang Jun and returned to the pond to fish by himself. Lu Ming, let's go. Tang Jun winked at Lu Ming and the two left. Lu Ming, do you think that Tang Xiao is very difficult to get along with? On the way, Tang Jun suddenly asked. Well, a little. Lu Ming stammered. After all, the other party was Xianxia's brother. It was indeed difficult for him to speak, especially when he spoke ill of him behind his back. Actually, he's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He's a very nice person. And he wasn't like this in the past. He used to be just like his name, very fond of smiling. Xiaoqing, third demon Jian, and I love to play with him and go on adventures with him, Tang Jun said and sighed slightly. Then why now? Lu Ming was puzzled. It's because his mother was killed by the heavenly human race. That's why his temperament changed drastically. From then on, he didn't smile anymore. He only wanted to flatten the heavenly palace and get rid of the heavenly human race. Tang Jun said. Isn't his mother your and Xiaoqing's mother? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, little Qing and I share the same father and mother. However, Tang Xiao and I share the same father but different mothers. My father had 2 wives in his lifetime, Gu Qinyue and Xian. Tang Xiao's mother is Gu Qinyue, whereas little Qing and I share the same mother, Xian. Back then, my father fought his way out of the small world. Later, my mother and the others also came out of the small world to gain experience. Later, my father embarked on the path to fight against the heavenly palace. However, the process was extremely difficult. During that time, he was besieged by the heavenly palace many times. The price was also heavy. My mother, Tang Xiao's mother, was killed by the heavenly human race. Xiaoqing's and my mother's were also seriously injured. For so many years, my father put us somewhere to recuperate and never came out of seclusion. Tang Jun explained with deep sorrow in his eyes. Lu Ming also found it difficult to calm down. It was hard to imagine what forbidden sword ancestor Tang Feng had experienced after coming out of the small world. The process was definitely extremely difficult. At the same time, Lu Ming was glad that his family was fine during his adventure. In fact, Lu Ming was lucky to be born in a good era. At least in this era, Tang Feng, Fei Huang and the others had become top experts and could protect him. However, in the era when Tang Feng and Fei Huang grew up, there were no top experts to protect them. In that era, the heavenly court had already been destroyed. The archaic divine court had also been destroyed. The primordial divine spirits and other powerful races that fought against the heavenly palace also retreated. The heavenly palace was the only one in the universe. It was too difficult to make it out of that era. Even forbidden sword ancestor Tang Feng couldn't protect his wife. One died and the other was seriously injured. His mother's death was a huge blow to Tang Xiao. Ever since then, he's never smiled again. Father, on the other hand, is determined to break through to the highest level possible and bring his mother back from the river of reincarnation. Tang Jun said. Can a dead person be revived? Lu Ming was bewildered. My father once said that it can be done as long as one's cultivation reaches a very high level. However, it's almost impossible to reach that level. It's too difficult. Tang Jun sighed. Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. Forbidden Sword ancestor Tang Feng was a hero of a generation and a glorious era. However, behind this glory, who knew how many sad past events were buried? Not long after, the two came to another courtyard. I used to live here. You can stay here with me for the time being. Tang Jun said. No problem. Lu Ming nodded. You can stay here for now. If there's a region where the killing intent and fiendish qi dissipates, I'll call you over to try your luck. Tang Jun said. The two exchanged a few more words before returning to their rooms. After returning to his room, Lu Ming found it hard to calm down. Even an outstanding genius like the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng, had suffered such an enormous blow in the process of his growth. He was unable to even protect his own wife. As for Xiao Chen, with his current strength, he was still far from being able to stand alone against the heavenly palace. Would he also experience the same thing in the process? No, I won't allow myself to repeat the taboo sword ancestor's mistakes. I must grasp great strength as quickly as possible. Also, the human king body is a shortcut. Once I grasp it, I can flatten the heavenly palace and protect my family. I can't miss this opportunity. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. After a while, Lu Ming gradually calmed down. Then, he took out the great desolate crystals and began to refine them. He still had around 117,000 great desolate crystals on him, enough for him to break through to the fourth layer of the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming refined one great desolate crystal after another, and Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly rose. The forbidden energy in his body also grew stronger and stronger. It had to be said that condensing the origin seed in advance was a good thing. With a clear direction, he wouldn't get lost. He didn't need to spend time comprehending his realm or searching for a direction. As long as he had energy, his cultivation could continue to rise. In around 10 days, Lu Ming had refined around 50,000 great desolate crystals. His cultivation finally broke through to the fourth layer of the Divine Lord realm. From the early third layer of the Divine Lord realm to the early fourth layer of the Divine Lord realm, he had spent a total of 50,000 great desolate crystals. This number was absolutely astonishing. At the same time, Lu Ming smiled bitterly to himself. Wouldn't breaking through from the fourth layer of the Divine Lord realm to the fifth layer of the Divine Lord realm require more than 500,000 great desolate crystals? Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. 500,000 great desolate crystals? Even if he emptied the ancestral mountain of the heavenly star continent, he still wouldn't be able to gather that much. There are still more than 60,000 desolate crystals left. Let's refine them all. At the very least, they should be able to raise my cultivation base and increase my strength. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took out the desolate crystal and continued to refine it. Several days later, Lu Ming refined another 10,000 or so primal crystals. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the fourth level of the Divine Lord realm. At this moment, he realized that Tang Jun was looking for him. Lu Ming finished his cultivation and walked out of his room. He saw Tang Jun standing in the courtyard. She was slender and elegant, with peerless beauty. If it weren't for the fact that his temperament was different from Xianxia's and his clothes were completely different, he would have thought that he was Xianxia. The two of them looked exactly the same. If Tang Jun becomes my wife and serves me with Xiaoqing, wouldn't that be a beautiful scene? Bah! Lu Ming, what are you thinking? You're really despicable and shameless. Lu Ming slapped himself in the face, dispelling the thought that flashed through his mind. Why did you slap yourself? Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming as if she was looking at an idiot. No, nothing. I was just killing a mosquito. Bah! Damn mosquito, Lu Ming awkwardly found an excuse. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming strangely. She naturally wouldn't believe such a lousy excuse. At their level, what kind of mosquito could get close to them without being discovered? Your cultivation base has broken through again. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming as if she was looking at an idiot for a while. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, revealing a shocked expression. Haha, yes. On my way here, I encountered a great opportunity and obtained some desolate crystals. I refined a large amount of desolate crystals to break through. Lu Ming quickly replied and secretly sighed in his heart. If Tang Jun knew what he was thinking, she would probably cut him into pieces. Kid, you're really lucky. However, the more lucky you are, the better. There's an area where the killing intent and evil aura have subsided. I plan to cooperate with you and try my luck. I hope you can bring good luck. Tang Jun said. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Lu Ming said. Since they had come to the Thousand Autumn battlefield, there was no reason for them to stay. If they stayed, how could they improve their cultivation base if they couldn't get any resources? Moreover, the other parts of the human king's body were likely to be on the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Lu Ming naturally wanted to walk around. The area we're going to is called the Forest of Ghosts. Although the evil aura and killing intent have subsided, there are still all kinds of terrifying insects. Therefore, we still need a helper. I'll take you to see someone. He will be very helpful to this trip and is also my partner in exploring the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming followed Tang Jun and headed north. At the northern gate of the ancient city, they saw an old man. This old man had a very strange appearance. He had the body and appearance of a human, but there were two antennae on his forehead that were very similar to the antennae of an ant. Moreover, there were 6 insect claws on his back. What race is this? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Another race that he had never seen or heard of. Lu Ming, his name is Linyi. He's from the myriad spirit insect race. You may not have heard of the myriad spirit insect race, but a long time ago, their name shook the primitive universe. They were one of the top 10 races of that era. Tang Jun introduced. As expected, it's another one of the top 10 races that disappeared. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Needless to say, the myriad spirit insect race was also destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, and only a few people survived. You're Lu Ming, the Forbidden Body. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be able to cooperate with the Forbidden Body. I hope to make a fortune with your luck, haha. Linyi laughed and was very forthright. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming is new here, and I still need your guidance. Lu Ming said politely. Lu Ming, you're right about that. Linyi is very talented and knows the habits of all kinds of insects like the back of his hand. Moreover, he can sense the insects from far away. It's very helpful in the ghost forest. Tang Jun said. Haha, Miss Tang, don't praise me. If you continue to praise me, I'll become arrogant. Linyi laughed. The two sides chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. Then, they headed north. The ghost forest was located in the north. They had to pass through 2 other fortresses and set off from the third one. Soon, they crossed the 2 strongholds and entered the Forest of Ghosts. In the ghost forest, there were dark ancient trees, old vines, and weeds everywhere. It was very dense. In the dense forest, there were all kinds of strange-looking insects everywhere. These insects varied in strength. Some were extremely violent, some were bloodthirsty, and some were highly poisonous. Especially in the midst of killing intent and evil spirit, they would become very terrifying. Even though the killing intent and evil spirit had subsided, Lu Ming and the others did not dare to be careless. The 3 of them restrained their aura and flew at a low altitude in the dense forest. In the 1,000-year battlefield, flying at low altitudes was the safest, while flying at high altitudes was the most dangerous. Flying at high altitudes was akin to being targeted by countless insects and attacked by countless insects. This was a lesson learned through the blood of the ancestors. Unless absolutely necessary, one should never fly at high altitudes. As they flew, Linya's 2 antennae constantly trembled. Lu Ming carefully sensed that invisible ripples were constantly emanating from Linya's antennae. 30,000 miles to the left, there's a swarm of poisonous insects. 60,000 miles ahead, there's a large number of thousand-blade insects. Let's avoid them. Linyi spoke from time to time. Then, he led Lu Ming and Tang Jun, sometimes flying to the right and sometimes straight, accurately avoiding those insects each time. This made Lu Ming sigh. Bringing a member of the 10,000 spirit insect race to explore the 1,000-year battlefield was simply too comfortable. They could avoid many dangers. What Lu Ming did not know was that the 10,000 spirit insect race was very rare, and even fewer had reached the Divine Lord realm. It was not easy to find a member of the 10,000 spirit insect race to cooperate within the 1,000-year battlefield. Every member of the 10,000 spirit insect race was highly sought after. Tang Jun was able to find Lingyi because she was the daughter of the taboo sword ancestor and was a supreme prodigy with powerful combat strength. In less than a few hours, Lu Ming and the other two had traveled tens of millions of miles. Lu Ming, let's go to a cave first. Lingyi and I explored that cave last time. Unfortunately, we only explored half of it before we ran out of time and hurriedly retreated. This time, let's explore the other half. There's definitely a lot of good stuff in that cave. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming nodded. In the 1,000-year battlefield, there was a rule that had to be obeyed. That was, once the baleful qi and killing intent reappeared, they had to retreat immediately. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. However, the time that the baleful qi and killing intent retreated was not fixed. No one knew how long it would take. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year. It was hard to say. Thus, once the baleful qi and killing intent reappeared, they had to retreat immediately. Even if they encountered a cave left behind by an expert of the last epoch that had not been fully explored, they had to retreat immediately. Tang Jun and Lingyi had found a cave left behind by an expert of the last epoch. Baleful qi and killing intent reappeared halfway. So, all these years, the two of them had been thinking about it. This time, the first thing they wanted to do was to explore the cave abode. With Lingyi leading the way, they could avoid those insects. They were very fast. After a few more hours, they were close to the cave residence. We're here. The entrance to the cave is very well hidden. It's in the dense underbrush in front of us. Tang Jun introduced in a low voice. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. What entered his eyes was dense grass and pitch-black old vines. The area in front of him was completely covered. There was no way he could see any entrance. Let's go. Lingyi said. Lingyi's body rapidly shrunk. He turned into a puff of smoke and floated toward the bushes. Tang Jun and Lu Ming followed suit. They turned into a puff of smoke and floated forward. At their level, they could transform their bodies freely. It was too easy for them to turn into a puff of smoke. The smoke flew into the bushes. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a tiny gap under the ground. It was difficult to notice it without looking closely. That's the entrance to the cave. Let's go inside. Tang Jun said. The three flew into the gap and went down. They finally arrived at a spacious underground space. The three transformed into their true forms and observed their surroundings. Crap, it's dangerous. Lingyi suddenly roared. A layer of divine light immediately appeared on the surface of his body and enveloped him. Lu Ming and Tang Jun reacted very quickly. Their spiritual senses were also extremely sharp. Before Lingyi's voice died away, Lu Ming and Tang Jun had already sensed the danger. They subconsciously set up a layer of defense around their bodies. The next moment, ding! 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 The protective divine light around the three of them began to vibrate violently, emitting the sound of metal clashing against metal. This is an insect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He found that it was a kind of insect that was attacking them. However, this kind of insect was too small. It was 10,000 times thinner than a strand of hair. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Even Lu Ming and the others had to concentrate to see it. This kind of insect was like an extremely small needle. It kept rushing toward them and stabbing at them. There were so many of them that they didn't know how many there were. Lu Ming felt that he was attacked by millions of Lu Ming in an instant. This kind of insect wasn't strong individually, but there were too many of them. Millions of them attacked Lu Ming. Although they didn't pierce through Lu Ming's defense, the huge impact still sent Lu Ming flying and crashing into the wall. Tang Jun and Lingyi were the same. They were also sent flying and crashing into the wall. Their faces were pale. Oh no, it's the sky-feeler insect. The sky-feeler insect is too small and silent. I can't even sense it. This kind of insect wasn't here last time. Why are there so many of them this time? Lin Yi exclaimed. At the same time, countless sky-feeler insects rushed toward the three of them. No matter what, since we've encountered them, we can only destroy them. Use fire to attack. Sky-feeler insects are afraid of fire, Tang Jun said. She was surrounded by layers of energy. At the same time, white lotuses appeared and burned fiercely, turning into flaming lotuses. Bam! 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 The flaming lotuses kept exploding, turning into rolling flames that spread in all directions. As for Lin Yi, he took out a fiery red lamp and blew on it. The flame in the lamp erupted like a volcano, turning into a monstrous flame that rushed forward. Great flame art, great flame explosion art. Lu Ming immediately used dozens of ancient secret arts related to fire. The raging fire engulfed millions of sky-feeler insects in an instant. After being engulfed by the fire, the small bodies of the sky-feeler insects kept twisting and turning into ashes in the end. A large number of sky-feeler insects were burned. A moment later, all the sky-feeler insects in the area were burned to ashes. The three of them let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there aren't many sky-feeler insects this time. There are only tens of millions. I heard that tens of billions of sky-feeler insects attacked together in the past. Even Origin Realm experts would have to run away in the face of that. Lin Yi said with lingering fear. Tens of billions, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. A single heavenly whisker worm might not be a threat, but if tens of billions of them attacked at the same time, the massive force would probably crush Lu Ming into pieces. It seems that the cave abode has been invaded by the worms. We have to be careful from now on, Tang Jun said. Lin Yi and Lu Ming nodded. Lin Yi's two antennae started to tremble and emit invisible waves of energy. Lu Ming looked around. The place they were in was a spacious stone chamber. There were many passages in all directions of the stone chamber. At a glance, there were a total of 4 passages. Last time, we explored the 2 passages on the right. There are still 2 passages on the left that we haven't explored. Let's start from the left passage, Tang Jun said. Be careful. I feel that there are worms behind the passage, but I can't tell what kind of worms they are, Lin Yi said. No matter what, we have to make a trip, Tang Jun said. The 3 of them immediately walked toward one of the passages. The 3 of them moved forward in a triangular formation. If there was a problem, they could join forces. Soon, they reached the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge cave. Squeak squeak squeak, as soon as Lu Ming and the other 2 stepped into the cave, a huge worm pounced on Lu Ming and the other 2. A strong wind blew and the smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. A few sharp forces slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming took out his war god spear and swung it. Clang clang clang, a few black saber lights. No, they were not saber lights. They were the sharp claws of the worms. When they hit the war god spear vibrated. Lu Ming's arm was slightly numb. Lu Ming had reached the 4th level of the Divine Master realm. His strength was much stronger than before. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could even fight an expert like Yiling Tianshou alone. However, his arm was still numb. Such an attack was shocking. On the other side, Tang Jun and Lin Yi were also attacked. The 2 of them were even more embarrassed. Although they blocked the attack, their bodies were forced back. Tang Jun was also a 4th-layer Divine Master. Tang Jun had the memories of his previous life. Plus, he was a genius. He was even slightly stronger than Xianxia in a battle of the same level. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a little lacking. As for Lin Yi, he was at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Master realm. The 10,000 Spirits insect race had been able to rank among the top 10 races in the distant past. Naturally, they were also very talented. It could be said that the previous top 10 races were more talented than the current top 10 races. This was because the current top 10 races might not even have the qualifications to enter the top 10 in the distant past. Only when the top 10 races of the past were destroyed would the lower-ranked races have the opportunity to enter the top 10. For example, the angels, the blood tribe, the demons, and the Buddhas were all ranked later. In the beginning, these races couldn't even enter the top 10. Since ancient times, only one race had been ranked among the top 10, and that was the quasi-saint race. Moreover, they had always been ranked number 1. Therefore, Linya's talent was absolutely unquestionable. He was even stronger than the current top 10 races. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, his combat strength was very strong. He wasn't much weaker than Tang Jun. It should be known that there were only a few people with Tang Jun's talent in the entire universe, including the celestial race. Squeak, 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 a sharp cry rang out again. The sharp sound pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming and the other two. At this time, Lu Ming finally saw what was attacking them. It was a huge insect that looked like a centipede. Its abdomen had dozens of sharp claws. The sharp claws were sharper than the edge of a blade. It wanted to tear apart Lu Ming and the others. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. The battle character art had been activated. Break for me! Lu Ming shouted. The taboo power continuously poured into the battle god spear. Then, he whipped it out and collided with the insect's sharp claws. Boom! Boom, a few consecutive explosions rang out. Under Lu Ming's all-out attack, the insect's sharp claws finally couldn't withstand it and exploded. The battle god spear didn't stop. The powerful force struck the insect's body, sending it flying and crashing into the wall of the cave. The wall rumbled loudly from the impact. A large hole was blasted open on the insect's body. Green liquid constantly flowed out. What a powerful force. Is this the taboo body? Its combat strength is really amazing. Linyi looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was shocked by Lu Ming's strength. He had fought with the insect just now. He was very clear about the insect's strength. It was slightly stronger than him, but it was still crushed by Lu Ming. He thought that Tang Jun was already a rare monster in the universe. He thought that no one in the universe could compare to Tang Jun. He thought that even the taboo body couldn't surpass Tang Jun. But now, he realized that he was wrong. The taboo body was really terrifying. Let's attack together. Tang Jun shouted softly. He transformed into a sword gleam and, like a flying immortal, pierced toward the wound on the worm caused by Lu Ming. Linyi also reacted. His 6 insect-like arms pierced through the void like 6 spears and pierced towards the insect's wound. Their attacks landed on the insect's wound. The terrifying force wreaked havoc in the insect's body, causing it to explode from the inside out. In the end, the insect was killed. In this cave, there was nothing else other than the insect. There are some metal fragments here. They were left behind by the insect. Tang Jun observed on the ground and said. Lu Ming also saw some metal fragments scattered on the ground. Although they were small, they were golden and very fine. Linyi picked up some fragments and tasted them in his mouth. This is, the fragments left behind by the Saint Gold. It's a pity. There should have been Saint Gold here, but it was eaten by the insect. These are the fragments left behind by it chewing the Saint Gold, Lu Ming and Tang Jun also sighed. It was a pity. Saint Gold was a top metal material and the main material for refining soul-level divine weapons. This kind of divine material was extremely rare and precious. It was really a pity that it was eaten by an insect. Let's go to the other passage. Linyi said. Immediately, the 3 of them retreated and headed towards the last unexplored passage. Originally, these passages had rune formations. It wouldn't be that easy to enter, but now they are all gone. Obviously, they were destroyed by the insect. There must be insects in this passage. Tang Jun said. Yes, I also felt it. And its aura is different from the previous one. Be careful, I feel that it's very dangerous. Linyi said. Hearing Linya's words, Lu Ming and Tang Jun did not dare to be careless. They circulated their strength to the extreme and were ready to fight at any time. Soon, the 3 of them reached the end of the passage. Kacha kacha, as soon as they arrived, they heard the sound of crunching and saw a huge insect chewing something. This insect looked very strange. It was covered in thick scales and had 8 long claws around its body. It looked like a giant spider. Moreover, it had a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The crunching sound came from its mouth because this insect was gnawing on a divine weapon. It seemed to be a battle sword. A section of the sword tip fell to the ground. Source-level divine weapon. The 3 of them were shocked. The weapon that this insect was gnawing on was definitely a source-level divine weapon. However, they didn't know if it was a broken one or a complete one. It would be a pity if it was a complete one. At this moment, the insect's blood-red eyes looked at Lu Ming and the other 2. "Damn it, how dare you snatch my food? I'll kill you." Xianxia was the one who screamed. He saw a worm eating a source-level divine weapon and could not help but rush out from Lu Ming's wrist. He transformed into a battle halberd and slashed at the worm. Whoosh, one of the insect's sharp claws shot out like a spear, stabbing at Xianxia. With a clang, Xianxia's halberd collided with one of the insect's claws. A loud explosion was heard. Xianxia's body flew back and hit the wall. As for the insect, it didn't move at all. What a strong force. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. The source-level divine weapon that Xianxia had turned into was very powerful. However, the insect seemed to have easily sent Xianxia flying. SSSSSSSSS, then, the spider-like insect screeched and pounced at Xianxia. Its 8 long legs were 100 times sharper than 8 spears. It was going to kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. "Get lost!" Lu Ming bellowed. He took a step forward and dashed out. At the same time, he activated the Battle Word Sutra to increase his combat power by 8 times. The Battle God Spear appeared in his hands. He channeled his strength into the long spear and struck 8 times consecutively. 8 streaks of spear gleams collided with the 8 sharp claws of the spider. The Battle God Spear vibrated continuously. Lu Ming felt a strong force coming at him and couldn't help but retreat. However, in the end, the spider-like bug was stopped. So strong, even stronger than the previous one, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had only casually encountered a few insects, but they were already so difficult to deal with. One could imagine how powerful these insects would be if they were filled with killing intent and baleful aura. No wonder it was said that when the killing intent and baleful aura filled the air, one couldn't enter. It was truly too dangerous. Hiss, when the spider-like bug saw that its attack was blocked by Lu Ming, it seemed to be enraged. It let out a shriek, and its 8 claws danced wildly as it charged towards Lu Ming. "Be careful, that's a spirit-devouring spider. Its entire body is indestructible, and its 8 legs have astonishing offensive power. You can't fight it head-on." Lin Yi shouted and rushed out with Tang Jun to attack from the side. However, when their attacks landed on the spider's body, they were blocked by its thick scales. Lu Ming and Xianxia dodged to the side in a flash, avoiding the attack from the spirit-devouring spider's 8 legs. The spirit-devouring spider's 8 legs stabbed into the wall, creating 8 holes in it. "Enter the illusion!" Xianxia shouted. Its body turned into a mirror, shooting out a beam of light that enveloped the spider. However, the spider didn't seem to be affected. Its huge body bounced and continued to pounce towards Xianxia. Lu Ming's face darkened. The War God Spear flew out of his hand like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards one of the spider's eyes. However, it was blocked by one of the spider's legs, and the War God Spear was sent flying. "Primeval Desolation!" Lu Ming shouted. The Primeval Desolation style was condensed, and a huge continent was formed, pressing down. Boom! The Primeval Desolation continent pressed down on the spirit-devouring spider and smashed it to the ground. However, immediately after, the continent rumbled and cracks appeared on it. The spirit-devouring spider rushed out. However, when the Primeval Desolation continent pressed down, Lu Ming had already rushed out. He grabbed the War God Spear and stabbed at the spider's abdomen. At the same time, Tang Jun and Lin Yi also launched their attacks. Together with Lu Ming's attack, 3 extremely sharp attacks stabbed at 3 different parts of the spider. Clang! 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 It was as if the attacks had stabbed into an indestructible metal. Be it Tang Jun, Lin Yi, or Lu Ming, they were unable to pierce through the spider's attacks. Instead, it caused the spider to glow. Its long legs were like 8 sickles, slashing towards Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and the other two quickly retreated, avoiding the spider's attack. Its defense is too strong. I can't pierce through it at all, Lu Ming said with a serious expression. Generally, the abdomen of a spider-shaped wild beast was a weak point that could be easily pierced. However, the spirit-devouring spider was different. Its abdomen was no different from other parts of its body. It was also covered in thick scales that could not be pierced. Its defense was amazing. The spirit-devouring spider has only one weak point, and that is its lower jaw. However, it is too difficult to hit its lower jaw. Its 8 long legs are constantly protecting its lower jaw. Once an attack gets close, it will be repelled. It is impossible to hit it, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, do you have any ideas? You are an expert of the myriad spirits insect race. Don't you know all kinds of insects like the back of your hand? Tang Jun asked. While the few of them were conversing, the spirit-devouring spider quickly charged towards them again. The group worked together to fight the spirit-devouring spider, blocking its attacks. They communicated as they fought the spirit-devouring spider. You have found the right person to work with. You guys hold it back first. I will deal with it. As Lin Yi spoke, he quickly retreated. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Xianxia attacked with all their might to hold back the spirit-devouring spider. Lu Ming constantly used the primeval desolation style. One continent after another came crashing down, slowing down the spirit-devouring spider. As for Lin Yi, he began to attack. With a wave of his hand, many bottles and jars appeared in the air. He took out many kinds of herbs from these bottles and jars. He opened his mouth and blew. A wisp of flame appeared, enveloping many of the herbs and starting to burn. In the next moment, a strange fragrance appeared and wafted through the entire cave. This strange fragrance is harmless to us, but it is equivalent to poison to the spirit-devouring spider. Its strength will weaken very quickly. When the time comes, we will seize the opportunity to attack its vital points. Lin Yi transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and Tang Jun. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were energized and worked even harder to hold back the spirit-devouring spider. Sure enough, after a while, the spirit-devouring spider's strength became weaker and weaker. Its 8 long legs, which were originally a threat to Lu Ming and the others, slowly became weak and powerless. It was no longer a fatal threat to Lu Ming and the others. However, the effect of the strange fragrance seemed to be limited. When the spirit-devouring spider weakened to a certain extent, it would no longer weaken. However, that was enough. Tang Jun, Lu Ming, and Xianxia launched a fierce attack. All kinds of attacks were constantly directed at the spirit-devouring spider. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw an opportunity. The spirit-devouring spider had revealed its weakness. Heaven Splitter. Without hesitation, Lu Ming performed the Heaven Splitter. He became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the spirit-devouring spider's jaw. Puff, the war god spear accurately pierced the spirit-devouring spider's jaw. The war god spear pierced through the spider's jaw all the way to its head. A violent force exploded in the spirit-devouring spider's head. Creak, at this moment, the spirit-devouring spider went berserk. One of its long legs swept towards Lu Ming. This attack was even more terrifying than the spirit-devouring spider's attack at its peak. Lu Ming did not have time to pull out his war god spear. He performed the great Aurora art and retreated rapidly, avoiding the spirit-devouring spider's desperate attack. After missing its attack, the spirit-devouring spider let out a frantic shriek and continued to charge towards Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others. However, halfway through, the spirit-devouring spider fell to the ground with a plop. There was no sign of life. Lu Ming's attack just now had blown the spirit-devouring spider's head into mush. It was obviously not going to survive. It was just a last-ditch attack. Huff, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief. The spirit-devouring spider was finally taken care of. Xianxia immediately rushed over and grabbed the small section of the sword tip on the ground. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed loudly. Tang Jun and Lin Yi were dumbfounded. The sword tip was left behind by a soul-level divine weapon. Needless to say, it was extremely hard. However, Xianxia could eat it like candy. This is the metal ball we obtained back then? Tang Jun looked at Qiuqiu curiously. When Lu Ming and the others had just entered the primitive universe, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Xianxia had gone on an adventure together and found Qiuqiu on a metal planet. Previously, Tang Jun had never recognized it, mainly because she had never expected that a metal ball from back then could grow to such a level. Taking a closer look, Xianxia finally recognized it. Yes, you're right. It's the metal ball that we obtained together back then. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I have to say that your luck is really good to have obtained a metal ball in such a remote place. To think that it would be so abnormal. Tang Jun looked envious. There weren't many people who could make her feel envious. What a pity, what a pity. There should be a few broken origin-grade divine weapons here, but they were all eaten by this damned spider, Qiuqiu cried out. It was extremely displeased and looked like it was in pain. Tang Jun and Lin Yi also heaved a sigh. This time, it was a wasted trip. Those insects had beaten them to it and they didn't get anything. Let's go and try our luck in other places. Maybe we can find another cave abode of an expert. Lin Yi said, but the strong lack of confidence on his face betrayed him. Although the 1,000-year battlefield was an important place in the last era and many experts had established cave abodes there, it had been too many years. Most of those cave abodes were buried deep underground after all, so it wasn't easy to find them. Besides, Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had been mining here for many years, so there were fewer and fewer undiscovered cave abodes. If they wanted to find an undiscovered cave abode, they could only rely on luck. Don't go yet, at this time, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Qiuqiu seemed to have found something. It looked at the wall in the depths of the cave and showed a thoughtful look. Tang Jun and Lin Yi also stopped. Lu Ming, what did you find? Tang Jun asked. Qiuqiu must have found something. Let's wait. Lu Ming said. After a while, Qiuqiu flew over and said, Lu Ming, I feel that there's something delicious behind this wall. It's very delicious. As it said that, Qiuqiu opened its big mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs and gnashing them together. Something delicious? Is there a precious metal mine behind this wall? Lu Ming muttered. We'll know when we dig it out. Tang Jun flew forward and slashed at the wall with his sword. The wall here was extremely hard. Tang Jun's long sword only cut off a rock the size of a millstone. Lin Yi also made a move. The 6 insect-like arms on his back were like 6 sabers, constantly slashing out, making clanging sounds. The rock fragments kept flying out faster than Tang Jun. At the same time, Lu Ming and Qiuqiu also made a move. Lu Ming took out another saber and kept slashing at the wall, while Qiuqiu turned into a halberd and slashed at the wall. The 4 of them worked together. Although the wall was hard, they soon dug a big hole. However, the wall was obviously very thick. They had dug hundreds of meters deep but still couldn't dig through. Qiuqiu, are you sure there's a treasure on the other side? Tang Jun looked at Qiuqiu suspiciously. I didn't say there's a treasure. I said there's food, delicious food. Qiuqiu said and dug energetically. Qiuqiu only likes to eat precious metal materials or high-grade divine weapons. If he says it's delicious, it's probably top-grade metal materials or high-grade divine weapons. There shouldn't be any mistake. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to dig. In the end, when they dug to a depth of almost 800 meters, they finally dug through. After a few rumbling sounds, the rocks exploded. Then, a heat wave rushed towards them. This heat wave was very shocking. Even if they resisted it with divine power or taboo power, they still felt their bodies burning. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Behind the wall, there was actually another huge cave. However, this cave was fiery red and there seemed to be a raging fire burning inside. Everyone didn't dare to be careless. They circulated their power and prepared for a big battle. Then, they flew into the cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was actually magma. The crimson magma was boiling, bringing with it a terrifying heat wave. Only a few stone pillars extended out from the magma and could be used as footholds. That's a divine weapon. Lin Yi exclaimed. This was because there were about a dozen light balls floating above the magma. These balls of light were all divine weapons. Food, yummy food, Xiao shouted and flew towards one of the light balls. Its body turned into liquid metal. One of its arms reached out and grabbed one of the weapons. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi also moved. They each flew towards a light ball and grabbed the weapon in the light ball. This is a source-level divine weapon. No, it's not complete. It's a half-finished product. Lu Ming was delighted at first, but then he shook his head and sighed. The aura of this weapon was very shocking. It had the aura of a source-level divine weapon, but it was not refined. It was only a half-finished product. It's a half-finished product. It seems that this is the real cave abode, the place where the cave abode's master refined weapons. Tang Jun and Lin Yi sighed. With the experience and intelligence of Tang Jun and the others, it was not difficult to see that this was a real cave abode where the owner of the cave abode refined weapons. He used the magma below to refine source-level weapons. However, the Tang sect was still very shocked. The owner of this cave abode was not to be underestimated. He could refine more than a dozen source-level weapons at the same time. This kind of method was really incredible. At present, whether it was in the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace, the blacksmiths who could refine source-level weapons could only refine one source-level weapon at a time. However, the owner of this cave abode could refine more than a dozen source-level weapons at the same time. This kind of method was far from what the blacksmiths of the primitive universe could compare to. No wonder it was said that the primitive continent of the previous era was a golden age for cultivation. Its prosperity was far greater than the current primitive universe. This was not just a saying, but it could be seen from the blacksmithing method. "I'll eat," Xiao was very excited. It ate a semi-finished source-level weapon in a few bites and rushed to the second one. To Xiao, a semi-finished source-level weapon was also a peerless delicacy. Although it had not been refined into a complete source-level weapon, the metal material inside was complete. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi also moved. The three of them put away the remaining semi-finished source-level weapons and divided them equally. Each of them had 4 weapons. "I want to eat. You guys give me some." After Xiao finished the second weapon and saw Lu Ming and the others put away the remaining weapons, it immediately shouted in displeasure. "Xiao, you haven't completely refined the remaining weapons in your body. Now that you've eaten 2 semi-finished source-level weapons, it's enough. Finish refining the weapons in your body first. When your cultivation breaks through to the 4th tier of the Divine Master realm, I'll give you the rest," Lu Ming said. Tang Jun and Lin Yi looked pained. They felt that it was a waste to give the semi-finished source-level weapons to Xiao. A semi-finished source-level weapon was different from a broken one. The semi-finished source-grade divine weapon was not far from the finished product. The first step was basically complete. As long as he brought it back and handed it over to a blacksmith who could forge source-grade divine weapons, the success rate would be very high. Almost 50% success rate. If each of them had 4 pieces, they would be able to succeed at least 2 pieces. This was extremely precious, and its value was far above that of a broken divine weapon. Roar. Xiao answered unwillingly. Everyone started looking around again. "There's a bag." Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a platform in the corner. On the platform, there was a palm-sized bag. That is a storage pouch used by the cultivators of the previous epoch. Like a storage ring, it has a storage space. Tang Jun said, his eyes burning with passion. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The cultivators of the previous epoch did not use storage rings. Instead, they used storage bags. In fact, they were similar to storage rings. They were used to store things. However, it had been too long since the last era. Ordinary storage pouches could not be preserved for such a long time. They would rot, and so would the treasures inside. However, some storage pouches were made of special materials and could be preserved. In history, many people found storage pouches left behind by the previous epoch in the ruins of the universe. Generally, there would be a large number of treasures in the storage pouch. "We're rich," Tang Jun and Lin Yi's eyes lit up. They had been in the ruins of the universe for so long, but they had never found a storage pouch. Everyone hurriedly flew over. There were no runes or formations around the storage pouch. After confirming that it was safe, Tang Jun picked up the storage pouch, opened it, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Tang Jun's expression changed slightly. His originally expectant expression disappeared. How is it? There are no treasures inside? Lin Yi saw Tang Jun's expression and could not help but ask. Yes, but not as much as we thought. Take it and have a look. Tang Jun handed the storage pouch to Lin Yi. Lin Yi could not wait to look at it. After looking at it, he shook his head slightly and then handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming scanned the contents of the storage pouch with his spiritual sense. Lu Ming was clear about the contents. There were not many types of things in the storage pouch. It could be said that there were only two types of things. One was metal materials. There were a lot of them. The other was primeval crystals. Lu Ming roughly calculated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of primeval crystals. This harvest is not bad. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This harvest was already very good. It was. Probably because Tang Jun and Lin Yi had high expectations for the storage pouch before, so they were disappointed. The owner of this cave mansion probably took all the important treasures with him. What is left here is only a small part. Tang Jun said. Yes, it should be so. What a pity. Lin Yi sighed. It's not bad. Let's split it. Putting aside the metal materials, there are about 500,000 primeval crystals. Each of us can get 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals. Lu Ming said. Then they divided it equally. Each of them got some metal materials and 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals. With these primeval crystals and what I've accumulated before, it's enough for me to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. A smile finally appeared on Tang Juandao's face. Although the harvest was not as great as he had imagined, it was still not bad. Tang Jun had accumulated some primeval crystals before, and with these, he could break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. Lin Yi shook his head. Although the number of primeval crystals Lin Yi needed to break through was far less than Lu Ming and Tang Jun's, his cultivation was high. To break through to the 7th tier of the Divine Lord realm, a 6th tier Divine Lord realm required an astonishing number of primeval crystals. To him, 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals was still not enough. I'm also far from enough. Lu Ming sighed inside. He needed at least 500,000 primeval crystals to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. Even with the 60 to 70,000 primeval crystals from before, it was still far from enough. Afterward, the three of them searched the area once more, but they did not find anything else. However, this trip had not been a waste. They had obtained quite a good harvest, especially the semi-finished source-grade divine weapons. Even if the success rate was only 50%, each of them would obtain 2 source-grade divine weapons. Such a harvest was already very shocking. After all, the number of source-grade divine weapons that could be obtained from the ruins of the universe was not many. Otherwise, there would not have been so many reciprocity experts who did not have any source-grade divine weapons to use. They had obtained so many in one go. Even reciprocity experts would be envious of such a harvest. Thinking up to this point, Tang Jun and Lin Yi's moods improved. They walked out of their disappointment with smiles on their faces. Lu Ming, I have to say that you really are lucky. We'll be able to eat and drink well by following you. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming and smiled. While talking, they walked outside and soon left the cave abode. What should we do next? Lu Ming asked. We can only search one area at a time and try our luck. Tang Jun said. This efficiency is too slow. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. But there was no other way. This place was full of danger and there were all kinds of poisonous insects. Moreover, it had been too long since the last era. Some cave abodes were buried underground. Even if there were some treasures, they were still underground. They could only slowly search through them section by section. If they were lucky, they would encounter an opportunity. If they were unlucky, they would only find nothing. Lu Ming, I feel like I'm about to break through. I'll go into seclusion first. At this moment, Qiu Qiu transmitted its voice to Lu Ming, then turned into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's hand. You're about to break through? Lu Ming was delighted at first, but then he smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he wanted Xianxia to show off its power and help search. Xianxia was extremely sensitive to metal materials and all kinds of divine weapons. With Xianxia's help, they might not be able to find the cave abodes of the powerhouses, but they could still find metal materials and divine weapons. With Xianxia's help, their efficiency would be greatly increased. But Xianxia had to break through at this time, so they had no choice but to rely on themselves. After all, Xianxia's breakthrough was more important. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi flew at a low altitude and extended their spirit senses to search slowly. Unfortunately, their good luck had run out. They didn't find anything for 7 days in a row. During this period, they also met another team, which was naturally from the Heaven Destroyer. This area was occupied by the Heaven Destroyer, so it was naturally impossible to meet the people from the Heavenly Palace. 7 days later, a murderous aura suddenly filled the world, making people feel uneasy. Oh no, it seems that the murderous aura and murderous intent are about to spread. Why is it so short this time? Tang Jun's expression changed. It's too short. It's only been less than 10 days, but we have to leave. Lin Yi said. The time this time was excessively short. In the past, it would take at least a month. This time, it had only been less than 10 days, but the murderous aura and killing intent were about to spread out again. Fortunately, they already had a pretty good harvest. As for the others, they probably didn't get anything. They didn't hesitate any longer and immediately returned. After a period of time, they left the Forest of Ghosts. The baleful aura and killing intent in the Forest of Ghosts were getting thicker and thicker. It wouldn't be long before it became very thick. At that time, those insects would also become very terrifying. Let's go, Tang Jun said. The three of them went back the way they came. However, when they passed by the first stronghold, they discovered that the stronghold was filled with killing intent. The experts in the stronghold were all filled with killing intent. After asking around, he found out that something had happened while Lu Ming and the others were in the Forest of Ghosts. The experts of the Heavenly Palace gathered and divided into several groups to attack the stronghold controlled by the Heaven Destroyer. A great battle broke out between the two sides. In the end, 2 of the Heaven Destroyer strongholds were taken by the Heavenly Palace. More than 50 Divine Masters died in battle. Divine Masters were the backbone of both the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. More than 50 Divine Masters had died in an instant. It could be said that the losses were heavy. After hearing this news, Tang Jun and the others were also solemn. They continued to return. After a period of time, they returned to the ancient city. As soon as they returned, they heard that the Origin Realm experts were gathering people. It seemed that they were going to launch a counterattack against the Heavenly Palace. After Lu Ming and the others heard this, they didn't stop. They walked toward a square in the center of the city. When they arrived, they found that many people had already gathered. There were more than 300 of them. All of them were Divine Master Realm existences. At the very front, there were 8 figures. Every one of them had an extremely shocking and unfathomable aura. Tang Xiao was among them. Origin Realm, the 8 figures were all Origin Realm experts. Moreover, these 8 Origin Realm experts were completely different from the Origin Realm experts Lu Ming had seen in the Heaven Destroyer stronghold. Not a single one of them was the same. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. There were actually so many Origin Realm experts in the Heaven Destroyer. Including the ones in the Heaven Destroyer stronghold, there were over a dozen of them. How could there be so many Origin Realm experts? Lu Ming's doubt was also visible on his face. Tang Jun saw it. With her intelligence, how could she not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Lu Ming, are you surprised? How can our Heaven Destroyer have so many Origin Realm experts? Tang Jun's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ears. She used a communication technique. That's right. I am indeed very surprised. It's said that even the top 10 races don't have many Origin Realm experts after countless years. Lu Ming said. You said it yourself. It's the accumulation of countless years. Origin Realm experts control Origin. They live as long as the universe. As long as the universe exists, Origin Realm experts will not die. At the same time, reciprocity experts possess extremely tenacious vitality. It's very difficult to truly kill them. As a result, the number of reciprocity experts in the universe has exceeded your imagination over the countless years that have passed since the birth of the universe. Some ancient races might have vanished in the annals of history, but there might still be reciprocity experts who have survived. Tang Jun explained. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded secretly. Divine masters had limited lifespans. They would still die of old age after a long time. However, Origin Realm experts would not die unless the universe was destroyed as well. Although Origin Realm was difficult to form and become an Origin Realm expert, it was just too difficult. Countless prodigies had stopped there. However, no matter how difficult it would take a long time. Just how many years had it been since the universe was born? It was difficult to tell even in terms of stellar years. Was it thousands of stellar years or tens of thousands of stellar years? Over the long years, the number of Origin Realm experts was extremely shocking. Moreover, they were difficult to kill. Their vitality was tenacious. Perhaps there would be an Origin Realm expert living in seclusion on some desolate planet in the universe. Many of the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts come from the races destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, such as the Heaven Destroyer and the Myriad Spirits insect race. Although they were destroyed, there were still Origin Realm experts who survived and joined the Heaven Destroyer. However, while there are many Heaven Destroyer experts, there are even more Origin Realm experts in the Heavenly Palace. They are definitely far more than our Heaven Destroyer. Tang Jun continued transmitting his voice. Lu Ming nodded and remained silent. What he had come into contact with before was only a corner of the universe. As his cultivation increased, he slowly came into contact with more secrets and deeper powers of the universe. The Heavenly Palace had dominated the primitive universe for so many years. Its strength was definitely astonishing. Moreover, the fifth Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace was extremely mysterious. Who knew what secrets it contained? Everyone, I'm sure you already know. Not long ago, we were attacked by the Heavenly Palace. We lost 2 fortresses and over 50 companions. We must avenge this. We must kill our way back. Tang Xiao took a step forward and spoke coldly. His killing intent surged. Kill. Kill them all. The others roared, their killing intent thick. The Heaven Destroyer's people had great enmity with the Heavenly Palace. Both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. Alright, since we're going to fight, let's go all out. I plan to gather our forces and attack one of the Heavenly Palace's fortresses. And this fortress will be Fort Phoenix Forest. Tang Xiao said. Fort Phoenix Forest was one of the 2 fortresses that the Heavenly Palace had seized. Moreover, it was a very important fortress. The Heavenly Palace has just taken over Fort Phoenix Forest. They must have left many experts there. If we suddenly attack, they'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Now, those who have been called, come with us. The rest stay here. Tang Xiao said. Then, he scanned the crowd and began to call out names. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi were on the list. They were going to attack together. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Lu Ming would not miss the chance to kill the heavenly humans. He had promised Ling Yue that he would flatten the Heavenly Palace. In the end, about 200 of the 300 divine masters were called out. The other 80 or so people stayed behind. The 80 or so people who were not called out hung their heads dejectedly as if they had lost their money. Of the 8 Origin Realm experts, 6 of them were going to attack. Tang Xiao was the leader. Let's go. With Tang Xiao's order, the 200 or so experts charged toward Fort Phoenix Forest. In the north of the 1,000-year battlefield, there was an area occupied by the Heavenly Palace. One of the largest fortresses was also an ancient city. This was where the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace gathered. Not only were the experts of the heavenly humans gathered here, but there were also experts from the angel race, blood race, devil race, battle saint tribe, Buddha race, and other top races. In a large hall, a young man with a gloomy and cold face sat high up. Below him, many experts stood respectfully. Young Palace Master is truly wise. You suddenly launched a surprise attack and took over 2 fortresses of the traitors. You killed 52 of their divine masters. This is a great victory. A celestial race elder flattered. The old man was a reciprocity expert, but he acted very politely before the young man. It was because this young man was the only son of the current crepe myrtle heavenly palace master, and his name was Xianxia. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to have children. The crepe myrtle heavenly palace master had a son at an old age, and he was his only son. Naturally, he doted on him and piled countless resources on him. Therefore, although Xianxia was not very old, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the divine master realm. Originally, Xianxia wasn't in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. He had been cultivating in the heavenly palace. Not long ago, the leader of the heavenly palace in the Thousand Autumn battlefield had reached a critical point in his cultivation and needed to return to the heavenly palace to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the heavenly palace sent Xianxia to manage the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Xianxia was used to being arrogant, and this had also nurtured him to be swift and decisive in his actions. He was more extreme and bold, and his style of doing things was completely different from the previous leader of the Thousand Years battlefield. Not long ago, it was Xianxia who had ordered the attack on the Heaven Destroyer's strongholds, taking 2 of them in a single stroke. Xianxia remained expressionless when he heard the old man's exaggeration. He had heard this kind of flattery countless times. He tapped his fingers on the table as if he was thinking. Young palace master, what should we do next? I'm afraid that the rebels will counterattack. The Origin Realm old man said. I know that the rebels will definitely counterattack. This is exactly what I want. I'm just afraid that they won't counterattack. If they do, I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson. Xianxia sneered, his eyes cold. Young palace master, I just don't know which strongholds the rebels will attack when they counterattack. The Origin Realm old man said. The rebels are made up of many different races. They are not united, so they pay extra attention to unity and companions. Many of their people died in those 2 strongholds, and their corpses are in our hands. Therefore, I'm guessing that if the rebels want to attack, they will attack those 2 strongholds and take back the corpses of their companions. Only like this will the rebels be united. If they don't even care about the corpses of their companions, the rebels will lose their unity as time passes. Xianxia analyzed. He seemed to be very intelligent and had a plan in mind. Young palace master, you really are a genius. This subordinate admires you. The people below began to flatter him once again. Now, transfer people to Fort Phoenix Forest and set up an ambush. This time, I'll make sure that the rebels never return. Xianxia said. Fort Phoenix Forest? Young palace master, why are we going to Fort Phoenix Forest? Are we not going to care about the other stronghold? Someone asked. The rebels have many strongholds guarding them, so they can't transfer too much power to counterattack. Therefore, I'm guessing that they won't attack several strongholds at the same time. Instead, they'll focus their power on one stronghold. The stronghold they'll attack will either be Fort Phoenix Forest or Fort Mothfly. However, if we split up and guard these strongholds at the same time, our power will be scattered. Even if we ambush them, we won't be able to teach them a painful lesson. Therefore, I'm going to take a gamble and concentrate our power on one stronghold. I've chosen Fort Phoenix Forest. If they attack Fort Phoenix Forest, then I've made the right bet. Xianxia explained. After he finished speaking, he licked his lips like a wild beast that wanted to devour its prey. What if the rebels attack other strongholds and there's no one guarding the other strongholds? Wouldn't they be taken away by the rebels? Someone's face changed and said. If they're taken away, then so be it. It's just a few strongholds. If they're taken away, then we'll take them back. But if I'm right, then it'll be a heavy blow to the rebels. How can a few strongholds be compared to that? Xianxia sneered. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying. Although some of the Heavenly Palace's experts didn't approve of Xianxia's plan, they felt it was too risky. However, Xianxia was the only son of a heavenly lord. His status was extraordinary, so they naturally wouldn't go against him. Offending the son of a heavenly master wouldn't benefit them at all. Alright, immediately give the order to gather experts from the other strongholds and follow me to Fort Phoenix Forest. Remember, pick a few more Origin Realm experts. If I'm right this time, I'll take the heads of a few Origin Realm experts from the rebels, Yi Xian said coldly. His eyes burned with passion, as if he could already see a large number of Heaven Destroyer experts falling before him. Very soon, the experts of the Heavenly Palace were all gathered and set off for Fort Phoenix Forest. Before the experts of the Heaven Destroyer arrived, they had already set up an ambush in Fort Phoenix Forest. Lu Ming and the group crossed a few fortresses consecutively and finally approached Fortress Fenglin. For safety's sake, we'll split into two. One will attack from the front, and the other will go around the Phoenix Forest mountain range and attack from the side. We'll catch them off guard. Tang Xiao said. Right now, the Phoenix Forest mountain range is filled with thick killing intent and evil qi. It's very dangerous, so we can't have too many people. Lin Yi and the others will lead the way. Avoid those insects and go around to the side of the Phoenix Forest fort. Lin Yi, can you do it? Tang Xiao said as he looked at Lin Yi and the other experts of the insect race. Don't worry. As long as we don't go too deep into the Phoenix Forest mountain range and there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem to avoid the insects and go around to the side of the Phoenix Forest fort. Lin Yi said confidently, but then his tone changed. As long as we don't go too deep into the Phoenix Forest mountain range and avoid those insects, it won't be a problem. However, the killing intent and evil qi will greatly affect us. It's not something we can handle. The killing intent and evil qi of the 1,000-year battlefield not only made the insects go berserk and increase their strength, but also had a great effect on other living beings. The killing intent could make people go crazy and terrified. It could destroy a living being's heart of cultivation. The evil qi could invade the body and corrode it. It was extremely terrifying. Even Origin Realm existences would be greatly affected. Therefore, when the killing intent and evil qi permeated the area, those areas were forbidden grounds. That was why those forts were so important. Don't worry. We've just refined a batch of calming pills. There are 100 of them. It's enough for you. Tang Xiao said. Calming pills. It's actually calming pills. Haha, there won't be a problem. Lin Ye's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The others were also overjoyed. The calming pill was a divine pill that could resist the killing intent and evil qi of the 1,000-year battlefield. However, it was extremely difficult to refine. First of all, the materials for the calming pill could only be found in the 1,000-year battlefield. Moreover, they were extremely rare. If one was unlucky, they wouldn't be able to gather the materials even after a few stellar years. Secondly, it was extremely difficult to refine. It was very easy to fail during the refining process. Although someone from the Heaven Exterminating Troop had discovered the method to refine the sedative pill from an ancient book from the last era, the Heaven Exterminating Troop had only managed to refine one batch after so many years. That was many years ago. Who would have thought that they would refine another batch now? It was most suitable for a sneak attack on the Heavenly Palace. Alright, then we'll split into two groups. One group will attack the Phoenix Forest stronghold head-on, and the other group will take a detour. The Heavenly Palace will definitely not expect us to take the risk of taking a detour through the Phoenix Forest mountain range. At that time, we can catch them off guard. Tang Xiao said. The people from the Heavenly Palace would never have thought that they could pass through the Phoenix Forest mountain range and launch a sneak attack. Immediately, they split into two groups. Lin Yi and a few other experts from the Myriad Spirits insect clan led 2 Origin Realm experts and 80 god lords. They planned on entering the Phoenix Forest mountain range to launch a sneak attack. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were among the 80 people following Lin Yi. They were all given a tranquility pill. When they consumed the tranquility pill turned into a wave of energy that spread to their limbs and bones, forming a unique energy shield on the surface of their bodies. Everyone, let's go. Lin Yi said. Several experts from the Myriad Spirits insect race took the lead and entered the Phoenix Forest mountain range. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind. No one dared to be careless. They concealed their auras to the limit and followed closely behind Lin Yi and the others. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as they entered the Phoenix Forest mountain range, Lu Ming felt a shocking roar in his mind. A terrifying killing intent swept toward him. Along with the killing intent was a dense baleful aura. This scene was too terrifying. Lu Ming felt like he was seeing an illusion. It was as if he saw an invincible expert charging at him with an irresistible power. However, when the killing intent and baleful aura came in contact with the energy shield around Lu Ming, it was blocked. It could not invade Lu Ming's body. Huff. 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 Many people secretly let out a sigh of relief. The killing intent and baleful aura were just too terrifying. Even the two Origin Realm experts were shaken. After such a long time, the killing intent and baleful aura are still so terrifying. Just what cultivation level did the people from the primeval continent of the last era have? Lu Ming thought in shock. The more he came in contact with the primeval continent, the more he understood about the last era. The more he found it to be unfathomable and unfathomable. When he first came in contact with the ruins of the universe and heard about the primeval continent of the last era, Lu Ming only thought that the primeval continent was much more prosperous than the current universe. And that there were many more experts. However, the peak experts should only be at Origin Realm. However, as he came to understand the primeval continent, Lu Ming knew that he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Some of the things left behind from the last era could kill Origin Realm experts. He could imagine that the primeval continent of the last era definitely had experts that far surpassed Origin Realm experts. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Everyone, be careful. Try not to make any noise. There is a group of poisonous insects 30,000 kilometers to the right. Let's go around them carefully. At this moment, Lin Ye's warning rang out in everyone's ears secretly. They did not dare to make any noise. Everyone shivered inside. Apart from the baleful aura and killing intent, there were also various insects. They were extremely dangerous. Everyone followed Lin Yi and the others and took a detour. They avoided the poisonous insects and headed towards the Phoenix Forest Mountains. With the calming pill and the 10,000 spirits insect race leading the way, they did not go too deep into the Phoenix Forest Mountains. They were more scared than in danger as they headed towards the Phoenix Forest Fort. Tang Xiao and the others watched Lu Ming and the others disappear into the Phoenix Forest Mountains. However, they did not set off immediately. They knew that it was much slower to travel through the Phoenix Forest Mountains. They had to wait for a while before setting off. Around 2 hours later. It's about time. Let's go. Tang Xiao ordered and led the experts towards the Phoenix Forest Fort. The Phoenix Forest Fort was located between two dangerous regions. On the right was the Phoenix Forest Mountains and on the left was the Azure Sea Forest. At the intersection of the two regions, there was a vacuum without any killing intent or baleful aura. It also formed a safe passage. If they wanted to pass through and continue north, they could only pass through the Phoenix Forest Fort. Similarly, if the Heavenly Palace wanted to go south and occupy the other parts of the Heaven Destroyer, they could only pass through the Phoenix Forest Fort. Very soon, a huge wall appeared in front of Tang Xiao and the others. This huge wall was built with a special kind of metal. It was reinforced with various runes and formations. It was extremely hard. The wall was 1,000 meters tall. From afar, they could see that there were experts from the Heavenly Palace guarding the wall. There aren't many people. There are around 60 of them. Let's kill our way through. Tang Xiao ordered. Kill. A few peak almighty experts took the lead and charged towards the huge wall. Tang Xiao and the other Origin experts did not attack. They followed closely behind. They had to be wary of the Origin experts from the Heavenly Palace. If they attacked, they would immediately attack and stop them. When the Heavenly Extermination Troop launched their attack, the Heavenly Palace immediately discovered it. The traitors are here. Defend. Activate the defensive array. The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. Boom. Boom, above the giant wall, a terrifying aura erupted. Streaks of powerful aura shot up into the sky. At the same time, the talisman matrices on the wall were flowing with dazzling light. One by one, the matrices were activated and turned into various battle swords, divine sabers, halberds, etc., charging towards the Sky Destroyer troop. The attacks from both sides collided with a deafening explosion. The experts from both sides were all in the almighty realm. The Heaven Destroyer had about 140 people, while the Heavenly Palace had more than 60. The difference in numbers was too great. Even though the Heavenly Palace had the geographical advantage and controlled the array to resist, they were still no match for the enemy. Kill. Kill all these Heavenly Palace bastards. Especially those bastards from the Heavenly Human tribe. They shouldn't exist in this world. Kill them all. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer shouted. All kinds of attacks rained down on the experts of the Heavenly Palace, destroying the array attacks. The giant wall exploded. Some parts of it cracked, creating huge craters. Traitors! Traitors! 9 generations of your family shall be exterminated. A Lord of Heaven shouted. Exterminate my ass. What do you think the Heavenly Human tribe is? Do you really think you're so high and mighty? In my eyes, you're nothing. Someone from the Heaven Destroyer shouted. This was a primordial divine spirit. He was at the peak of the almighty realm. He waved a battle axe and kept hacking, breaking through the attacks. He was unstoppable. The battle raged on. Behind the giant wall, there was a palace. Xianxia was sitting on the top of the palace. Ha ha ha. Looks like I've made the right bet. The traitors have really come to Fort Phoenix Forest. I can only say that the traitors are unlucky. It's time for me to make a contribution. Hearing the battle cries outside, Xianxia laughed ecstatically. Young Palace Lord, you're really a genius. I'm impressed. This subordinate admires you. The Heavenly Humans exclaimed in admiration. This time, although there was an element of flattery, there was also an element of sincerity. They hadn't expected Xianxia to have made the right bet. The traitors had actually come here. They had long since set up an ambush here. With their numbers, perhaps they could wipe out the traitors in one fell swoop. Give the order. Attack and annihilate the invading traitors. Xianxia ordered. Yes. Everyone accepted the order loudly. Then, the masters of the Heavenly Palace who were lying in ambush moved out together. On the giant wall, the Heaven Destroyer had gained the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before the Heavenly Human tribe was defeated. The 60 or so Heavenly Palace elites would also be doomed. It seems like we've been worrying too much. There's no need for us to divide our forces. We can defeat the masters of the Heavenly Palace directly. Sigh, it's a pity that we've wasted more than 80 sedative pills. An old man at Tang Zhao's side sighed. The old man was also a reciprocity expert. He was called the Starfire Origin Exalt. I think it's better to be cautious. Another old woman said. She was also a reciprocity expert. Tang Zhao stood in the air and frowned slightly. He could see that there were also reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace on the giant wall. There were only 2 of them. The 2 of them didn't attack. They stood there quietly. Their expressions were very calm. It didn't seem like they were about to lose. Tang Zhao didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying aura spread out from within the giant wall. Then, a large number of figures appeared on the giant wall. There were more than 200 people. There were about 250 of them. They were all divine masters. Including the 60 people from before, there were more than 310 divine masters from the Heavenly Palace. Kill. The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. All kinds of dazzling lights rushed toward the heaven exterminating troop, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Oh no! Defend! Someone from the Heaven Destroyer yelled. He couldn't care less about attacking. He set up layers of defense. However, there were just too many experts on the other side. There were more than 310 divine masters, while the Heaven Destroyer only had around 140 people. The difference was just too great. They couldn't stop them at all. The violent power swept over. The defenses set up by the Heaven Destroyer collapsed layer by layer. The terrifying power was about to hit the Heaven exterminating troop. If they were hit, many people from the Heaven Destroyer would be killed. Clang, at this moment, a shocking sword hum rang out. A beam of sword chi cut through the void. It actually blocked all the attacks from the heavenly palace. It was Xianxia. He cut through the void and blocked the attacks from the 300 divine masters from the heavenly palace. This kind of strength was earth-shattering. Although the gap between the divine masters and the origin realm was huge, 300 divine masters attacked together. There was no lack of existences on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Their power was just as shocking. Ordinary origin realm experts would definitely retreat and not dare to face them head-on. Is he Xianxia, the son of the taboo sword ancestor? Yi Xian looked at Xianxia from the wall and asked the people beside him. That's right. He is Xianxia. Someone answered. Good, very good. Today, we will kill Xianxia. I believe it will be a huge blow to the traitors. Yi Xian sneered. His eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. His voice spread far and wide. Xianxia, I heard that your mother died at the hands of the heavenly palace. Since you have come to die today, I will send you down to accompany your mother. Xiao's mother was Xiao's reverse scale. Now that she was mentioned, Xiao's killing intent reached its peak. Kill! Xiao roared. The sword in his hand slashed down at Yi Xian. Sword chi shot into the sky. The terrifying sword chi seemed to want to split the world in half. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Xiao's attack had frightened him. Xiao, your opponent is me. A celestial race man beside Yi Xian roared. He wielded a golden halberd and swung it horizontally. It collided with Xiao's sword chi. Boom, like the sound of the universe being born, the entire continent shook. Dazzling light illuminated the Millennium battlefield. Xiao's body swayed and he staggered back 3 steps. However, the celestial race man took a dozen steps back before he could steady himself. Clearly, Xiao had gained the upper hand. Attack! Attack together! Kill them all! Yi Xian roared madly. He had been frightened by Xiao just now. Xiao's sword was just too terrifying. It was as vast as the might of the heavens. In that moment, he felt like he was going to die under the sword. This feeling drove him crazy and made him hysterical. He had never felt something like this before. He wanted Xiao to die a horrible death. Attack! Your life is mine, Xiao. Immediately, another powerful reciprocity expert charged towards Xiao with the middle-aged man from before. The 2 terrifying reciprocity experts charged toward Xiao, engaging him in a great battle. Their cultivation levels were no lower than Xiao's. No matter how strong Xiao was, he could only barely hold on. At the same time, the other reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace erupted with shocking presences as well. A tremendous pressure permeated the air, causing the entire region to tremble from the pressure. 8. A total of 8 Origin Realm auras. Other than the 2 fighting Xiao, there were 8 more Origin Realm experts from the Heavenly Palace. The 3 remaining Origin Realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer were extremely stern. Everyone, let's work together to defend. The Stellar Fire Origin Exalt said. His body rapidly expanded, turning into a flame giant. At the same time, 5 other flame giants appeared around him. They were summoned by him. At the same time, the other 2 Origin Realm experts also set up heavy defenses. As soon as they set up their defenses, the Origin Realm experts from the Heavenly Palace arrived. 6. Only 6 Origin Realm experts had taken action. The other 2 did not take action because they wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian's identity was no small matter. He was the only son of the Master of the Heavenly Palace. If something really happened to him, even Origin Realm experts would not be able to bear the consequences. Even though there were only 6 Origin Realm experts, it was still no small matter. The 3 Origin Realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer formed a formation and defended with all their might. They did not hope to win, but they did not make any mistakes. Even so, they were still at a complete disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Kill! Kill them all! Now that there are no Origin Realm experts interfering, let's see who will save them. Kill these divine masters! Yi Xian roared. His face was twisted in anger. Suddenly, right behind them, a series of terrifying attacks suddenly erupted, killing the experts of the Heavenly Palace. The heavenly palace was completely unprepared for the attacks from behind. This was because behind them was the territory of the heavenly palace. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly attack them from behind? Oh no, there's a sneak attack from behind. There's a sneak attack from behind. Block them. Block them. The experts from the heavenly palace reacted and roared, but it was already too late. Spurt. Puff, blood splattered in all directions as miserable cries filled the air. At least 30 divine masters from the heavenly palace were killed in an instant. In addition, more than 50 heavenly palace divine masters were injured. At the same time, 2 of the attacks were the most terrifying and moved the most. They directly targeted the vital points of the 2 reciprocity experts beside Xian. The ones who suddenly attacked from behind were naturally Lu Ming and the others who had circled around the Phoenix Forest mountain range. The people who attacked the 2 reciprocity experts beside Xian were obviously the 2 reciprocity experts who had moved with Lu Ming. The reciprocity experts of the heavenly palace reacted extremely quickly. As soon as they sensed the attack, they reacted and began to defend themselves. However, what was attacking them was also a source energy. No matter how fast they reacted, they were still a step too slow. Boom. Boom, with 2 violent booms, the 2 reciprocity experts beside Xian were blown away. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. One of them was fine, but the other had a large hole in his chest. He was heavily injured. Not good. Quick, save young Master Xian. The expressions of the other reciprocity experts of the heavenly palace changed drastically. A few of them erupted with their maximum speed and charged toward Xian. Kill that young man. His identity is extraordinary. Tang Xiao yelled. Actually, the 2 reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer knew that Tang Xiao's identity was extraordinary even without Tang Xiao's words. The 2 reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace had stood on either side of Xian to protect him. How could his identity be ordinary if he could receive the protection of 2 reciprocity experts? Kill. One of the reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer struck out. He wielded a blade and swung it toward Xian. The other reciprocity expert wielded a sharp sword. He shot out several streaks of light toward the incoming Heavenly Palace origin experts. The attacks of reciprocity experts were extremely fast. Even if Xian reacted in time, he would not be able to escape. The blade instantly approached Xian's head. Xian's eyes rapidly narrowed. His eyes were filled with deep fear. At this moment, Xian's forehead lit up and a purple seal shot out. The purple seal was not tangible. It was only an imprint. As soon as it shot out, it turned into a streak of purple light and enveloped Xian. Clang, the blade struck the purple light and erupted with a shocking boom. Xian's body was blown away like a cannonball, smashing several divine lords to death. However, Xian was fine. He was completely fine. It's the purple gold heavenly seal of the Heavenly Master. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace were overjoyed. The purple gold heavenly seal was a technique that the master of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace had grasped. Clearly, the master of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace had planted a purple gold heavenly seal on Xian. It could save his life at a crucial moment and block terrifying attacks for him. On the other side, another reciprocity expert from the Heaven-destroying army clashed with 2 experts from the Heaven Palace with sword chi, clashing with them twice. However, he was alone after all. It was difficult for him to stop the 2 of them. The 2 of them struck out continuously and dispersed the sword chi. Stay here. The sword-wielding reciprocity expert from the Heaven-destroying army roared out. His body rapidly grew, turning into a huge giant. A sword appeared on each of his shoulders. The swords had actually grown out of his body. A primitive divine spirit. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was clearly a powerful primitive divine spirit. Among the primitive divine spirits, he was known as an overgod. He roared. The swords in his hands disappeared. They were replaced by the swords on his shoulders. He slashed out with both hands, turning them into 2 huge swords. He actually managed to forcefully intercept the 2 origins from the Heavenly Palace. Kill him for me, kill him for me. At this moment, Xian finally reacted. He screamed hysterically. His face was twisted from fear. He had almost died earlier. If it were not for the purple gold heavenly seal that the master of the heavenly palace had planted on him, he would have been killed already. He had never experienced something like this. These ants actually dared to kill him. It was unforgivable. Kill. With a roar, a burly figure charged at the origin of the heavenly extermination troop with a shocking demonic aura. The origin from the heavenly palace was a demon expert. He had been ambushed earlier, so he had suffered some light injuries. It did not affect his battle prowess. As soon as he attacked, he used a demonic blade to slash at the origin of the Heaven Destroyer. Come! The origin of the Heaven Destroyer roared. He swung his blade and attacked. The two blades were extremely fast. They collided several hundred times in the air in an instant. The two sides temporarily engaged in a fierce battle. However, on the other side of the heavenly palace, a major change occurred. Originally, there were 6 origin experts from the heavenly palace. They had surrounded the stellar fire origin Exalt and the other 2. The 3 of them were completely passive. They could only defend with all their strength. However, there were only 4 origins left in the heavenly palace now. There were originally 6 origins of the heavenly palace besieging stellar fire origin supremacy and the other 2. Because 2 of them were fighting the primordial divine spirit with 2 swords, there were only 4 left besieging them. 3 against 4, they were no longer in such a passive position. Boundless heaven and earth, boundless yin and yang. In the Heaven Destroyer, there was a 2-headed man who was extremely powerful. One of his heads was white and the other was black. Even one side of his body was white and the other side was black. He used 2 completely different powers, one light and one darkness. He fought the 2 origins of the heavenly palace by himself. This person was a top expert of the Heaven and Earth clan, one of the top 10 ancient races. The power he controlled was extremely special. One moment, it would turn into light and darkness. The next moment, it would turn into yin and yang. Then, it would turn cold and hot. As long as it was an opposing power, it could be used. For a moment, he was actually locked in battle with the 2 origins of the heavenly palace. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, he still managed to hold on. Stellar Fire Origin Supremacy and the Old Woman were fighting one-on-one with the origins of the heavenly palace. In this way, the other 9 origins of the heavenly palace were entangled, except for one who was heavily injured from the sneak attack at the beginning and was currently recovering. Xianxia was fighting 2 origins by himself. He displayed unparalleled power and was actually not at a disadvantage at all. The expert of the Heaven and Earth clan and the expert of the primordial divine spirit were also fighting 2 origins by themselves. They were not as relaxed as Xianxia and were clearly at a disadvantage. In this way, 6 origins of the heavenly palace were eliminated. The remaining 3 were fighting the blade-wielding origin supremacy, stellar fire origin supremacy, and the Old Woman. So powerful. The primordial divine spirit is really powerful. Also, the Heaven and Earth clan is worthy of being one of the top 10 ancient races. Their battle prowess is really shocking. They are really stronger than the angels and demons. In the crowd, Lu Ming was shocked by the scene. It was rare to see such a battle between origins. Moreover, he discovered that the origins of the Heaven Destroyer were no weaker than the Celestial clan. Some of them were even stronger than the Celestial clan. Lu Ming was secretly amazed by this. The Celestial race was known as the #1 race in the universe. They were the strongest and most talented. Whether it was in the Divine Master realm, Divine Emperor realm, Divine Emperor realm, Divine Master realm, or so on, the heavenly human tribe had the absolute advantage. In a battle of the same level, there was almost no race that could match the heavenly human tribe. Of course, this was referring to the average capabilities of the cultivators. Some of them were not included. However, something seemed to have changed at reciprocity. Lu Ming had seen the origins of the celestial race fight with the origins of other races more than once. For example, when they came out of the Grand Supreme Immortal City, they were attacked by the origin of the Heavenly Palace. At that time, an earth-shattering battle of origins had also erupted. At that time, Lu Ming discovered that the essential power of the Heaven Destroyer was not inferior to that of the heavenly human tribe in the slightest. Some of the more talented ones were even able to gain the upper hand. This time, it was the same. In a one-on-one battle with the other experts, he was not at a disadvantage at all. However, the expert of the Heaven and Earth tribe, a primordial divine spirit, could still fight against two opponents at the same time. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could definitely hold on for a while. Lu Ming even discovered that the Origin Realm experts of the angel race and the demon race were not weaker than the Origin Realm experts of the heavenly human tribe. This made Lu Ming very curious. Would the battle prowess of other races skyrocket when they reached the Origin Realm, or would the battle prowess of the heavenly human tribe decline when they reached the Origin Realm? Lu Ming could not figure it out. He needed to ask the others later. Kill them all. Everyone attack. At this moment, Yi Xian continued to roar. Kill! Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The divine masters were also fighting fiercely. However, Lu Ming and the others had just launched a sneak attack and killed more than 30 divine masters of the heavenly palace. More than 50 were injured. Their battle prowess had been greatly affected. At this moment, the difference in battle prowess between the Heaven Destroyer and the heavenly palace was not that great. Die, brat! A burly heavenly human tribe man wielded a golden battle axe and hacked at Lu Ming. This heavenly human tribe man was a 5th-layer divine master. Seeing that Lu Ming was only a 4th-layer divine master, he thought that he could defeat Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His figure flashed and dodged the man's attack. Then, he stabbed out with his spear. With a poof, the war god spear pierced through the man's forehead. The man's head exploded and his soul was annihilated. He died on the spot. "To now," Lu Ming muttered. In the sneak attack just now, Lu Ming had killed a heavenly palace divine master. Now, he was the second. However, Lu Ming's performance had attracted the attention of the heavenly palace experts. This brat is a monster of the traitors. I'll kill him. I'll do it. 2 heavenly palace experts charged at Lu Ming. Both of them were 7th-layer divine masters. Although Lu Ming's group had launched a sneak attack and killed many heavenly palace divine masters, the heavenly palace still had the advantage in numbers. The Heaven Destroyer had mobilized a total of 220 people. Of course, the Origin Realm experts were excluded. On the other hand, the heavenly palace originally had around 310 divine masters. Around 30 had been killed in the sneak attack, so there were still 280 left. In terms of numbers, there were still 60 more. If it weren't for the fact that some of them were heavily injured and their battle prowess was greatly reduced, the Heaven Destroyer would have already been defeated. Unlike the Origin Realm, the heavenly human tribe still had the absolute advantage in a battle of the same level. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, unless they were prodigies, it would be very difficult for them to contend with the heavenly human tribe at the same level. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Heaven Destroyer was at a disadvantage in a battle of the Heavenly Lord realm. People were constantly dying in battle. This was because they had the advantage in numbers. Some could even fight 2 against 1. 2 7th-layer divine masters from the heavenly human tribe charged at Lu Ming from 2 different directions. One of them had the power of heavenly annihilation, while the other had the power of heavenly punishment. The 2 terrifying powers of heavenly annihilation and heavenly punishment pressed down on Lu Ming from 2 sides. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. He had already activated the battle character art to increase his battle prowess by 8 times. He circulated his power to the limit. The war god spear trembled and instantly stabbed out in 2 different directions. The 2 spear lights shot out and collided with the power of heavenly punishment and heavenly annihilation. A terrifying explosion erupted and energy spread out. I blocked it. These 2 are only SOSO. I can kill them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As soon as they clashed, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the battle prowess of the 2 heavenly human tribe experts. Like Xianxia, they were also 7th-layer divine masters. However, the battle prowess of these 2 heavenly human tribe experts was much weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia was the son of a heavenly venerate and a monstrous genius. Naturally, he wasn't someone that ordinary heavenly human tribe experts could compare to. Lu Ming's current battle prowess wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianzhou's. He had no problem fighting these two heavenly human tribe experts. Moreover, Lu Ming had Qiuqiu's assistance. At this moment, the two celestial race 7th-tier god lord experts were also extremely shocked. How can this kid be so strong? How is this possible? The two celestial race 7th-tier god lord experts roared in disbelief. A 4th-tier god lord was actually able to block the combined attack of two 7th-tier god lords. This gap in power was simply too exaggerated. They did not recognize Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming had already used the great imitation art to change his appearance and aura before coming here. The Heaven Destroyer members were not too surprised to see Lu Ming change his appearance and aura. This was because they were aware of Lu Ming's identity. He had a taboo body. If the people from the Heavenly Palace were to find out about Lu Ming's true identity, they would most likely keep an eye on him and send powerful combat forces to kill him. At the very least, changing his appearance and aura would not draw the attention of the Heavenly Palace. Little ball. Lu Ming messaged with spiritual sense transmission. I've been waiting for your call. I'm here. Little ball replied. It charged out of Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a mirror, shooting out a beam of light that enveloped a 7th-tier god lord celestial. This celestial's eyes immediately went slack. Heaven Splitter. This was not the first time that Lu Ming and Little Ball had worked together. They had long since reached a tacit understanding, and their timing was perfect. Lu Ming used the Heaven Splitter style, turning into a dazzling spear light that shot toward the 7th-tier god Lord Celestial. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The other 7th-tier god Lord roared. He wanted to warn Little Ball, but it was useless. At the same time, he wanted to help, but it was too late. They were not in the same direction. Plop, the 7th-tier Divine Master Heavenly Human struggled frantically. Just as he was about to break free from Qiuqiu's illusion, Lu Ming had already arrived. The battle god spear pierced through his glabella, killing him with one strike. Damn it! This brat is a monster. Men, come and kill him together. The remaining 7th-tier god Lord Celestial roared. He called for other experts to come and kill Lu Ming. Actually, there was no need for him to call out. There were already experts who had their eyes on Lu Ming. Kill! With a loud shout, a terrifying celestial race expert rushed towards Lu Ming. A long spear condensed from the power of heavenly extermination pierced towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. He wanted to learn from Lu Ming and pierce through the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, killing him with a single spear. This is a 9th-level Divine Master. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly as he felt a fatal threat. A 9th-level Divine Master was much stronger than a 7th-level Divine Master. It was definitely not something he could handle. A single move could kill him instantly. Even if he used everything he had, it wouldn't work. The difference was too great. Unless he used the arm of the human king. But in such a battlefield, using the arm of a human monarch was tantamount to courting death. Retreat! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he retreated frantically. However, the other party didn't give up. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Die! The other party coldly shouted, erupting with the power of a 9th-level Divine Master. His speed suddenly increased, and the spear condensed from the power of heavenly extermination rapidly approached Lu Ming's forehead. He couldn't escape, the difference was too great. There was simply no way to escape. Even if Lu Ming used the extreme light art, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Should I use the arm of the human king? Lu Ming's mind spun, a look of struggle flashing through his eyes. At this moment, a shield descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. It stabbed into the ground like a mountain and exploded with a fierce boom. With a clang, the terrifying spear light stabbed into the shield and was blocked by the shield. A 9th-level Divine Master actually dares to attack a 4th-level Divine Master? How shameless! I'll be your opponent. An old man landed on the shield. He was an expert from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had reinforcements. With his strength, it was still extremely dangerous for him to participate in a battle like this. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lu Ming looked around and discovered that Tang Jun had also been targeted. However, she was Tang Feng's daughter, so she obviously had more experts from the Heaven Destroyer protecting her, so there was no need for her to worry. However, at this moment, a new change occurred on the battlefield of reciprocity experts. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, an reciprocity expert had been ambushed earlier and was heavily injured. Now, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and joined the battle, attacking the primordial god together. The primordial god had already been battling two experts of the same level from the Heavenly Palace. As time went on, he began to lose the upper hand. Now that a third origin expert had joined in, he was even less of an opponent. Although the third origin expert was heavily injured, he was still a reciprocity expert after all. His attacks were still extremely shocking. Once he struck, he posed a fatal threat to the primordial god. Fighting 1 against 3, the primordial god was even less of an opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Even defending himself was very difficult, let alone counterattacking. Bang! Finally, the primordial god was struck in a moment of carelessness. A large hole appeared in his abdomen, and his body fell to the ground. His colossal body was like a mountain, and the power he carried was extremely shocking. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The divine lords below roared in shock and frantically fled in all directions. However, there were still some people who were a step too slow. Boom! The primordial god's colossal body slammed heavily into the ground, causing the ground to rumble violently. A few divine lords who were a step too slow were directly smashed to death. Some from the Heavenly Palace, and some from the Heaven Destroyer. Die! The 3 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace all had cold killing intent in their eyes. They charged toward the primordial god, wanting to kill him in a single stroke. Killing a single reciprocity expert was even more meritorious than killing 100 divine lords. Senior, this weapon is for you. At this moment, Lu Ming appeared near the primordial god. With a wave of his hand, the violet gold battle axe flew toward the primordial god. The primordial god seemed to sense something. He reached out and caught the violet gold battle axe in his hand. This is an source level weapon, and it's very special. The primordial god's eyes lit up and shone with a resplendent light. That's right. This violet gold battle axe was one of the 18 guardian divine weapons of the heavenly court. Lu Ming discovered that the primordial god did not control an source level weapon. Therefore, he did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and give the violet gold battle axe to the primordial god. Haha, good. Trash from the Heavenly Palace, kill. With the source level weapon in hand, the primordial god was filled with pride. He poured his origin energy into the violet gold battle axe. Buzz, only reciprocity experts could unleash the full power of an source level weapon. It was not just for show. With the influx of origin energy, the violet gold battle axe awoke and gave off a terrifying aura. The primordial god held the violet gold battle axe with both hands and swung it. It was as if the world was about to be split open. The battle axe was very similar to an axe, but the blade was wider than an axe. It was extremely powerful. Boom! 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 With 3 consecutive explosions, the attacks of the 3 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace were all blocked by the primordial god. It's an source level weapon. Damn it, this guy actually controls an source level weapon. A celestial exalt from the Heavenly Palace roared. So what if it's an source level weapon? Kill him all the same. Kill. The 3 origins from the Heavenly Palace attacked the primordial god again, but this time, the primordial god forcefully blocked them. With the purple gold battle axe, the primordial divine spirit was much stronger than before. Previously, he could not fight 1 against 3, but now, he was able to hold his own for a short period of time. As expected, there is a huge difference in strength between Origin Realm experts with and without soul-grade magic weapons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had an idea. He found that only half of the Origin Realm experts present had soul-grade magic weapons. Of the 10 Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace, 5 had soul-grade magic weapons. On the other hand, only 3 of the Heaven Destroyer had soul-grade magic weapons. Tang Xiao naturally had soul-grade magic weapons, and the 2 top experts fighting with Tang Xiao also had soul-grade magic weapons. On the other side, the expert of the Heaven and Earth race and the two experts fighting with him also had soul-grade magic weapons. In addition, the Origin Realm expert of the Heavenly Palace, who was fighting with the Starfire Origin Realm expert, also had soul-grade magic weapons. The others did not have soul-grade magic weapons. Boom! At this moment, the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer and the Demon Race expert exchanged a few hundred blows. Both of them could not help but retreat. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed toward the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer, shouting, "Senior Ke Wang, take this weapon." With that, he threw the Bingxian rod to the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer. This Origin Realm expert had crossed the Phoenix Forest mountain range with Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming naturally knew his name, Ke Wang Yuan. Ke Wang Yuan saw Lu Ming give the primordial divine spirit a soul-grade magic weapon with his own eyes. At this moment, he was overjoyed and caught the Bingxian rod in his hand. It really is a soul-grade magic weapon. Ke Wang was overjoyed. He put away his saber and poured his Origin Realm energy into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod rapidly grew, like a pillar supporting the sky, emitting a terrible cold chi. "Go to hell, dog of the celestial race." Ke Wang Yuan roared and waved the Bingxian rod with both hands, attacking the Origin Realm expert of the demon race. Clang! The demon race's demon saber swung to block the attack, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Then, the demon race's 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 demon race. With a soul-grade divine weapon, the gap between the two of them, who were originally about the same level of strength, immediately widened. This was also because Ke Wang Yuan had used the piercing blade and was not used to using the mysterious ice rod. Otherwise, he would have been completely crushed. The life spirit was the guardian weapon of the heavenly court. It was not a regular source-grade weapon, but a peak source-grade weapon. In the hands of a reciprocity expert, the power it could unleash was even more shocking. This series of unforeseen events shocked everyone present. The difference was that Heaven Destroyer was overjoyed, while the Heavenly Palace was horrified. Damn it! Why does that brat have so many source-grade divine weapons? Quick, kill him! Yi Xian roared. Immediately, several Lord of Heaven-level figures stared at Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, a terrifying chill spread towards these Lord of Heaven, scaring them into frantically retreating. It was Ke Wang who had made his move. Just a trace of the mysterious ice rod's power was not something the Lord of Heaven could resist. Damn it! Yi Chuyue, I'll give you this sword. Yi Xian roared and a battle sword flew out from his forehead, flying towards one of the celestial race's Origin Realm experts. This Origin Realm expert of the celestial race was one of the three who had besieged the primordial divine spirit. His name was Yi Chuyue. He waved his hand and caught the battle sword in his hand. "Thank you, young palace master." Yi Chuyue roared and his power erupted. Sword chi soared into the sky. With a slash, he immediately blocked the primordial divine spirit's attack. This battle sword was also an source-grade divine weapon, and its level was not low. As the only son of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, how could Yi Xian not have a source-grade divine weapon? After Yi Chuyue obtained the source-grade divine weapon battle sword, his combat strength skyrocketed. He joined forces with the other two Origin Realm experts and forced the primordial divine spirit to retreat. Fortunately, Ke Wang Yuan joined forces with the primordial divine spirit and fought against the four Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace, turning the situation around. And, Lu Ming scanned the battlefield and rushed towards the Starfire Origin Realm expert of the celestial race. Upon seeing Lu Ming charging over, the eyes of Supremacy Starfire and the rest flickered, especially the powerhouse from the Tiandi clan. He suddenly made two moves and retreated toward Lu Ming. "Senior, here." Lu Ming recognized another divine weapon. This time, it was a steel fork. The Origin Realm expert of the celestial race held it in his hand. This Origin Realm expert of the celestial race originally had an source-grade divine weapon, but Lu Ming could see that the celestial race experts were very special. They controlled two completely opposite powers and had thousands of changes. Therefore, two source-grade divine weapons were the most suitable. Only two original divine weapons could unleash the strongest power. The type of weapon might not be suitable, but it was at least much stronger than a main divine weapon. Good, ha ha ha. The Origin of the Heaven and Earth clan laughed maniacally after receiving the pitchfork. The two opposing forces were imbued into the two divine weapons, and he unleashed two consecutive attacks against his two opponents. Instantly, he evened out his disadvantage. Originally, the Origin Realm expert of the celestial race was at a disadvantage against two Origin Realm experts. Now that he had an source-grade divine weapon, he finally evened out the situation. Damn it, seeing this, Yi Xian roared furiously and constantly sent people to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was now an important target of protection. Those Origin Realm experts would spare some time to protect Lu Ming. The others could not approach Lu Ming at all. Senior, give this weapon to Senior Lu. Lu Ming took out another divine weapon and handed it to the celestial race expert so that the Origin Realm expert could pass it to the old woman. The battle was just too intense now. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Palace were all staring at Lu Ming. It would be very difficult for Lu Ming to approach the old woman and pass the weapon to her. However, with an Origin Realm expert, it would not be difficult. As expected, the celestial race expert took the divine weapon given by Lu Ming and flew toward the old woman. With a few flashes, he approached the old woman. Oh no! The old woman's opponent wanted to rush over and snatch the source-grade divine weapon first. However, how could the celestial race expert allow that? He controlled the divine weapon to avoid his opponent and approach the old woman, where she caught it. This old woman was called Lu Min, and she was known as Lu Min Yuan. After grabbing the divine weapon, Lu Min channeled her origin energy into it. The divine weapon awakened and erupted with great power. With a single strike, her opponent spat out large mouthfuls of blood and constantly retreated. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Battle of Origin Realm experts had finally undergone an earth-shattering change after he had given away 4 divine weapons. Originally, the Origin Realm experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side were completely at a disadvantage. As time went on, defeat was certain. But now, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts had gained the upper hand. The other Origin Realm experts could resist their opponents, but Lu Min's Origin Realm experts had begun to completely suppress their opponents. Kill. Lu Min had gained the upper hand in one move and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. She launched a few killer moves at the opponent. Even though the other party was fighting with all his might, he did not possess a soul-tier divine artifact and was only using a primary divine artifact. As such, it was difficult for him to bring out his full strength. As such, he was no match for celestial Lu Min at all. After blocking a few blows, with a resounding boom, his primary divine artifact exploded. Puff, the origin source from the Heavenly Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit and his body exploded. He was heavily injured. Save me! The origin source from the Heavenly Palace was horrified and rushed to the other side of the battlefield. He rushed to the battlefield of the Origin God and Kawang. There were 4 origin source from the Heavenly Palace. He wanted to ask for help. Kill! Celestial Venerable Lu Min bellowed and chased after Lu Ming. In the process of chasing after Lu Ming, she made a move toward Lu Ming. The existence of the Origin Realm was extremely powerful. Instantly, more than 10 almighty masters who wanted to kill Lu Ming were killed. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian roared, but his eyes were filled with fear. He retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield. Celestial Venerate Lu Min continued to attack. While the opponent was fleeing, she managed to land another blow on him, causing his injuries to worsen. However, the origin source from the Heavenly Palace was also close to the battlefield of Ku Wang and the Origin God. Save me, Yi Chuyue, save me! The origin source from the Heavenly Palace roared. Yi Chuyue, your opponent is me. The Origin God waved his purple gold battle axe and attacked wildly without caring about his defense. For a moment, not only did he force Yi Chuyue to retreat, but he also repelled the other 2 origin source. This made Kawang see an opportunity. Ha ha ha, kill! Kawang shouted and left the battlefield. He attacked the origin source who had been severely injured by Lu Min with his obsidian staff. Boom, the origin source was hit by the obsidian staff. His body exploded into pieces and was frozen by the terrifying coldness of the obsidian staff. However, there was a piece of flesh that wasn't frozen. It flickered and flew away like a bolt of lightning. He's not dead even after all that. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was quite shocked. Ku Yuan controlled the mysterious ice staff and smashed it into pieces. The destructive power should have destroyed the other party's soul, but the other party didn't die. Only a piece of flesh wasn't frozen, and it still wanted to escape. The vitality of reciprocity experts was extremely tenacious. This was not just a saying. Kill. However, Celestial Lord Lu Min had caught up. She controlled the divine weapon and blasted out a move. The destructive energy completely drowned the flesh and blood of the origin of the heavenly palace. Ah, an extremely unwilling and miserable cry spread through the entire area. At this moment, the universe's starry skies began to tremble. Groups of stars swayed, producing strange phenomena. The source of the celestial palace had been killed, and had completely fallen. An Empyrean is dead. Someone from the heavenly palace shouted. His voice was filled with fear. The Sky Sovereign has died in battle. Retreat, retreat quickly. Retreat first. Many of the celestial race roared. They had lost their fighting spirit and retreated frantically towards the north. Previously, Yi Xian, the main general, had retreated before joining the battle. Now that another Empyrean had been killed, the celestial race's mental defenses had collapsed. How could they still have the fighting spirit? Originally, the heavenly palace had the advantage in the battlefield of the divine masters. Now that the morale of the army had collapsed and they were retreating in a sorry state, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. How could the Heaven Destroyer miss such a good opportunity? They took the opportunity to pursue and kill. Their morale was high. Kill. Celestial Lord Lu Min roared. She controlled the divine weapon and charged into the battlefield of the primordial divine spirit and Ku Yuan. She blasted out an ultimate move. This move was aimed at the source of the heavenly palace, who had been seriously injured by the sneak attack. The source of the heavenly palace was shocked because at this moment, no one was helping him. His other three companions were entangled by Ku Yuan and the primordial divine spirit, especially the one targeted by Ku Yuan. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he save him? He roared and retreated quickly. However, he had been seriously injured by the sneak attack and had not recovered at all. Previously, he had participated in the battle, so his injuries were worsening. How could his current speed compare to Celestial Lord Lu Min? Bang! He was hit by Celestial Lord Lu Min, and it was hit by the divine weapon. Half of his body exploded, and his injuries worsened. Let's go! Let's go! The source of the heavenly palace roared in horror. He controlled the remaining half of his body and flew towards the north. Go! Retreat! The other origin realm existences of the heavenly palace also roared and rushed towards the north. In a head-on battle, although the source of the heavenly palace was at a disadvantage, if he wanted to escape, the origin realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer could not stop him. Unless the difference in battle strength was too great, it would not be easy to stop an origin realm expert if he wanted to escape. Fighting against Xianxia, fighting against the experts of the Heaven and Earth clan, fighting against the primordial divine spirit, these sources of the heavenly palace gathered together and flew towards the north. Don't let them go. Kill the heavily injured one. The primordial divine spirit roared and stepped into the void. His huge body chased after the people of the heavenly palace at an astonishing speed. Tang Xiao, Lu Min, Starfire Origin, and the others also chased towards the north. Their goal was the heavily injured source of the heavenly palace. Activating the divine weapon, a series of terrifying attacks blasted towards the origin. The other sources of the heavenly palace wanted to help, but they were not strong enough, so it was difficult for them to succeed. Even they themselves were frightened because the strength of the Heaven Exterminating Troop was already above theirs. The divine weapon of the Heaven Exterminating Troop was too powerful. If they were careless and were stopped by the divine weapon, they would be in danger. Therefore, they did not care about the others and fled madly. In the end, the heavily injured source of the heavenly palace was stopped by Xianxia with a sword. Behind him, the attacks of Starfire Origin, Lu Min, and the others drowned this person. The celestial palace's origin only let out an unwilling scream before it no longer had any aura. No matter how strong the life force of an origin realm expert was, under the siege of so many experts and the attacks of the source divine weapon, he could not survive. He was completely obliterated. The source dissipated and returned to the universe. After killing this origin realm expert, Tang Xiao and the others continued to pursue. Below, the divine masters were also pursuing. In the process of Lu Ming's pursuit, he killed another 2 heavenly palaces' divine masters. The army was defeated like a landslide. The people of the heavenly palace had no intention of resisting at all. They just wanted to run for their lives. The Heaven Destroyer chased them madly until they broke through 2 of the heavenly palace's fortresses. If they continued to chase, they would be deep into the heavenly palace's territory. If the heavenly palace's reinforcements arrived, they would be in danger. Under the lead of the Origin Realm expert, the people of the Heaven Destroyer retreated to Fort Phoenix Forest. This battle was a complete victory. In this battle, the Heaven Destroyer had obtained a complete victory. Not only had they taken back Fort Phoenix Forest and seized a large amount of resources, they had also killed a large number of Heavenly Palace experts. Some people estimated that at least 150 Divine Masters had been killed in the Heavenly Palace. Among them, there were quite a few who were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. This was a huge loss. Of course, the biggest loss was the 2 Origin experts. This time, the Heavenly Palace had lost 2 Origin experts. This loss would definitely make the Heavenly Palace feel pained for a long time. The Origin Realm was the true peak of battle strength. The death of one was an incomparably huge loss, not to mention the death of 2 at the same time. Losing 1 Origin expert was more serious than losing 100 Divine Masters. The people of the Heavenly Palace were probably about to vomit blood. Of course, the Heaven Destroyer had also suffered losses. About 30 Divine Masters had died in battle. But compared to the losses of the Heavenly Palace, these losses were completely worth it. In Fort Phoenix Forest, Tang Xiao, the Starfire Origin Exalt, and the others landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had already removed the Great Imitation technique and returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Xiao was the first to speak. This time, it was really very dangerous. They had never thought that the Heavenly Palace would actually set up such a large army to ambush them. They had originally thought that by splitting up, attacking Fort Phoenix Forest would be a sure thing. They would definitely be able to catch the Heavenly Palace off guard. They had never thought that they would be surrounded by the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace's strength here was definitely above theirs. If there were no accidents, they would have suffered a huge loss. There might even be Origin experts who would be left here forever. Not to mention the glorious battle results they had now. All of this had changed because of Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming had thrown out 4 powerful source-level magic weapons and changed the situation of the battle. Lu Ming, I'll return this source-grade weapon to you. The primitive god spirit handed the purple gold battle axe to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and put it away. He was only lending it to the other party, not giving it away for free. Naturally, he had to take it back. Primitive godly spirit looked reluctant. He really liked the purple gold battle axe. He knew that the purple gold battle axe was better than ordinary origin level weapons. If he used it, his battle prowess would increase by a lot. However, this was not his divine weapon, but rather Lu Ming's. He could not be so shameless as to snatch the treasure of a junior, right? Relatively speaking, the Heaven Destroyer was still very united. Basically, the strong would not rob the weak of their treasures. Heaven Destroyer was weaker than the Heavenly Palace to begin with. If they were not united, they would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace long ago. Lu Ming, I'll return mine to you too. Here. Astral Fire Origin Exalt, Lu Min Origin Exalt, and the others all returned their divine weapons to Lu Ming. Although they were reluctant to part with them, they still looked reluctant. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have so many top origin level magic weapons. You're really lucky. Exalt Lu Min sighed. They were origin-level experts, but they did not have a single source-level magic weapon. However, Lu Ming had so many. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. It was obvious that these old seniors were envious of him. Lu Ming, are you selling your source-level magic weapons? I can buy them. Primitive Godly Spirit said, feeling a little embarrassed. The eyes of the other origin-level experts also lit up. If Lu Ming was willing to sell them, they would also want to buy them. Sell them? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he sold them, it was not impossible. After all, his cultivation was still weak. He only needed one of these top origin-level magic weapons. He did not need any more. Originally, he wanted to keep them for his family and friends. However, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others all had their own source-level magic weapons. They did not need his. As for the others, such as his disciples, sons, and granddaughters, their cultivation was too far away from being able to use source-level magic weapons. Who knew how long it would take, therefore, if he could sell a few source-level magic weapons and exchange them for resources that were useful to him, it would be fine. For example, desolate crystals. If he could sell a large number of desolate crystals, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. As long as his cultivation was high enough, he would not have to worry about not being able to obtain a source-level magic weapon. Senior, it's not impossible to sell them, but this junior only wants desolate crystals. Lu Ming said. Desolate crystals. The primordial god and the other origin realm experts frowned slightly. The source-level magic weapon in Lu Ming's hand was not an ordinary source-level magic weapon. It was a top source-level magic weapon. It was extremely expensive. If it was exchanged for desolate crystals, how many desolate crystals would it be worth? A single source-level magic weapon would be worth at least 100 million desolate crystals. They did not have that many desolate crystals on them. In reality, they did not even have a few 100,000 desolate crystals on them. Naturally, they had obtained prehistoric gems during their usual adventures and explorations. Moreover, they had obtained quite a number of them. However, they had no use for prehistoric gems at all. As long as they obtained prehistoric gems, they would usually give them to important juniors or exchange them with Divine Master Realm existences for items that they could use. Therefore, Origin Realm experts usually carried very few desolate crystals on them. Lu Ming, I don't have many desolate crystals on me. Do you think I can use other treasures to buy them? The primordial god asked. You don't have any desolate crystals? That damaged source-level magic weapon is fine too. Apart from those two, this junior does not need anything else. Lu Ming said. This, the primordial god, Lu Min, venerated Yuan, and the others fell silent. They also had damaged source-level magic weapons, but they did not have that many. Damaged source-level magic weapons were precious, but they were far inferior to complete source-level magic weapons, let alone top source-level magic weapons. A top source-level magic weapon would require at least a few dozen damaged source-level magic weapons. They did not have that many either. How about this? Once I obtain desolate crystals or damaged source-level magic weapons in the future, I will store them. When I have enough desolate crystals, I will buy them from you. You have to keep them for me. The primordial god said. Yes, I will think of a way to collect more desolate crystals. Lu Ming, you have to keep them for me too. Don't sell them to others. Me too, Lu Min, venerated Yuan, and the others said one after another. They could not afford it now, but they could reserve it first. With their strength, it was still possible for them to gather a few 100 million desolate crystals with some time and effort. Seniors, please don't worry. This junior will definitely keep them for you. Lu Ming said. He could not wait for these people to gather enough desolate crystals. However, Lu Ming, it's all thanks to your divine weapon that we were able to turn the tables and even achieve a complete victory. I'll repay kindness with kindness. I can't let go of this favor. Here, this broken divine weapon. I'll give it to you. The primordial god said again. He then took out a damaged magic weapon and handed it to Lu Ming. The primordial god was very forthright. He directly took out a damaged divine weapon and gave it to Lu Ming to thank him. Lu Ming, take it. You deserve it. Tang Xiao said with a sullen face. Thank you very much, Senior. Lu Ming nodded and reached out to take the broken divine weapon. The other Origin Realm experts, such as Venerable Lu Min Source, Venerable Ku Wang Source, and the Origin of the Heaven and Earth clan, had all received Lu Ming's source-level divine weapons. At this moment, they glanced at the primordial god spirit unhappily. They did not want to give it to him. However, the primordial god had already given it to him. If they did not give it to him, would they not be stingy in front of everyone? They were reciprocity experts, seniors. How could they be associated with stinginess? Therefore, they secretly gritted their teeth and took out a damaged divine weapon and gave it to Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming received 4 damaged divine weapons. He could not help but be overjoyed. Now, Cho Cho did not have to worry about food anymore. Lu Ming, you deserve it. You have done a great service this time. The Heaven Destroyer will also reward you. How about this? When we return, I will gather 1,000,000 desolation crystals and give it to you. Tang Xiao said. Thank you, Tang. Big brother Tang. Lu Ming clasped his fist and thanked him. He was Xianxia's husband. It was not too much to call Tang Xiao big brother. The Heavenly Palace suffered such a great loss this time. I wonder if they will take revenge. Starfire Origin Supremacy's tone changed and he returned to the main topic. The Heavenly Palace suffered a great loss this time. 2 Origin Realm experts died in battle and more than 150 Divine Lords died in battle. In this area of the 1,000-year battlefield, their vitality has been damaged. I predict that they will not attack again for a while. Tang Xiao said. I'm just afraid that they will gather experts from other places. Lu Minyuan said. It's not that easy to mobilize experts from other places, unless they give up the benefits of other places. I don't think Heaven Palace is that stupid. Moreover, the demons have been restless recently, so they can't afford to send so many people. However, we can't let our guard down either. Leave some people here to guard. If Heaven Palace really launches a large-scale attack, then give up on this fortress and retreat. We can take back the fortress if we lose it, but we must protect the people. Tang Xiao said. The others nodded and began to make arrangements. Not long after, a portion of them stayed behind to guard the place while the rest retreated. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lin Yi, and the others also returned to the ancient city. After returning to the ancient city, Tang Jun went into seclusion to cultivate. She now had enough desolate crystals to break through, so she naturally wanted to break through in one go. North of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield, in a large hall. Damn it, all of you deserve to die, Yi Xian let out a furious roar. His face was distorted beyond recognition, making him look sinister and terrifying. The experts of the Heavenly Palace below said nothing. Men, send a message back. I want to gather an army. I want to gather experts to annihilate those traitors, Yi Xian roared. Young Palace Master, you can't. Every region needs a large number of people, especially the demons of the Dark Universe. If you rashly gather experts from other regions, it'll be detrimental to the long-term plans of the Heavenly Palace. An old man at Reciprocity advised. Only Origin Realm experts dared to speak before the furious Yi Xian. That's right, young Palace Master. If you send a message to the Heavenly Master now, he may not agree to gather experts. The other Reciprocity expert also advised. Yi Xian breathed heavily and slowly calmed down. However, the killing intent in his eyes became denser and denser. It's all that brat's fault. It's all that brat's fault, Yi Xian growled. Lu Ming's image appeared in his mind. Of course, it was Lu Ming who had used the great imitation technique. That brat must die, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. His original plan had worked perfectly this time. He had made the right bet. Even if the Heaven Destroyer had launched a sneak attack, it would not have changed the outcome of the battle. They should have been the ones to emerge victorious this time, while the Heaven Destroyer would have suffered heavy losses. It was all because of Lu Ming's 4 source-grade weapons that they had managed to turn the situation around. As a result, he transferred all his hatred to Lu Ming. Pass down my orders. If you encounter that brat in the 1,000 Autumn battlefield, kill him on the spot. Kill him with all your strength. Bring his corpse to me, Yi Xian ordered coldly. Not only was there killing intent in his eyes, but there was also greed. Lu Ming actually had so many top-tier source-grade weapons on him. Even he, the son of the Heavenly Master, did not have so many. How could a mere ant possess so many top-tier source-grade weapons? These top-tier source-grade divine weapons should belong to him. As long as he killed Lu Ming, those top-notch source-level divine weapons would be his. Yes. The experts of the Heavenly Palace acknowledged the order in unison. A few days after returning to the ancient city, Tang Xiao had indeed gathered 1 million chaos crystals and sent them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With 1 million chaos crystals, he would be able to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Master realm. Qiu, continue to break through. After you break through, these broken weapons and 5 kilograms of ice fire star silver will all be yours. Lu Ming took out a few broken weapons and waved them in front of Qiu. Qiu's eyes lit up. Alright, I will break through as soon as possible. If you hadn't interrupted me last time, I would have succeeded. Qiu curled his lips. Lu Ming smiled embarrassedly. Qiu was in the midst of breaking through, but after the battle with the Heavenly Palace a few days ago, Lu Ming really needed Qiu's help. He had no choice but to interrupt Qiu's breakthrough and awaken Qiu to join the battle. Don't worry. I will make it up to you. In the future, you can have as many broken weapons as you want. Lu Ming said. Only then did Qiu break through with satisfaction. Lu Ming also sat down cross-legged and began to refine the chaos crystals. One after another, the chaos crystals were refined and turned into forbidden energy. Over 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a powerful ripple suddenly appeared nearby. This is... Tang Jun has broken through. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not need to look to know that Tang Jun had broken through to the 5th tier of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming was not surprised. Tang Jun was in existence at the origin realm in her past life. She had all her cultivation experience, so she did not need to comprehend it. As long as she had enough resources, she could constantly break through in her cultivation. She could even break through faster than Lu Ming. This was also the reason why Tang Jun's cultivation could rise so quickly. After sensing for a while, Lu Ming ignored her and continued to refine the chaos crystals. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Ming had refined 600,000 chaos crystals. His cultivation had reached the limit of the peak 4th tier of the Divine Master realm. He had accumulated enough. Begin the breakthrough, boom, before long, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation broke through to a whole new level. He had reached the 5th tier of the Divine Master realm. Another day passed. Lu Ming's aura stabilized, and his cultivation stabilized at the 5th tier of the Divine Master realm. After reaching 5th level Divine Master realm, Lu Ming's strength had reached another level, and his combat power had soared. Now, Lu Ming was fully confident that if he encountered an expert like Yiling Tianqiu again, he could easily suppress and kill him. As expected, wealth came from danger. This was especially true for someone like Lu Ming, who had a taboo body. If he stayed in seclusion somewhere, his improvement would be very slow. He needed to take risks, travel, and fight. Only then could he constantly obtain opportunities and improve his cultivation very quickly. Door, open! Lu Ming shouted. Tens of thousands of cells in his body flickered and connected together to form a door. Inside the door was a yellow dirt road that led to the dark unknown. It was worth mentioning that the yellow dirt road was much longer than when it had first formed, extending toward the darkness in the middle of the door. This yellow dirt road was equivalent to other people's universe bridge. It extended all the way to the cosmic sea. On the yellow dirt road, the pool of blood was still there, as if it had just been left there, scarlet and eye-catching. 5th level Divine Master Realm. At 9th level Divine Master Realm, the yellow dirt road should be able to reach the cosmic sea and start comprehending the origin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Unknowingly, his cultivation was getting closer to the peak of the universe. With a thought, the yellow dirt road and the door disappeared together. Hey, Qiu is also breaking through. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He discovered that Qiu's aura had also reached a peak, crossing into a new level. Several days later, Qiuqiu's aura stabilized, completely stabilizing at 4th level Divine Master Realm. Congratulations, Qiuqiu. Lu Ming smiled. You're still faster. Your cultivation has surpassed mine again. Quick, Lu Ming, give me something to eat. I want to surpass you. Qiuqiu called out. Its round body rolled back and forth as if it was in a very bad mood. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 3 damaged divine weapons appeared. Lu Ming had a total of 5 damaged divine weapons, including the source-grade divine weapon armor he had obtained from Yichu Tianji. Lu Ming did not intend to give them all to Qiuqiu. One should not bite off more than one could chew. 3 damaged source-grade divine weapons were enough for Qiuqiu to digest for quite some time. Out of the 3 damaged source-level divine weapons, one of them was the battle armor he had obtained from Yichu Tianji. Defensive source-grade divine armaments were extremely rare. If Qiuqiu were to gain the ability to use battle armor after eating it, Lu Ming would have gained a living source-grade divine armor. I'll eat, I'll eat, I'll eat. Qiuqiu was overjoyed when he saw the broken source-level divine weapon. He snatched it over and stuffed it into his mouth, munching on it. The incomparably hard damaged source-grade divine weapon was actually bitten off piece by Qiuqiu. Not long after, the 3 damaged source-grade weapons were all in Qiuqiu's stomach. Qiuqiu, let's eat these 10 gene of Ice Fire Star Silver together. Lu Ming took out another 5 kilograms of Ice Fire Star Silver for Qiuqiu to prevent impurities from forming in Qiuqiu's body again like last time, causing it to encounter a bottleneck. After Qiuqiu ate all of it, he turned it into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's wrist too. Digest. I still have about 600,000 desolate crystals, but it's far from enough to break through to the 6th tier of the Divine Master Realm. I'll keep these desolate crystals for now and stop absorbing them. I'll focus on comprehending secret techniques first. Lu Ming pondered. Although he had condensed an origin source seed and had a clear direction, he could continue to improve as long as he had enough resources and energy. However, there was a limit to this. His improvement was simply too fast, exceeding his imagination. He had not been in the universe ruins for long, but his cultivation had soared from the 1st tier of the Divine Master Realm to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. If he improved too quickly, it would inevitably cause his foundation to be unstable. He would need some time to consolidate and familiarize himself with the sudden increase in strength. Right now, I have 3 main directions of comprehension. One is the battle character art, the second is the desolate form, and the third is to comprehend a new secret technique that belongs to me. However, a new secret technique that belongs to me is too difficult. I don't have any clues, so I can put it aside for now and comprehend the battle character art and the desolate form first. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming had not cultivated the battle character art to greater mastery. Lu Ming estimated that if he cultivated the battle character art to greater mastery, he would be able to unleash 10 times his combat strength. As for the desolate form, it was not perfected yet. If it was perfected, its power would be able to reach another level. Lu Ming took turns to comprehend the battle character art and the desolate form. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Dong. 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 On this day, the sound of war drums was suddenly heard. The war drums are sounding. Is there a great battle? Is the heavenly palace attacking? Lu Ming was shocked. He ended his cultivation and left the room in a flash. After leaving the room, he saw Tang Jun also leaving the room and landing in the courtyard. What's going on? Is the heavenly palace attacking? Lu Ming asked. No, there's a great battle. The war drums are continuous and urgent. Now, it's only 3 urgent and 3 slow. It's not a great battle, but a gathering of people to announce something. Tang Jun said. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. The war drums were indeed 3 urgent and 3 slow, not continuous. The 2 of them headed for the center of the ancient city. They saw figures flashing from all directions, gathering at the center of the ancient city. By the time Lu Ming and Tang Jun arrived, several hundred God Lord experts had already gathered at the center of the ancient city. Tang Xiao, the Starfire Origin Sovereign, and the others were standing at the front. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Xianxia said, "Everyone, according to our observations, the killing intent and fiendish chi of the core battlefield will subside in 3 days. Some of you should prepare yourselves. The killing intent and fiendish chi of the core battlefield are about to subside? Wonderful. I can finally enter the core battlefield again. This time, I must get a source-grade divine weapon. How can a source-grade divine weapon be so easy to get? I'll be satisfied as long as I can get enough desolate crystals. Don't be careless. The core battlefield is fraught with danger." With Xiao's words, everyone immediately began to discuss spiritedly. The core battlefield? The central region? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the map of the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The map of the Swing battlefield showed that the central region occupied half of the continent. In this region, neither the Heavenly Palace nor the Heaven Destroyer occupied any strongholds. This was because this region had no weak points. It was filled with dense killing intent and fiendish chi, as well as terrifying insects. It was extremely dangerous. There had even been a reciprocity expert who had been bitten to death by a mosquito. Was the killing intent and fiendish chi of the core about to subside? Lu Ming, you can't miss this opportunity. This region was the core battlefield of the last epoch. Although it's dangerous, it also contains the most treasures. Some of the complete source-grade divine weapons unearthed in the Thousand Autumn battlefield all came from this region. Most of the treasures with origin imprints that reciprocity experts need also come from this region. Tang Jun transmitted to Lu Ming. Everyone, the same rules apply. A portion of you can enter the core battlefield, while the rest will stay outside to guard. Those who entered the core battlefield last time will stay outside this time. Those who stayed outside last time can enter this time. There are still 3 days. Find your companions and prepare yourselves. Xiao said. After saying this, he turned around and left. The other origins also left one after another. As soon as the origin realm experts left, the battlefield fell into a heated discussion. A portion of people had to stay outside, so they naturally lost interest. However, those who could enter the core battlefield were very excited and had already begun to look for companions to join forces with. Entering the core battlefield was very dangerous, and moving alone was even more dangerous. The chances of dying were extremely high. It was much safer to find some powerful companions to work with. Some of them were especially popular. For example, the people from the myriad spirits insect race were the most popular. A group of people surrounded them and invited them. Lu Ming saw that Lin Yi was also surrounded by a group of people. The insects in the core battlefield were extremely powerful. Even without killing intent, they were still very dangerous. With the help of the experts from the myriad spirits insect race, they could avoid those insects. It was difficult not to be popular. Lin Yi is really popular. Tang Jun, who should we find to join forces with? Lu Ming looked at Tang Jun. No rush. I have a good relationship with Lin Yi. He won't choose anyone else. Tang Jun said. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Yi rejected the others and walked toward Lu Ming and Tang Jun. Tang Jun, Lu Ming, how about we join forces? I think we had a great time working together last time. Lin Yi smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was an old fox. He knew that peerless geniuses like Lu Ming and Tang Jun were usually accompanied by great luck. Lu Ming's luck was especially great. Moving together with Tang Jun and Lu Ming would often yield great gains. For example, last time, he had only wandered around the Forest of Ghosts for a few days, but he had obtained over 100,000 desolate crystals and 4 semi-finished origin-grade divine weapons. He had tasted the sweetness of success last time, so this time, no matter what, he had to work with Lu Ming and Tang Jun. Even if the others had higher cultivation and were more powerful, he did not take them to heart. The 3 of us aren't strong enough. We need to find a few more helpers. Tang Jun said. Don't worry, leave this to me. Lin Yi said. Alright, see you in 3 days. Tang Jun said. Soon after, Tang Jun and Lu Ming returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming entered his room and sat in meditation, adjusting his condition to its peak. At the same time, Xiaochen checked the origin seed and the sovereign personage arm. These were all his trump cards. If he ran into an irresistible danger, they would be of great use. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Lu Ming and Tang Jun arrived at the rendezvous point with Lin Yi. They saw Lin Yi and the other 2 people he brought with him. As for the other 2 people, one was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. Heaven and Earth clan, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. The old man was a member of the Heaven-Earth race. He had 2 heads. One black and one white, making him particularly conspicuous. Lu Ming had a deep impression of the Heaven-Earth race. In the Origin War, the origin of the Heaven-Earth race had displayed incredible strength, fighting 1 against 2. His fighting prowess was astonishing. This was one of the top 10 races of the ancient era. Lu Ming could sense that this Heaven-Earth race old man was a 7th-level god lord. As for the middle-aged man, Lu Ming didn't know what race he was from, but his aura was extremely vigorous, even stronger than the Heaven-Earth race old man. Lu Ming, that middle-aged man, is an expert of the Moke race. The Moke race was once one of the top 10 races. Tang Jun transmitted his introduction to Lu Ming. The Moke race, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He now knew of another one of the top 10 races. You're here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Mo Chang, an expert of the Moke race. He's an 8th-level god lord. Lin Yi pointed at the man in the middle and then at the Heaven-Earth race old man. This is an expert of the Heaven-Earth race. His name is Rong Gong, and he's a 7th-level god lord. Both of them are extremely powerful, far surpassing experts of the same level. Greetings, the 2 of you. Lu Ming and Tang Jun cupped their fists in greeting. Mo Chang, Rong Gong, I don't think I need to introduce you. Lin Yi smiled. Of course. We're already familiar with Miss Tang Jun, and there's also Lu Ming, who has the forbidden body. It was thanks to Lu Ming's treasures that we were able to achieve a great victory. It is our fortune to be able to work with the 2 of you. Mo Chang smiled. Rong Gong also smiled and greeted them. Although Lu Ming and Tang Jun were only 5th-level god lords, Mo Chang and Rong Gong did not underestimate them in the slightest. They were keenly aware that Lu Ming and Tang Jun were the apex prodigies of the universe. Their fighting power could not be measured by their cultivation. Okay, time's almost up. Let's go. Lin Yi said. Then, the group of 5 headed north. Many teams had already set out for the core battlefield. The Heaven Destroyer was located around the core battlefield. There were 10 some fortresses around it, and these fortresses could all be used to enter the core battlefield. Lu Ming and the rest randomly chose a fortress. Not long after, they arrived at the fortress. Let's go. Tang Jun took a deep breath and flew out first. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind, flying out of the fortress and entering the core battlefield. How desolate and deathly still. Lu Ming looked ahead. The core battlefield was completely different from the other regions of the Thousand Autumns battlefield. The other regions of the Thousand Autumns battlefield had already given birth to a few plants after so many years, but the core battlefield was completely desolate. There were no plants at all, only dark red or black rocks. It was like a purgatory. The war in this region in the last epoch was far too intense. Baleful aura and killing intent soared into the sky. Even after countless years, no plants have been able to grow here. However, it has given birth to many terrifying insects. Many of these insects are hiding underground, so be careful. Tang Jun said to Lu Ming. Swish, at this moment, a figure flew over Lu Ming's group. Its speed was extremely shocking, and it was brazen as if it had no scruples at all. Reciprocity, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The person who had just flown over was a reciprocity expert. It was no wonder that he was so fearless. When there was no killing intent or baleful aura, there were not many insects that could pose a threat to reciprocity experts, even though they were powerful. Only when the killing intent and baleful aura surged into the sky would the insects go berserk. Using the killing intent and baleful aura, they could pose a fatal threat to reciprocity experts. If we encounter the Heavenly Palace's origin energy in the core battlefield, won't we be in danger? Lu Ming asked. The person who had just flown over was clearly the origin energy of the Heaven Destroyer. If they encountered the origin energy of the Heavenly Palace, wouldn't they be in danger? Although he had used the great imitation technique to change his appearance and presence, he could not fool the origin energy. Don't worry, they usually won't. I heard that there's a huge hall in the center of the battlefield. It was an extremely important place in the last Aeon and contains countless treasures. Even reciprocity experts would risk their lives for it, so every time we enter the battlefield, the reciprocity experts will head to the hall as soon as possible. You won't come across any reciprocity experts in the surroundings. Lin Yi explained. I see. Only then did Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as he did not come across reciprocity experts, those below reciprocity would not be able to see through his great imitation technique. It would be difficult for them to discover his true identity. Once they learned of his true identity, the people of the Heavenly Palace would not let him go. Back when they fought for the fort, the reciprocity experts were all fighting for their lives, so they obviously did not have the time to carefully investigate Lu Ming. As a result, they failed to discover Lu Ming's true identity. If it were not for the fact that they were fighting for their lives and carefully investigating Lu Ming would have been exposed. Let's go to the left. There's a venomous insect hibernating underground to the right. Lin Ye's two antennae trembled and an invisible ripple spread out to investigate the insect there. Lu Ming and the others followed Lin Yi to the left, making their way to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, a powerful existence had descended on the Thousand Autumn battlefield. He was Xianxia's father. He had pursued Lu Ming the entire time and had actually arrived here. Lu Ming, that kid, should have arrived at the Thousand Autumn battlefield. His presence has been severed here, so he should be in there. Kid, no matter where you run, you won't be able to escape from me. I'll make sure you die a horrible death for killing my son. Xianxia's father roared inside as killing intent filled his eyes. Back then, he had lost track of Lu Ming due to the spatial storms, so he had gone in a different direction. However, after chasing for a while, he still failed to find any traces of Lu Ming, so he changed directions again. Just like that, he constantly changed directions and searched. In the end, he discovered Lu Ming's presence again. He had a unique talent. As long as there was a sliver of presence left behind, he could track it down. In the end, he followed the faint presence to the Thousand Autumn battlefield. With a flash, Xianxia's father entered the Thousand Autumn battlefield, arriving in the region occupied by the Heavenly Palace. Who's there? Xianxia's father had already appeared, but he was discovered by someone. A figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Xianxia's a celestial exalt from the Heavenly Palace. Naturally, there were reciprocity experts guarding the small fragments around the Thousand Autumn battlefield. TTTest. STTTTTTTTTTTest. He had been guarding the entrance to the Dark Universe in the illusion Heavenly Palace. That was why the Heavenly Palace's origin was suspicious when it noticed Yiling. My son, Xianxia, has been killed. The person who killed him is in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. How can I not come? Yiling voice was very cold. What? Xianxia has been killed? Who's so bold? The Heavenly Palace's origin realm expert roared. Lu Ming, that Lu Ming with the forbidden body. Yiling said coldly. Lu Ming with the forbidden body has actually come to the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Why didn't I receive any news? The Heavenly Palace's origin realm expert's expression suddenly changed. That kid might have used a technique to change his appearance and aura, but he's definitely in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. It looks like he's with the traitors. Yiling eyes flickered with cold light. Clearly, he was thinking about how to capture and kill Lu Ming. Now that the killing intent and baleful aura in the core battlefield has subsided, I think Lu Ming should have entered the core battlefield. If you want to find him, why don't you go to the core battlefield? The Heavenly Palace's origin realm expert said. The core battlefield? Very well. Yiling said coldly. His figure flashed and he left this place. Not long after, Yiling passed through one of the Heavenly Palace's fortresses and entered the core battlefield. The core battlefield rarely opens. It's said that there's a palace left behind from the previous era in the central area. There are countless treasures. If it were any other time, I wouldn't miss it. But Lu Ming deserves to die. I can't let him go. Yiling Ganliu's eyes flashed with killing intent. The palace in the center of the core battlefield was also very attractive to him. If it were any other time, he would have rushed over. But now, his desire for revenge was even stronger. He planned to find Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming first. If there was still time, it wouldn't be too late to go to the palace. Whoosh! Yiling Tianzhou rushed into the core battlefield and spread out his spiritual sense to search for Lu Ming. On the other side, Lu Ming's group of 5 was already millions of miles deep into the core battlefield. Along the way, they didn't encounter any insect attacks. It was all thanks to Linya's senses that they could sense the insects in time every time and avoid them in advance or take a detour. Delicious food, I think there's something delicious ahead. Qiu suddenly shouted and turned into a ball, floating on Lu Ming's shoulder, its eyes shining. Qiu, did you find something? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiu wouldn't be like this unless it sensed a treasure. Yes, I sensed something delicious. Qiu's path. Linyi, there aren't any insects ahead, right? Lu Ming asked Linyi. No, don't worry. Linya's eyes were also shining. He had seen Qiu's ability when he entered the ghost forest with Lu Ming last time. If it weren't for Qiu last time, they probably wouldn't have gained anything. Now, Qiu sensed something again? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming took Qiu and flew out first. The others followed closely behind Lu Ming. Emo Chang and Rong Gong were both very curious. They didn't know what Lu Ming would find with this metallic life form. After thousands of li, Qiu stopped and then started digging crazily at the ground under its feet. Not long after, Qiu dug out a deep pit, and a weapon was revealed. This was a bronze pagoda. However, it was dilapidated and rusty. It looked very old. When ordinary people saw it, they would think that it was a piece of junk. However, Lu Ming and a group were not ordinary people. They could clearly feel that the dilapidated bronze pagoda was exuding a mysterious and vigorous aura. It was the aura of origin. This was a broken source-level weapon. A broken source-level weapon, ha ha ha. It was the size of a ball, and it grabbed the broken source-grade divine weapon in its hand. Lu Ming, keep this for me first. You can give it to me after I've digested what I ate last time. Qiu handed the broken weapon to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming took it and put it in the chaos ring. On the side, Emo Chang and Rong Gong were stunned and only reacted after a long while. To be able to sense something so deep underground, this ability is really amazing. Emo Chang exclaimed. With such a powerful treasure, wouldn't you be able to get as many treasures as you want? Rong Gong was also amazed. It's not that powerful. Qiu is only sensitive to metal materials. He can't sense things like the desolate crystal. Lu Ming said. That's already amazing enough. I suddenly have an idea. I wonder if you dare to give it a try. Emo Chang said. What idea? Tang Jun asked. Since Qiu has such a powerful sensing ability, we might be able to go to the immortal burial blood sea to seize the opportunity. Emo Chang said. The immortal burial blood sea. Lin Yi and Rong Gong's expressions changed. Only Tang Jun remained calm. What kind of place is the immortal burial blood sea? Lu Ming asked curiously. The immortal burial blood sea should be the place of a fierce battle in the last era. Countless overlords died in battle and their blood spilled, forming a sea of blood that buried countless overlords. Of course, there are also the treasures that those overlords carried with them. So, there are a lot of treasures under the immortal burial blood sea. Even after so many years, there are still many treasures that have been preserved, which attracted a lot of overlords. Legend has it that the immortal burial blood sea once buried immortals. Tang Jun explained in detail. Immortals? What's immortals? Lu Ming was confused. Of course, he had heard of this word and knew it, but he didn't know the specific meaning. Immortals are just a title. According to the books we found in the ruins of the universe, the people of the last era called transcendents immortals. Tang Jun said. Transcendents. Lu Ming was shocked. Transcendents were beyond the origin and the universe. They had an infinite lifespan and could even be reincarnated. The realm that no one in the current universe could reach was called immortals in the last era. According to the books left behind in the last era, immortals are the ultimate goal of all cultivators. The goal of the cultivators of the last era was to become immortals. Tang Jun continued. Clearly, Lin Yi and the others had heard of the legends of immortals, and they did not look surprised. The immortal burial sea of blood is usually a place where high-level divine lords go. Those high-level divine lords from the heavenly palace also go there. With our strength, we're still a little weak. Lin Yi said. We won't compete with others. Once we find people from the heavenly palace, we'll just take a detour. We just need to rely on Qiuqiu to find treasures. When we find treasures, Lu Ming will get the bigger share, and we'll split the smaller share. What do you think? Mo Chang said. I think it's feasible. Tang Jun said. I can give it a try. In the end, Lin Yi and Rong Gong also nodded. Lu Ming naturally had no objections. He had always been bold and daring, seeking riches and honor in the midst of danger. What was a little danger to him? Moreover, the five of them, together with Qiuqiu, might not be weak. After making up their minds, they immediately changed directions and headed towards the immortal burial blood sea. About 3 days later, they finally arrived at the immortal burial blood sea. The immortal burial blood sea was really an ocean. At a glance, it was boundless and filled with blood-red seawater. The seawater was tumbling, but there was no smell of blood. Instead, there was a faint murderous intent and evil spirit. No one would dare to come to the immortal burial blood sea when it's filled with murderous intent and evil spirit. Even now, there's still a faint murderous intent and evil spirit. Moreover, there are many powerful insects living in the blood sea. You have to be careful after entering. Tang Jun said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Right away, they flew into the sea of blood and flew above the sea of blood. Whoosh, looking down into the blood sea, they could see several huge figures swimming in the blood-red seawater. They were clearly huge insects. However, these insects did not rush up to attack them. The insects here rely more on the blood water in the blood sea. They won't leave the water to attack, so it's safer to fly above the water. However, if you want to find the treasures in the blood sea, you have to enter the blood sea. That way, you'll be attacked by those insects. Tang Jun explained. That's right. Therefore, we have a huge advantage with Qiuqiu. We don't have to enter the blood sea to look for treasures. We can just fly above the sea and wait for Qiuqiu to sense the treasures in the sea before we enter the blood sea. This will reduce a lot of danger. Mo Chang said. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. Without needing Lu Ming's instructions, Qiuqiu had already flown out. Its eyes were rolling as it sensed. Whoosh, suddenly, layers of waves appeared in the blood sea not far away. There were even rumbling sounds coming from the blood sea. Someone is fighting with the insects. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He looked through the sea of blood and saw 7 to 8 figures fighting fiercely with a few worms in the sea of blood. They were Heaven Destroyer's men. 7 or 8 Heaven Destroyer's men fought fiercely as they rushed upward. In the end, they all rushed out of the sea and the insects did not chase after them. However, those 7 or 8 people were all injured. It could be seen how terrifying the insects they had encountered just now were. Those 7 or 8 people also saw Lu Ming and the others. They nodded and greeted them before flying into the distance. Lu Ming and the others chose to fly in another direction. After a while, got it. I feel that there's something delicious down there. Qiuqiu stared at the sea below and said. What treasure is down there? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It should be a broken source-level divine weapon. Qiuqiu said. A broken source-level divine weapon. That's right. Let's go down. Mo Chang said. A broken source-level divine weapon was also a very valuable treasure for others. Lin Yi, there are no insects nearby, right? Then, Mo Chang asked Lin Yi. No, I've sensed it. Lin Yi said. Okay, let's go down. Mo Chang nodded. The 5 of them, including Qiuqiu, rushed into the blood sea. The blood water in the blood sea was said to be formed by the blood of countless experts. Even after so many years, it still contained a lot of energy and was extremely heavy. Moreover, even if the killing intent and evil aura had subsided, the blood water still contained some killing intent and evil aura that would constantly corrode the living beings that entered. Lu Ming and the others set up layers of defense on the surface of their bodies to block the corrosion of the blood water. They sped up and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was very deep. They had been descending for more than 100,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. They could see half of the battle saber stabbed into the rocks at the bottom of the sea, emitting strange fluctuations. That's right, it was a broken source-level divine weapon. Lu Ming flew over, pulled the broken source-level divine weapon out of the ground, and put it into his storage ring. Of course, Lu Ming could not have this broken source-level divine weapon alone. Everyone had a share. According to the agreement, Lu Ming would get more. After all, searching for treasures in the Blood Sea required everyone's strength. Not good, let's go, there's a worm coming. At this moment, Lin Ye's expression changed as he exclaimed. The countenances of Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the rest changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them shot upward like arrows released from a bow. However, it was still too late. 2 worms had already swum over. These 2 worms were like 2 blood-red snakes, but they didn't look like snakes. Their bodies were like snakes, but their heads weren't like snakes. They were filled with sharp fangs. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 worms were extremely fast. They were like 2 long whips, lashing towards Lu Ming and the rest. Their speed was so terrifying that the blood water was drawn away, forming a vacuum zone. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were attacked by one of the worms. The 2 of them joined hands to block it, but after being struck by the worm, their bodies trembled violently and they couldn't help but fall back. On the other side, Emo Chung and the rest were also sent flying by the worm. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's expression was solemn. Before he could recover, the long worm whipped him again. Kill it! Lu Ming hollered. He held the God of Combat spear in his hand and pierced the long worm's body. However, it did not pierce through. Lu Ming discovered that the long worm's body was extremely tough. The God of Combat spear only pierced through a layer of skin and it was less than an inch deep. Instead, there was a strong rebounding force that caused Lu Ming's arm to go numb. After being pierced by Lu Ming, the worm seemed to be incomparably furious. It let out an ear-piercing shriek, its mouth filled with sharp fangs biting towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. Slash! Cho turned into a halberd and slashed at the worm's head. Of course, it didn't cut off the worm's head, but it caused it to deviate. Following that, Tang Jun slashed out with his sword. The sword light dyed the blood sea with a layer of white light. It also slashed at the worm's head, but it only broke a layer of skin and didn't cut off the worm's head. Not only was this long worm astonishingly strong, but its defense was also terrifyingly strong. Don't get entangled with them. Let's rush out of the sea. Otherwise, we'll attract more insects and be in danger. Lin Yi shouted. Go! Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others no longer attacked, rushing towards the surface of the sea with all their might. Yi, Mo, Chong, and Rong-gong also rushed upwards with all their might. The 2 long worms screeched and chased after them relentlessly. Lu Ming and the others attacked while rushing upwards. In the end, they rushed out of the sea. The 2 long worms swam back and forth in the sea, screaming non-stop. After a while, they sank into the sea and left. What a terrifying worm. Are all the worms in the immortal burial sea of blood so powerful? Lu Ming said. Not all of them are that strong. We were unlucky and met 2 of the stronger ones. Many of them shouldn't be that strong, but there are stronger ones. It all depends on luck. Lin Yi said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. If all the worms were that powerful, no one would dare to go into the sea to look for treasures. Not many, just a dozen of those worms would make it difficult for Lu Ming and the others to escape. Lin Yi, didn't you sense that there were no worms before? Why did 2 suddenly appear? Mo Chang looked at Lin Yi unhappily. I sensed them before, but there was indeed no worms. However, the blood here contains a strange energy that interferes with my senses. The distance I can sense is greatly reduced. Those 2 long worms should have been outside the range of my senses before, but they were attracted after we went into the sea. Lin Yi said. These words made Lu Ming, Mo Chang, and the others' expressions become more serious. It seemed that they had to be more careful in the future. Then, they left the place, and Qiuqiu continued to sense. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, they had gained a lot. They obtained 5 or 6 pieces of strange metals. Metals that could soak in the blood sea for a long time were definitely not to be underestimated. In addition, they found a total of 3 damaged weapons. This was a very great harvest. After all, many groups had searched the blood sea for a very long time without finding a single damaged weapon. If others wanted to search, they would have to enter the depths of the immortal burial sea of blood. If they did that, they would have to pay attention to the attacks of the worms. They would face danger at all times, so the efficiency of searching would obviously be very slow. How could they be like Qiuqiu, who could sense the treasures at the bottom of the sea just by flying on the surface? The only drawback was that Qiuqiu could only sense treasures that contained precious metals. It could not sense anything that was not metal. For example, Qiuqiu could not sense some extremely high-grade storage pouches. The ones that could really make a fortune were those extremely high-grade storage pouches. Those storage pouches could be preserved in the blood sea for countless years without being damaged. They were definitely left behind by the almighty figures of the last era. There might be some shocking treasures inside. In the past, there had been people who had obtained such storage pouches and discovered shocking treasures inside. There were even treasures that surpassed origin-grade weapons and a large number of treasures that contained origin imprints. It was also because of this that a large number of reciprocity experts had once been attracted to the immortal burial sea of blood to search for treasures. However, that kind of storage pouch was extremely rare, to the point that it was extremely rare. In the 10 stellar years since the Thousand Autumn battlefield had been discovered, only 2 of such storage pouches had been found. This was mainly because the water of the immortal burial sea of blood contained terrifying energy. If it were not for the fact that the storage pouches were astonishingly high grade, the other storage pouches would have corroded long ago. However, even so, Mo Chang, Ronggong, Lin Yi and the others were extremely satisfied. With the value of damaged origin-grade weapons, they had obtained quite a lot of wealth. Only half a day had passed. In the past, they had only been waiting for the killing intent and baleful aura of the core battlefield to reappear. They might not have been able to find a damaged weapon. If they spent a little more time, their harvest would definitely be even greater. They continued to search. At the same time, they expanded their spiritual senses, paying attention to the situation in the surroundings at all times. After all, not only would the people of the Heaven Destroyer come to the immortal burial sea of blood, but the people of the Heavenly Palace would also come. There was always danger. However, Lu Ming and the others still did not discover that there were several pairs of eyes staring at them from the sea of blood not far from them. This was a group of experts from the Heavenly Palace. There were a total of 7 of them. They hid in the sea of blood, and their auras were obscured by the sea of blood. This was why Lu Ming and the others could not sense them. One of them seems to be the daughter of the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng. The 7 experts of the Heavenly Palace secretly conversed. That's right. It's Tang Feng's daughter, Tang Jun. Very good. I never thought I would run into Tang Jun here. As long as we capture her, it will be a huge blow to the rebels. At that time, young Palace Master Yi Xian will definitely reward us handsomely. Tang Jun is secondary. That metallic life form is the most important. It can actually sense the treasures at the bottom of the sea. Once we obtain it, just how many treasures can we obtain from the Thousand Autumn battlefield? It definitely won't be a problem for us to soar to the sky in the future. That's right. We must obtain that metallic life form. The 7 experts of the Heavenly Palace secretly conversed, their eyes burning with passion. Then should we attack now? With our strength, we're more than capable of taking them down. One of the 7 Heavenly Palace experts asked. They had already seen through the cultivation of Lu Ming's group. One was an 8th level Divine Lord, one was a 7th level Divine Lord, one was a 6th level Divine Lord, and 2 were 5th level Divine Lords. 4 of them were 8th level Divine Lords and 3 7th level Divine Lords. There was a huge gap between them in terms of combat prowess. No, wait a moment. If we attack here, we might attract the attention of other traders. Let's wait until they're a little farther away before attacking. That way, we won't attract the attention of others. We'll be safe, a female heavenly human said. This female heavenly human looked very young, only in her 20s. She was very beautiful. Her cultivation was only at the 7th level Divine Lord realm, but the other 8th level Divine Lords seemed to regard her as their leader. Yes, then we'll wait here. The others nodded. They were hiding in the sea, unafraid of the insects. The main reason was that the young heavenly human woman was holding a disc array in her hand. Runes were emitted from the disc array, forming a circle of runes that enveloped them. This runic halo seemed to have a concealment effect. As long as they weren't too close to the insects wouldn't be able to discover them. Lu Ming's group didn't even realize that they were being watched. They continued forward. Mo Chang had been to the immortal burial blood sea before, so he was somewhat familiar with this place. Now, Mo Chang wanted to take Lu Ming's group to a more remote part of the sea. Although there were more insects there and it was more dangerous, there might also be more treasures there. After a period of time, they approached this part of the sea. Suddenly, the sea churned, and 7 figures charged out like lightning, surrounding Lu Ming's group. Not good. It's the Heavenly Palace. How can they hide in the sea without being discovered by the insects? Mo Chang, Lin Yi, and the others turned pale with fright and cried out. The faces of Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others also darkened. This was especially true for Mo Chang, who was also an 8th level Divine Lord. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered the cultivation levels of the 7 Heavenly Palace members. 4 8th level Divine Lords and 3 7th level Divine Lords. This level of combat power was far above his group. How could they resist this? Tang Jun, your luck is over. Now, we'll give you a chance to cultivate at your own expense and return to the Heavenly Palace with us. You'll suffer less. One of the pale-faced heavenly human tribe elders sneered as he scanned Tang Jun with a cold gaze. There were also a few people who looked at Xianxia with burning eyes, revealing deep greed. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored by these people from the Sky Palace. How could they take a 5th level Divine Master seriously? He was not a peerless genius like Tang Jun. Boom. Boom, boom. The 7 Heavenly Palace experts unleashed their full strength, their powerful energies pressing down on Lu Ming's group. They wanted to strike fear into Lu Ming's group so that they could defeat them in one fell swoop. 4 8th level Divine Lords and 3 7th level Divine Lords. They did not conceal their cultivation, so Lu Ming naturally knew their cultivation levels. He swept his gaze over them, secretly observing them. The pale-faced heavenly human race elder was an 8th level Divine Lord. There was also a middle-aged heavenly human race woman, also an 8th level Divine Lord. The other 2 were heavenly human race men who looked exactly the same. They were clearly twins and were also 8th level Divine Lords. There was also a young heavenly human race woman who was a 7th level Divine Lord. The remaining 2 were not from the heavenly human race. One was from the angel race and the other was from the blood race. Lu Ming even recognized the angel race. When Lu Ming had first arrived at the Thousand Autumn battlefield, he had encountered a 12-winged angel who had attacked him. Tang Jun had arrived midway and saved Lu Ming. The angel before him was the one who had attacked Lu Ming back then. This angel and the blood race both had 7th level Divine Lord cultivations. Tang Jun said nothing, but the energy on his body grew stronger and stronger. It was clear that he had pushed his energy to the limit and was ready to fight at any moment. How should we divide the 5 of them? Among them, the pale-faced elder from the angel clan asked. Leave this smoke race remnant to me. The middle-aged heavenly human race woman coldly said, her powerful energy locking onto Mo Chang's body. Boom, Mo Chang also erupted with his own energy, fighting back against the middle-aged heavenly human race man. Their energies clashed, creating a series of explosions. Tang Jun is extremely strong. Although he's only a 5th level Divine Lord, we can't be careless. Leave him to this old man. The pale-faced heavenly human race elder said, his powerful energy locking onto Tang Jun. Everyone says that the top 10 races of the ancient era were stronger than the current ones, but I don't believe it. Leave this heaven and earth race fellow to me. The blood race expert stepped forward, his energy locking onto Rong Gong. He was at the same level as Rong Gong, and he wanted to prove that the blood race was not weaker than the heaven and earth race, perhaps even stronger. Then leave these two to me. I'll kill them. The powerful angel's aura was fixed on Lin Yi and Lu Ming. His body was covered in sacred light, and 12 angel wings extended from his body. With a flap of his wings, his body shot toward Lu Ming and Lin Yi like a bolt of lightning. A few streaks of angelic sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and Lin Yi. It was clear that this angel did not recognize Lu Ming. This was because the appearance and aura Lu Ming had imitated through the great imitation art was completely different from when he had first arrived at the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Lu Ming, watch out! Lin Yi roared, circulating his energy to the limit as he prepared to resist. Lin Yi, leave it to me. Lu Ming calmly said. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lin Yi. He grabbed at the air, condensing a spear and thrusting it forward, shooting out several beams of light. After coming to the Thousand Autumn battlefield, his cultivation had broken through 2 levels, going from level 3 God Lord to level 5 God Lord. He really wanted to test just how strong his battle prowess was. This angel race expert was a 12-winged angel, the apex of the angel race's talent. He was also a level 7 God Lord, and his fighting strength was no weaker than Yiling Tianqiu's. It was most suitable for him to use it to test his current combat strength. Boom! 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 The spear light and sword light clashed, exploding with explosions. The sword light collapsed, and the spear light exploded. The angel race expert grimaced and retreated. In the end, he managed to avoid most of the spear light, but he was still struck by one, leaving a deep wound on his body. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace frowned. Lu Ming's fighting strength had exceeded their expectations. It seemed that he was a monstrous genius. Stanford, what's going on? You can't even take down a mere level 5 God Lord? One of the twins asked. The twins stood on either side of the young woman, seemingly having no intention of attacking. The angel race expert, Stanford, had a gloomy expression as he glared at Lu Ming, his murderous intent thick and intense. This brat is very strong, but I can suppress him. I didn't use my full strength just now. Kill him in 3 moves. Stanford said coldly. He had indeed not used his full strength just now. It was just a 6th-tier Divine Master and a 5th-tier Divine Master. In his opinion, he did not need to use his full strength to kill them. His cultivation was higher, and he was a 12-winged angel. He had absolute confidence in himself. Kill! Stanford shouted. Holy light burst forth and gathered on the angelic sword. He became one with the sword, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed at Lu Ming, intending to cut Lu Ming in half. Through the exchange just now, he knew that Lu Ming was not simple, so he used his full strength in this move. The others from the Heavenly Palace did not attack. They just watched indifferently. They were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted to kill the traitors one by one, instilling fear in them. Only then would they feel satisfied. That's all you've got. Let's end this. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He no longer held back. The war god spear appeared and stabbed out, clashing with the angelic sword. With a loud bang, the angelic combat sword exploded. Lu Ming's spear did not stop. It flashed past like lightning. With a sound, the area between Danfo's eyebrows was pierced. His soul was annihilated by the terrifying power and he died on the spot. Stanford's eyes were wide open. Even in death, he did not understand why Lu Ming was so terrifying that he could not even block a single move. Although he was a 7th-tier Divine Master, his fighting strength was strong enough to contend with an 8th-tier Divine Master of an ordinary race. With such fighting strength, he had been instantly killed by a 5th-tier Divine Master. He died with his eyes wide open. The others from the Heavenly Palace were also shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They were well aware of Stanford's fighting strength. Otherwise, they would not have let Stanford follow them. But now, he had been instantly killed by a 5th-tier Divine Master. This was unbelievable. My strength has really increased by a lot. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Danfo's strength wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianqiu. Back in the Stellar Sky continent, Yiling Tianqiu wasn't someone he could fight against at all. In the end, he had used all his strength and used some of his trump cards. In the end, he had relied on the black fog and Xiaoqiu's help to finally kill Yiling Tianshou. But now, he didn't need any help, nor did he need any trump cards, and he could easily kill an expert who wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianshou. This increase in strength gave Lu Ming a strong sense of satisfaction. Damn it, this brat is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. All of you, do it. Leave this brat to me. One of the twins roared and took a step forward. Like a fierce tiger, he charged at Lu Ming. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming showed no fear. He swung his spear to meet the attack. With a clang, the two exchanged blows. The opponent's attack was blocked, and he staggered back. Lu Ming couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What powerful strength, containing 2 types of supreme heavenly force. Another terrifying monstrous character. Lu Ming focused his eyes. One of the twins was extremely strong. He wasn't an ordinary celestial race member. He actually controlled 2 supreme heavenly powers, and his cultivation was at 8th tier divine master. That move just now had made Lu Ming's arm go numb. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, an ordinary 8th tier divine master would definitely not be a match for Lu Ming and would be killed by Lu Ming. But this one before him was considered one of the best even in the celestial race. He was completely different from an ordinary 8th tier divine master. At the same time, the others also moved. The middle-aged woman launched an attack on Emo Chang. As a member of the celestial race, the middle-aged woman's talent went without saying. However, Emo Chang was not weak either. He was one of the top 10 races of the ancient era. Even if his talent was not as great as the celestial races, it was not too far off. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. On the other side, the pale-faced celestial race elder was engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Jun. Tang Jun was extremely talented. Although he was only a 5th tier divine master, his fighting strength was extremely strong. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he even had a slight advantage. Rong Gong was engaged in a fierce battle with the 7th tier divine master of the blood race. Both of them were extremely fast, exchanging more than a dozen blows in an instant. With this, the difference in strength was revealed. It was clear that Rong Gong was stronger and had the absolute advantage. However, the blood race had a strange constitution and an extremely strong life force. They were very difficult to kill, so even though Rong Gong was at a disadvantage, it was not that easy to kill his opponent. This made the 2 celestial race members who had yet to act somewhat gloomy. They had thought that they could easily deal with this, but the difficulty had exceeded their expectations. "Brat, die for me. Die!" roared one of the twins. 2 types of supreme heavenly energy erupted from his body, gathering on his battle axe as he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lu Ming. "You're the one who's going to die." Lu Ming coldly roared as he waved his war god spear. Spear light tore through the air, piercing through space with terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged several dozen blows with his opponent. "Primordial Desolate." Lu Ming suddenly roared as he formed a seal with one hand. A continent appeared and pressed down on his opponent. Lu Ming had not been cultivating for nothing. He was becoming more and more proficient in the Primordial Desolate style, and its power was also growing stronger. In the past, he had needed to form a seal with both hands to use the Primordial Desolate style, but now, he could form a seal with one hand. This made it much easier for him to fight. The mountains and rivers of the Primordial Desolate continent were much more realistic than before. It was like the Primordial Desolate continent had truly appeared and was pressing down on his opponent. The berserk energy caused the blood sea below to tremble and swell. "Break for me!" roared one of his opponents. His face was extremely solemn as he felt a terrifying sense of danger from this move. He swung his battle axe with all his might, and it landed on the continent with a deafening boom. However, Lu Ming made his move again. He used the sky-piercing style and pierced towards his opponent's forehead. His opponent was shocked. He could only swing his battle axe at Lu Ming. The battle axe collided with the spear light and blocked the attack of the spear light. However, the Primordial Desolate continent continued to press down on his opponent's body. With a loud bang, his opponent's body was smashed into the blood sea like a meteorite. Second brother! Roared the other twin. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The other experts of the heavenly palace were also shocked. This was especially true for the pale-faced old man who was battling Tang Jun. He had already been forced into a disadvantageous position by Tang Jun, but at this moment, his mind was shaken, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by Tang Jun, coughing up blood as he retreated. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sea below trembled. The waves swept and a figure soared into the sky. It was one of the twins. However, he was in a sorry state. There were many injuries all over his body and blood kept flowing out. The move just now had put him in a difficult position. One of the twins, a heavenly human, glared at Lu Ming like a wild beast, as if he wanted to tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming's move had left him in a terrible state. More than a dozen of his bones had been broken, and his internal organs had been damaged. His injuries were not light. To think that he would be injured by a fifth-tier divine lord. This was a great humiliation. Brat, I'll tear you apart. The other party roared, his expression savage. I'll give you a boost. At this moment, the young woman from the heavenly human clan that hadn't fought until now spoke. Before she even finished speaking, she'd formed a seal with her hands. After that, an enormous formation formed by countless symbols floated above her head. Wang, the array trembled. The next moment, an array appeared above the pale-faced elder, the middle-aged woman, the blood race, and one of the twins. The array emitted a milky white light that sprinkled on the group. At this moment, their auras suddenly soared. The 4 experts from the heavenly palace seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their auras surged and became stronger and stronger. Boom! Mo Chung was not weak, but he was forced back by the other party's move. Tang Jun and Rong Gong, who had the upper hand, were now suppressed by the other party. Brat, die for me. The younger twin brother let out a long howl. He held a battle axe in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The 2 supreme heavenly powers howled as they gathered in the battle axe, filling the sky with axe shadows. Primeval desolation. Lu Ming once again used the primeval desolation style. A continent formed and pressed down on the other party. Open for me. The other party roared as the battle axe struck the continent. The continent trembled, and cracks appeared on it before it exploded. The other party's figure was only slightly hindered before he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Wang, the war god spear trembled as it thrust forward, clashing with the battle axe. Clang! 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 In an instant, the 2 sides exchanged dozens of blows. The younger twin's attack was blocked, and he was forced back. But Lu Ming's body also trembled as he drifted back. What powerful strength! His strength has at least doubled from before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and his expression became somewhat solemn. He glanced at the young woman from the heavenly human tribe and then looked at the rune formation above his second brother's head. Obviously, it was because of this matrix that second brother and the other masters of the heavenly palace had become much more powerful. It could actually increase one's strength. This ability was a little terrifying. When one's realm was relatively low, there would indeed be some talents who specialized in support. These people were not good at fighting, but they were invincible in support. They could support others and increase their combat power. However, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult it would be to enhance it. Not to mention reaching the Divine Master realm. It was extremely difficult to make a Divine Master's battle prowess explosively increase. This woman from the heavenly human tribe was definitely gifted. She was a rare genius in the heavenly human tribe. Taboo power. Kid, the power you possess is taboo power. You are Lu Ming. The second twin brother suddenly roared. After exchanging many blows with Lu Ming, he finally discovered that the power that Lu Ming controlled was forbidden power. What? Taboo power. The others were also shocked. Then, cold murderous intent burst out from their hearts. Lu Ming. It was actually Lu Ming. No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. However, since it was Lu Ming, all the more reason to get rid of him. All the more reason to kill him. Lu Ming, die. After I kill you, I will soar to the sky. The second twin brother's eyes were burning. He stared at Lu Ming. The supreme heavenly power in his body burst out crazily. Once again, he charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He waved his spear and fought with his opponent. The two of them fought crazily. After exchanging more than 100 blows, there was still no clear winner. Should I use my origin energy? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The older twin brother had not made a move, guarding that young woman. However, he still gave Lu Ming a strong pressure, making him feel very dangerous. Furthermore, Emo Chang and the others were already at a disadvantage. This was especially true for Emo Chang. He was in a precarious situation and could be killed at any time. Lu Ming wanted to use his origin energy to defeat his second brother. However, he did not think that he could kill the other party in one move. If he could not kill the other party in one move, the situation would not change. After Emo Chang was killed, that middle-aged woman would be free, and they would be in even more danger. Could it be that he had to take out the sovereign personage arm? However, Lu Ming immediately dismissed this idea. Lu Ming was confident that he could kill these people from the heavenly palace with the sovereign personage arm. However, the sovereign personage arm would be exposed. According to the bronze box, once one collected the complete sovereign personage body, one could sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled throughout history. It would be easy to flatten the heavenly palace. Such a horrifying sovereign personage body was already unimaginably precious. Life spirits, the four great treasures of the heavenly court, or other top treasures in the universe, were far inferior to it. Therefore, as long as the news about the sovereign personage body leaked out, it could lead to an earth-shattering disaster. Lu Ming would never use it unless he had no other choice. So, what should he do now? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he glanced at the young woman from the heavenly human tribe. The root of the problem was still this young woman. As long as he killed this woman, without her support, Tang Jun, Emo Chang, Rong Gong and the others would be able to turn the situation around. Clang, Lu Ming wielded the divine battle spear with all his strength and clashed with his second brother's battle axe. Both of them were pushed back. Now is the time, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he cast the greater aurora art. He turned into an aurora and rushed towards the young woman from the heavenly human tribe. He held the divine battle spear tightly in his right hand and planned to use his divine power of origin. He knew that the older twin brother would not let him succeed so easily and would definitely stop him. He would use his origin power to defeat the older twin brother and then kill the young woman from the heavenly human tribe. As expected, the older twin brother stepped forward with murderous intent in his eyes. For Extremity's celestial domain. Two cold yells sounded from the front and back of Lu Ming. Suddenly, a terrifying force enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, 4 huge pillars rose around Lu Ming. These 4 pillars were of different colors and were all formed by the supreme power of heaven. The 4 pillars propped up a terrifying field energy, shrouding Lu Ming within it. Oh no, this is a joint attack! Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He could already see that this was the twin brothers' joint attack. The two of them each controlled 2 different kinds of supreme power of heaven. In total, they had 4 kinds of supreme power of heaven, which was almost the same as the perfect power of heaven. The 4 kinds of power of heaven formed a prison-like force field that trapped Lu Ming inside. Break for me! Lu Ming shouted as he charged forward with the war god spear in hand. The war god spear pierced through the air and stabbed forward. However, when the spear of the war god approached, a wall of light appeared between the 2 pillars. This wall of light had 4 colors. It was clearly formed by the fusion of 4 types of supreme heavenly powers. Boom, the war god spear stabbed into the wall of light. The wall of light shook violently, producing a powerful rebound force that caused the war god spear to vibrate continuously. Lu Ming's body couldn't help but retreat. What a powerful force! I can't break it. Lu Ming's face darkened. Ha ha ha, kid, you're overestimating yourself. You want to break our 4 extremities celestial domain with your strength? Dream on. The younger brother of the twins laughed from behind. Now, it's our turn to attack. Lu Ming, die. The older brother of the twins shouted coldly. Suddenly, dozens of sword lights appeared around Lu Ming. These sword lights were all formed by the 4 types of supreme heavenly powers. They whistled out and stabbed toward Lu Ming. buzz, the war god's spear vibrated. Lu Ming stabbed out dozens of spear lights in an attempt to block these sword lights. However, the speed of these sword gleams was too fast and they were very powerful. It was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Lu Ming couldn't block all of them with his full strength. His body was slashed by a sword light, and a deep wound appeared. His shoulder was also pierced by a sword light, and a hole appeared from the front to the back. Lu Ming was injured, and the others weren't in a good situation either. Emo Chang was in the most danger. He was already injured, and blood was constantly seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Tang Jun was also completely at a disadvantage. He could only barely hold on. On the other side, Rong Gong and Lin Yi were fighting against the blood tribe experts. Lin Yi's cultivation was the lowest tier. He couldn't interfere in the battle between Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Emo Chang. If he joined, not only would he not be of help, but he would also be killed by the other party. The only thing he could barely interfere in was the battle between Rong Gong and the blood tribe experts. However, even with Lin Yi joining, they were still no match for the blood tribe experts. However, the situation was slightly better. They could protect themselves for the time being. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Lu Ming and the others were completely annihilated. Lu Ming, I'll help you. Qiu Qiu flew out of Lu Ming's wrist and transformed into a mirror. And shot out a pillar of light, wanting to envelop the older brother of the twins. However, the light pillar did not fly out of the Four Extremities celestial domain either, also being blocked by the surrounding light walls. Ha ha ha, no matter what attack you use, it will be blocked by the Four Extremities celestial domain. Once you enter the Four Extremities celestial domain, only death awaits you. Second brother laughed loudly. His killing intent was incomparably strong, and his gaze was also incomparably hot. Qiu Qiu roared and flew back to Lu Ming's wrist. Then, it wriggled rapidly and turned into an armor on Lu Ming's body. This is the aura of an origin divine weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, among the broken source-level divine weapons that you fed me, I will first refine the broken armor. I can barely evolve it. Hopefully, it can block the other party's attack. Qiu Qiu's voice sounded. At this moment, the twins launched another attack. More than a dozen sword lights attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming continued to brandish the battle god spear to block. However, there were still sword lights that weren't blocked and attacked Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang! This time, several sword lights attacked Lu Ming's body. There were sounds of metal clashing, but they were reflected by the armor on Lu Ming's body. They didn't penetrate Lu Ming's armor and only left a few shallow marks on it. I blocked it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At the same time, he messaged Qiu Qiu to ask if it was alright. Don't worry. They couldn't even penetrate my armor, so how could they injure me? Qiu Qiu's smug voice sounded. Lu Ming immediately relaxed. As expected of an origin divine weapon armor. After Qiu Qiu refined it, it still had a portion of the origin divine weapon armor's power and astonishing defensive capabilities. The combined attack of the twins was extremely powerful. Even a 9th-tier divine lord expert would die if they came in here. Unless it was a top-tier 9th-tier divine lord. But this power had been blocked by the armor Qiu Qiu had transformed into. The twins were somewhat dazed, and then their eyes began to burn with flames. These were the flames of greed. They could clearly see that the armor on Lu Ming's body had been transformed by that metallic life form. Not only could this metallic life form sense the treasures beneath the blood sea, it could also create armor with incredible defensive capabilities. This was a priceless treasure. They had to obtain it. Kill. The twins roared as they pushed their strength to the limit, pushing the power of their combined attack to its limits. This time, the sword light was even stronger, but when it struck Lu Ming's body, it still failed to penetrate Lu Ming's armor. It only left a deeper mark on it. Lu Ming felt even more confident. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged forward, completely ignoring the attacks of the sword light. He poured all his strength into the war god spear and thrust it at the border of the Four Extremities celestial domain. Just like before, a four-colored wall of light appeared. When the war god spear struck it, it exploded with a heaven-shaking boom. The wall of light fiercely shuddered, but it still failed to pierce through. Kid, don't even think about breaking through our four extremities celestial domain. Even if you have powerful armor, so what? Once the others are killed and they come to kill you, only death will await you. The second brother roared, wanting to disturb Lu Ming's mind. Is that so? This spear, break! Lu Ming roared as the war god spear pierced out again. The difference was that this time, Lu Ming unleashed his origin source energy. The origin source energy in the origin seed poured into the war god spear. When the war god spear pierced the four-colored wall of light, the origin source energy erupted. The origin source energy triggered a trace of the original power of the war god spear, increasing its attack power. Boom, an earth-shaking boom rang out again. The difference was that this time, the four-colored wall of light shook violently and protruded outwards. When it protruded to its limit, it exploded. The four extremities celestial domain, the twins' combined attack was broken. As soon as the combined attack was broken, the twins' bodies shook violently. They involuntarily retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They had never imagined that their combined attack would be broken by a fifth-layer divine master. Origin source energy, it's the origin source energy. That's right, this kid has condensed the origin source seed, the second brother roared. Not good, the eldest brother seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the young lady from the heavenly human tribe. Not good, his target is Yi Chuling. The twin brothers roared and charged at the young woman with all their might. At the same time, the other heavenly palace experts' faces changed. The twin brothers also charged at Yi Chuling with all their might. But they were too late. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a flash of the greater aurora art, he appeared in front of Yi Chuling and thrust his war god spear forward. Whoosh, the war god spear was like a bolt of lightning, thrusting towards Yi Chuling. Yi Chuling's face revealed a trace of fear. She was clearly frightened by Lu Ming. However, she was still relatively calm. With a soft shout, her hands quickly formed a seal, and a golden bead appeared between her eyebrows. The golden bead emitted a layer of light, and a light barrier appeared around her body, enveloping her. Boom, the war god spear struck the light barrier, causing a loud explosion. But it didn't pierce through the barrier. The powerful force sent Yi Chuling flying, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. But it wasn't without benefits. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage to Yi Chuling, it interrupted Yi Chuling's buff. The experts of the Heavenly Palace were weakened, giving Mo Chang, Tang Jun, and the others a chance to catch their breath. A defensive treasure, damn it, I'll break it. Lu Ming roared, wanting to continue attacking to break Yi Chuling's defense. Yi Chuling's speed wasn't a defensive source-grade weapon, but some kind of treasure. Although this kind of treasure could activate a powerful defensive power, the energy it contained was often limited, and it couldn't last for too long. Unlike source-grade weapons, if you couldn't break through their defense, no matter how many moves you used, it would be useless. As for this kind of treasure, as long as you attacked continuously, it would naturally break when its energy was exhausted. Lu Ming, die. Don't even think about attacking again. Two furious roars could be heard. The twin brothers charged toward Lu Ming again, performing a joint attack. The four extremities heavenly domain shrouded Lu Ming again. Not good. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to continue attacking Yi Chuling. His figure flickered rapidly as he tried to avoid being enveloped by the four extremities celestial domain. But Lu Ming still underestimated the four extremities celestial domain. This kind of combined attack technique would suddenly appear around Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's speed was shocking, he still couldn't avoid the four extremities celestial domain and was once again enveloped within. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Lu Ming's expression was very ugly. Previously, he had been able to break through the four extremities celestial domain because of the sudden eruption of his origin energy, which boosted the offensive power of the battle god spear. However, the origin energy only had the power for one strike. Now that his source power was exhausted, what did he still have to break the four extreme celestial domain? Brat, your source energy is only enough for one strike, right? Now, let's see how you break our four extremities celestial domain. The twins shouted coldly as they pressed their hands forward. Streaks of sword light appeared around Lu Ming and stabbed towards Lu Ming, but were blocked by Qiuqiu's armor. However, the real danger wasn't Lu Ming, but the others. Because Yi Chuling had once again used that kind of augmentation formation, the formation above the heavenly palace's people's heads appeared again. "Let's gather together, quick!" Tang Jun shouted. While the enemy's battle power was weakened, he gathered together with Mo Chang, Rong Gong, Ling Yi, and the others, using a defensive formation to block the enemy's attacks. Kill! Kill! The heavenly palace's experts had been augmented again, their battle power skyrocketing as they launched fierce attacks. Tang Jun and the others couldn't fight back and could only passively defend. "I must break the four extremities celestial domain and kill that Yi Chuling," Lu Ming roared in his heart as he pushed his battle power to the limit. He completely ignored the surrounding attacks and rushed to the edge of the four extremities celestial domain, launching a storm of attacks. Boom! 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 The war god spear continuously bombarded the four-colored light wall of the four extremities celestial domain, causing it to shake violently. However, it still didn't break. Damn it, just a little bit more. If my cultivation was one level higher, I would definitely be able to break the four extremities celestial domain. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Although the four extremities celestial domain was powerful, it wasn't ridiculously powerful. After all, the twin brothers were only 8th-level divine masters. Moreover, although the twin brothers each grasped two different kinds of supreme heavenly power, and the two of them worked together to gather 4 different kinds of supreme heavenly power. However, this was still controlled by 2 people, unlike Yi Qiuxian who could control 4 different kinds of supreme heavenly power. Only when one person controlled 4 different kinds of supreme heavenly power could it be called perfect heavenly power. It was impossible for 2 people to control it perfectly, and the power they could unleash was limited. However, Lu Ming's disadvantage was that his cultivation was too low. He was only a 5th-level divine master. If he had a 6th-level divine master cultivation, he could easily break the 4 extremities celestial domain. However, it was very difficult now. Break! 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 Lu Ming roared, his long hair fluttering in the wind as he pushed his fighting strength to the limit. He fought until he went berserk, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling as if it was going to burn. Tens of thousands of cells on his body shone brightly, as dazzling as stars. Tens of thousands of cells connected, forming a door. A yellow muddy road appeared unknowingly. What is this? A universal bridge? The twin brothers were stunned. They had never seen such a universal bridge before. It was actually a yellow muddy road, and it looked really shabby. At this moment, the puddle of blood on the yellow muddy road glowed, emanating a terrifying aura. As if something had triggered it, a layer of bloody light spread out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if all the blood in his body had exploded like a volcano. A terrifying power surged from his blood into his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had endless power. Boom! The war god spear stabbed out once again, piercing the 4-colored light wall. With a boom, the 4-colored light wall directly exploded. It was even easier than the last time when he had used the origin force. The twin brothers retreated rapidly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They couldn't understand how Lu Ming could still defeat their 4 extremities celestial domain and erupt with such terrifying power. Was this kid a monster? Kill! Lu Ming roared. He felt as if there was endless power all over his body. The powerful power was still erupting from his blood. If he didn't attack now, when would he? Lu Ming directly rushed out. This time, he didn't rush towards Yi Chuling, but the elder brother of the twins. He had to get rid of one of the twins first. That kind of joint attack was too troublesome. He didn't know why his power had suddenly increased. Therefore, he had to kill at least one of the twins while he still had power. As long as one of the twins was killed, there would be no joint attack. Even if Lu Ming's sudden increase in power disappeared, Lu Ming wouldn't be trapped and would have the initiative. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He turned into a bloody light and appeared in front of the older twin brother in an instant, thrusting his war god spear at him. The older twin brother was shocked and tried his best to block the attack. His combat strength was strong, even stronger than the younger twin brother, but he couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Bang! The war god spear pierced through the older twin brother's battle axe and pierced through the younger twin brother's forehead, killing him on the spot. "Big brother!" the younger twin brother roared. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming actually killed his older brother in one move. Didn't that mean he could also kill him in one move? His heart was filled with endless fear. For a moment, he didn't dare to move forward. After killing the older twin brother, Lu Ming didn't stop and rushed towards Yi Chuling. Yi Chuling was shocked and quickly retreated. The array also stopped, and she channeled all her strength into the golden pearl to strengthen her defense. How could she be faster than Lu Ming? In a few moves, Lu Ming caught up with her, thrusting his war god spear at the golden light shield. Boom! Yi Chuling's body was like a rubber ball, and she was sent flying. Cracks appeared on the golden light shield. Not good. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace were shocked. Let's counterattack and delay them. Lu Ming will win. Tang Jun shouted. Without the support of Yi Chuling's array, the strength of the Heavenly Palace's experts was greatly weakened. They wouldn't be so passive anymore. There wasn't much difference in strength between the two sides, and they could launch a counterattack. Tang Jun, Mo Chang, and the others didn't care about their injuries and attacked crazily. They desperately wanted to delay the experts of the Heavenly Palace. They knew that the turning point had arrived. As long as Lu Ming killed Yi Chuling, they could completely turn this situation around and defeat the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Even killing them wouldn't be impossible. Kill! Lu Ming roared and continued to attack. The war god spear continuously bombarded the golden light shield around Yi Chuling. Boom! Boom! In a breath's time, Lu Ming blasted out 10 moves. Finally, the energy of the golden bead was exhausted and it exploded with a bang. Yi Chuling's beautiful face paled, her eyes filled with fear and even a trace of pleading. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved. This was the Celestial Clan. Moreover, they grasped powerful auxiliary force. They were a great enemy that had to be eliminated. As long as it was a formidable enemy, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, Lu Ming would not have the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex, nor would he show any mercy. The war god spear swept out horizontally, and an incomparably violent destructive force instantly shattered Yi Chuling's soul, turning her into ashes. She was completely dead. Yi Chuling is dead. Damn it, let's go. The remaining masters of the Heavenly Palace shouted and tried to escape. This was especially true for the younger twin brother. He had already retreated before, but now he didn't even look back. He ran away at an astonishing speed, and his figure was almost nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, and he wanted to pursue, but gave up in the end. The other party's strength was already very strong, and it would be hard for him to catch up with them. However, he couldn't let the others go. With a flicker, Lu Ming charged in another direction. In that direction, the middle-aged woman of the Celestial Clan was trying to escape. This person's opponent was Mo Chang, but Mo Chang was already severely injured, and his combat strength was greatly weakened. Naturally, he couldn't hold the middle-aged woman back, and she managed to escape. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to escape, Lu Ming arrived. Boom! The war god spear pressed down, and it was incomparably huge, even bigger than a giant mountain range. The terrifying power frightened the middle-aged woman, and her eyes were filled with fear. No, the middle-aged woman screamed in fear, and she tried her best to resist. However, when the war god spear pressed down, the middle-aged woman exploded, and her body and soul were destroyed. So powerful, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others gasped. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. Killing an 8th-layer Divine Master expert was as easy as chopping vegetables. This kind of combat strength was equivalent to those peak Divine Masters. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was only a 5th-tier Divine Master. They had never heard of such combat prowess. Even Tang Jun was shocked, and his heart was pounding. This Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. My father wasn't as strong when he was at the Divine Master realm, right? Tang Jun muttered in his heart, but his hands didn't stop, and he continued to attack his opponents. Now, the remaining experts of the Heavenly Palace didn't have the heart to fight. All they wanted to do was to escape, and they were all scared to death by Lu Ming. However, it was obviously too late for them to escape now. Lu Ming had already arrived. The war god spear stabbed out continuously, killing the pale-faced old man and the blood race expert. The curtain finally fell on the battle with Lu Ming's group's victory. Emo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others breathed out a long sigh of relief. This battle had been truly perilous. At one point, they felt despair, thinking that they were going to die here. The Heavenly Palace's combat strength was indeed much stronger than theirs, but who would have thought that Lu Ming would suddenly erupt? Lu Ming, you're really amazing. To think that you have so many trump cards. For a fifth-layer divine master to have this kind of combat strength is truly unimaginable. Ling Yi flew over, the shock in his eyes still lingering. Emo Chang and Rong Gong also flew over. Their eyes filled with shock. Luck. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said. In truth, he also didn't understand how his combat strength had increased so much. He only knew that it had something to do with the pool of blood on the yellow dirt road. When he had time, he would have to study it. The group took the storage rings of the Heavenly Palace experts and left the area. After all, if one of them had escaped, the other side would definitely spread the news. Soon, the experts of the Heavenly Palace would arrive. They flew all the way until they were far away from the sea before stopping. Then, Emo Chang and the others swallowed divine pills and began to treat their injuries. The others were fine, but Emo Chang's injuries were very serious and needed some time to recover. My strength is starting to fade. Lu Ming felt that the blood in his body was no longer boiling, and the boiling temperature on his body had also dropped. That vast and powerful energy was also rapidly fading away until it completely disappeared. Lu Ming had recovered his original strength. It should be the power of that pool of blood on the yellow dirt road. What was that pool of blood? How could it be so shocking? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, and he found it difficult to calm down. He decided to try again. If he could completely control this power, his combat strength would skyrocket. Previously, by borrowing the power of the pool of blood, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger than when he used the origin source seed. Moreover, he could use it for a long time, unlike the origin source seed, which could only be used once. Lu Ming flew alone for some distance, then he circulated the forbidden energy. Tens of thousands of cells in his body lit up, and the door reappeared, as did the yellow dirt road. The pool of blood shone with a bright red luster. The yellow mud road reappeared. The pool of blood was bright red as if fresh blood was flowing on it. However, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried to activate it, the pool of blood didn't react at all. What's going on? It worked before. Why doesn't it work now? Lu Ming frowned. He couldn't figure it out. He tried to activate the pool of blood with his spiritual sense, but the result was the same. Lu Ming tried all kinds of methods, but the result was the same. Could it be related to my state? When I was in danger before, I pushed my combat strength to the peak. My essence, chi, and spirit seemed to have broken through some kind of spiritual boundary, Lu Ming thought. He felt that it was very possible. Previously, when he was trapped in the twin brothers' joint attack technique, Emo Chang, Tang Jun, and the rest were caught in a dangerous situation. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming's condition had broken through a certain critical point and reached a certain peak. His battle blood was boiling. Perhaps, that was the reason for the abnormality in the bloodstain. However, that state wasn't something that could be entered at will. It wasn't under Lu Ming's control at all. That state was a bit similar to an epiphany. It was mysterious, illusory, and difficult to capture. It could be said that it could only be encountered by chance. Even if Lu Ming was in danger next time, he might not be able to reach that state. Whatever, it's beneficial and harmless anyway. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and gave up trying. He took out a few pieces of desolation crystals and absorbed them to restore his cultivation. On the other side, the twin brother fled for his life like a stray dog. He didn't stop until he flew out of the immortal burial blood sea. Damn Lu Ming, I want you to die a horrible death, the second brother kept screaming as if only by doing so could he vent the fear in his heart. This time, he was really scared. In his eyes, Lu Ming was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than a devil. I can't let this lad live. I have to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will become a shadow in my heart. I have to spread the news. If they know that Lu Ming is here, I believe many people will be very interested. After a while, the second brother calmed down. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent again. Lu Ming, who had a forbidden body, was now the target of the heavenly palace. If they could kill Lu Ming, the reward would be frighteningly high. Kid, the immortal burial blood sea will be your burial ground. The second brother roared and flew away. After about a day, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Rong Gong and the others had completely recovered. Mo Chang's previous injuries were quite serious. Although he had not fully recovered, he had recovered about 70 to 80%. It was not a problem for him to burst out with his peak strength for a short period of time. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his brows. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was amiss with the human king's arm in the chaos ring. He could not help but stop. His spiritual sense condensed in the chaos ring. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly stop, Tang Jun, Mo Chang and the others also stopped. When they first entered the core battlefield, Missouri Chang seemed to be the leader. After all, his cultivation base was the highest. But after the last battle, their small team seemed to be led by Lu Ming. In that battle, Lu Ming and Tang Jun both displayed terrifying combat strength. Tang Jun's combat strength was probably not weaker than Mo Chang's. Lu Ming was even more terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. They most likely knew something was wrong, so they all stopped and protected Lu Ming in the middle. The bronze box in the chaos ring was constantly shaking. Lu Ming opened the bronze box and saw the human king's arm. It was shining with a mysterious light. The palm was pointing in a direction. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. Of course, he was asking about the bronze box. I sensed it again. The human king's arm has sensed the other parts of the human king's body. A line of words appeared on the bronze box. Sensed it again? Where is it? How far is it from the Thousand Autumn battlefield? Or is it in the Thousand Autumn battlefield? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. It's not far away. It's in the so-called immortal burial sea of blood. Another line of words appeared on the bronze box. What? Lu Ming's heart shook violently. This was really beyond his expectations. The other parts of the human king's body were actually in the immortal burial sea of blood. His heart could not help but beat faster. This was a great opportunity. Right now, all the reciprocity existences had entered the hall at the center of the battlefield. The strongest people in the immortal burial sea of blood were only divine lords, so he might have an opportunity to obtain the other parts of the human king's body. This opportunity could not be missed. With a thought, Lu Ming withdrew his spiritual sense from the chaos ring. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Mo Chang asked. Everyone, let's go in that direction. Cho Cho sensed that there might be treasures in that direction. Lu Ming said. He directly made up an excuse and pushed it to Cho Cho. Cho Cho secretly despised him. When did I say such a thing? Hearing that Cho Cho had sensed something, Mo Chang and the others' eyes lit up. They naturally did not object. Immediately, everyone went in the direction that Lu Ming had mentioned. On the way, they discovered several groups of people from the heavenly palace in the distance. They did not charge at them. As soon as they saw them, they went around them. Seeing Lu Ming and the others retreating quickly, the groups of people from the heavenly palace did not chase after them. About 2 days later, Lu Ming and the others came to another sea area. What's going on with this sea area? Lin Yi said in surprise after arriving at this sea area. Lin Yi, what did you find? Tang Jun asked. I found that there are very few insects in this sea area. Moreover, the remaining insects are also moving in one direction. Lin Yi said. Moving in one direction? Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. Of course, Lu Ming had another thought. Because the bronze box indicated that the other parts of the human monarch's body were very likely in this sea area. Then, could the insects moving in one direction have something to do with the human monarch's body? Lu Ming hoped that was not the case. Because he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. It would be best if he could get the other parts of the human monarch's body quietly. If he caused too much of a commotion, it would be troublesome. Lin Yi, where did those insects go? Let's go and see. Lu Ming said. Follow me. Lin Yi said and flew in a direction first. They were very fast and soon crossed a long distance. At this time, they could not help but look at the sea below with surprise. In the blood-red sea below, there were a large number of insects. These insects were very large. Through the sea, they could see huge black shadows. The insects in the sea were all heading in the same direction. The insects are all heading in the same direction. That's great. Doesn't that mean there are no more insects in the sea? We can go to the bottom of the sea and search for treasures to our heart's content. Emo Chang was delighted. They did not dare to enter the sea primarily out of fear of those insects. But now that all the insects in the sea were heading in the same direction, wouldn't that mean that most of the sea was completely devoid of insects? Rongong, Lin Yi, and the others were also delighted. Come, let's go down and take a look. Emo Chang said. Just as he was about to charge into the sea, he suddenly grimaced and looked into the distance. In the distance, several black dots were rapidly approaching. They were too fast, and in a few moments, they weren't far from them. Not good. It's the people of the Heavenly Palace. Retreat. Emo Chang roared as he flew into the distance. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others followed, but the experts of the Heavenly Palace were extremely fast, constantly closing in on Lu Ming's group. One of the heavenly human race experts was at the very front, and his speed was the most astonishing. It wouldn't be long before he caught up to Lu Ming's group. A 9th level God Lord, this was a 9th level God Lord. Lu Ming's group grimaced. If this were an ordinary 9th level God Lord from an ordinary race, Lu Ming would have some confidence in dealing with him, but this was a 9th level God Lord from the heavenly human race. Those of the heavenly human race who could cultivate to 9th level God Lord were definitely not weak, and their fighting power was definitely not weak either. Moreover, there were 8 other experts of the Heavenly Palace behind them, all of them 8th level and 7th level God Lords. If they worked together, Lu Ming's group would be in danger. Hee, our luck isn't bad. Tang Jun, daughter of Tang Feng, since we've run into you, don't think of leaving. The 9th level God Lord sneered as he stared at Tang Jun with a scorching gaze. The other members of the Heavenly Palace also sneered as they flew with all their strength, closing the distance between them and Lu Ming's group. It didn't take long for them to catch up. Lu Ming and the others planned to fight with all their might. At this moment, the seawater in front of him surged, and 7 or 8 figures suddenly rushed out. It's Feng Yali and the others. Emo Chang was overjoyed when he saw the 7 or 8 figures. The 7 or 8 figures in front were Heaven Destroyer's men. The leader was a large man with an extremely muscular body. He exuded the aura of a primitive god spirit. This was a 9th level primitive god spirit. As soon as they appeared, they discovered Lu Ming's group and the people from the Heavenly Palace. Trash from the Heavenly Palace, you're courting death. Feng Yali said coldly. He took to the air and charged at Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, let's retreat. That 9th level Divine Master Celestial had an ugly look on his face. Then, he turned and left. The other celestial humans followed, flying into the distance even faster than when they were chasing Lu Ming's group. Feng Yali's team was not weaker than theirs. With the addition of Lu Ming's team, they would definitely be at a disadvantage if they were to go against them. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming's team had reinforcements, they immediately retreated. Soon, the people from the Heavenly Palace were nowhere to be seen. Feng Yali and the others didn't chase after them. Feng Yali, we're lucky to have met you this time, Emo Chang said. Thank you. Thank you, big brother Feng. Tang Jun also stepped forward. He seemed to be very familiar with that large man. Miss Tang Jun, Emo Chang, with your group's strength, you actually dared to come to the immortal burial blood sea. Don't you know that this place is very dangerous? Feng Yali said. It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Ming's group. He was just worried. Haha, we're just here to try our luck. Also, don't underestimate the strength of the 5 of us. You can look down on me, but if you look down on Tang Jun and Lu Ming, you'll be in big trouble. Emo Chang laughed. Of course, I know Tang Jun's strength. She has a forbidden body, so she's definitely not weak. However, you still lack the battle strength of a 9th tier divine master. Many of the groups operating in the Immortal Burial Blood Sea have 9th tier Divine Master battle strength. You'd better not be careless. How about this, we'll move together later. Feng Yali said. Emo Chang opened his mouth. He really wanted to tell them about how Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and killed the experts from the Heavenly Palace. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The main reason was that it was too unbelievable. He was afraid that Feng Yali and the others wouldn't believe him. Alright, then let's move together. Tang Jun nodded. In the Immortal Burial Blood Sea, their strength was indeed a little weak. With Feng Yali and the others moving together, their safety would be greatly increased. Feng Yali, what's going on with this sea region? Why are all the insects in the sea region heading in one direction? Emo Chang asked curiously. Lu Ming and the others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Lu Ming especially wanted to get some useful information from this and see if it had anything to do with the other parts of the human king's body. We don't know the specifics either. We only know that blood qi has suddenly spread from the bottom of the sea. These insects seem to have been attracted by the blood qi, Feng Yali said. That's right. Blood qi from the bottom of the sea? Emo Chang and the others were very surprised. Blood qi from the sea, which was originally blood-like, would attract other insects. This was indeed strange. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked pensive. Regardless of whether it's a bad thing or not, the insects in this sea region are all gathering in one place. There are very few insects in other places. We can search for treasures at the bottom of the sea without worrying about being attacked by insects. There's no time to lose. Let's enter the sea now. Feng Yali said. Naturally, Emo Chang, Tang Jun, and the others did not object. Everyone rushed into the blood sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. After reaching the bottom of the sea, they began to search for treasures. Sure enough, they searched for a long distance without being attacked by any insects. After a while, they found a strange piece of metal. Every time the killing intent and murderous aura subsided, a large number of experts would enter the Deity Burial Sea region to search for treasures. After so many years, there were not many treasures left in the Deity Burial Sea region. Therefore, even if they did not have to worry about the insects, they would not be able to find a large number of treasures. However, it was much easier than before. Feng Yali and the others were very excited. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. They found several pieces of strange metals and 2 damaged source-level divine weapons. That was already a considerable harvest. There's someone ahead. Suddenly, someone shouted. Sure enough, there were 9 figures on a huge underwater mountain in front of them. The terrain at the bottom of the sea was very complicated. Just like on land, there were mountains, canyons, and plains. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Those 9 figures were the experts from the Heavenly Palace. They were the 9 people who chased after Lu Ming and the others. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time, those bastards escaped. This time, let's see where they can run to. Brothers and sisters, kill them. Feng Yali shouted and took a step forward. His burly body broke through the seawater and rushed toward the people from the Heavenly Palace. Kill. The others followed Feng Yali and charged at the people from the Heavenly Palace. However, the people from the Heavenly Palace were very calm. They had no intention of running away. They stood there calmly with a cold smile on their faces. Something's not right, Lu Ming's heart sank. Something's not right. Last time, when they saw Feng Yali and the others appear, they turned and left. But this time, they didn't run away. This is very strange. Clearly, Lu Ming wasn't the only one who thought of this. Tang Jun, Feng Yali, and the others all thought the same thing. Their charging figures suddenly stopped. He's cold. Something's not right. These guys aren't running away, and they're acting so fearless. Could this be an ambush? Feng Yali said. He swept his gaze around and spread out his spiritual sense. The geography of the seabed was very complicated. Mountains and valleys were densely packed. Moreover, because of the blood-colored seawater, his spiritual sense was obstructed by the eye, so he couldn't explore a large area. It's too late to find out now. On the side of the heavenly palace, the ninth-level divine master heavenly human sneered. The next moment, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. 7 figures charged out of a valley behind Lu Ming's group. They were also experts from the heavenly palace. There's also a ninth-level divine master. Feng Yali whispered, his face darkening. The other people's expressions changed, becoming somewhat unsightly. No wonder the experts from the heavenly palace were so calm. They had joined forces with others. There was a team lying in ambush in the valley. This meant that the heavenly palace had 2 ninth-level divine masters, and the total number of people they had was greater than theirs. This is bad. Kill. Kill all the traitors. The ninth-level divine master heavenly human roared. His body moved like a bolt of lightning as he charged at Lu Ming's group. The other experts from the heavenly palace also charged at Lu Ming's group. Behind them, the 7 masters from the heavenly palace also charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 2 teams from the heavenly palace were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were closing in on Lu Ming's group. Before they even arrived, attacks were already flying towards Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming and the others could only focus on defense. They set up layers of defenses and blocked the heavenly palace's attacks. However, if they kept defending like this, they would be too passive. Sooner or later, they would be broken through. Damn it. We're short of a 9th-tier divine master. Otherwise, why would we fear them? Feng Yali growled, his anger soaring to the skies. Although they had fewer people than the other party, it wasn't by much. Even if their overall combat strength wasn't as good as the other parties, it wouldn't be too far off. Most importantly, the other party had 2 9th-tier divine masters, which was the most troublesome. It was very easy for a 9th-level divine master expert to deal with an 8th-level divine master. They could even kill him instantly. If they couldn't stop the 2 9th-level divine masters, they wouldn't be able to fight. Feng Yali, you should be able to deal with that 9th-level divine master from the celestial race, right? At this moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Feng Yali and the rest. Of course. I have complete confidence in dealing with that fellow. Feng Yali said. He was a primitive god spirit and possessed formidable fighting strength. In a battle of the same level, he wouldn't be any weaker than the celestial race expert. Good. Leave this 9th-level divine master of the celestial race and that 9th-level divine master of the angel race to me. Lu Ming said. The 9th-level divine master expert in the second team wasn't from the celestial race, but the angel race. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had already noticed that this angel race expert was only a 10-winged angel. He was much weaker than the 9th-level divine master of the celestial race. Lu Ming was still somewhat confident in dealing with this angel race expert. Even if he couldn't use the blood on the yellow dirt road, he could rely on his own strength and origin energy to contend against this angel race expert. Moreover, with Qiuqiu's assistance, if the angel race expert let down his guard and suddenly exploded with power, he might be able to heavily injure him. Lu Ming was confident in himself, so he made this suggestion, but Feng Yali and the other members of his team weren't so convinced. That's a 9th-level divine master. Can you really deal with him? If you can't, don't try to be brave. If you lose, we'll all be in danger. The others began to speak up. They didn't doubt Lu Ming's fighting strength. They didn't doubt the fighting strength of a taboo body. In the Battle of Zenith's Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming had suppressed the supreme genius of the celestial race, Yi Qiuxian, and defeated the perfect heaven's power. This was enough to prove Lu Ming's fighting strength. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th-level divine master realm. The difference between a 5th-level divine master and a 9th-level divine master was simply too great. It was so great that it was unimaginable and difficult to cross. I believe in Lu Ming. He'll have no problem dealing with that angel race expert. That's right. I also believe in him. His fighting strength will shock all of you. Everyone, rather than passively defending, why don't we take a gamble? Emo Chang, Rong Gong, and Lin Yi all spoke up. Hearing Emo Chang and the others say this, Feng Yali began to hesitate. He knew that Emo Chang and the others weren't people who spoke without thinking. There had to be a reason why they believed in Lu Ming so much. Could Lu Ming's fighting strength really be that freakish? At this moment, the attacks of the Heavenly Palace experts were becoming fiercer and fiercer. They had no qualms about defending themselves. They used all their killing moves with astonishing might. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they broke through the defenses of Lu Ming and the others. Fengyali, don't hesitate. Lu Ming will definitely be fine. Tang Jun also spoke up. Okay, then let's take a gamble. Leave that 9th level Divine Master of the Celestial Race to me. Leave that 9th level Divine Master of the Angel Race to Lu Ming. Brothers, let's do it. Fengyali roared. He removed his defenses and began his counterattack. His body rapidly grew until he was 100 zhang tall. He brandished his saber and slashed at the 9th level Divine Master of the Celestial Race. Of course, Fengyali could grow even larger. With his current cultivation, he could even grow to the size of a planet. But there was no need for that. In the immortal burial sea of blood, if he grew to that size, he would only attract the attacks of those insects. He just needed to grow to a more comfortable size. Clang, Fengyali and the 9th level Divine Master of the Celestial Race exchanged blows. Violent energy exploded, and both of them retreated a few steps. Kill. At the same time, Mo Chang and the others also stopped defending. Instead, they began their counterattack, using their killing moves. Instead of defending, you counterattack. You're really courting death. But even if you defend, you'll still die. In that case, I'll send you on your way sooner rather than later. The 9th level Divine Master of the Celestial Race sneered. His entire body was shrouded in the power of heaven as he charged at Fengyali. You'll be the ones to die. Fengyali roared as he swung his saber to counterattack. At the same time, Lu Ming wielded his War God Spear and charged at the 9th level Divine Master of the Angel Race. Lu Ming had used the Great Imitation Art to change his aura and appearance. The other party didn't know Lu Ming's true identity. Seeing that a mere 5th level Divine Master like Lu Ming dared to charge at him, he was simply courting death. The 9th level Divine Master of the Angel Race didn't take Lu Ming seriously at all. His sacred light condensed into a saber and slashed at Lu Ming. The 9th level God Lord Angel slashed his sword at Lu Ming. He used 50% of his strength in this attack. Let alone a 5th level God Lord, even an 8th level God Lord would not dare to take it head-on. They would be heavily injured. Underestimating me? Very good, Lu Ming was not angry. On the contrary, he was delighted. What he wanted was for his opponent to underestimate him and be careless. Only then would he have a chance. Little ball. Lu Ming messaged Little Ball. Leave it to me. Little Ball called out and flew out of Lu Ming's wrist. It turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that enveloped the angel. Heaven Splitter. Lu Ming bellowed and performed the heaven-breaking style. At the same time, the power of origin in the origin seed surged into the divine combat spear, turning into a bright spear gleam and piercing toward the vital point between the other party's eyebrows. Enveloped by Little Ball's beam of light, the 9th level God Lord Angel fell into a momentary daze. Lu Ming's attack rapidly approached, and it seemed like it would stab into the angel's forehead. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, this damned illusion! Break for me! The 9th level God Lord Angel furiously roared. The sacred light in his body erupted with all his strength, instantly breaking through Little Ball's beam of light. But Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's attack that erupted with the power of origin had already surpassed that of this angel. Now that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to attack, how could the angel possibly block it? At this critical moment, the angel's body suddenly shrank, wanting to dodge the War God Spear's attack. In truth, this move was very useful, allowing him to dodge the War God Spear's thrust. But Lu Ming had managed to seize the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let his opponent escape? Moreover, his origin energy only had the power for a single attack. Lu Ming pressed the War God Spear downward. The War God Spear whipped downward. Not good. The 9th level God Lord Angel was alarmed. He moved to the side, at the same time laying down layers of defenses around his body. But in the end, he was unable to completely dodge. Boom! The War God Spear landed heavily on the other party's body. The violent power directly smashed through the other party's defenses. With a loud bang, the lower half of the angel's body exploded and turned into dust. The upper half of his body smashed heavily into the bottom of the sea, creating a large crater. He lay in the crater, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Although he managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, he was still heavily injured and no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Originally, the other party would not have been beaten to such a state so easily. It was mainly because he was too careless and was then affected by Xianxia, which was why he was defeated by Lu Ming in one fell swoop and severely injured. This time everyone's eyes widened. The experts from the heavenly palace stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. As for Fengyali and the others, they were all extremely shocked. When Lu Ming had said that he had a way to deal with that 9th-level God Lord Angel, they had been completely skeptical. They had not been confident at all. They had not expected Lu Ming to be so strong that he could heavily injure a 9th-level God Lord with one move. Now that the other party had lost a 9th-level God Lord, they no longer had to fear him. Their morale was instantly boosted. Kill! Kill them! Fengyali and the others roared, their attacks frenzied. Kill! Lu Ming coldly barked. He wanted to take advantage of the other party's weakness. Now that the angel expert was heavily injured, how could Lu Ming let go of this opportunity? He swooped down and charged at the angel expert. Save me! The angel expert roared, deep fear in his eyes. Kid, don't even think about it. Nearby, an 8th-level God Lord Celestial Race expert charged toward Lu Ming. But Xiaoqiu's mirror shot out another pillar of light that enveloped this Celestial Race expert. This Celestial Race expert was even worse off than the 9th-level God Lord, and he was momentarily dazed. This momentary daze was enough to claim his life. The War God spear thrust toward this Celestial Race expert's forehead. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The War God spear had pierced through his forehead, its destructive energy directly annihilating his soul. An 8th-level God Lord human expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming with Xiaoqiu's help. The others felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Ming did not stop there, continuing to attack the 9th-level God Lord Angel. Aya! This 9th-level God Lord Angel crazily roared and struggled. He did not want to be killed just like this. However, he only had half his body left, and he was heavily injured. He did not even have 10% of his strength left. No matter how unwilling he was or how much he struggled, it was all for naught. The War God spear trembled, and spear light descended from above, enveloping the 9th-level God Lord Angel. After several unwilling screams, there was no sound. A 9th-level God Lord Angel was dead. Okay. Kill these bastards from the heavenly palace. Fengyali's group was brimming with morale as they continued to attack. In contrast, the morale of the heavenly palace's side was low, and some of them were trembling as they looked at Lu Ming. Although the two sides had about the same number of people, the heavenly palace's side was steadily losing ground. A moment of carelessness led to a 7th-level God Lord expert being cleaved in two by Tang Jun's sword, dying on the spot. This caused the heavenly palace's fighting spirit to weaken even further. Retreat, retreat! The 9th-level God Lord of the Celestial Race roared. After exchanging several blows with Fengyali, he began to retreat. He saw that the 9th-tier Divine Master Angel was severely injured by Lu Ming in one move. He was then swiftly killed. He was scared. He was really scared. Lu Ming's fighting strength terrified him. He was afraid that if Lu Ming attacked him, he would suffer the same fate as that 9th-level God Lord Angel. Thus, he decisively gave the order to retreat. The other members of the heavenly palace were in a similar state. Not daring to fight, they all began to retreat, hoping to escape. Kill! Don't let them escape! Fengyali's group roared as they madly pursued. Lu Ming cast the Great Aurora skill and chased after him rapidly. The people of the heavenly palace were focused on escaping. They had no intention of fighting. The higher the cultivation level, the faster they fled. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation levels fell behind and were quickly caught up by Fengyali, Lu Ming, and a few others who were the fastest. Ah! Save us! They've caught up to us! Save us! Several 7th-level god lords from the heavenly palace screamed at the top of their lungs. But the people running at the front didn't dare to turn around. They were hoping that the people behind them would delay them for a while so that they could escape. They won't save you. Let's send you on your way. Xianxia's face was savage as he slashed out with his saber, instantly killing 2 7th-level god lords. Lu Ming and Xianxia worked together, thrusting out with their spear and killing another 7th-level god lord. Behind them, Tang Jun, Mo Chang, and a few others arrived and killed the remaining 7th-level god lords. However, the celestial palace experts at the 8th level of the god lord realm and above seized the opportunity to flee. Soon, the curtains fell on the battle, and Lu Ming's side emerged victorious. Not a single person from their side had died in this battle, and the heavenly palace had suffered heavy losses instead. Ha ha ha, delightful. This battle is all thanks to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, your strength truly amazes me. Xianxia laughed heartily as he looked at Lu Ming in amazement and disbelief. The others with Xianxia also looked at Lu Ming in the same manner. It was all thanks to Lu Ming that they had been able to turn the tide of the battle. Otherwise, they would have been surrounded by the people of the heavenly palace and 2 9th-level divine lords. They would have been no match for them, and they would have been the ones to suffer heavy losses. In the worst-case scenario, they would have been completely wiped out. You flatter me. I was just lucky. Lu Ming replied modestly. The group continued to search for treasures in this region of the sea. However, it was clear that many people had noticed that the insects were converging in one direction and had entered the seabed to search for treasures. Thus, although they had made some gains, they had not gained much. Very quickly, a few days passed. Everyone, why don't we go to the place where the insects are converging? At this moment, Lu Ming suggested. Lu Ming had originally wanted to find a reason to go alone, but in the immortal burial sea of blood, one person was too weak. If he ran into the experts of the heavenly palace, it would be very dangerous. Although he had been able to kill a 9th-level divine lord, that was because the other party had underestimated him. He had only managed to heavily injure the other party by using all his techniques and cooperating with Xianxia. Moreover, origin energy could only be used once. After that, he would no longer be able to use enough strength to heavily injure a 9th-level divine lord. If there were 2 9th-level divine lord experts, he would have no choice but to run. Just like last time, if Xianxia and the others had not blocked the other people of the heavenly palace, how could he have had the chance to kill that 9th-level divine lord angel? In addition, he could not find a good reason to leave alone. If he found a reason to leave alone in the immortal burial sea of blood, others would find it very strange. Therefore, Lu Ming suggested that everyone go together. I was thinking the same thing. Those bugs are gathering in a certain direction. Something must have happened in that direction. Maybe there's a supreme treasure that attracted those bugs. Xianxia said. But with so many insects gathering together, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous. Someone said cautiously. It's fine. Let's approach slowly and observe from afar. If something is wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Everything will be fine. Xianxia said. Everyone else nodded in agreement. In fact, everyone was very curious and wanted to go over and take a look. Immediately, everyone stopped looking for treasures and flew towards the direction where the insects were gathered. Without the hindrance of the insects, everyone's speed was extremely fast. In just a few hours, they had crossed a long distance. At this time, they met another group of people. They were Heaven Destroyer's people. They were also curious and wanted to go to the place where the insects were gathered. Everyone gathered together and set off together. They met more and more people along the way. There were Heaven Destroyer's people and Heavenly Palace's people. They didn't fight with Heavenly Palace's people because both sides had a lot of people. If they fought, neither side would have the confidence to win. Both sides were restraining themselves. Soon, 7 or 8 huge underwater mountains appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. On those mountains, Lu Ming and the others also found some Heaven Destroyer's people and Heavenly Palace's people. The two sides didn't fight. They seemed to be very cautious. They stood on the mountains and looked inside. Lu Ming and the others flew towards Heaven Destroyer's people. Keep your voice down. Don't alarm the insects. Someone reminded them in a low voice. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. They immediately retracted their aura and landed on the mountain. Then, they looked inside the mountain and couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the mountain was a huge basin surrounded by mountain peaks. The basin was very low and sunken. Countless insects gathered in the basin. What was shocking was that these insects were crazily killing each other. Insects of different shapes and sizes were crazily killing each other. The basin was filled with the corpses of various insects. Some insects were gnawing on the corpses of other insects. Some insects were crazily killing each other. It was extremely tragic. At every moment, powerful insects were being torn apart. Some insects were shockingly powerful. Lu Ming felt that if he went up, he would be torn apart in an instant. They definitely had the strength of a peak almighty. It was no wonder that heaven destroyers and heavenly palaces people didn't dare to breathe. Lu Ming and the others also didn't dare to breathe. There were too many insects in the basin. There were at least 100,000 of them. Although many had died, there were still more than 50,000 left. If these powerful insects rushed out, they would be torn apart. Look, there's really a trace of blood-red mist in the basin. Are those insects crazy because of this blood-red mist? Tang Jun was beside Lu Ming and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. It should be. Lu Ming said. The blood-red mist was clearly visible even in the blood-red seawater. Lu Ming's face didn't show much of an expression, but he was very uneasy. This was because the arm of the human king in the chaos ring was constantly trembling. The bronze box told him that the other parts of the human king's body were in this basin. After knowing that the other parts of the human king's body were in this basin, Lu Ming found it hard to remain calm. He wanted to get it, but what could he do with so many insects? These insects are constantly killing each other. Although I don't know why, from the looks of it, they'll probably all die out later. When these insects are all dead, I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming thought. The group hid on the mountain peak and watched quietly. Lu Ming discovered that some insects would transform and become stronger after eating the corpses of other insects. The killing became more and more intense. At this time, on the land not far from the immortal burial sea of blood, the second twin brother was revealing Lu Ming's information to a group of Heavenly Palace experts. That's right, it's Lu Ming with the forbidden body. He's in this core battlefield, and he's in the immortal burial sea of blood. The second twin brother said. Lu Ming. With the forbidden body. Very good. If we can kill him, it will be a great achievement. Let's go to the immortal burial sea of blood. The leader of this group of Heavenly Palace experts waved his hand, and the group headed toward the immortal burial sea of blood. Lu Ming, so many people are heading toward the immortal burial sea of blood. I'll see how you die. The second brother growled, his eyes flashing with ferocious killing intent. During this period, he had been looking for Heavenly Palace experts everywhere, revealing that Lu Ming was in the immortal burial sea of blood. He wanted these people to go to the immortal burial sea of blood to hunt down Lu Ming. During this period, many Heavenly Palace experts had already rushed to the immortal burial sea of blood. The younger twin sneered for a while, then turned around and flew in another direction. He wanted to continue searching for more experts from the Heavenly Palace to rush to the immortal burial blood sea and force Lu Ming into a corner. While the younger brother was thinking, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The younger brother almost jumped up in fright and instinctively retreated. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who came, he let out a long sigh of relief. Senior Ganlu, so it's you. Why are you here in the Thousand Autumn battlefield? The younger twin hurriedly bowed respectfully. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Yiling Tianqiu's father, Yiling Ganlu. After entering the Thousand Autumn battlefield, he had been looking for Lu Ming, but to no avail. So it's you, kid. Where's your elder brother? Why isn't he with you? Yiling Ganlu glanced at his second brother and said faintly. My elder brother was killed. Second brother said, revealing great sorrow, as well as hatred. Oh? Yiling Ganlu let out a soft oh and didn't pay much attention. In the Thousand Autumn battlefield, dying was a very normal thing. There was nothing to be surprised about. It's all that Lu Ming's fault. That damn Lu Ming. The younger brother roared. What did you say? Who? This time, Yiling Ganliu's eyes widened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The cold killing intent seemed to freeze the area. The killing intent of a heavenly venerable was earth-shattering. The younger brother was shocked and stammered, Lu Ming, that forbidden physique Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you know where Lu Ming is? Tell me quickly. Yiling Ganlu urged. At the mention of Lu Ming, he could no longer remain calm. Could it be that Yiling Ganlu also wants to kill Lu Ming? He looks like he has a deep hatred for him. That's great. The younger twin roared in his heart, revealing a look of ecstasy. In the immortal burial blood sea, that little bastard Lu Ming is in the immortal burial blood sea. He joined forces with others to kill my elder brother in the immortal burial blood sea. Second brother said. Immortal burial blood sea. Very good. Lu Ming, I'll make you wish you were dead. Let's go. Lead the way. Take me to the place where your brother was killed. Yiling Ganlu said. Yes, senior. Second brother naturally agreed gladly. He was overjoyed in his heart. If an Empyrean wanted to kill Lu Ming, then Lu Ming was dead for sure. Second brother immediately pointed out the direction. Yiling Ganlu waved his hand and led second brother towards the immortal burial blood sea. Empyrean venerate powerhouses were too fast. Soon, they arrived at the immortal burial blood sea, where the twins had fought Lu Ming. After arriving, Yiling Ganlu closed his eyes and carefully sensed for Lu Ming's aura. After a while, Yiling Ganlu opened his eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. It was very difficult for auras to remain in the blood-red seawater. Soon, they would be washed away by the blood-red seawater. Just now, he hadn't sensed Lu Ming's aura at all. He was unwilling to give up and continued to sense, but the result was still the same. The immortal burial blood sea is only so big. I don't believe I can't find you. Yiling Ganlu snorted coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. At the same time, he frantically spread out his spiritual sense to search for Lu Ming. Although the insects of the immortal burial blood sea were powerful, when there was no killing intent or evil aura, none of the insects here could match an origin realm expert. Therefore, Yiling Ganlu also flew unscrupulously at an extremely fast speed. He searched area after area of the sea. About 7 days later, he found the area where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming and the others had already been on the mountain peak watching for 7 days. During these 7 days, those insects were still fighting, and it was getting more and more tragic. However, after 7 days of fighting, it was finally about to come to an end. Only 2 of the strongest insects were left fighting each other. These 2 insects were abnormally powerful. After fighting for more than an hour, the outcome was finally decided. One of the insects, which looked like a blood-red mantis, cut off the head of the other insect with its sickle-like claws and swallowed it. However, although this mantis-like insect had killed its opponent, it had also suffered heavy injuries. After swallowing its opponent's head, it staggered a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud, no longer moving. On the mountain peak, the eyes of the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace lit up. These insects killed each other and were completely wiped out. In particular, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how to enter the basin, but now all the insects were dead. However, the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace did not act rashly. They wanted to observe for a while longer. About half an hour later, there was still no movement in the basin. At this time, someone could not bear it and wanted to go down to explore. At this moment, not far away, a figure suddenly appeared. As soon as this figure appeared, an extremely powerful aura spread out and enveloped the area. This figure was Yiling Ganlu. At the scene, everyone was shocked because they felt a terrifying pressure. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yiling Ganlu. With a glance, the faces of the people of the Heaven Destroyer changed wildly and became extremely ugly. Through the aura, everyone knew that this was a powerhouse of the Origin Realm. However, this powerhouse of the Origin Realm was actually from the Celestial race. Why would the origin of the Celestial race come here? Didn't they all go to the central area of the core battlefield? Why would they come here? Unlike the people of the Heaven Destroyer, The people of the heavenly palace were all overjoyed when they saw Yiling Ganlu. It's Senior Yiling Ganlu. Isn't Senior Yiling Ganlu in the heavenly palace? He actually came here. Great, we can catch all these rebels in one fell swoop. Many people of the heavenly palace were extremely excited. Yiling Ganlu? This person looks a little similar to Yiling Tianqiu. Is he Yiling Tianqiu's father? Lu Ming immediately thought of this. Before Yiling Tianqiu died, he had roared that his father was a celestial master of the heavenly palace and would definitely avenge him. Could it be that the other party had followed him all the way here? Lu Ming's heart could not help but sink. He quietly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd and avoid the eyes of Yiling Ganlu. However, it was not so easy. As soon as Yiling Ganlu appeared, his soul sense completely enveloped all the people of the Heaven Destroyer. His cold eyes swept over them one by one. When his gaze landed on Lu Ming, there was a burst of bright light in his eyes. Lu Ming, do you think you can hide from me by changing your appearance and aura? Come out and face your death. Yiling Ganlu roared. His killing intent soared to the sky, stirring the sea water constantly. We've been discovered. Lu Ming's face was bitter. Tang Jun, Mo Chang, and the others' faces changed drastically. Tang Jun, Mo Chang, don't come out. I'll deal with it alone. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tang Jun and the others, and then rushed out of the crowd. Lu Ming directly charged out. He was afraid that if he stayed in the crowd, he would implicate Tang Jun and the others. His opponent was an Origin Realm expert. Once he launched an attack, it would be extremely terrifying. Those below Origin Realm would not be able to block it. At that time, not only would he be in danger, but Tang Jun and the others would be in danger as well. He did not want to implicate others. After Lu Ming charged out, he directly charged towards the basin in front of him. Lu Ming, how dare you kill Tian Shou? I want you to pay with your life. Yiling Ganlu roared furiously as he charged out. His arm was like a sword as he slashed down. A sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. This was an attack from an Origin Realm expert filled with killing intent. Its power was unimaginable. Lu Ming felt that the space around him had solidified. He could not move his body at all. It was difficult for him to even lift his arm. There was only one outcome for him. He would be killed by this attack. It's over. Lu Ming is finished. At this moment, whether it was the people of Heaven Destroyer or the people of the Heavenly Palace, this was the only thought in their minds. Lu Ming definitely could not block Yiling Ganlu's attack. Only death awaited him. Lu Ming, Tang Jun roared. He wanted to rush over to save him, but it was too late. He clearly could not make it in time. At this moment, Tang Jun's face was deathly pale. If Lu Ming was killed in front of her, how would she explain it to Xianxia? At this moment, Lu Ming's pupils rapidly contracted. He felt great terror. He had a feeling that no matter how profound the forbidden body was or how tenacious its life force was, it would still die under this attack. This attack could annihilate all of his cells. The attack of an Origin Realm expert was just too terrifying. It was not something a divine lord could compare to. Fortunately, Lu Ming was already prepared. He was not scared stiff. As soon as he dashed out, his spiritual sense had already activated within the ancient desolation ring and opened the bronze chest. At this moment, with a thought from Shao Chen, the sovereign personage arm in the great desolate ring silently merged into his right arm without anyone noticing. Even Yiling Ganlu didn't notice it. Boom! After fusing with the human king's arm, Lu Ming's body erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura directly blew away Yiling Ganlu's lock, allowing Lu Ming to regain his freedom. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming punched out with all his might. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Ming's fist collided with Yiling Ganlu's sword light. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and an incomparably terrifying force swept out in all directions. The seawater violently surged, and the ground below constantly exploded. Not good, retreat. In the surroundings, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace's people's expressions changed drastically. They frantically retreated because they felt that the force sweeping over was too terrifying. Several hundred figures retreated, but a portion of those with weaker cultivations and slower reactions were swept by the force. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and suffered heavy injuries. And this was the result of them retreating in time. If they had been any closer, they would definitely have died. They would have been torn apart by the terrifying force. So strong. Right now, there was only one thought in Lu Ming's mind. He felt that Yiling Ganliu's sword light contained an incomparably terrifying force. Moreover, this force surged towards him in wave after wave, making him feel like he was facing an entire universe. Lu Ming's body shook violently. His body was like a meteor as he smashed down. Boom, Lu Ming landed in the basin and there was a violent tremor. Gravel flew everywhere. With Lu Ming as the center, there were many small cracks on the ground. Lu Ming felt a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, that was all. The majority of the force had been blocked by the human king's arm. This scene stunned everyone at the scene. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. It took quite a while for them to react and erupt into an uproar. What? Lu Ming blocked it? He can actually block Lord Empyrean's attack? How is this possible? How is this possible? The Heavenly Palace's people roared in disbelief. The members of the Sky Exterminating Troop were not any better. They were extremely shocked. In particular, Tang Jun, Emo Chang, Feng Yaoli, and the others felt it even more intensely. Tang Jun, Emo Chang, and Rong Gong knew that Lu Ming was very strong. When he erupted with his full strength, he could kill a 9th-layer Divine Lord. Even the twins' powerful joint attack had been broken by Lu Ming. However, the strength that Lu Ming had just displayed had far exceeded their expectations. Being able to kill a 9th-layer Divine Lord and blocking the attack of an Origin Realm expert were two completely different things. Being able to block the attack of an Origin Realm expert and only spit out a mouthful of blood meant that he also possessed the offensive power of an Origin Realm expert. Lu Ming actually possessed the battle prowess of an Origin Realm expert. How was this possible? Lu Ming was only a 5th-layer Divine Lord. It seemed that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming had countless trump cards on him. It was impossible to gauge Lu Ming's strength. Feng Yaoli and the others in his team flushed red. When they had first met Lu Ming, they had looked down on Lu Ming. Now that they thought about it, their faces flushed red. Yiling Ganlu was also stunned. He had never thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack. He found it inconceivable. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. The aura that Lu Ming had given off earlier had made him feel fear. It was like the feeling of a subordinate facing a superior. This kid must have some heaven-defying treasure that can allow a 5th-layer Divine Lord to barely reach the Origin Realm. If such a treasure were to land in my hands, just how much would it increase my battle prowess? Yiling Ganliu's eyes burned with desire when he thought up to there. He had to kill Lu Ming, whether it was to avenge Yiling Tianshou or for himself. Boom, Yiling Ganlu took a step forward and a powerful aura surged toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful and terrifying than before. He hadn't used his full strength earlier. After all, just who would use their full strength to kill a 5th-layer Divine Master if a reciprocity expert tried to do so? Now, Yiling Ganlu had unleashed his full strength. It's over. Lu Ming's face was bitter. He knew his own strength. Although he had blocked Yiling Ganliu's attack, the human king's arm had drained most of his strength. He could only use one more attack with his full strength. However, this attack was completely useless. Yiling Ganlu hadn't used his full strength earlier. Now that he was using his full strength, even the human king's arm wouldn't be able to block it. Even if he could block it, he wouldn't have any more trump cards to resist after this attack. As expected, Lu Ming was still far too weak against an Origin Realm expert. Even if he used all his trump cards, it would be useless. Lu Ming felt despair. This was the first time he had truly clashed with an Origin Realm expert. Only after personally fighting did he truly understand the terror of an Origin Realm expert. Their battle prowess far exceeded that of a Divine Lord. Lu Ming still had a trump card, which was the purple copper coffin. However, the purple copper coffin could not be opened at all. If he could open the purple copper coffin, at least a primitive divine spirit of the over-god level would come out and be able to fight against the opponent. However, there was no use for it now. I can only try my best. I won't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. However, at this moment, not far from Lu Ming, a huge bug suddenly stood up. This bug was the last one that he had killed before, the mantis-like bug. Previously, this bug had gone through a fierce battle and was heavily injured. After swallowing its opponent's head, it fell to the ground and could not get up. Everyone thought that the insect had died from its injuries. They did not expect it to stand up again. Furthermore, its injuries were completely healed. Moreover, the aura that this bug emitted was much more terrifying than before. It had evolved. Lu Ming's first thought was that this bug had evolved and was even more terrifying than before. Previously, Lu Ming had crashed into the basin and was not far from this bug. At this moment, this bug's two huge eyes were staring at Lu Ming, flashing with blood-red light. That was a blatant murderous intent. What bad luck! Lu Ming wailed in his heart. Yiling Ganlu alone was enough to kill him. He did not expect that another terrifying bug would come. He was simply at his wit's end. However, this bug did not attack immediately. After looking at Lu Ming for a while, it turned its eyes to Yiling Ganlu. After seeing Yiling Ganlu, the bug's eyes were filled with even more intense murderous intent. Being stared at by this bug, Yiling Ganlu's body could not help but stop, showing a hint of vigilance. This was because this bug made him feel a little pressured. The mantis-like bug's eyes moved back and forth between Lu Ming and Yiling Ganlu. Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his muscles tensed up. He was ready to fight or escape at any time. But in the end, good luck fell on Lu Ming's head. The mantis finally locked onto Yiling Ganlu and screeched. Its gigantic body shot forward like a crimson bolt of lightning, breaking through the blood-colored water and heading straight for Yiling Ganlu. Its two front claws were even sharper than divine sabers. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Yiling Ganlu roared. His arm was like a sword, slashing out continuously. He fought against the mantis bug. Both sides were extremely fast. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, Yiling Ganlu gained the upper hand and forced the mantis to retreat. However, the mantis bug's entire body was covered with a thick carapace, which was incomparably hard. Several sword lights slashed the mantis bug's carapace, but only left a few marks and did not break it. Go! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he quickly retreated. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't leave now, when would they? He could tell that although the mantis insect had killed the other insects and evolved, its battle prowess had only reached reciprocity. It was not Yiling Ganlu's opponent. Once Yiling Ganlu dealt with the mantis bug, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Lu Ming, you want to leave? Dream on. Die. Seeing Lu Ming trying to leave, Yiling Ganlu roared. His forehead glowed and a battle sword flew out. Not good, it's an source-level weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Yiling Ganlu reached out and grabbed the source-grade divine weapon in his hand. Boom! With the infusion of origin energy, the source-level weapon awakened and Yiling Ganlu's battle prowess rose to the peak. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, hundreds of sword lights shot out, breaking through the mantis bug's defense and bombarding its body. Although the thick carapace was extremely hard, it couldn't stop the source-level weapon. It was torn apart and scarlet blood flowed out. The huge body of the mantis bug directly smashed into the basin. And it was smashed in the direction of Lu Ming. Obviously, this was Yiling Ganlu's intention to smash the mantis bug towards Lu Ming. All of this happened too quickly, in an instant. Even though Lu Ming started to retreat, he didn't go far. He was still in the basin's domain. Facing the incoming mantis bug, Lu Ming raised his speed to the extreme and used the greater aurora art to move to the side. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved tens of thousands of meters away. Then, with a boom, the mantis bug heavily smashed into the ground. The force was several times stronger than when Lu Ming had smashed into the ground. The earth rumbled, and with the mantis bug as the core, the ground kept exploding. Thick cracks spread out. It wasn't over yet. Yiling Ganlu's power erupted. The source-level weapon in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the mantis bug. With a swoosh, the source-level weapon pierced through the mantis bug's head and nailed it to the ground. The sword stabbed into the ground, and a terrifying destructive force erupted, causing the ground to explode even more violently. Rumble, huge fissures formed, and a dense blood-red mist rushed out from the fissures. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. The basins underground seemed to be empty. After being bombarded by their powerful attacks one after another, the ground was penetrated. Boom! 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 The ground continued to explode, and the rocks shattered into small pieces and fell down. Dense blood-colored light spread out from below. Lu Ming looked down. As expected, it was empty. The entire bottom of the basin was empty. And at this time, the human king's arm within the chaos ring was shaking even more violently. Could it be that the human king's other body parts are below? Lu Ming's heart shook. That was very likely. Yiling frowned. He looked down and made a grabbing motion in the air. The source-level divine weapon returned to his hand. As for the mantis bug, it had already been killed. Its corpse fell down along with the rocks. Kill! Yiling snorted coldly. He held the combat sword in his hand and slashed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying sword light caused Lu Ming's heart to turn cold. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He directly charged down, using the scattered rocks to block Yiling sword light. Yiling sword light slashed at the scattered rocks. Those rocks exploded, but the sword light didn't stop. It rapidly approached Lu Ming, as if it had locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming was unable to dodge. Block. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Lu Ming could only block. He poured all his remaining energy into the human king's arm, stimulating its power, and punched out. Boom, the two clashed a second time. Lu Ming vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell down like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, when Yiling sword light reached Lu Ming, it was blocked by many rocks, and a portion of its power was offset. Otherwise, Lu Ming might not have been able to block it. Yiling attack had been unleashed with his soul-grade divine weapon. It was much stronger than when he had used his arm to attack Lu Ming. Even with his human king's arm, Lu Ming still wouldn't be able to block it. But thanks to the obstruction of the many rocks, Lu Ming was able to block it. However, his injuries were even more serious than before. Lu Ming's figure rapidly descended. Right now, he could only hope that there would be a turn for the better. Humph, let's see how many of my moves you can block. Yiling snorted coldly. He also rushed down and chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had descended several thousand miles. Suddenly, Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He saw that there was a blood coffin down below. The blood coffin seemed to be made of a special kind of rock. It was completely blood-red. But now, cracks had appeared on the blood coffin, covering the entire blood coffin. A powerful energy was coming out of the blood coffin. The human king's arm and Lu Ming's right arm began to heat up. It was constantly twitching, as if it wanted to break free from Lu Ming's arm and fly out. It's here. The other parts of the human king's body are in this blood coffin. But how do I get them? Do I have to open this blood coffin? Lu Ming's mind raced. But he didn't have much energy left. He probably couldn't open it even if he wanted to. Crack, something seemed to want to charge out of the blood coffin. It constantly attacked the blood coffin, causing more and more cracks to appear. At this time, Yiling also approached. His gaze involuntarily turned to the blood coffin. However, he only glanced at it once before looking back at Lu Ming. His killing intent was dense. Although he was very curious about the blood coffin, he had decided to first kill Lu Ming and then carefully observe it. A person like Lu Ming had profound karmic luck. He wasn't easy to deal with. As long as he wasn't killed, there was a chance something would happen. Just like before, he had only delayed for a moment and a powerful insect had suddenly appeared, allowing Lu Ming to survive. He didn't intend to give Lu Ming any chance. Not good, I have to go all out. Lu Ming was also very decisive. He knew that he couldn't escape when facing Yiling. Only by going all out could he have a chance. This blood coffin looked very strange and might be dangerous. But danger also meant a chance. Lu Ming planned to open this blood coffin. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Yiling also saw through Lu Ming's thoughts. He roared and slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. The terrifying sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. Lu Ming's entire body was locked in by a powerful force. His body stiffened in the air and he could not move at all. Lu Ming's mouth was bitter. He had tried his best, but it still didn't work. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to activate the human king's arm. He couldn't block the other party's attack by himself. He was unwilling to die here. If he was killed, all the treasures on him would fall into Yiling Ganliu's hands, which would strengthen the heavenly human tribe. Also, Qiu would fall into the other party's hands. However, he had no other choice. But there was always a way out. At this moment, the human king's arm on Lu Ming's arm vibrated even more violently. It seemed to resonate with the thing in the blood coffin, causing the power of the blood coffin to be even more terrifying. Crack, bang, the number of cracks on the blood coffin increased rapidly. Some places even exploded continuously, creating holes in the coffin. Waves of incomparably powerful energy rushed out from the blood coffin, rushing in all directions. Strong, too strong. The power rushing out of the blood coffin was simply shocking. Lu Ming felt that it was even stronger than the sword light that Yiling Ganlu had slashed at him. However, the human king's arm on his right arm automatically emitted a wave of energy that spread from his right arm to his whole body. When the energy rushed out of the blood coffin rushed to Lu Ming, it was like a breeze, causing no harm to Lu Ming. It swept past Lu Ming's body and collided with Yiling Ganliu's sword light. The two kinds of energy collided. In the end, Yiling Ganliu's sword light shook violently and collapsed, disappearing into nothingness. The terrifying energy continued to sweep toward Yiling Ganlu. Damn it! Yiling Ganlu roared. He was extremely unwilling. He had been decisive enough to directly attack Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first, but there was still an unforeseen event. The power in the blood coffin was so terrifying that it directly shattered his sword. Even he feared this kind of power and wanted to avoid it. However, Lu Ming was completely fine, which made him furious. He was extremely unwilling. He quickly retreated, but the energy continued to rush toward him. He slashed out a few times, but he was unable to stop it. Damn it, Lu Ming, just you wait. Yiling Ganlu roared unwillingly, then rushed up. He rushed out of the basin before the energy from the blood coffin could reach him. Rumble, the energy from the blood coffin continued to rush in all directions, causing the earth to shake violently. There was also energy that rushed out of the basin, breaking through the clouds and spreading in all directions. What is that? So terrifying. Even Yiling Ganlu escaped just now. Retreat, let's retreat. Even reciprocity experts can't stop them. Let's retreat. Many people roared and frantically retreated. Lu Ming, Mo Chang and the others had ugly expressions. The others shook their heads and sighed. They had all thought that Lu Ming was already dead. If Yiling Ganlu had chased after him, Lu Ming might have already been killed by him. Even if he hadn't been killed by Yiling Ganlu, the energy rushing out of the basin was so terrifying that even Yiling Ganlu wanted him to flee. However, there was no sign of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fate was obvious. No, Lu Ming's karmic luck is too great. He definitely won't die so easily. I've seen him face many desperate situations and survive. This time is the same. Let's retreat. Tang Jun's gaze was resolute. She was very familiar with Lu Ming. She had found that Lu Ming had her father's special characteristics. His karmic luck was powerful, and he could always come back from desperate situations. In the past, he had also faced countless situations and survived in the end. This time, she also believed that Lu Ming wouldn't die. Tang Jun and the others also quickly retreated into the distance. Down in the basin, Lu Ming stood near the blood coffin, carefully observing it. More and more cracks appeared on the blood coffin, and more energy rushed out. It was becoming more and more terrifying. If it weren't for the human king's energy protecting him, Lu Ming was certain that he would have already been destroyed. Not a single cell would have been left. Is there really another part of the human king's body inside? Whispered Lu Ming, his gaze burning. Crack, crack, the blood coffin constantly cracked, and the blood-colored stones constantly exploded. A moment later, with a bang, the blood coffin completely exploded. When the blood coffin completely exploded, an even more terrifying energy swept out. This energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire bottom of the immortal burial blood sea to tremble violently. The seawater tumbled, stirring up thousands of waves. The terrifying energy made the people of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer retreat again and again. Even Yiling Ganlu retreated quickly, not daring to stay too close. However, this energy still did not affect Lu Ming. Lu Ming stared at the place where the blood coffin exploded with hope in his eyes, hoping that there were other parts of the human monarch's body inside. However, he was disappointed. There were no other parts of the human monarch's body in the blood coffin, only a ball of light. This ball of light was only the size of a fist at first, but in the next moment, it suddenly expanded rapidly. From the size of a fist, it quickly became the size of a basketball, and then the size of a water tank. It kept getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming noticed that this ball of light was strangely long. It was made up of 8 halos. These 8 halos were at different angles. The 8 halos were separated by the same distance every 2 angles, dividing the entire void into 8. In the middle of the 8 halos, there seemed to be a world that was protected by the 8 halos. Therefore, from afar, the 8 halos looked like a ball of light. The speed at which the halos were growing continued and soon approached Lu Ming. It was as if a world was rapidly colliding with each other and expanding, causing a force to squeeze outwards. Lu Ming was squeezed outwards by this force and kept retreating. Fortunately, although this force was strong, it was only squeezed outwards at a certain speed and did not erupt all at once. The destructive power was not particularly fierce, and Lu Ming could still withstand it. Oh no, there seems to be a world in these 8 halos. This world is breaking free and is rapidly growing and returning to its original state. I have to leave quickly. If the expanding force of this world squeezes me onto the continent of the 1,000-year battlefield, I'm afraid I'll be squeezed to death. Thinking of this, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He soared into the sky and rushed out of the basin. After Lu Ming rushed out of the basin, he looked around and did not see anyone else. Yiling, Ganlu, and the others seemed to have retreated far away. With a thought, Lu Ming went to the other side of the basin. Rumble, in the next moment, the ground shook violently, and cracks appeared in the basin. The cracks quickly became bigger and longer, extending into the distance. It's still colliding rapidly. This world should have been sealed in a blood coffin by someone previously and was compressed to an extremely small size. Right now, it's about to return to its original state. But this is the center of the 1,000-year battlefield. If it were to expand like this, wouldn't it be tearing apart the entire continent of the 1,000-year battlefield? Lu Ming was a little shocked. Boom! Boom! The ground rumbled and rocks exploded. Lu Ming saw that the basin had been completely torn apart. 2 huge cracks spread out from the basin. The edge of a huge halo emerged from the bottom of the basin. The entire bottom of the immortal burial blood sea was shaking violently, and the water was rolling. Not only that, the entire 1,000 Autumn battlefield began to tremble. At this moment, everyone in the 1,000 Autumn battlefield revealed looks of astonishment. They did not know what was going on. The ring of light expanded extremely quickly. The further it went, the faster it grew. The larger it grew, the faster it grew. In just a few breaths' time, several halos had already appeared. The ground was completely torn apart, separating into 2 sides. A continent had been torn apart from the middle, and with that as the center, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Let's go, Lu Ming flew rapidly into the distance. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped and found that the halo was still expanding rapidly. At this moment, the halo was at least 100,000 miles in diameter, but it showed no signs of stopping. The speed of expansion was even faster than before. What is that? It seems to have emerged from the basin. It's going to tear the 1,000 Autumn battlefield apart. It's approaching us. Let's go. At the bottom of the immortal burial blood sea, the people of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were watching from afar. At this moment, they did not dare to stay and continued to retreat. Yiling Ganlu was unwilling to give up. He stared in the direction of the halo, but did not see Lu Ming's figure. What is this? Yiling Ganlu's eyes shone like stars. They seemed to be able to see through the halo and see what was inside. However, at this moment, the center of the halo was pitch black, like a black hole. Even with his eyesight at the origin realm, he could not see through it completely. He could only vaguely see that there was a world inside. A world is actually sealed in the continent of the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The Thousand Autumn battlefield was an important place in the last epoch. This continent is definitely extraordinary. Yiling Ganlu's thoughts spun rapidly. Then, greed appeared on his face. He did not retreat like the others. He wanted to explore it. It would be best if he could enter the halo and enter the world inside. Very soon, the halo approached Yiling Ganlu. Whoosh, Yiling Ganlu directly charged towards the halo. He used a source-level weapon to open a path and fused with it. He wanted to enter the world inside the halo. However, the moment he came in contact with the halo, a tremendous power surged towards him. Yiling Ganlu could not help but be blown away. He only managed to stop after flying for several 100,000 miles. His face was pale, and he almost coughed up blood. What a powerful power. This seal is too powerful. It's not something I can break. Yiling Ganlu thought with a gloomy face. Rumble, the halo expanded faster and faster. The entire Immortal Burial Blood Sea was completely torn apart. The huge halo was already half the size of the Immortal Burial Blood Sea. Moreover, it was still expanding rapidly. At this moment, the entire continent was shaking violently. Countless insects were roaring madly. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were all alarmed, whether it was the experts stationed in the fortresses or those who had entered the core of the battlefield. As long as they were on the main continent, they were all alarmed. What's going on? Why is the continent shaking so violently? It's like it's about to collapse. Are there peerless experts fighting? What kind of expert is so powerful? To be able to cause such a commotion, this is not the primitive universe. This is the 1,000-year battlefield. Many people roared. The Thousand Autumn battlefield was an important place left behind from the last epoch. It was filled with endless killing intent and killing intent. Countless experts had died here. It was not that easy to destroy. Even if experts of the Origin Realm were to fight here, the damage caused would be limited. Who could cause such a tremor? That direction seems to be the direction of the Immortal Burial Blood Sea. Did something happen there? Let's go check it out. The experts of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer rushed towards the Immortal Burial Blood Sea. When the experts from both sides arrived, they could no longer see the Immortal Burial Blood Sea. Instead, they could only see a huge ball of light emerging from the center of the continent. With this ball of light as the center, a huge crack appeared on the main continent of the 1,000-year battlefield. Moreover, the crack was still rapidly expanding. The ball of light was still rapidly expanding. What is that? Many people were dumbfounded, including the reciprocity experts. It's the Celestial Exalt. It's Senior Starfire Origin Exalt. The people of the Heavenly Palace and Heaven Destroyer discovered the reciprocity experts of the two forces and flew towards them. There were several reciprocity experts on Heaven Destroyer's side as well. Tang Xiao, Starfire Origin Exalt, Lu Min Origin Exalt, and so on. Sister, what's going on here? Tang Xiao hurriedly asked when he saw Tang Jun. We don't know the specifics either. It's like this, Tang Jun immediately explained everything they knew in detail. Lu Ming, Tang Zhao's expression changed, becoming worried. I don't know if this has anything to do with Lu Ming, but I believe he'll be fine. That guy's luck is great. He won't die so easily. Tang Jun said with a resolute gaze. Lu Ming might have already entered the halo. I'll go take a look. Tang Xiao said. He rushed toward the ring of light, but like Yiling Ganlu, he was sent flying away. He had suffered some minor injuries. On the other side, the experts of the Heavenly Palace also knew what was going on. They also wanted to charge in, but they were blown away in the end. Lu Ming was still flying away near the halo. This halo is getting bigger and bigger. It's going to split the entire continent open. I can't stay here for long. I better leave quickly. Lu Ming erupted with his full speed and flew into the distance, pulling away from the halo. At the same time, Lu Ming used the great imitation technique to change his appearance and presence. At the same time, he used the great concealment technique to hide himself in a huge rock. He controlled the rock to fly into the distance. He was mainly afraid that Yiling Ganlu would find him. In reality, Yiling Ganlu was indeed looking for Lu Ming everywhere. He flew around the halo. As long as he found Lu Ming, he would kill Lu Ming. Oh no, that celestial exalt has always wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was the one who chased Lu Ming before. When Yiling Ganlu, Tang Jun and Tang Xiao's group. So it's him. I'll go kill him. Tang Xiao's voice was cold. His body was like a flash of lightning, and his sword was aimed at Yiling Ganlu. Yiling Ganlu was shocked. He took out his source-grade divine weapon to block the attack. Tang Xiao's Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao Tang Xiao's Tang. His arm that was holding the sword was trembling non-stop. Dozens of small sword wounds had appeared on his body, and blood was flowing non-stop. It was clear that Yiling Ganlu's strength was inferior to Tang Xiao's. He'd been injured in one blow. Kill! Tang Xiao roared. He wanted to kill Yiling Ganlu. Yiling Ganlu was terrified. He turned around and ran toward the heavenly palace. He called for help as he ran. Tang Xiao, I'm your opponent. I'll take you on. Several Origin Realm experts from the heavenly palace shouted and rushed toward Tang Xiao. You want to bully me with numbers? Exalt Starfire and Exalt Lu Men also shouted and rushed toward the heavenly palace. Boom. 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 Afterwards, the reciprocity experts clashed a few times, erupting with earth-shaking booms. As a result, Yiling Ganlu was also saved. He successfully broke free, mixing with the heavenly palace's experts. The Origin Realm experts of both sides exchanged a few more blows. They both retreated and stopped fighting. Now was not the time for a duel. Neither side was confident. Their attention was on the halo. With their Origin Realm eyesight, they could vaguely see that there seemed to be a continent in the middle of the halo. They were very curious about what was on the continent. However, Lu Ming, who was in the distance, heard the rumbles that erupted from the few moves of the Origin Realm experts. It's so intense. It's a battle between Origin Realm experts. It looks like the experts from other places have been drawn over. The Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm must have arrived as well. Let's go, Lu Ming continued to use the great concealment technique. He hid in a rock and flew in the direction of the explosion. After a while, Lu Ming saw Tang Xiao, Tang Jun, and the others. Lu Ming directly dispelled the great concealment technique and the great imitation technique. He flew toward Tang Xiao and the others. It's Lu Ming. It really is him. He really is fine. Emo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others immediately discovered Lu Ming. They were all overjoyed. Tang Xiao's face also showed a rare trace of joy. Lu Ming, I knew it. You're lucky. Nothing will happen to you. Tang Jun smiled. I was lucky. Lu Ming smiled and arrived beside Tang Xiao and the others. He finally relaxed and could recover in peace. In the distance, Yiling Ganlu and the others also saw Lu Ming. Damned little bastard, Yiling Ganlu roared inside. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Ming. However, he knew he could not kill Lu Ming with Tang Xiao and the others by his side. He could only endure. Rumble, the continent continued to shake. It was constantly being torn apart by the expanding halo. Heaven Destroyer and the people of the Heavenly Palace constantly retreated. As time passed, more and more people arrived. In the end, even the experts from both sides who were stationed at the stronghold came. The main reason was that the shaking was just too great. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Yes, for 3 days and 3 nights, the halo was constantly expanding. In the end, the entire continent was forcefully torn apart, splitting into 2 halves. The Millennium Battlefield, which had never changed since time immemorial, underwent a tremendous change. And in the middle of the two main continents, the incomparably huge halo was suspended in the void. From afar, one could see 8 halos revolving in different angles. It was extremely dazzling. In the middle of the 8 halos was pitch black, like a black hole. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see through it at all. In reality, at this point, even Origin Realm experts could not see through it. However, they could be sure that there was a continent in the pitch-black darkness. The 8 halos seemed to be some kind of formation or some kind of sealing power that sealed the continent in the middle. At this moment, the expansion of the halo finally stopped. The arm of the human king is shaking so violently. The other parts of the body are in this halo, but how can I get them? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Previously, he had already put the arm of the human king into the bronze box in the ancient desolation ring. At this moment, the reaction of the arm was unprecedentedly strong. The bronze box directly told him that the other parts of the body were in the halo. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. With so many experts present, how was he supposed to obtain it? Most importantly, he couldn't enter the world within the halo. No, a light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. The reason he couldn't enter before was because the halos were violently colliding with each other, creating a powerful shockwave that prevented him from entering. Now that the halos had stopped expanding, could he enter? Lu Ming wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Many people from both the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had similar thoughts. I'll try. Exalt Starfire said as he flew toward the halo. On the other side, the Heavenly Palace had also sent an Origin Realm expert to fly toward the halo from another direction. Senior Starfire Origin Venerable quickly approached the ring and cautiously entered it. At the beginning, there was nothing abnormal, nor was there any power attacking Exalt Starfire. We can enter. The eyes of many people on the Heaven Destroyer's side lit up. Exalt Starfire continued to probe. He flew deeper, wanting to enter the continent at the center of the halo. But in the next moment, Exalt Starfire seemed to encounter something terrifying. He rapidly retreated until he was near Lu Ming and the others. His face was pale and filled with fear. Starfire, what did you discover? No, why has your origin root weakened? Tang Xiao asked with a drastically changed expression. You discovered it. Exalt Starfire bitterly smiled. Those 8 halos aren't ordinary halos. They're a powerful formation that has a sealing effect. At the same time, they can strip away the origin root of those who enter. The faces of Tang Xiao, the Origin Realm experts, and many divine lords all became very ugly. The origin root was the foundation of Origin Realm experts. It was the source of Origin Realm experts' strength. Yet, those halos could strip away the origin root of Origin Realm experts. That was terrifying. Those halos seemed to be able to strip away the origin root of Origin Realm experts to strengthen themselves. Fortunately, I retreated quickly. Otherwise, my origin root would have been crippled. Even so, I've suffered great losses this time. I won't be able to recover to my previous level without 10 stellar years. Exalt Starfire bitterly smiled. At the same time, the same thing happened on the Heavenly Palace's side. The Origin Realm expert from the Heavenly Palace also retreated in fear. A portion of his origin root had also been absorbed by the halo. As a result, the Heavenly Palace and Heaven Destroyer no longer dared to take action. They only surrounded the halo to observe. They didn't send any Divine Master Realm experts to probe either. Even Origin Realm cultivators would be in danger. Although Divine Masters did not have origin roots and would not have their origin roots taken away, who knew if there would be other dangers? Therefore, both sides chose to pass the news back to their respective factions. The people of the Heavenly Palace sent the news back to the headquarters of the 4 Heavenly Palaces. The Heaven Exterminating Troop also sent the news back to the Heaven Exterminating Troops camp. After that, the 2 groups of people surrounded the halos and waited quietly. Within the Great Desolate Ring, the Human King's arm continued to tremble. Lu Ming didn't act rashly. With so many eyes watching, it was clearly unrealistic for him to act alone. Moreover, he didn't know what dangers lay within the halo. Even Origin Realm experts were in danger. If he entered rashly, there probably wouldn't be anything left of him. It was better to wait and see. In a secret room in the Heavenly Palace of Crepe Myrtle, there were 2 stone platforms in the room. A bronze chest was placed on each platform. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely be shocked. These two bronze chests were basically the same as the one he had obtained. At this moment, the two bronze chests suddenly began to tremble. They shone with resplendent light. Two white-haired celestial race elders stood to one side of the room. They had been cultivating with their eyes closed the entire time. Now, they suddenly opened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Why is there something wrong with the human king's body? This has never happened before. Open it and take a look. The two celestial race elders stood up and opened the two bronze chests. Inside the two bronze chests, there was a stone arm and a leg. One was the left arm, and the other was the left leg. These were actually two parts of the human king's body. They were the left arm and left leg of the human king's body. At this moment, the human king's left arm and leg trembled constantly. They seemed to be pointing in a certain direction. Chests, what's going on? Why is there something wrong with the human king's body? One of the celestial race elders asked the two bronze chests. That's because the other parts of the human king's body have appeared. A sentence appeared on one of the chests. The other parts of the human king's body have appeared? That's not right. Other parts have appeared before. The human king's body didn't have something like this. One of the elders said. It's different this time. This time, it's very likely that the human king's torso has appeared. That's why the left arm and leg of the human king's body are acting so strangely. A sentence appeared on the second chest. Afterwards, another sentence appeared on the first chest. Only when the human king's four limbs and head have appeared together and resonated with each other will the human king's torso appear on its own. What? The two elders of the celestial race were shocked. This meant that the human king's four limbs and head had appeared. However, the heavenly palace had only obtained the left arm and leg. As for the other three items, who took them, the first person they thought of was the Heaven Destroyer. In the primitive universe, other than the Heaven Destroyer, which other faction could compete with the Heavenly Palace? We have to report this matter to the Heavenly Master immediately. One of the elders said. Alright, you stay here and watch. I'll report it immediately. After the other elder finished speaking, he walked out. Not long after, the elder met the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master and reported the matter truthfully. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master was middle-aged. His face was angular, and his eyebrows were like swords. He just sat there quietly, but an aura that could suppress the world spread out. It made people unable to stand steadily in front of him. This was the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, the true overlord of the primitive universe. In the entire primitive universe, only the other three Heavenly Palace Masters could be on equal footing with him. I know. You can leave now. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master's expression was calm, so he waved his hand and dismissed the elder. This day has finally arrived. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master whispered. Then, he took out the dreamy heavenly jade and sent out 3 messages. These 3 messages were sent to the dreamy Heavenly Palace Master, the Hongming Heavenly Palace Master, and the Shinji Heavenly Palace Master. The Great Ancestor should come out of seclusion. I wonder if the Great Ancestor succeeded? After sending out the message, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master muttered to himself. Then, he got up, took a step, and disappeared without a trace. The dreamy Heavenly Palace, the dreamy Celestial Mountain. This was the most important forbidden area of the dreamy Heavenly Palace. It was surrounded by layers of arrays, and there were many powerhouses of the Heavenly Palace guarding it. Usually, other than the dreamy Heavenly Palace Master and a few top Celestial Masters, no one else could enter. On this day, the 4 Heavenly Masters came together. The 4 Heavenly Masters entered the illusory Celestial Mountain and waited at the entrance of a cave. The 4 Heavenly Masters stood in a row and looked in the direction of the cave with respectful expressions. If other people in the universe saw this, they would be shocked. Who were they? They were the Masters of the 4 Heavenly Palace, the true Masters of the Eldritch Universe. They were invincible figures and the true overlords of the universe. The 4 of them were waiting for someone with respectful expressions. No one would believe them even if they told others. Crack, at this moment, the stone door of the cave opened and a young man from the heavenly human tribe walked out. The young man looked very young, only in his 20s. His cultivation was not particularly high, only at the divine master realm. However, when the 4 heavenly masters saw the young man, their faces were filled with respect. They bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor. 100,000 years ago, before I went into seclusion, I said that I would be awakened when there was something wrong with the human king's body. Now that you have awakened me, is there something wrong with the human king's body?" The young man said indifferently. Even in front of the 4 heavenly masters, he still looked high and mighty, as if he was a senior looking down on a junior. The 4 heavenly masters did not show any anger or displeasure. It was as if all of this was natural. "Ancestor, there is something wrong with the human king's left arm and left leg. They are shaking nonstop and pointing in a direction." The bronze box said that the human king's body has appeared. Only when the 4 limbs and head of the human king's body appear will the human king's body appear. The crepe myrtle heavenly palace master replied respectfully. They knew very well the origin of this young man in front of him. This young man was an ancestor of the heavenly human tribe. He was the first ancestor in the history of the heavenly human tribe to control the perfect power of the heavens. He was known as the strongest person in the history of the heavenly human tribe. In the history of the heavenly human tribe, there were a total of 3 peerless geniuses who could control the perfect power of the heavens. The one in front of them was the first one. This person was already very, very old, and his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. However, later on, the old ancestor's cultivation reached a bottleneck and was restricted by this universe. Therefore, he used a heaven-defying method to allow himself to be reincarnated. However, reincarnation was too heaven-defying after all. If one was not careful, they would completely perish in the cycle of reincarnation. Although the heavenly human patriarch had succeeded, he had also left behind a huge hidden danger. That was why he had chosen to go into seclusion 100,000 years ago to repair the hidden danger. Before Xianxia entered closed-door cultivation, he had said that if there were no abnormalities with the sovereign personage's physical body, there was no need to wake him up. Oh, the 4 limbs and the head of the human king's body have appeared. It seems that the so-called heaven destroyer has gained quite a lot. That's good too. This time, I'll move around a bit and take the opportunity to completely control the human king's body. The patriarch of the heavenly human tribe said. Ancestor, have the hidden dangers left behind by your reincarnation been completely healed? Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said. Just a little bit more, but it doesn't matter. It won't hinder my performance. The old man from the heavenly human tribe chuckled. He grabbed at the air with his palm, and 4 different types of heavenly force gushed out. They danced in his palm without any hindrance. It was as if the 4 types of heavenly force had merged into one. The 4 lords of the heavenly palace revealed looks of envy and reverence. The perfect heavenly force was a power that they could only dream of. The 4 lords of the heavenly palace had only mastered 3 types of heavenly force. This required talent. It could not be forced. Bring me to the human king's left arm and left leg. Also, do you know where the human king's torso has appeared? The heavenly human patriarch asked. Not long ago, I received news that there was a shocking change in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. A sealed continent has appeared from the Thousand Autumn battlefield. According to the direction that the human king's left arm and left leg are pointing to, it should be in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord replied. The Thousand Autumn battlefield? Very good. Also, call me by my name, ye immortal. The heavenly human patriarch stepped out, and his indifferent voice rang out. Ye immortal, one of the 4 lords of the heavenly palace, arrived at the secret chamber in the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. He saw the human king's left arm and left leg. The human king's physical body cannot be activated unless one is a peerless prodigy who has mastered top-notch power. My current cultivation base is only at the 6th tier of the Divine Master realm. I can only activate 1 left leg or 1 left arm. As for the other leg, I'll need another peerless prodigy to activate it. Have any outstanding prodigies been born in our tribe over the years? The heavenly human patriarch, ye immortal, asked. Yes. Our tribe has produced a peerless prodigy. His name is Xianxia. Like the old, immortal young master, he has mastered the perfect heavenly force. The crepe myrtle heavenly palace lord replied respectfully. What? Hearing this, ye immortals' eyes shone brightly. Perfect heavenly force. I didn't expect another person with perfect heavenly force to appear in this generation. Good, very good. Bring me to him. Ye immortal said. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 2 bronze boxes. Immortal young master, Yi Xiaoxian is at the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. I'll bring you to him, the crepe myrtle heavenly palace lord said. The few of you, go back and make your own arrangements. Gather experts and prepare to head to the 1,000-year battlefield. Remember, the human king's physical body is the most important. You can ignore everything else. Gather as many experts as you can to head to the 1,000-year battlefield. Do you understand? Ye immortal instructed. Yes. The other 3 heavenly masters received their orders and quickly left. Meanwhile, the crepe myrtle heavenly palace lord passed down the order to gather experts. He then brought Ye immortal to look for Yi Xiaoxian. Ever since the battle at the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Yi Xiaoxian had displayed his stunning talent and his status had risen. He had undoubtedly become the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Heavenly Palace. In the history of the Heavenly Human Tribe, there had only been 3 people who had mastered the perfect heavenly force. Yi Xiaoxian had naturally received the full support of the Heavenly Palace. He could get whatever resources he wanted. With the accumulation of vast amounts of resources and Yi Xiaoxian's heaven-defying talent, his rate of improvement was astonishing. Currently, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Divine Master realm. This speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. This was of course. Lu Ming's resources were all obtained by himself. On the other hand, Yi Xiaoxian's resources were countless in the Heavenly Palace. In addition, his talent was simply too stunning. He had also condensed an origin source seed. With the accumulation of resources, his cultivation would continue to improve. Yi Xiaoxian greets the Heavenly Master. Seeing the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord descend, Yi Xiaoxian bowed respectfully. Although his talent was rare in the Heavenly Human Tribe, he had not reached the greater mastery level. Seeing the Heavenly Palace Lord, he did not dare to slight him. Very good, very good. Your cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Divine Master realm. It won't be long before you break through to the 7th level of the Divine Master realm. Breaking through to the Origin realm is just around the corner. The crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord nodded. He was very satisfied with Yi Xiaoxian. He then introduced, Yi Xiaoxian, this is young Master Immortal. Quickly, pay your respects. Yi Xiaoxian furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Yi Immortal. He was also a member of the younger generation of the Heavenly Human Tribe, yet he was asked to greet Yi Immortal, who among the younger generation of the Heavenly Human Tribe was worthy of his greeting. However, for the sake of the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, Yi Xiaoxian casually cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Brother Immortal. Yi Xiaoxian's attitude made the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master's expression change abruptly. He scolded, Xiaoxian, how dare you? What kind of attitude is this? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Immortal. Yi Xiaoxian was also a little stunned. What was going on with the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master? Ever since the battle at the Taishang Immortal City where Yi Xiaoxian had displayed unparalleled talent, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace, including the Heavenly Masters, had been very courteous to him. They had never scolded him like this before. Today, they were scolding him because of another young man? Could it be that the other party was more important than him? Moreover, the Master of the Heavenly Palace Master was bowing and scraping in front of Yi Immortal. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this Yi Xiaoxian? Yi Xiaoxian, let me tell you. From now on, you will follow young Master Immortal obediently and listen to his orders. If he is willing to guide you, it will be your lifetime's worth of good fortune. The crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master continued. This time, Yi Xiaoxian was completely enraged. It was one thing for him to lower his attitude towards Yi Immortal, but he was actually going to follow Yi Immortal and listen to his orders. How was this possible? Who was he? He was one of the only 3 peerless skybrides in the history of the Heavenly Human Tribe who had mastered the perfect heavenly power. Once he reached a major city, he would be invincible in the universe. At that time even the Heavenly Masters would have to bow down to him. But now, he was actually going to listen to the orders of another young man. His pride and self-esteem would definitely not allow this. Heavenly Master, if you want me to listen to his orders, let's see if he has the qualifications. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. In his eyes, among the younger generation of the universe, only Lu Ming, who had a taboo body, could stand on equal footing with him. He didn't think much of the other so-called elites, including the Shi Immortal. If not for the fact that Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle was very respectful to the Yi Immortal and that Yi Qiuxian couldn't see through him, he would have already suppressed the Yi Immortal. Yi Qiuxian, how dare you, Heavenly Lord Ziwei shouted as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yi Qiuxian actually dared to question whether the Yi Immortal had the right to do so. With his understanding of the Yi Immortal, he was truly afraid that the other party would directly cripple Yi Qiuxian. The Yi Immortal raised his hand and interrupted Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle. He even smiled as if he was not angry at all. Looks like you're not convinced by me? Yi Immortal smiled at Yi Qiuxian. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. Yi Qiuxian Dao. Although he couldn't figure out the identity of the Yi Immortal for Heavenly Lord Ziwei to be so respectful, he was very confident in his own strength. In the primitive universe, he feared no one other than Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Moreover, he was now a 6th-level Divine Master. Even if he met Lu Ming again, he was confident that he could easily suppress him. Yes, you're right. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Yi Immortal said. You want to fight with me? Yi Qiuxian Dao. That's right. You and I are both 6th-level Divine Masters. It's a good opportunity for us to learn from each other. How about this, if you can withstand 3 of my moves and not be defeated, you don't have to follow me in the future. Yi Immortal said. He knew very well that all exceptional elites had their own pride. He wanted to crush Yi Qiuxian's pride. Yi Qiuxian was so angry that he almost laughed. He was laughing from extreme anger. There was actually someone in this universe who said that he could defeat him in 3 moves. Wasn't this laughable? In the Battle of Taishang Immortal City, Lu Ming had only defeated him by a narrow margin. Where did Yi Immortal get the confidence to defeat him in 3 moves at the same level? This was completely impossible. Yi Qiuxian didn't believe it at all. Alright. I'd like to see how you can defeat me in 3 moves. Yi Qiuxian laughed loudly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. 4 types of ultimate power of heaven spread out and revolved around his body, transforming into 4 different colored battle swords. Not bad, it's indeed the perfect power of heaven. However, how much power can you unleash? Yi Immortal smiled and nodded. He suddenly took a step forward and charged towards Yi Qiuxian like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he pointed his finger out like a sword. Suddenly, more than a dozen sword shadows appeared in the void. These sword shadows kept changing their positions, making it hard for anyone to grasp them. Yi Qiuxian shouted as the perfect power of heaven erupted. The 4 battle swords revolved rapidly and slashed out dozens of sword shadows towards Yi Immortal. However, Yi Immortal's sword shadows were extremely nimble. They were like small snakes that kept slithering around. Finally, the dozens of sword shadows merged into one and stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian. This seemingly ordinary sword strike caused Yi Qiuxian's expression to change drastically. The dozens of sword shadows that he had slashed out instantly disappeared without a trace. Bam! Yi Immortal's sword light pierced the perfect power of heaven surrounding Yi Qiuxian, causing the perfect power of heaven to vibrate violently. A hole was pierced through the perfect power of heaven and the sword chi continued to rush towards Yi Qiuxian. Not good. Yi Qiuxian was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and the 4 battle swords formed by the perfect power of heaven turned into a sword array. They revolved rapidly and only then did they manage to block Yi Immortal's sword light. However, Yi Qiuxian also retreated 1,000 meters away. Although the perfect power of heaven is powerful, you're still far from perfect. There are flaws everywhere and you can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Immortal said calmly. Impossible. The perfect power of heaven has no flaws. Everything that happened just now was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Yi Qiuxian roared. His eyes were red as he suffered a huge blow. He was actually forced to retreat by Yi Immortal with a single move. Yi Immortal's attack just now didn't have much strength. However, it made Yi Qiuxian feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his weakness had been hit and he couldn't use his strength. However, how could the perfect power of heaven have any weaknesses? He believed that it was just a coincidence. Bam! Yi Qiuxian stepped into the air. This time, he took the initiative to attack. The 4 battle swords formed a sword array and the sword chi rushed towards the clouds. He used all his strength in this move and charged towards Yi Qiuxian. The boundless sword chi almost drowned Yi Immortal. However, Yi Immortal was still very calm. He stood there with a smile on his face. When the sword chi was about to reach him, Yi Immortal grabbed the air with his palm. 4 types of perfect power of heaven appeared and formed a battle sword. Seeing Yi Immortal's power, Yi Qiuxian's eyes widened rapidly. He was in disbelief. Swoosh! Yi Immortal made his move. He slashed out with his sword and it was extremely stunning. The moment he slashed out, Yi Immortal changed his position at least a few thousand times and collided with Yi Qiuxian's sword array thousands of times. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from both sides collided thousands of times. Then, Yi Qiuxian's sword array exploded with a loud bang. His figure was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away as he stood in the void in a daze. There was a 1-foot-long sword wound on his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. This sword wound was naturally slashed out by Yi Wuxiu. Defeated, Yi Qiuxian was defeated in just 2 moves. Perfect power of the heavens. You actually know how to use perfect power of the heavens. How is that possible? Yi Qiuxian muttered to himself as he looked at Yi Immortal in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There was actually someone among the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe who could control perfect power of the heavens. This was perfect power of the heavens. In the long history of the heavenly human tribe, only 3 people had been born with perfect power of the heavens. This was not something that could be easily controlled. How many unparalleled and peerless geniuses had been born in the history of the heavenly human tribe? There were too many to count. The proportion of people who could control perfect power of the heavens was too small. It was already a miracle that he was the only one in this era. But now, there was another one. Moreover, although they had only exchanged 2 moves, Yi Qiuxian realized that Yi Immortal's control of perfect power of the heavens was much stronger than his. Just as Yi Immortal had said, his perfect power of the heavens really did have a flaw that was easily seen through by Yi Immortal. This was a huge blow to Yi Qiuxian. His eyes suddenly became a little lifeless. This blow was more than 10 times greater than being defeated by Lu Ming. Because he had been defeated in just 2 moves. He did not even last 3 moves. Sigh, the crepe myrtle heavenly palace master sighed in his heart. With his experience, he naturally knew what was going on. Competing with Yi Immortal in terms of perfect power of the heavens was like showing off in front of an expert. Yi Immortal's control of perfect power of the heavens was already flawless. On the other hand, Yi Qiuxian was just a newbie who had only recently mastered it. The flaws and weaknesses of perfect power of the heavens could not be hidden from Yi Immortal's eyes. That was why Yi Qiuxian was defeated by Yi Immortal in 2 moves. That was because Yi Qiuxian was perfectly countered by Yi Immortal. Actually, there wasn't that much of a difference between the 2 of them. Yi Immortal would not have been able to win so easily if it had been another prodigy with similar battle prowess as Yi Qiuxian. However, the most important thing right now was to restore Yi Qiuxian's confidence. Yi Qiuxian must not be unable to recover from this setback. Qiuxian, now you know what it means by there's always someone better than you. Heavenly Lord Ziwei said. Yi Qiuxian nodded woodenly, still unable to regain his senses. Actually, you don't have to be too shocked. If you knew the true identity of a mortal prince, you would know that it was normal for you to be defeated. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said. True identity? Yi Qiuxian was stunned. He also wanted to know the true identity of the Yi Immortal. Just the fact that he had mastered the perfect power of the heavens was not enough for Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle to be so respectful. Young Master Immortal is our patriarch. He is the first patriarch in history to control the perfect power of the heavens. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said, his eyes filled with fanatical worship. What? Yi Qiuxian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Immortal in disbelief. How could the first patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe to control the power of the heavens be so young? Based on the aura of his life origin, he could clearly sense that he immortal was only a few 100,000 years old. He could not be more than 1,000,000 years old. He was definitely part of the younger generation. The patriarch used the reincarnation technique and obtained a new life. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said. There was no need to hide the identity of the Ye Immortal. After all, the Ye Immortal would soon lead the heavenly palace. Patriarch, so it's the patriarch. No wonder he could control the perfect power of the heavens. No wonder he could defeat me in 2 moves. Yi Xiaoxian's eyes shone brightly again. The patriarch of the heavenly human tribe was a legendary figure. He was known as the strongest in the history of the heavenly human tribe. His control of the perfect power of the heavens was truly perfect. Wasn't it normal to defeat him in 2 moves? Would the others be able to withstand 2 moves? At this moment, Yi Qiuxian regained his confidence. Junior Yi Qiuxian pays his respects to the patriarch. Yi Qiuxian immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. Very good. Get up. Your control of the perfect power of the heavens is already very good. In the future, when you reach greater mastery, you won't be any weaker than Zhangquang Yechu. Yi Immortal said with a smile. Yi Qiuxian's heart thumped faster. Zhangquang Yechu was the second person in the history of the heavenly human tribe to control the perfect power of the heavens. He was born more than 60 stellar years ago. He was a great enemy of the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng. The 2 of them had been fighting since they were young. His current combat strength had reached an unfathomable level. He was also a legendary figure in the heavenly human tribe. Could his future combat strength really be comparable to such a legendary figure? You will follow me from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Yi Immortal said. Yes, Patriarch. Yi Qiuxian said respectfully. You can call me Young Master Immortal from now on. Yi Immortal said. With a wave of his hand, a bronze box containing the left arm of the human king passed to Yi Qiuxian. Inside is the left arm of the human king. Familiarize yourself with it. Now that the body of the human king has appeared, you will set off with me to the Thousand Autumns battlefield soon. Yi Qiuxian instructed. At the same time, the same thing happened in the base of the Heaven Destroyer. Fei Huang, the 3rd demonic sword, the 2nd divine sword, and the other origin realm experts gathered together. In front of them was a bronze chest. Within the bronze box was a right leg made of stone. This was the right leg of the human king's body. At this moment, the right leg of the human king was constantly vibrating and glowing. Similar words appeared on the bronze chest, informing him that the torso of the sovereign personage's body had appeared. The body of the human king is no small matter. Once gathered, it has the power to overturn the universe. The heavenly human tribe will definitely mobilize all their forces to fight for it. We can't let them succeed. We must obtain the body of the human king. Fei Huang said. Not long ago, we received news that the Thousand Autumns battlefield has changed. A vast continent has appeared. It should be where the body of the human king is located. The 2nd divine sword said. Gather the experts immediately and head to the Thousand Autumns battlefield. Fei Huang said. Soon after, a large number of experts from the 2 sides of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace headed to the Thousand Autumns battlefield and gathered around the huge halo. Senior Fei Huang. Seeing Fei Huang, Lu Ming was overjoyed and went to greet her. Lu Ming, you're actually here as well. Why aren't you in the Heavenly Star region? Fei Huang was surprised to see Lu Ming. There's nothing left for me to explore in the Heavenly Star region. That's why I came here. Lu Ming chuckled and changed the topic. Senior Fei Huang, how are Xiaoqing and the others? They're still cultivating. Not bad. Your cultivation has actually reached the 5th layer of the Divine Master realm. Your rate of improvement has exceeded my expectations. Fei Huang studied Lu Ming and nodded in satisfaction. Following that, Tang Xiao and the others also came to greet Fei Huang. Fei Huang had a very high status in the Heaven Destroyer. Her battle strength was also at the peak of the Heaven Destroyer. The taboo body was not just for show. What appeared in front of everyone now was only Fei Huang's soul incarnation. Her true body was still in the depths of the universe ruins. Tang Xiao, what's the situation now? Fei Huang asked. Tang Xiao went on to explain the situation in detail. It can actually take away one's origin root. This is not easy to deal with. Fei Huang frowned and then looked for other experts in the Heaven Destroyer to discuss. For example, the spacetime spirit rats who were skilled in the way of spacetime, the world turtle who was skilled in rune formations, and the master refiner. They wanted to see if they could find a way to pass through the 8 halos and enter the continent in the center. A large number of experts had gathered in the Heavenly Palace and were also discussing. Not long after, the Heavenly Palace sent a few experts who were proficient in rune formations to study and see if they could break the 8 halos. Unfortunately, after more than 10 days of study, they still had no clue. The Heaven Destroyer also sent experts to study, but they also had no clue. The 8 halos were very brilliant. It was a method from the last era. The strength of the person who set up the formation was also unimaginably high. They could not break it at all. In the end, both sides sent Origin Realm experts to test it out, but they all retreated in horror. Those who went to test it out had their origin roots taken away. The impact was not small. If they stayed in it for a long time, their origin roots would be completely taken away and they would fall to Origin Realm and become divine masters. Obviously, Origin Realm experts could not enter. If they wanted to enter, they had to be prepared to have their origin roots taken away. The gains were not worth the losses. After that, both sides sent out divine masters to test the waters. To their surprise, the divine masters were not affected at all. The 8 halos did not have any abnormalities. In the end, the few people who tested it out completely disappeared in the center of the halos. They seemed to have entered. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, those people came out with shocking news. There was really a continent inside. It was very ancient and full of vitality. It was completely different from the continent fragments in the universe ruins. Over there wasn't the slightest bit of killing intent or baleful aura. The energy was abundant and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was as if the legendary Great Desolate Continent had appeared once again. Both the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were alarmed. Needless to say, the body of the human king must be on that continent. Both sides immediately began to mobilize divine master existences, intending to have them enter the continent to fight for the human king's body. Both sides were constantly transferring divine lords from other places. They had even abandoned many important places to guard. More and more divine lord experts were gathering in this area. That is, the quasi-immortal race. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. In the distance, dozens of exhibition carriages came crushing through the void. Many figures stood on the carriages. These figures looked almost the same as humans. The only difference was that they all had a red mark between their eyebrows. Every one of them was wearing snow-white robes made of ice, giving them a sage-like appearance. Not only the people of the Heaven Destroyer, but even the heavenly human race and other races in the universe were very surprised. The quasi-immortal race was an extremely special race. They seemed to be detached from the world and generally ignored the disputes in the primitive universe. No matter what war it was, they didn't participate and rarely showed up. Even the heavenly human race couldn't command the quasi-immortal race. This time, so many people were dispatched at once. Could it be that the quasi-immortal race, who had always been detached from the world, was also interested in the body of the human king? Is this the quasi-immortal race? Strange, their aura is similar to the human race, but there is a difference. Lu Ming sized up the quasi-immortal race curiously. It was his first time seeing people from the quasi-immortal race. After the quasi-immortal race arrived, they stood silently in the void and didn't talk to anyone. Humph, a mere top 10 race is so arrogant. They didn't even come to greet our heavenly human race. After the traitors are eliminated, the quasi-immortal race can't be left alive. Some young people of the heavenly human race said unhappily. Of course, those old heavenly human race didn't say much. It seems that the competition this time will be very fierce. This trip is full of danger. After you enter, you must be careful. Also, you must join forces and fight the enemy together. Fei Huang said seriously to the high-level Heaven Destroyer Divine Masters. All the Divine Masters nodded. They knew what to do even without Fei Huang's reminder. There were obviously more divine masters in the heavenly palace than them, so they felt a huge pressure. Also, you must bring the other parts of the human king's body with you. This way, you will be able to find the human king's body more easily. At the critical moment, you can also borrow the power of the human king's body to fight the enemy. However, ordinary people can't activate and borrow the power of the human king's body. Only those who control extremely strong power can activate it. Lu Ming. At this time, Fei Huang looked at Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming was the most suitable one. The forbidden power was definitely enough to activate the human king's body. However, Lu Ming shook his head and refused. He already had a human king's body, but it could only last for a breath's time. If he took another one, he wouldn't be able to use it at all. Although he wanted it, he was afraid that he would ruin the Heaven Destroyer's plan. If he couldn't use it at the critical moment, the Heaven Destroyer would be in trouble. That would be a great sin. Not only would he not be able to get the human king's body in the end, but the heavenly palace would also benefit. This wasn't something Lu Ming wanted to see. Seeing Lu Ming shake his head, Fei Huang frowned. Although she didn't know why Lu Ming refused, she knew there must be a reason. This kid wouldn't refuse under normal circumstances. He's bold and fearless. Could it be that he already has? Thinking of this, Fei Huang's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lu Ming thoughtfully. Then, I'll leave it to Shi. Shi, your primordial divine power has mutated and become even more advanced. You should be able to activate the human king's body. Then, Fei Huang turned her gaze to a robust man in his 30s. This man was a primordial divine spirit. He was an 8th-level divine lord and was extremely powerful. His primordial divine power had mutated and was stronger than other primordial divine spirits. The primordial divine power of primordial divine spirits was already extremely powerful. When other races cultivated divine power and continuously awakened their primordial divine power, they would eventually reach the level of primordial divine power. Shi's primordial divine power had mutated and was naturally extremely powerful. It was one of the top powers in the primitive universe. After she finished speaking, Fei Huang passed a bronze chest to Shi. It's indeed the body of a human king. I wonder which part it belongs to. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That bronze chest was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. Before this, Lu Ming had already learned from the bronze chest that the torso of the human king's body had been born. Only when the limbs and head were born together could one sense it. Hence, he was already clear that the limbs and head, except for the right arm, had all been born. He had previously guessed that it might be in the hands of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace. There's only one Heaven Destroyer. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace has 3 of them? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, another dozen days passed. In these dozen days, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace did not make any moves. The main reason was that both sides were keeping an eye on each other. If one side made a move, the other would immediately move as well. Hence, neither side sent anyone into the halo first. The main reason was that the divine masters of both sides had yet to arrive. It was not the time to make a move yet. Pull one hair and the whole body would be affected. If one side started to take action, the other side would definitely take action as well. At this time, the Heaven Destroyer was ready to make a move. This was because their divine masters were almost all here. This was the first time Lu Ming truly witnessed the power of the Heaven Destroyer. 5,000. A total of 5,000 divine masters. This was a terrifying number. Lu Ming had not expected that the Heaven Destroyer would have 5,000 divine masters. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Other things aside, the Heaven Destroyer had more than 1,000 divine masters at the 1,000-year battlefield. There were a few other places as important as the 1,000-year battlefield in the universe's ruins. The Heaven Destroyer had a large number of elites guarding each of these places. In addition, there were a few bases that were also guarded by a large number of elites. In total, it was normal for there to be 5,000 divine masters. This was not the total number. There should be some divine masters who had not arrived. However, most of them should have arrived. However, the number of divine masters at the Heavenly Palace was even more shocking. There were a total of 8,000 divine masters. This shocked Lu Ming. After all, the heavenly palace still had the dark universe to guard. The dark universe scattered almost half of the heavenly palace's power. This meant that the heavenly palace had at least 8,000 almighty stationed in the dark universe. The power of the heavenly palace was truly astonishing. If not for the dark universe holding back half of the heavenly palace's power, the Heaven Destroyer would not have been a match for the heavenly palace. Of the 8,000 divine masters, 6,000 were from the heavenly human tribe, while the other 2,000 were from other tribes. The celestial race was known as the strongest race in the universe. It wasn't just for show. Their strength was truly incomparable. This didn't include the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe also had about 300 divine masters. Although this number couldn't be compared to the celestial tribe, it was already much stronger than the other 9 tribes in the top 10 tribes. In terms of numbers, they completely crushed Heaven Destroyer's side. "Let's go," Fei Huang ordered. The 5,000 divine masters of the Heaven Destroyer immediately flew toward the halo. The moment the Heaven Destroyer side moved, it was immediately discovered by the Heavenly Palace. "Since the Heaven Destroyer has set off, we won't wait any longer. It doesn't matter if the minority didn't come. Let's set off immediately," one of the Heavenly Palace lords said. "Remember, once you enter the world within the halo, you have to listen to Immortal Young Master," another Heavenly Palace lord also instructed. The divine masters all nodded. Among them, only a minority knew the true identity of the Ye Immortal. These people stood behind the Ye Immortal with fanatical expressions. Most of them were people on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. Although the others didn't know the true identity of the Ye Immortal, seeing so many people on the same level as the Lord of Heaven obediently listening to the Ye Immortal, they knew that the Ye Immortal's identity was definitely not simple. Naturally, they wouldn't disobey the order. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Master who had personally instructed them. "Let's set off," the Ye Immortal said indifferently, a confident smile on his face the entire time. He took the first step forward. Yi Qiuxian and a few other Lord of Heaven experts followed closely behind. More than 8,000 divine masters marched toward the halo in a grandiose manner. The halo was boundlessly large, more than 100 million times larger than the planets of the primitive universe. The Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer entered the halo from 2 different directions. They were like specks of dust flying into the ocean. They were truly too insignificant. The closer they got to the halo, the more they felt how enormous the 8 halos were. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. The person who had laid down this array was truly incomparably powerful. Very soon, they entered the range of the halo. They didn't sense anything strange. They weren't attacked, nor were they restricted in any way. However, the reaction of the human king's right arm within the primitive ring was even more intense. The center of the halo was pitch black, like a pitch-black vortex that constantly spun. In any case, Lu Ming was unable to see what was behind the pitch-black vortex with his eyesight. However, Origin Realm experts could barely see that there seemed to be a continent within the pitch-black vortex. As for the specific features of the continent, they were unable to see it clearly. When Lu Ming's group passed through the halo and entered the central region, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the pitch-black vortex, sucking Lu Ming's group in. The suction force was very strong, but Lu Ming felt like he could still break free if he struggled as hard as he could. However, Lu Ming's group did not struggle. They wanted to enter the pitch-black vortex in the first place, so there was no need for them to do anything unnecessary. They cooperated with the suction force and quickly charged into the pitch-black vortex, vanishing from sight. As soon as they entered the pitch-black vortex, Lu Ming felt like he was being pulled by a force, constantly moving forward. After who knew how long, the pitch-black vortex suddenly vanished, and a vast expanse of land appeared below Lu Ming. Lu Ming was currently plummeting. He hurriedly circulated his forbidden power and stabilized himself, stopping in the air. Afterwards, he glanced around and discovered that the surrounding space was filled with people. The 5,000 divine masters of the Heaven Destroyer were all present. They had not split up. Below them was a dense forest. The forest was boundless, stretching as far as the eye could see. What huge trees! Many people sighed in amazement. The trees in the forest were all extremely huge. Any single one of them was over 100 meters in diameter, and there were many that were 1,000 meters in diameter. Their height was even more terrifying. They were basically colossal. Lu Ming felt like he had entered the elven palace of the past. What surprised Lu Ming the most was that the continent gave off a familiar presence to Lu Ming. Primordial, ancient, vast, heavy, grand, this presence was actually the same as the continent in the primordial ring that Lu Ming felt. It was basically the same. The continent in the primordial ring was made from a complete fragment of the primordial continent of the previous epoch. Could this continent also be a fragment of the primordial continent that was kept intact? Lu Ming's mind raced. This was very possible. The physical body of a human king was separated and sealed. This incident happened before the primordial continent was shattered. Someone had cut off a small piece of the primordial continent and sealed it in the continent of the 1,000-year battlefield. That was why it was kept intact and full of vitality, unlike the fragments of the primordial continent in the universe ruins, which had long lost the appearance of the primordial continent. This continent is intact and full of life. I wonder if there's any danger. Let's gather and move together. Don't split up. A deep voice rang out. It was a burly primitive god that spoke. Lu Ming recognized this person. His name was Lion, and he was an expert who stood at the peak of the almighty level. He was no weaker than the Lord of Heaven, who stood at the peak of the heavenly palace. A 9th-tier almighty was not considered a peak almighty. From the 1st tier to the 9th-tier almighty, one had to condense the universal bridge, making it longer and longer, extending toward the cosmic sea. At the 9th-tier almighty level, the universal bridge would reach the cosmic sea and connect with it. At that time, one could comprehend the cosmic origin. Once the cosmic origin was formed, one would condense an origin seed. That's right, an origin seed. Only by condensing an origin seed could one be considered a peak almighty. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace was a peak almighty who had condensed an origin seed. Of course, a peak almighty's origin seed was not as weak as Lu Ming's. The amount of origin energy stored was so little that it could only unleash one attack. A peak almighty's origin seed contained much more origin energy than Lu Ming's. The more origin energy it contained, the stronger it would be. Of course, one's strength was also related to the quality of the origin energy. Thus, the difference in strength between peak almighty could be huge. When the origin energy condensed by an origin seed reached a limit, the origin seed would sprout and grow an origin root, which was also known as an origin root. At that time, one would have stepped into the origin realm. Of course, it was extremely difficult to make an origin seed sprout and grow an origin root. No matter what, a peak almighty who had condensed an origin seed was extremely powerful, much more powerful than a 9th-tier almighty. Once the origin energy was unleashed, a 9th-tier almighty would not be able to resist and would be easily killed. As for Lion, he was considered a top-tier expert even among peak almighty. He was only a step away from the origin realm. He was one of the leaders of the Almighty on Heaven Destroyer's side. As Lion spoke, everyone gathered together in a group and flew towards a certain direction. They flew for tens of thousands of miles without encountering any abnormalities or dangers. That is, suddenly, someone looked to the right. In that direction, there was a small black dot flying rapidly towards them. After a few breaths, the black dot became clear. They were all living beings. They are from the heavenly palace. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The people from the heavenly palace entered this continent from a different direction from us. Why are they so close to us? Someone cried out in alarm, finding it hard to believe. They had thought that they would not encounter the people from the heavenly palace so soon. He didn't expect to meet people from the heavenly palace as soon as he entered. The people from the heavenly palace also noticed the people from the Heaven Destroyer and stopped not far away. Then, the two heavenly human youths, escorted by a group of powerhouses, came to the forefront. These two young men were naturally Yi Immortal and Yi Xianxia. Is that the Lu Ming who defeated you with the taboo body? Yi Immortal's gaze immediately fell on Lu Ming. He seemed to be very sensitive to the power of the taboo body. That's right, it's him. However, he won by luck last time. Next time I will definitely suppress him. Yi Qiuxian's eyes were cold. A loss is a loss. However, he is not simple to be able to defeat you. Indeed, the taboo body is a scourge. None of them can be left alive. Yi Immortal said coldly. Immortal young master, what should we do now? A lord of heaven bowed and asked. Of course, we will attack. We have more than 8,000 almighty on our side, while the traitors only have about 5,000. We have the absolute advantage. We will defeat the traitors in one fell swoop and take the human king's body from them. Moreover, these 5,000 almighty make up most of the traitors' almighty. If we can destroy them in one fell swoop, the traitors will lose their almighty and will only have a small amount of origin energy left. Yi Immortal said coldly. His voice spread to the ears of the people from the heavenly palace. Get ready, attack and annihilate the traitors. A lord of heaven shouted as his aura erupted. He took the lead and rushed out. Kill. Kill, kill all the traitors. The people from the heavenly palace, including more than 6,000 almighty from the heavenly human race and more than 2,000 almighty from other races, rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Only the people from the quasi-saint tribe did not attack. More than 8,000 godly lords attacked together, creating a mighty aura that caused the sky and earth to violently tremble. The terrifying power formed waves of pressure, and the massive trees on the ground below began to explode and turn to dust under the pressure. Their battle cries shook the heavens. More than 8,000 beams of light shot toward the heaven-exterminating troop. The void was instantly smashed, forming huge black holes. The scene was terrifying. Defend, defend with all your strength. The people from the Heaven Destroyer were shocked. Some of the top almighty roared. They only had about 5,000 almighty, which was more than 3,000 fewer than the enemy. The gap was too big. If they fought together, they would definitely lose and be slaughtered. Only by gathering everyone's strength and defending with all their strength could they block the enemy's attack. On the side of the sky-exterminating troop, all of them gathered together and used all of their defensive secret skills to attack. Inside the heavenly palace, countless dazzling lights spread out, forming layers upon layers of defense. There were huge shields, tortoise-shell-like light shadows, huge divine walls, and huge metal tablets. Lu Ming also unleashed his full strength. He cast all the secret skills of the 3,000 ancient secret skills that were used for defense. Great defensive technique, great shield technique. All kinds of defensive secret techniques and treasures filled the void. Boom. 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 The next moment, the attacks from the heavenly palace bombarded the defenses of the Heaven Destroyer, causing an earth-shattering explosion. All kinds of defensive secret techniques and treasures vibrated violently. After all, the enemy had more than 3,000 people, and their attack power was too strong. If they fought head-on, just this wave alone would kill many people from the Heaven Destroyer. However, they did not seek to win, only to not make any mistakes. They only focused on defending. By gathering everyone's strength, they managed to defend against the attacks from the heavenly palace. Although all kinds of secret techniques and treasures vibrated violently, in the end, they still managed to defend. Continue attacking, don't give them a chance to breathe. A Lord of Heaven expert roared. Kill. More than 8,000 almighty from the heavenly palace roared and launched the second wave of attacks. Retreat, retreat, defend and retreat at the same time. Some of the experts from the Heaven Destroyer shouted. Everyone continued to gather together to defend and then slowly retreat. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Another series of violent explosions, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely destroyed, and not even a blade of grass grew. However, this continent was unimaginably sturdy. The shockwaves from the attacks of so many divine masters only destroyed a layer of the surface and the vegetation on the surface. They didn't penetrate the earth or crack it open. If this had happened in the desolate universe, with so many powerful beings battling against each other, they might have been able to destroy many galaxies. It could be seen how sturdy this continent was. The second wave of attacks was also blocked. The Heaven Destroyer used this wave of attacks to quickly retreat. Continue attacking. Don't let them escape. The Heavenly Palace's people roared and attacked with all their might. However, the Heaven Destroyer's side was defending with all their might. The Heavenly Palace's people couldn't break through in a short time. After 7 or 8 waves of attacks, they still couldn't break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense. Damn it! Many Heavenly Palace's experts roared. They felt that the Heaven Destroyer was like a tortoise and it wasn't easy to attack. As long as they could break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense and force the Heaven Destroyer to fight head-on, they could easily defeat the Heaven Destroyer. In a head-on battle, the Heavenly Palace had the absolute advantage. Now, the most troublesome thing was how to break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense. Not far away, Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian stood quietly in the void and didn't make a move. Quasi-Saint Tribe, why aren't you making a move? Attack together and break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense. Yi Qiuxian looked at the people of the Quasi-Saint race and ordered coldly. Our Quasi-Saint Tribe has always stayed out of things. We won't get involved in the matters between the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. A youth from the Quasi-Saint Tribe smiled and said. This youth looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and had an unparalleled temperament. His white clothes fluttered in the wind and he belonged to the type that could charm thousands of girls. What do you mean by not getting involved? The primitive universe is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Palace. Regardless of the race, they have to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Palace. Including your Quasi-Saint Tribe. Now, I order you to attack. Yi Qiuxian shouted and looked coldly at the Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth. Hee hee. The Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth smiled faintly with contempt. What are you laughing at? Yi Qiuxian's gaze was cold. Your words are too laughable. That's why I'm laughing. Your Heavenly Palace commands the other races, but you want to order my Quasi-Saint race around? Aren't you too naive? The Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth sneered. Audacious. Is your Quasi-Saint race trying to rebel? I would like to see how capable you are. Yi Qiuxian shouted coldly and took a step forward. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the youth of the Quasi-Saint race. Behind the youth of the Quasi-Saint race, a middle-aged man stepped forward and wanted to attack, but the youth waved his hand to stop him. I of Yi Qiuxian's. Of Yi Yi Yi. In the next instant, Yi Qiuxian's attack arrived. His perfect heaven's power erupted as he blasted his palm towards the youth of the Quasi-Saint race. The Quasi-Saint race's youth didn't dodge and also blasted out a palm to meet Yi Qiuxian's palm. Yi Qiuxian snorted inwardly. He could see that the Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth was a 6th-stage divine master like him. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that he was too strong. Apart from Lu Ming, no one in the universe could fight with him. Of course, Yi Immortal was an exception. The Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth was too naive to want to face his attack head-on. Boom, the two palms collided with one another, resulting in a deafening explosion. Yi Qiuxian's expression changed. He felt that his perfect heaven's power had met a strong opponent. He couldn't instantly defeat his opponent's power. Instead, he felt that there was a terrifying power surging toward him from the Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth's palm. Yi Qiuxian couldn't help but retreat by more than 10 steps. On the other side, the Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth also retreated by more than 10 steps. In this move, the two of them were evenly matched. Ha ha ha, perfect heaven's power is indeed powerful. I've learned a lot today. The Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth laughed loudly. His eyes glowed with strong battle intent. As for Yi Qiuxian, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down. He was actually blocked. Although he had only used 80% of his strength, who could be sure that the Quasi-Saint Tribe's youth had used his full strength? Maybe he hadn't used his full strength. In the primitive universe, apart from Lu Ming, there was actually someone who could fight with him. This was a huge blow to Yi Qiuxian. I don't believe it. He must have used his full strength just now. The perfect heaven's power is invincible. Apart from Lu Ming, no one in this same realm can fight with me. Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart and was about to attack again. Yi Qiuxian, enough. At this moment, Yi Immortal shouted and Yi Qiuxian stopped abruptly. Immortal young master, let me teach these Quasi-Saint Tribe a lesson. These people are becoming more and more rebellious. Yi Qiuxian said. No need. I have my own plans. You may leave. Yi Immortal said with a cold expression. Yi Qiuxian didn't dare to disobey Yi Immortal's order and could only leave obediently. However, he was very unwilling. I didn't expect the quasi-saint tribe to have another genius who can control the power of a quasi-saint. Congratulations. Yi Immortal said with a smile. Immortal young master is too polite. I was just lucky to control the power of a quasi-saint. The quasi-saint tribe's youth replied with a smile. He didn't dare to slight Yi Immortal. Although he didn't know Yi Immortal's true identity, seeing how Yi Qiuxian and the Lord of Heaven of the celestial race were respectful to Yi Immortal, he knew that this person's identity was absolutely shocking. Today, there is no need for the quasi-saint tribe to attack. We are enough to break through the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Wuchang said as he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Yi Qiuxian was bewildered. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Yi Immortal was actually a little afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. Yes, it was fear. Yi Immortal was the strongest existence in the history of the celestial race. It was simply inconceivable that he would be afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. Although the quasi-saint tribe had always been ranked first among the top 10 races, no matter how strong they were only one of the top 10 races. In the eyes of the celestial race, they were just ants that could be slaughtered at any time. The strongest existence in the history of the celestial race was actually afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Qiuxian would have found it hard to believe. At the same time, he understood one thing. The quasi-saint tribe wasn't simple. They weren't simple at all. He had underestimated the quasi-saint tribe in the past. It seems like we have to attack. Yi Qiuxian, get ready to activate the human king's left arm. We need to borrow the strength of the human king's physical body to tear apart the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Wuchang said. After he finished speaking, his figure had already rushed out. As he rushed out, he had already taken out the human king's left leg and fused it into his left leg. When he appeared in the sky above the battlefield, he had already activated the power of the human king's left leg. Boom, Yi Wushou took a step forward, and a gigantic foot appeared, stomping towards the exterminating heavens troop. Its power was extremely terrifying. Oh no, that's the power of the human king's body. I'll stop him. Primordial God, she roared. He also controlled the human king's right leg, so he could sense Yi Immortal's attack the moment it happened. Without any hesitation, she also fused with the power of the human king's right leg. With his head down and his leg up, he charged up, activating the power of the human king's right leg. Similarly, a huge leg appeared and smashed upwards, colliding with Yi Immortal's attack. Boom, an earth-shaking explosion rang out, as if two Origin Realm experts were clashing. Then, the two huge legs collapsed at the same time. She and Yi Immortal retreated, one flying upwards and the other falling downwards. This move was a draw. In the next moment, Yi Immortal activated the power of the human king's left leg and attacked. She countered the attack as well. With Yi Immortal's strength, activating the human king's left leg could only last for a little more than a breath's time. Hence, he had to end the battle quickly. The speed of the two was extremely shocking. A little more than a breath's time was enough for the two to exchange many moves. Boom. Boom. Boom, in a little more than a breath's time, the two had exchanged 7 or 8 moves. They were both equally matched. Their battle prowess seems to be about the same after activating the human king's body. They're both at the Origin Realm. It doesn't seem to have much to do with the cultivation of the person activating it. Lu Ming observed carefully from the crowd. Xi's cultivation was at the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm, which was clearly higher than his opponent's. However, the two of them were evenly matched. Moreover, the battle prowess he displayed was also at the Origin Realm. It was about the same as Lu Ming's when he activated the human king's body. It didn't seem to have much to do with one's cultivation. Perhaps it was because the power of the human king's body was too terrifying, while their strength was too weak. They could only use it as a trigger to activate a portion of the power of the human king's body. Hence, no matter how strong they were, as long as they activated the human king's body, the power they could erupt with was at the Origin Realm. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Both of them had almost exhausted all their strength, so they had to stop. Yi Immortal retreated rapidly. And she landed in the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Qiuxian, you do it. Yi Immortal instructed. Then, he took out several divine pills and swallowed them, starting to recover his strength. Leave it to me. Yi Qiuxian stepped forward. The left arm of the human king fused into his left arm. Break! Yi Qiuxian roared and punched out. The power of the human king's left arm exploded, and a huge fist blasted towards the Heaven Destroyer. Not good. It's the power of the human king's physical body again, she roared when he sensed it. Should I make a move? Should I make a move? Lu Ming's mind raced. He was also a little anxious and couldn't decide whether to make a move or not. No one knew that he was in control of the human king's right arm, and he did not want to expose it. Given his cultivation, there was no way he would be able to protect such a precious item if it was exposed. Even if he could protect it, he would be targeted by the people of the Heavenly Palace. There would definitely be endless pursuit. The Heavenly Palace would definitely spare no effort to snatch the right arm of the human king from him. His original plan was to silently obtain the torso of the human king's physical body, or even the other parts of the body, and complete the body. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating, Yi Qiuxian's attack had already landed. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Yi Qiuxian had activated the left arm of the human king and erupted with the power of the Origin Realm. It was too powerful. The layers of defense laid down by the Heaven Destroyer were destroyed one after another. In an instant, more than 200 layers of defense were destroyed. Many of the divine lords defending that area shook violently. Their faces turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Fortunately, they managed to block it. However, many of them felt extremely heavy. The attack power of the Origin Realm was too strong. It would break the balance. If the attack continued, it would most likely tear a hole in their defense. On the other hand, if the experts of the Heavenly Palace swarmed in, their defense would be completely torn apart. By then, it would become a chaotic battle. Once a chaotic battle broke out, the Heaven Destroyer's side would be doomed. Break for me! Yi Qiuxian roared and was about to attack again. He could only hold on for a little more than a breath. He could not afford any delay. He had to tear apart the defense of the Heaven Destroyer in one go. He's coming. Block it with all your strength. You must block it. Someone on the Heaven Destroyer's side yelled. Boom! Yi Qiuxian threw another punch with astonishing power. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming soared into the sky. The human king's right arm had fused into his right arm. He had decided to attack in the end. At this moment, there was no other way. If he was exposed, so be it. It was better than having the defense of the Heaven Destroyer torn apart. Once the defense was torn apart, the Heaven Destroyer would be doomed. At the same time, Lu Ming would also be in danger. The people of the Heavenly Palace would definitely target him first. Facing so many experts, no matter how strong he was, only death would await him. The power of the human king's right arm was stimulated. Lu Ming threw a punch. A similarly huge fist was formed and collided with Yi Qiuxian's fist. An earth-shattering roar erupted, and the two of them retreated at the same time. He blocked it. The people on the Heaven Destroyer's side were ecstatic. At the same time, they were a little stunned. They did not expect that there would be someone who could block Yi Qiuxian's attack. Didn't the Heaven Destroyer only have one human king's body? Lu Ming, you actually have a human king's body too. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian roared and continued to attack. The two of them exchanged another blow. It was still a draw. As for the others, they were greatly shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had really mastered a human king's body. Especially Tang Jun, Emo Chang, and the others who were more familiar with Lu Ming. They looked at each other in dismay. They were already quite familiar with Lu Ming. Along the way, they had already seen through all of Lu Ming's secrets. But now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. Lu Ming was hiding countless secrets and trump cards. It's the human king's right arm. The four limbs of the human king have appeared, but where is the head? Yi Immortal muttered. He judged that the human king's head should not be on the Heaven Destroyer. If it was not on the Heaven Destroyer, then where was it? Ye Immortal glanced at the young man from the quasi-saint race. That young man from the quasi-saint race even smiled. Boom, 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 Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian's speed was very fast. At this moment, they had already exchanged 5 or 6 blows. And more than a breath of time had passed. Not good, I've exhausted my energy. Retreat. Yi Qiuxian was shocked. He circulated his remaining energy and quickly retreated. I still have energy for one more blow. Kill. Lu Ming roared and threw a punch at Yi Qiuxian. Just now, Yi Qiuxian had attacked first. Lu Ming attacked later. Therefore, Lu Ming still had energy for one more blow. A terrifying fist force blasted towards Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian's pupils shrank rapidly. However, Yi Qiuxian was surrounded by experts from the Heavenly Palace. Immediately, 5 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven joined forces to block Lu Ming's punch. 5 experts on the same level as the Lord of Heaven appeared in front of Yi Qiuxian and used a defensive secret technique in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. The defensive secret technique used by the 5 Lord of Heaven was directly destroyed. The violent shockwave struck the 5 Lord of Heaven. The 5 Lord of Heaven's bodies shook violently as they retreated and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 3 of them had their arms blown apart and were covered in blood. The other 2 who were slightly weaker were even worse off. They were sent flying into the forest far away and broke a dozen trees before crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. They lay in the crater with pale faces and were unable to move at all. Although the 5 Lord of Heaven level experts were not dead, they were all heavily injured. The difference between a Divine Master and a reciprocity expert was not small at all. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed. After this move, he had used up all the energy in his body and could not continue attacking. If he used another move, he would definitely be able to kill several Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming borrowed the force of his punch and flew into the Heaven Destroyers group to be protected. The 4 limbs of the human king's body have appeared. Where is the human king's head? Yi Immortal muttered. At this moment, Yi Immortal's expression suddenly changed. That was because the human king's left leg on his body suddenly shook violently and broke free from his control, flying into the sky. Stay here. Yi Immortal roared as he grabbed the air with his hand. A powerful suction force was generated as he tried to grab the human king's left leg. However, it was useless. The human king's left leg shook slightly and broke free from Yi Immortal's power, flying into the sky. At the same time, the same thing happened to the human king's bodies on Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian, and Shi. They all flew out of their bodies. Lu Ming used his taboo power to stop it, but it was useless. It was the same for Shi and Yi Qiuxian. Even if the experts beside them wanted to help, it was useless. Those peak Divine Master experts coughed up blood and retreated after being shaken by the human king's physical body. The 4 limbs of the sovereign personage's body all flew into the sky, emitting a dazzling light. Seal. Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated throughout the entire area. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the quasi-saint tribe. At this moment, more than 300 Divine Masters of the quasi-saint tribe formed an array and shot out rays of light to suppress a stone head. This stone head had flown out from the body of the youth from the quasi-saint race. The head of the human king's body. Everyone's heart trembled. So it turns out that the head of the human king's physical body is with the quasi-immortal race. Lu Ming, Yi Immortal, and the others couldn't help but think to themselves. At the same time, what shocked them even more was the strength of the quasi-immortal race. Only 300 Divine Masters came from the quasi-immortal race. Previously, these 300 Divine Masters didn't reveal their auras but used a technique to conceal their auras. They hid it so well that even peak Divine Masters couldn't see through them. Now, in order to stop the human king's head, the quasi-immortal race unleashed their full strength and revealed their cultivation. 6th level Divine Master realm and above. The 300 Divine Masters of the quasi-immortal race were all at the 6th level of the Divine Master realm and above. Even the weakest among them was at the 6th level of the Divine Master realm. This caused most of the people present to be shocked to the extreme. The quasi-immortal race was ranked first among the top 10 races and had always been ranked first. It wasn't strange for them to have 300 divine masters. However, all 300 divine masters were at the 6th level of the divine master realm and above. This was terrifying. This meant that the quasi-immortal race had an unimaginable number of divine master experts. Those who came were only a portion of those with higher cultivation. The quasi-immortal race actually had such terrifying strength, especially the people from Heaven Destroyer, their expressions were even uglier. Fortunately, the quasi-immortal race hadn't made a move. If the quasi-immortal race had helped the Heavenly Palace attack them, they wouldn't have been able to resist and would have been broken through. Among the people present, only the Ye-Immortal looked calm and didn't seem surprised. However, the 300 divine masters of the quasi-immortal race joined forces to suppress the human king's head, but it was to no avail. The human king's head shook slightly and broke through the 300 divine masters of the quasi-immortal race's blockade. The 300 divine masters turned pale and couldn't help but retreat. The human king's head had already flown high into the sky. The human king's limbs and head seemed to have produced some kind of resonance in the sky and emitted dazzling rays of light. The next moment, the human king's limbs and head flew toward the north at an astonishing speed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the Ye-Immortal. They obviously hadn't expected this scene. What's going on? Chest, what's going on? Why did the human king's body suddenly fly away? Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness condensed in the chaos ring and asked the bronze chest. However, the bronze chest didn't respond. No matter how Lu Ming asked, the bronze chest didn't respond and acted as though it was dead. The Ye-Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, Shi, and the youth from the quasi-immortal race also asked the bronze chest, but the bronze chest also didn't respond. Let's chase. The youth from the quasi-immortal race shouted and led the quasi-immortal race experts to fly toward the north. Immortal Prince, what should we do? A heavenly human race expert asked the Immortal Prince. It's strange now. Even if we catch up now, we might not be able to catch up. Let the quasi-immortal race take the lead. You guys continue to attack and kill the rebels, the Ye-Immortal ordered. Kill. The experts from the Heavenly Palace continued to attack. The attacks of more than 8,000 divine masters covered the sky and bombarded the Heaven Destroyer. There were too many of them. Although Lu Ming had severely injured 5 experts of the Lord of Heaven's level with one move, it didn't affect the overall battle situation. The Heaven Destroyer could only defend with all its might and didn't have the strength to fight back. Save me, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help came from not far away. Many people looked in that direction. Over there were 2 experts of the Lord of Heaven's level. They were the 2 people who had been severely injured by Lu Ming. They were lying on the ground and couldn't move at all. They were trying their best to heal their injuries. Unknowingly, a huge tiger had appeared not far away from the 2 of them. This ferocious tiger had 2 long fangs as it stared greedily at the 2 heavenly human tribe heavenly monarchs. Roar! The ferocious tiger let out a long roar and pounced on the 2 heaven monarchs. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the 2 heaven monarchs. The 2 Lord of Heaven were terrified. They burst out with all their remaining strength and barely blocked the tiger's attack. At the same time, they screamed in horror. Evil beast, you're courting death. The people from the heavenly human race shouted. Dozens of experts from the heavenly human race struck at the tiger. Dozens of beams of light flew towards the ferocious tiger and bombarded its body, causing it to roll away. However, the tiger didn't die. There were only a few wounds on its body and blood kept flowing out. Roar! The tiger seemed to be infuriated after being injured. It stared at the heavenly humans and roared with murderous intent in its eyes. How dare an animal refuse to submit? Kill it! The dozens of heavenly humans attacked again. Dozens of attacks flew toward the tiger again. This time, the tiger learned its lesson. It turned around and ran away. It leaped through the forest at an astonishing speed and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. That animal ran away quickly. The heavenly humans snorted and continued to attack the Heaven Destroyer. However, before they could make 2 moves, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The roar was earth-shattering. It pierced through the sky as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Those enormous ancient trees were also trembling non-stop. Some of them even exploded. Rumble, in the next moment, the ground shook violently. It was as if another giant creature was coming from the depths of the forest. Soon, everyone saw clearly that it was indeed a huge monster. It was a ferocious tiger. It was more than 1,000 meters tall. It had 2 fangs in its mouth that were sharper than a sword. Wherever it passed, the giant ancient trees would explode into pieces. Behind it were 2 smaller tigers. One of them had wounds on its body. It was the one that was beaten away by the heavenly humans. Roar, the giant tiger in front of them roared. The terrifying sound waves made many people's faces change drastically. They kept retreating. The tiger's eyes were blood red. It was filled with murderous intent. It glanced at the Heaven Destroyer and the people from the Heavenly Palace. Then, it leaped and charged toward the Heavenly Palace. It waved its claws. A few sharp claws tore through the void and grabbed at the Heavenly Palace. Block it. The people from the Heavenly Palace were shocked. The tiger's aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond the almighty realm. It gave them the feeling that they were facing an origin. The people from the Heavenly Palace stopped attacking the Heaven Destroyer. They changed the direction of all their attacks and blasted at the tiger. The combined attack of more than 8,000 divine masters was unimaginably terrifying. No matter how strong the tiger was, it was impossible for it to contend against more than 8,000 divine masters. The claw light it unleashed was instantly destroyed. Many of the remaining attacks landed on the tiger. Boom. Boom boom, a series of explosions rang out as the tiger's huge body was sent flying. It rolled on the ground for hundreds of thousands of meters, smashing into countless trees. However, this tiger was actually fine. There was not a single wound on its body. After rolling for some distance, it struggled to get up and shook its head. Then, it let out an angry roar. Its killing intent was even stronger than before. Roar, the ferocious tiger roared and charged towards the Heavenly Palace. It waved its claws and spat out a huge beam of light with terrifying power. Let's attack together. A Lord of Heaven roared. More than 8,000 experts from the Heavenly Palace attacked together, blocking the tiger's attack and sending it flying. However, the tiger was still fine. It shook its head and stood up. There was not a single wound on its body. Even those experts on the level of the Lord of Heaven could not leave a single wound on its body. Reciprocity. This tiger must be at reciprocity, Xianxia sighed. Someone roared. Even if it's at origin realm, it can't be completely unscathed from the attacks of so many divine masters. Someone else roared. Many people's faces were ugly. Yes, there were more than 8,000 divine masters, and many of them were above the 7th layer of the divine master realm. There were even quite a few peak divine masters. With so many experts working together, they could definitely beat a divine master to death. However, this tiger had forcefully withstood their attacks. What was going on? An ancient remnant. This is a remnant from the ancient continent of the last epoch. Its body is extremely powerful and its defense is shocking. It's not something you can break through. Ye Immortal's voice rang out. An ancient remnant, everyone was shocked. Could it be that this ferocious tiger had lived from the previous era until now? An existence at Origin Realm had the same lifespan as the universe. As long as the universe was not destroyed, it would not die. It was normal for it to have lived from the last epoch until now. Let's retreat. Heaven Destroyer would not miss such an opportunity. Now that the people from the Heavenly Palace had no time to deal with them, it was a good opportunity to retreat. More than 5,000 people from Heaven Destroyer gathered together and retreated. Even if the people from the Heavenly Palace wanted to pursue them, they could not. The tiger was attacking them again. The people from the Heavenly Palace could only focus on dealing with the tiger. The tiger's attack power was about the same as an ordinary Origin Realm expert, but its defense was too strong. Its skin was thick, and its bones were extremely tough. So many attacks landed on it, but they could not break through its defense. In the end, Ye Immortal had no choice but to give the order to retreat. The 8,000 divine lords from the Heavenly Palace attacked as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the area. After the people from Heaven Destroyer left the Heavenly Palace's line of sight, they sped up and flew to the west. After flying a certain distance, they flew to the north. After all, the body of the human king was flying to the north. They speculated that the torso of the human king was very likely to be in the north. The four limbs and head of the human king had sensed the torso of the human king and flown to the north. Only by flying to the north could they find the body of the human king. However, they did not fly at high altitudes. Instead, they landed in the forest and quickly moved through it. The appearance of the ferocious tiger just now reminded them that this continent was very likely inhabited by species left behind from the previous era. The ancient continent of the last epoch was mysterious to them. They did not know how powerful the creatures of that era were, but they could tell from the tiger that there were definitely existences at Origin Realm. They did not dare to be careless. Flying at high altitudes made it very easy for them to be targeted. If a few Origin Realm primordial descendants came, they would probably be wiped out. However, even though they moved through the forest, they still encountered attacks before long. Several huge pythons appeared. They were completely azure, each several hundred meters long and over a dozen meters wide. They coiled around several large trees and lunged at Lu Ming's group. Fortunately, these pythons were not too powerful. They only seemed to be at the 8th or 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. Their attacks were not very powerful. However, their defenses were shockingly strong. Not even 9th layer Divine Lord experts could break through the defenses of these pythons. In the end, several peak Divine Lord experts had to use their origin energy to kill these pythons. After killing the pythons, the peak Divine Lord experts did not waste any of their energy. They stowed away the pythons' corpses. These pythons were primordial descendants. Their defenses were just too monstrous. Using their skin to refine leather armor was extremely shocking. This made many people's eyes light up. Ignoring everything else, these primordial descendants were treasures on this continent. Their entire bodies were treasures. If they could kill the tiger from before and use its skin to refine leather armor, probably even Origin Realm experts would struggle to break through its defenses. Unfortunately, it was just too difficult to kill. The group continued to head north. In a few hours, they encountered several waves of attacks. The strongest one was at the peak of the Divine Master realm. It had a powerful physical body, and its defense was terrifying. It rampaged and killed several Divine Master realm fighters. In the end, it took several peak Almighty experts working together, and one peak Almighty expert even took out an Origin-level divine weapon to finally kill this peak Almighty being. This caused everyone's hearts to feel heavy. It was too difficult to kill these surviving creatures of the untainted land. If there were more of them, it would be difficult to deal with them. The group rested for a while and continued forward. Some peak Divine Master Realm experts arranged for some people to scatter around and search for traces of the surviving creatures of the untainted land. If they found a particularly strong one or a large group of them, they would immediately take a detour. Half a day later, suddenly, enemy attack, a loud roar came from the forest ahead. Then, there was a violent explosion. Sword chi and blade radiance burst out and a great battle broke out. Everyone's muscles tensed up. They looked around and prepared for a great battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scattered god lords quickly retreating from the ground to where the main force was. What's going on? The primordial divine spirit, Lion, asked. There are surviving creatures of the untainted land. There are many of them, someone yelled. Why did you only find out now? Lion roared. They're too cunning and fast. They can hide in the trees and it's hard to find them. You have to be careful. They might have already approached, someone replied. The next moment, Lu Ming felt goosebumps all over his body, as if something terrifying was staring at him. Roar! Roar! Immediately, there were sounds coming from all directions. This sound was almost like a wolf's howl. Then, Lu Ming and the others found that many giant green wolves appeared on the giant trees around them. Each of these giant wolves was 10 meters tall. They were huge and their bodies were green, similar to the color of the giant trees. They could easily blend into the giant trees. There were at least a few hundred of them. They stood on the branches of those huge trees, glaring at Lu Ming and the group like tigers eyeing their prey. Many people's hair stood on end. They had been discovered by so many surviving creatures of the untainted land so close. Defend, defend, the lion roared. Roar, with a long howl, hundreds of giant green wolves charged towards the Heaven Destroyer. Attack! Lion roared and took the initiative to attack. The other members of the Sky Exterminating Troop also attacked together. More than 5,000 attacks blasted out in all directions, bombarding the giant green wolves. Many of the giant green wolves were sent flying, but they shook their heads and stood up, completely fine. Only a few giant green wolves had been killed, and they had all been killed by a peak divine master. His defensive power was shockingly strong. Ow ow ow, the giant wolf howled and continued to charge towards the Heaven Destroyer. These giant green wolves had varying levels of combat power. The weaker ones were at the third level of the Divine Master realm, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the Divine Master realm. It was especially so for those giant wolves at the peak of the Almighty level. They were too strong, and they relied on their powerful defenses to attack the Heaven Destroyer in a frenzy. The only way to force the Heaven Destroyer to defend with all its might was to defend it as it had done against the Heavenly Palace. However, these giant wolves were not like the ones in the Heavenly Palace. These giant wolves relied on their defensive power to attack crazily. After charging for a while, hundreds of giant wolves suddenly charged out from under the ground, charging out from under the feet of Lu Ming and the others. This time, they were caught off guard. Dozens of divine masters were torn apart by the giant green wolves and became food in their stomachs. Moreover, the defense of the Heaven Destroyer was completely torn apart. It turned into a chaotic battle. Roar! A giant green wolf at the 5th level of the Divine Master realm roared and charged towards Lu Ming. It was more than 10 meters tall, and it was like a small mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted softly, and the God of War spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. Puff! The God of War spear pierced through the giant wolf's neck, piercing through it. A one-shot kill. Lu Ming pulled out the God of War spear and charged at another giant wolf. The God of War spear was a top-notch source-level divine weapon, and its tip was incomparably sharp. Back then, the God of War spear had pierced through Yi Chu Tianji's source-level divine armor. From this, one could see just how sharp the God of War spear was. Although these giant green wolves had astonishing defensive power, they could not block the sharpness of the God of War spear. Puff! Another giant green wolf at the 6th level of the Divine Master realm was killed by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming held the God of Combat spear in his hand and went on a rampage. Every spear strike could kill a huge green wolf. In less than a minute, 6 giant green wolves had been killed by Lu Ming. However, the others did not have the same results as Lu Ming. They could not break through the defenses of the giant green wolves so easily. Over 500 giant green wolves were crazily attacking, and Heaven Destroyer's side had already suffered more than 100 casualties. The giant wolves at the peak of the Divine Master realm were especially powerful. A single peak Divine Master on Heaven Destroyer's side could not stop a single giant green wolf. At least 2 peak Divine Masters were needed to stop the giant green wolves. There were even fewer people who could kill the giant green wolves. There were only a few of them. These peak Divine Lord existences all possessed source-level divine weapons. Only source-level divine weapons could kill those peak Divine Lord giant wolves. However, there were too few people who could control source-level divine weapons. One must know that even among the Origin Realm experts, more than half of them did not have source-level divine weapons. Those who possessed source-level divine weapons at the Divine Master realm were all people with great luck who had found them in the ruins of the universe. Should I lend out a few? Lu Ming's mind rapidly turned. He had quite a few divine weapons on him. If he could lend them to the peak Divine Masters, they would definitely be able to increase their battle prowess. Just as Lu Ming was about to move, a gust of wind blew over. A giant green wolf knocked away a Heaven Destroyer expert and charged at Lu Ming with murderous intent. It was abnormally fast, and its claws were even sharper than divine blades as it swiped at Lu Ming's head. Unable to dodge in time, Lu Ming swung the War God Spear and swept it out. With a clang, the War God Spear collided with the giant green wolf's claws, erupting with a violent boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he involuntarily retreated. A giant wolf at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming's heart sank. Clearly, the 6 giant green wolves he had just killed had attracted the attention of a powerful giant wolf. The one that had attacked Lu Ming just now was a giant wolf at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. Oh whoa, that giant wolf roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Its huge claws scratched at Lu Ming, emitting an ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air. Lu Ming could only use his full strength against a giant wolf at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. He did not have the energy to send out another source-level divine weapon. The war god spear turned into a bolt of lightning as it stabbed toward the giant wolf's forehead, but it was blocked by the giant wolf's claws. Lu Ming's arm went numb from the impact, and he retreated several steps. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and his blood churn. This giant azure wolf was shockingly strong, not at all weaker than a heavenly human of the same level. In truth, these primordial remnant beasts were all very strong, not weaker than a heavenly human of the same level. Previously, he felt that these primordial remnant beasts were not particularly strong, mainly because their defenses were so strong that he had neglected their strength. Being on par with a heavenly human of the same level was already standing at the apex of the primordial universe. In a head-on clash, the 9th level Divine Lord Azure Wolf could already suppress Lu Ming. Roar! The giant green wolf roared, spewing out heat waves from its mouth. With a leap, it continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Swish! Swish, swish! Lu Ming brandished the war god spear, thrusting out spear light as he fought with the giant wolf. Lu Ming now had fewer trump cards. Without his greatest trump card, the human king right arm, he only had origin energy. However, he only had one move of origin energy. Although it was powerful, he could not use it carelessly. Lu Ming had to find the right opportunity to use it in order to kill in one blow. Awoo! Awoo! Not far away, wolf howls could be heard as the attacks of the giant azure wolves became even more intense. Relying on their powerful defenses, they constantly pounced. Although Heaven Destroyer had 10 times the number of people compared to the giant azure wolves, there were not many experts who could kill the giant azure wolves. One had to be at least 2 levels higher than the giant azure wolves to be able to break through their defenses. This made it very difficult to kill the giant azure wolves above the 8th level of the God Lord realm. That one in the distance is the Wolf King. The wolf pack is usually under the control of the Wolf King. Only by killing the Wolf King can we force back the pack of wolves. The primordial divine spirit, Lion, roared. Many people also saw a giant azure wolf standing on a branch of a giant tree not far away. This giant green wolf was entirely green, and its green fur seemed to be dancing with green flames. This giant wolf was clearly the Wolf King. Every time it roared, the giant wolves would madly attack. I'll go kill him. Count me in. Immediately, 3 figures broke through the encirclement and charged toward the Wolf King. These 3 figures were all peak divine masters. Roar! The Wolf King wasn't afraid at all. It faced the 3 experts head-on. Its sharp claws clawed continuously, blocking the attacks of the 3 experts. The 3 masters exchanged more than 10 moves with the Wolf King, but there was no clear victor. This Wolf King's strength was astonishing. Although it hadn't reached the origin level, its battle prowess was much stronger than the other giant wolves at the peak of the almighty level. To kill the Wolf King, we need a source-grade weapon. Xianxia, come with me. The lion roared as its body swelled up rapidly. It grew to a height of 1,000 feet as it charged at the Wolf King. Another expert of the 5th level of the Divine Master realm attacked the Wolf King together with Lion. Both of them were in control of soul-level divine weapons, so their battle prowess was stronger than the other peak divine masters. With the addition of 2 peak divine masters who wielded soul-grade divine weapons, they instantly had the upper hand. After a few moves, Lion struck the giant wolf with his soul-grade divine weapon, leaving a huge wound on the giant wolf's body. With the support of a peak divine master, the soul-grade divine weapon was enough to break through the giant wolf's defense. Peak divine masters had also condensed origin seeds. They had much more origin power than Lu Ming. When they activated their soul-grade divine weapons, their might was astonishing. Hell, the Wolf King was injured. It immediately roared and tried to summon the other giant wolves to help it. Hold them back, the members of Heaven Destroyer roared furiously. They outnumbered the giant wolves by 10 times. Although many of them couldn't break through the giant wolves' defense, they could still hold them back. They could even send the giant wolves tumbling out of their encirclement. Thousands of attacks rained down on the giant wolves. Although they didn't deal much damage, the giant wolves could forget about escaping. The 5 peak divine masters attacked with all their might. 3 without soul-grade divine weapons held the Wolf King back, while 2 with soul-grade divine weapons attacked. After a dozen moves, Lion finally seized the opportunity and cut off the Wolf King's head. Howl howl howl. With the death of the Wolf King, the other giant Cyan wolves were in a mess. They howled and attacked randomly. After being beaten back a few times by the Heaven Exterminating Troop, the giant Cyan wolves retreated and disappeared without a trace. Phew, many people heaved a sigh of relief. The primeval surviving species weren't easy to deal with. If they hadn't killed the Wolf King, they would have suffered greater losses. Even so, more than 50 divine masters had been killed in the previous wave. They were divine masters. Even if all the divine masters in the Heaven Exterminating Army were added together, including those who were busy or in seclusion, there would not be more than 6,000 of them. It was a huge loss for so many to die in one go. Everyone, I think we should split up. A peak-level divine master expert shouted. The others nodded. They all understood the same thing. If all 5,000 of them moved together, they would be too big of a target. They could easily attract the primeval surviving species. Only by splitting up would they be less of a target. They could move more nimbly and easily avoid the primeval surviving species. I suggest we split into small groups. Each group has no more than 10 people. We'll move separately and avoid the primeval surviving species. We'll head north and meet up at a certain location. Lion said. If they split up, even if they ran into powerful and invincible primeval surviving species, they would only lose a dozen people at most. However, if they moved together and ran into a large group of primeval surviving species, such as the wolf pack from before, and a few origin realm primeval surviving species, they would be in danger of being wiped out. Alright, I agree. I agree too. The others nodded. However, our main objective is to obtain the human king's body. It's related to the outcome of the battle between us and the Heavenly Palace. It's of utmost importance. We can't afford to lose it. Lu Ming and she can control the human king's body. They might play a key role in the end. I suggest we split up and have some top experts follow them to protect them. What do you think? Lion continued. I have no objections. I have no objections either. The others nodded. Although it was much safer to follow experts, the others knew that the human king's body was the key. If the Heavenly Palace obtained the complete human king's body, the Heaven Destroyer would be destroyed. Lu Ming and she were indeed key figures. It was only right that they were given special protection. Lu Ming naturally had no objections. The others immediately split into groups. Most of them were in groups of 8 or 9. After that, they flew towards the north and disappeared into the vast forest. Usually, there would be at least one expert at the 7th layer of the Divine Master realm in each group. Lu Ming's group, including Lu Ming, had a total of 9 people. The other 8 were all peak God Lord experts. 2 of them even possessed soul-grade divine weapons. Lion was one of them. There were also 8 peak God Lord experts by Shi's side. 2 of them also possessed soul-grade divine weapons. In addition, there were many experts in Tang Jun's group as well. Tang Jun was Tang Feng's daughter, so they would naturally protect her. Lu Ming, take care. We'll meet up in the north. Tang Jun came to bid farewell to Lu Ming. You too. Lu Ming smiled. Afterward, Tang Jun followed her group and disappeared into the forest. Lu Ming, let's go as well. Lion said. Lu Ming nodded. Their group also set off. They first headed west for a while, then headed north. This forest was vast and boundless. They had around 5,000 people, and they were split into over 500 small groups. They were scattered in the vast forest, like a small stone thrown into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. While they were moving forward, Lion and the other 7 experts secretly protected Lu Ming in the middle. Among them, the 2 fastest experts were scouting ahead. Once they discovered a powerful surviving species of the untainted land ahead, they would take a detour. Lu Ming was also happy to relax. With fewer people, their movements were much more nimble than before. Their speed had also increased by many times. They constantly flashed through the forest, leaving large areas behind them. Along the way, they would encounter primitive surviving species every once in a while. There were strong and weak primitive surviving species. The weak ones were equivalent to divine lords or divine emperors, while the stronger ones were divine lords. In just 3 days, Lu Ming's group had encountered over 100 divine lord primitive surviving species. As a matter of fact, they even came across 2 reciprocity primordial species, but they avoided them beforehand and took a detour. Primordial species at reciprocity all had their own territories. As long as they did not set foot in another's territory and took a detour, they would not pursue them. Along the way, Lu Ming and the others were secretly shocked. There were simply too many powerful great desolate remnant beasts on this continent. Just by traveling in a single direction, the 9 of them came across over 100 divine lord primordial species and 2 reciprocity primordial species. Coupled with the huge, azure wolves they had encountered before, there were over 600 divine lord primordial species. This was definitely only a part of the continent. The number of remnant species at the Divine Master realm on this continent was absolutely shocking. Adding them all together, they might have more Divine Masters than the entire primitive universe. This was too shocking. Anyone who could control the Great Desolate Remnant here would be able to dominate the Great Desolate Universe. It was just a continent, yet there were so many powerful Great Desolate Remnant species. Then, how many experts were there in the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch? Divine Masters were everywhere, and Origin were as numerous as dogs. That's not right. According to the records excavated from the ruins of the universe, even the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch did not have so many experts. It's impossible for Divine Masters to be everywhere. Lion shook his head. There were definitely many Divine Masters on the Great Desolate Continent. It was probably incalculable. However, they had only traveled for 3 days. As they had to be wary of powerful Great Desolate Remnant species, they did not move very quickly, nor did they travel very far. There were over 100 Divine Lord primordial species in this short distance. The density was just far too great. It had to be mentioned that the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch was shockingly vast. All the fragments of continents in the ruins of the universe and all the planets in the primitive universe were added together. Although this continent was vast, it was not as large as the 1,000-year battlefield. It was only a drop in the ocean compared to the complete Great Desolate Continent. Just how many experts were there in the Great Desolate Continent? This clearly did not match the records of the ancient records. Clearly, this continent is extraordinary. That's why it can give birth to so many powerful Great Desolate Remnant species in such a small area. Another Peak Divine Master expert said. This made everyone's hearts even heavier. The more extraordinary this continent was, the more powerful the Great Desolate Remnant species would be, and the greater the pressure on them. There was even more uncertainty about the competition for the human king's body later. Later on, they would not only have to face the experts of the Heavenly Palace and Quasi-Saint tribe, but they might also have to face powerful Great Desolate Remnant species. This trip would probably be full of difficulties and dangers. Be careful. Suddenly, the voice of an expert who was scouting ahead rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. It was transmitted through telepathy and was full of solemnity. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others thumped. They immediately held their breaths and restrained their auras. Look ahead, a profound voice pointed ahead. There were about a dozen mountain peaks in front of them. They were extremely huge and very tall, extending all the way to the sky. The tallest mountain peak was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that there was a giant snake coiled around this mountain peak. The giant snake began to spiral from the bottom of the mountain and continued upward, wrapping itself around the highest peak of the mountain. Terrifying. It was a terrifying giant snake. Even though it was very far away, the aura emitted by this giant snake was still terrifying. Origin Realm. This giant snake was definitely an existence of the Origin Realm. It was extremely powerful. Ka, At this moment, a sharp cry rang out in the sky. The clouds were torn apart and another huge creature appeared. It was a huge white bird. Its entire body was snow-white and covered in snow-white feathers. It was extremely huge, and when it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky. The huge bird swooped down and its two huge claws grabbed at the giant snake. The giant snake was not to be outdone. With a sharp cry, its huge body shot out like a spring and engaged in a great battle with the huge bird. Boom! Boom, boom! 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 Destructive energy swept out in all directions. The earth shook and ancient trees exploded. It was like the end of the world. Lu Ming and the others could not help but swallow their saliva. Two Origin Realm great desolate remnant species were fighting. This continent was really dangerous. Let's go. Lion transmitted. They did not dare to stay for long. They hurriedly made a detour and traveled in a different direction. Only when they could no longer hear the disturbance behind them did they let out a sigh of relief. The huge bird and snake from before were definitely not regular Origin Realm beings. They were even more powerful than regular Origin Realm beings. If they had been sucked in, they would have been done for. Fortunately, they had split up and scattered. If they had moved together with all 5,000 of them, they definitely would have been discovered and the situation would have been dire. They continued north. Although they came across a few great desolate remnant species in the next 2 days, they did not encounter any danger. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone whispered. There was a sliver of excitement in his voice. Not far in front of them was a huge cliff. On a protruding rock on the cliff, they saw a strange little tree. It was a small, fire-red tree. It was very short, only half a meter tall, but it seemed very mystical. The tree glowed, and there was actually a miniature tree above it. It was condensed from energy and seemed to be alive, constantly running around the tree. This is a source-level divine herb, Lion said. His voice was very excited, and his eyes shone with a scorching light. A source-level divine herb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As the name suggested, it was definitely a divine herb that was very useful to reciprocity cultivators. Lu Ming, if you want to increase your cultivation at reciprocity, you need to absorb and refine treasures that contain origin imprints. Source-level divine herbs contain origin imprints, and they contain a very high amount of essence. Even among treasures that contain origin imprints, they are one of the best. Knowing that Lu Ming did not know much about source-level divine herbs, Guo explained in a timely manner. There are no source-level divine herbs in the current primitive universe. Even in the ruins of the universe, they are extremely rare. I never thought I'd come across one here. Another peak godlord said. His eyes were also burning with desire. Source-level divine herbs were just too rare. The current primitive universe could not nurture them at all. The ruins of the universe had been severely damaged due to the war of the last epoch. The laws and mysteries within them were in chaos, so it was very difficult for them to nurture source-level divine weapons. Even though the laws and mysteries of the universe had become more orderly in the past few dozen stellar years, they could not nurture such a treasure immediately. It was not that they did not exist in the vast ruins of the universe, but they were extremely rare. Very few people could obtain them. Actually, even if someone obtained one, they would not take it out because it was just too precious. If an Origin Realm cultivator consumed it, it would be extremely effective in increasing their cultivation. If a peak godlord consumed it, their chances of breaking through to reciprocity would be greatly increased as well. It was no wonder that Lion and the others were so passionate about it. It was just too tempting. Even if each of them were given a leaf, it would be of great help to them in breaking through to reciprocity. However, they did not dare to act rashly because there was a primordial remnant on the protruding rock. It was a huge golden eagle. It was completely golden, as if it had been forged from gold. It was extremely similar to a golden-winged rock. The golden eagle lay lazily around the small tree, inhaling and exhaling the multicolored light emitted from the small tree. I wonder what cultivation level this golden condor has. Someone whispered. I don't know. It's too far away. I can't sense it. Lion shook his head. In the end, they decided to hide in the dark and observe carefully to see what cultivation level the golden condor was at. Or, they would wait until the golden condor left before they made their move. The golden condor had to go out to look for food. That would be their chance. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, they waited for 5 days. 5 days later, the golden condor finally made its move. It stood up, its body emitting a golden glow. A few rays of light shot out from its mouth and landed around the small tree. In the next moment, the sapling disappeared. It was actually hidden. Then, the golden condor flapped its wings and soared into the sky, rushing into the distance. So it's the peak of the Divine Master realm. The eyes of Lion and the others flickered. When the golden condor took off, they finally sensed what level of cultivation the golden condor was at. It was at the peak of the Divine Master realm. However, the golden condor gave off a very strong sense of oppression. It was probably not an ordinary peak of the Divine Master realm. In the blink of an eye, the golden condor disappeared into the distance without a trace. Let's make our move. Lion showed a hint of joy. The group of 9 concealed their auras and quickly rushed toward the cliff. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. They arrived at the protruding rock. From afar, the protruding rock did not look very big. In fact, it was very large and spacious. There was a huge cave near the cliff. There were a few golden feathers scattered in the cave. It was obviously where the golden condor lived. However, the group only glanced around casually before their eyes fell on the spot where the sapling was. They gathered their energy in their eyes and observed carefully. "How is it?" Lion asked. "It's just a simple formation. It's easy to break," a skinny old man said. This old man was from the World Turtle clan and was proficient in rune formations. "Then let's hurry up. If we delay any longer, we might be discovered by the golden condor," another person urged. The old man from the World Turtle clan nodded and waved his hands. A large number of runes spread out and shrouded the transparent void in front of them. When the void was shrouded by the runes, a golden light shield suddenly appeared in the transparent void. They could see that the soul-level divine herb was shining inside the golden light shield. At this time, 9 figures came from a forest in the distance. They came from afar and stopped in the branches of a big tree. They immediately saw Lu Ming and the others. "It's the traitors." "And Lu Ming?" A few cold voices sounded. These 9 figures were all from the Heavenly Human clan. One of the young men was Lu Ming's old rival, Xianxia. The other 8 Heavenly Human clan members were all people on par with the Lord of Heaven. Obviously, the Heavenly Palace had adopted the same plan as the Heaven Destroyer. They split up and acted separately. In addition, Yi Qiuxian's identity was not to be underestimated. He was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Human clan and could activate the power of the Human King's body. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace had sent 8 top experts to protect Yi Qiuxian. They had just arrived from afar and saw Lu Ming and the others. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "That's an soul-level divine weapon." Then, one of the Lord of Heaven saw the soul-level divine herb and his eyes were filled with greed. "It's really an soul-level divine weapon. Young Master Qiuxian, should we attack?" one of the Lord of Heaven asked. "Don't worry. Their strength is not inferior to ours. If we attack recklessly, both sides will suffer. We can ambush them in the dark and attack suddenly. We can only kill 1 or 2 of their experts before we can eliminate them," Yi Qiuxian said. "Young Master Qiuxian is right." The others nodded and withdrew their auras. Suddenly, Yi Qiuxian and the others saw a golden light spot in the distance that was flying towards them rapidly. No, to be precise, it was flying towards Lu Ming and the others at the cliff. "Haha, the heavens are on my side. Let's just wait and take advantage of the situation." Yi Qiuxian was overjoyed. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. They had also noticed the golden light spot. It was obviously the golden eagle that had flown away previously. They did not expect it to return so quickly. Or could it be that the golden eagle would sense it as soon as they touched the formation set up by the other party? That was probably the case. Although the concealment formation set up by the golden eagle was simple and crude, it would sense it as soon as they touched it and come back quickly. "Break the array!" Lion roared. His muscles bulged, and his body swelled to a height of 100 feet. He was ready to fight. "Break it!" The old man of the world divine turtle shouted as more runes appeared from his hands. These runes were like small snakes, desperately drilling into the light shield. "Hurry up! Didn't you say it's easy to break?" Lion roared. "Even if it's easy to break, it will take time. It hasn't even been a minute." The world turtle elder replied. Lion was speechless. Yes, breaking an array usually took at least a few hours, or even a few days. Some arrays could take many years to break. It had been less than a minute, and it looked like it was about to break. It was indeed easy. However, the golden condor was about to arrive. There was a loud bang. The light shield was finally broken, and the source-level divine weapon was completely revealed. Caw, the golden condor let out a sharp screech, and its eyes were full of anger. It flapped its wings, and dozens of golden sword lights flew out of its wings, attacking Lu Ming and the others. "Hurry up and dig out the source-level divine medicine. We'll deal with this golden condor." Lion shouted. He took a step forward and rushed out. He brandished the saber in his hand and slashed out dozens of saber lights, which collided with the dozens of golden lights. A series of collision sounds were heard. The saber lights and sword lights dissipated, but the golden condor did not stop. It quickly pounced on Lion, and its sharp claws reached for Lion's head. Lion slashed with all his might. Clang, the saber hit the golden condor's sharp claws, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, Lion's expression changed drastically. Its huge body shook violently, and it was thrown backward. It smashed into the cliff wall, causing the entire cliff to shake. The golden condor wanted to continue attacking and kill Lion in one go, but the other experts had already made their move. The 6 peak divine lord experts attacked the golden condor together, 6 sharp attacks aimed at 6 different parts of the golden condor. Caw, the golden condor did not continue to chase Lion. Its wings swept out like golden sabers, and all the attacks in front of it were destroyed. As for the other 3 attacks, they landed on its back. The golden condor's body shook, and it was sent flying. However, it was not injured at all. It was blocked by its thick feathers. So strong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The strength of this golden condor was truly astonishing. Even the lion was sent flying with a single strike. One must know that Lion had used his source-level divine weapon earlier, but he had failed to sever the golden condor's sharp claws. Although this golden eagle only had the cultivation of a peak divine master, its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary peak divine master. It was no wonder that he could monopolize a source-level divine herb, and the other remnant beasts of the primordial era did not dare to fight over it. And with such a delay, the old man of the world turtle had completely dug out the origin-level divine medicine, including the roots, and put it into his storage ring. Seeing that the source-level elixir had been dug out, the golden condor let out a sharp screech and madly pounced towards the world turtle elder. However, Lion and the others had already made their move. The 7 experts surrounded the golden condor. The old man of the world turtle stood beside Lu Ming and did not make a move. Obviously, he was protecting Lu Ming. "Senior, you should attack as well." "Don't worry about me," Lu Ming said. Although he could not interfere in such a battle, he could still protect himself. "It's fine. The 7 of them are enough to deal with this golden condor," the old man of the world turtle elder said. The 7 experts joined forces, and 2 of them had source-level divine weapons. Their strength was indeed very strong, and they were able to suppress the golden condor. However, the golden condor's defense was too amazing. They could not kill the golden condor in a short time. The defense of the thick feathers was too amazing. Even source-level divine weapons could not penetrate the thick feathers. "You guys hold it back. The 2 of us will attack its vital points," Lion roared. The golden condor was not without weaknesses. Like the eyes and neck of the golden condor. Although the golden condor's neck was also covered with feathers, the feathers were just fluff. It was relatively soft and its defense was much weaker. However, the golden eagle used its sharp claws and wings to cover its eyes and neck tightly. Their attacks were unable to be effective. Immediately, the 5 experts without source-level divine weapons used all their strength to pin down the golden condor. They attacked its wings and claws to create flaws in its defense. Lion and another expert with a source-level divine weapon attacked the golden condor's eyes and neck with all their strength. After a dozen moves, Lion finally seized the opportunity and slashed the golden condor's neck. The source-level divine weapon's power played a role. It cut through the thick layer of feathers and left a deep wound on the golden condor's neck that went straight to the bone. Feathers flew and blood flowed. It's effective. Lion and the others' eyes lit up. Sure enough, the source-level divine weapon could cut through the feathers on the golden condor's neck and cause serious damage to the golden condor. With 2 more attacks like this, the golden condor's head would definitely be cut off. Caw. The golden condor was injured and went completely crazy. Its body emitted a dazzling golden light. Many feathers on its wings flew out and turned into sharp swords, stabbing at the 7 experts. There were at least hundreds of sword lights that repelled the 7 experts all at once. After repelling the 7 experts, the golden condor screamed and flapped its wings rapidly, pouncing on Lion. A pair of sharp claws grabbed at Lion at an astonishing speed. Lion was repelled by the sword light. He couldn't dodge in time and could only fight back. But at the critical moment, he couldn't use 100% of his strength and was caught by one of the golden condor's claws. Puff, blood splattered. A small part of Lion's left body was torn off. It was a horrible sight. Roar, Lion let out an angry roar and retreated. Block it. The other experts also reacted. They rushed over and launched a series of attacks. Only then did they block the golden condor's attack and save Lion's life. Not good. The old man of the world turtle finally couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand, and 12 formation flags appeared in the void. The formation flags shone brightly, and countless runes filled the air. These runes intertwined together, forming a huge chain that wrapped around the golden condor. At the same time, the old man of the world turtle quickly formed seals with both hands. More rune arrays appeared around him. All of them were entrapment arrays. All of them shrouded the golden condor. Caw caw caw, the golden condor kept screeching and struggling crazily. Those rune arrays trembled violently and kept exploding. Let's attack together. The old man of the world turtle roared. In fact, there was no need for him to roar. The others also attacked. All kinds of attacks were constantly directed at the golden condor. With so many experts and the array of the old man of the world turtle, the golden condor was finally trapped and its movements became slow. The golden condor was enveloped by layers of formations. Coupled with the attacks of the other 6 experts, the golden condor's body was covered in runes and its movements began to slow down. Kill! Lion roared. Ignoring his injuries, he wielded his saber with one hand and charged forward. Poof, the saber landed on the golden condor's neck, on the wound that had been left behind earlier. More than half of the golden condor's neck had been cut off. More than half of the bones in its neck had been broken. Its entire head had almost been chopped off. The golden condor went berserk and struggled madly. The runes continued to explode as it struggled to break free. Kill! Lion roared again and slashed down with his saber. This time, the golden condor's head was completely cut off. With its head cut off and its soul destroyed, the golden condor stopped struggling. Its aura rapidly dissipated as it died. Huff, 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 the 8 experts, including Lion, were constantly panting. The golden condor was just too powerful. It had far surpassed the strength of an ordinary peak god lord. Although it was not comparable to the Origin realm, it was definitely an invincible existence among peak god lords. The 8 of them were peak god lords, and 2 of them had even possessed source-grade divine weapons. They had paid a heavy price to kill it. Even the lion was heavily injured. Lion took out a few divine pills and swallowed them to heal his injuries. It's a pity that the golden condor did not manage to kill 1 or 2 people. Not far away, a lord of heaven sighed. Although it did not manage to kill 1 or 2 people, they have expended a lot of energy to deal with the golden condor. That primordial god has also been heavily injured and his strength has been greatly reduced. Our strength has already far surpassed theirs. It's time for us to attack, Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia and the 8 Lord of Heaven level experts concealed their auras and quietly approached Lu Ming's group. On the other side, Lion and the others had collected the golden condor's corpse and were preparing to leave. The golden condor's entire body was a treasure. They naturally could not let it go to waste. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Everyone, be careful. There's danger. Lu Ming roared. Lion and the others were also very alert. They immediately reacted and scanned their surroundings. Damn it, attack! Xianxia shouted. Swish! Swish! 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven immediately rushed over. Before they arrived, 8 terrifying attacks were already flying towards Lu Ming and the others. It's the heavenly human tribe. Defend! The old man of the world turtle roared and waved his hand. A huge turtle shell appeared in the sky and blocked the attack. The others also moved to block the attack. However, Lion was not in peak condition. The golden condor's previous attack had seriously injured him. Although he had unleashed his full strength and killed the golden condor with 2 consecutive strikes, he had also exhausted the last of his strength. At this time, although he had blocked the opponent's attack, he kept retreating. Gather together and form a defense. The old man of the world turtle roared. With a wave of his hand, more than 30 array flags flew out and formed a huge defensive array. The others also used their defensive secret techniques. They surrounded Lu Ming and Lion in the middle. As soon as the other party attacked, they could feel that the strength of the heavenly human tribe was very shocking. All 8 of them were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. They were not people that Lu Ming could deal with. Lion was also seriously injured and could not deal with them. Kill! The 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven surrounded Lu Ming and the others. The supreme power of heaven erupted and turned into a terrifying destructive force, attacking Lu Ming and the others. However, the experts on the Heaven Destroyer side only defended and did not attack. For a time, they blocked the attacks of the other party. Attack, continue to attack. They are exhausted from the battle with the golden condor. Sooner or later, they will not be able to hold on. Xianxia walked through the air and stood high up in the sky as he shouted. Swish! Swish! The 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven attacked with all their strength. Among the 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven, 2 of them had source-level divine weapons. The attacks of these 2 were the most terrifying and made the defense of the Heaven Destroyer in danger. Lu Ming, this will be your burial ground. Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia, you only know how to hide in the dark and attack when we are injured. Is this the style of the top genius of the heavenly human tribe? Lu Ming retorted. Lu Ming, I can give you a chance. Come out and fight me alone. This time, I will not lose. I will kill you. Xianxia was full of confidence. Of course, Lu Ming would not go out and fight Xianxia alone. If he went out, who knew if the Lord of Heaven would attack him directly? The Heaven Destroyer's side defended with all their strength while the Heavenly Palace's side attacked with all their might, trying to break the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The defense of the Heaven Destroyer became a little unstable and was almost broken through several times. After all, they had used all their strength in the battle with the Golden Condor and had lost a lot of energy. In addition, Lion was seriously injured and lost a powerful combat force. The Heavenly Palace had 2 Lord of Heaven who had source-level divine weapons. The gap between them was not small. As time passed, the gap between them would be more obvious. Let's break out. Lion roared. Although he was trying his best to heal his injuries, the time was too short and his recovery was limited. Charge! They rushed in one direction, trying to break out. However, when they turned their defense into offense, the defense was naturally weakened. Break for me! One of the Lord of Heaven who had a source-level divine weapon seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword with all his strength. In an instant, it broke through 3 layers of defense. The sharp sword light penetrated the shoulder of one of the Heaven Destroyer's experts. This expert could not help but retreat continuously. The defense formation was torn apart. Kill. The other Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace seized the opportunity and attacked the torn gap with terrifying attacks. Block it. The Heaven Destroyer wanted to resist, but it was too late. The defense was completely torn apart, and they couldn't help but retreat again and again. The distance between each other was pulled apart. Kill. One of the Lord of Heaven targeted an expert of the Heaven Destroyer and attacked him. The two exchanged a few moves in a row and had already left the battlefield and killed their way to a distance. The other Lord of Heaven also attacked, and in the blink of an eye, it became a chaotic battle. Lu Ming, die. Several Lord of Heaven stared at Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the defense has been broken, we can only fight for ourselves. Seize the opportunity to escape. We will hold these people back. The powerhouse of the world turtle roared. He continuously made seals and turned into a chain that wrapped around Lu Ming. Yes, we will hold them back. Lu Ming, you escape and meet up with the others in the north. Lion spoke as well. He swallowed several divine pills in succession, erupting with his remaining strength. With a loud roar, his body rapidly swelled up, transforming into an incomparably gigantic lion-like beast. This was his true form. Lion reverted to his original form. He held the saber in one of his claws and slashed away several attacks. The old man with the turtle took the opportunity to fling Lu Ming out and sent him flying into the distance. I'm too weak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his bones cracked. His heart was filled with anger, and he felt extremely sullen. Whether it was the battle with the Golden Condor or the battle with the Heavenly Palace experts, he couldn't interfere. In short, he was too weak. If he interfered, he would only be a hindrance. Not only would it be useless, but it would also harm Lion and the others. After the old man of the world turtle threw Lu Ming out, the few lords of heaven wanted to chase after Lu Ming. However, they were held back by Lion, the old man of the world turtle, and the others. Lu Ming had a forbidden body and his future was limitless. Moreover, he was crucial in obtaining the human king's body. Even if they had to die, they couldn't let anything happen to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't even think about leaving. Yi Qiuxian had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming being flung away, Yi Qiuxian unleashed all his strength and chased after Lu Ming. The World Turtle Elder and the others couldn't stop Yi Qiuxian. It was already good enough that they could hold back the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming was flung tens of thousands of miles away before he could stabilize himself. However, Yi Qiuxian caught up with him immediately. Lu Ming, don't leave if you have the guts. Fight with me. Yi Qiuxian roared. His speed was extremely fast and he traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent. He stopped and held the war god spear in his hand as he faced Yi Qiuxian. He had been holding back his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. He wasn't a match for the Lord of Heaven. However, why would he be afraid of Yi Qiuxian? Buzz, the war god spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light, thrusting toward Yi Qiuxian. Good timing. When Yi Qiuxian saw that Lu Ming was not trying to escape, he was overjoyed. He bellowed out, and 4 types of heaven's powers appeared. They turned into 4 beams of sword light that slashed out at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm shook and the war god spear vibrated once more. The spear light transformed into 4 beams and collided with Yi Qiuxian's 4 sword beams. Boom. 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 4 consecutive booming sounds rang out as the spear light and the sword light disappeared at the same time. However, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but madly retreat. The power of a 6th-tier divine master is indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. In a head-on clash, Yi Qiuxian was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I will kill you today. Yi Qiuxian stepped in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Perfect heaven's energy appeared, and 4 swords of different colors floated around him, their sword intent soaring to the heavens. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and suddenly threw out the war god spear in his hand. The war god's spear pierced towards Yi Qiuxian like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed seals, unleashing the desolation style. A continent appeared above Yi Qiuxian's head, pressing down on him. Rumble, Lu Ming's desolation style was getting more and more powerful. Before it even landed, the void was already exploding. Lu Ming, this move of yours is useless against me. Sword formation, activate. Yi Qiuxian roared, and the four swords around him continued to revolve, turning into a powerful sword formation. Sword light soared to the sky, slashing forward and above. With a loud clang, the war god's spear was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was struck by the sword light continuously, shaking violently, and flying back. At the same time, even more sword light bombarded the desolation continent, tearing it apart. Lu Ming grabbed the war god's spear that was flying back and unleashed the skybreaking style, becoming one with the spear and piercing towards Yi Qiuxian. He held the spear with one hand, while the other hand continued to condense the desolation continent, blasting it towards Yi Qiuxian. However, the sword array controlled by Yi Qiuxian was extremely powerful. Dense sword gleams burst forth continuously. Lu Ming broke through more than 10 sword auras consecutively. However, his body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. There were several wounds on his arms. They had been cut open by the sword auras. One had to admit that Yi Qiuxian's combat strength was really strong. Back in the Taishang Immortal City battle, the two of them were at the same level. Although Lu Ming defeated Yi Qiuxian, it wasn't an easy victory. The two of them exchanged many moves before the outcome was decided. In a battle of the same level, Yi Qiuxian wasn't much weaker than Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation was one level higher than Lu Ming, it was naturally difficult for Lu Ming to match him. Die. After sending Lu Ming flying with the sword formation, Yi Qiuxian charged towards Lu Ming with boundless sword light. The sword qi whistled, stabbing towards Lu Ming. This was because the sword qi was formed by the perfect power of heaven. Every ray of sword qi was extremely powerful. Lu Ming brandished the war god spear and attacked with all his might. In an instant, hundreds of spear lights were shot out, but they still couldn't block the sword qi. Lu Ming, let me help you. At this moment, Qiuqiu opened its mouth and rushed out, transforming into a huge halberd. It slashed out, slashing at the sword qi that filled the sky. With Qiuqiu's help, the pressure on Lu Ming was greatly reduced. He finally managed to block Yi Qiuxian's attack. However, the result was that both he and Qiuqiu were sent flying at the same time. This guy's strength is really shocking. If I hadn't broken through, I wouldn't have been able to block it, Qiuqiu muttered. That's right, Qiuqiu was now a 5th-tier divine master. When it was a 4th-tier divine master, Qiuqiu had swallowed 2 semi-finished source-level divine weapons. Later on, Lu Ming gave Qiuqiu 3 damaged source-level divine weapons to swallow. With so many semi-finished and damaged source-level divine weapons, coupled with the refinement during this period, Qiuqiu had finally broken through, reaching the 5th tier from the 4th-tier divine master realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 5th-tier divine master realm. At the peak of the 5th-tier divine master realm, Qiuqiu's fighting strength was extremely shocking. After all, it could evolve the attack of a source-level divine weapon. Qiuqiu, let's attack first and confuse him. Then, you seize the opportunity to use an illusory formation to affect him. I'll use my strongest attack, Lu Ming transmitted to Qiuqiu. Lu Ming still had a trump card, which was the power of origin. However, origin energy could only be used once. Thus, it had to be used at the most critical moment. The mirror that Qiuqiu had transformed into could shoot out a beam of light and had the effect of an illusory formation. As long as it affected Yi Qiuxian, it would be the time for him to use his strongest attack. All right. Qiuqiu replied. Instead of retreating, the two of them advanced and joined forces to attack Yi Qiuxian. Qiuqiu transformed into a war halberd. It was huge like a mountain range and constantly hacked at Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming, on the other hand, used the sky-splitting form and the desolation form to attack. In an instant, he had exchanged more than a dozen blows with Yi Qiuxian. Qiuqiu, now's the time, Lu Ming transmitted to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu immediately transformed into a mirror and shot out a beam of light. This beam of light directly enveloped Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian's gaze became sluggish. Swish, how could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? He used the sky-splitting form and turned into a beam of spear light that pierced toward Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Lu Ming performed the sky-breaking technique and became one with his spear as he stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. He was about to reach it. Break! Yi Qiuxian roared as the perfect power of the heavens surged out of his body like a tidal wave, instantly shattering Qiuqiu's light beam. Kill! Yi Qiuxian roared as his sword Qi soared into the sky. The four-colored battle swords merged into one and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he forcibly stopped his attack. He performed the greater teleportation technique and moved to the side to avoid the sword. Qiuqiu also quickly retreated and flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, I didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful to be able to break through my illusion so quickly. Qiuqiu said regretfully. The perfect power of the heavens is indeed powerful and cannot be underestimated. Lu Ming said. He could tell that Yi Qiuxian had relied on the perfect power of the heavens to break through Qiuqiu's illusion so quickly. In addition, Yi Qiuxian's cultivation was one level higher than Qiuqiu's and his willpower was extremely strong. That was why he could break through Qiuqiu's illusion in an instant. Lu Ming, you have succeeded in infuriating me. Yi Qiuxian said coldly as the killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. In fact, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Just now, if he had been a little slower, he would have been hit by Lu Ming. It was extremely dangerous to be hit in such a situation. He had almost lost again. It was unforgivable. He grabbed at the air and a purple-gold battle sword appeared in Yi Qiuxian's hand. Source-level weapon, without a doubt, it was an source-level weapon. Previously, Yi Qiuxian had not used an source-level weapon. The main reason was that Yi Qiuxian's sword formation was not suitable for an source-level weapon. Unless Yi Qiuxian could gather 4 source-level weapon battle swords and combine them with his sword formation, then the power would be terrifying. But how could it be so easy to gather 4 source-level weapon battle swords? Lu Ming, I'll let you experience the true power of perfect heaven's energy. Yi Qiuxian coldly spoke. The 4-colored battle swords actually gathered towards the source-grade divine weapon battle sword, showing signs of fusing into one. This was what Yi Qiuxian had learned from the Yi Immortal during this period of time. His talent was unparalleled and he was exceptionally intelligent. With just a few pointers from the Yi Immortal, his use of the perfect power of heaven had reached a whole new level. Whoosh, Yi Qiuxian's body was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed towards Lu Ming. As he slashed out with his sword, a shocking sword light burst out towards Lu Ming with extreme speed. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, activating the primal desolation style. A huge continent appeared in front of him, blocking his path. However, the sword light slashed down, splitting the continent into 2 halves. The sword light did not stop there, continuing to slash towards Lu Ming. Heaven Breaker. Lu Ming let out a long howl, displaying the heaven-breaking style. At the same time, Qiuqiu also attacked with all his might. However, even if the two of them worked together, it was still not enough. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu were both sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Pfft! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was filled with numerous wounds as blood flowed continuously. The previous sword strike had injured him quite badly. Qiuqiu, are you all right? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine, Lu Ming. We can't fight head-on. We still have to prioritize defense. Qiuqiu replied and dashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian's second sword strike had also arrived. After sending Lu Ming flying with his first strike, he immediately attacked with his second strike. He became one with his sword and pierced towards Lu Ming. However, Qiuqiu had also reached Lu Ming's body, turning into an armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. On the other hand, Lu Ming brandished his battle god spear and swept it out. With a loud clang, Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian exchanged blows. His arm shook violently and his bones broke. The battle god spear almost flew out. Die! Yi Qiuxian shouted coldly. His battle sword slashed down on Lu Ming's body again. With a loud clang, Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. However, Yi Qiuxian did not manage to break through Lu Ming's defense. The armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into was the source-level armor that he had devoured. The battle sword in Yi Qiuxian's hand was not of a higher grade than the battle god spear. Naturally, it would not be able to break through. Yi Qiuxian, is this all you've got? Lu Ming sneered sarcastically. Humph, do you think hiding in your turtle shell is of any use? Watch me break your turtle shell. Yi Qiuxian snorted coldly. He pushed his perfect heaven's force to the limit and poured it into his source-level sword before swinging it at Lu Ming again. This time, Lu Ming did not try to dodge or block. He allowed Yi Qiuxian's sword to strike him. With a loud clang, sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming was sent flying by the powerful impact. However, the armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into did not break. Instead, it deflected Yi Qiuxian's combat sword. The armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into was Yi Chu Tianji's source-level armor. It was of a similar grade to Yi Qiuxian's sword. Yi Qiuxian could not break through it at all. Of course, it would be different if an Origin Realm expert wielding a source-level armor. Breaking through the armor that Qiuqiu had transformed into would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Yi Qiuxian did not possess the strength to do so. Lu Ming, you can only rely on a metallic life form. What kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Yi Qiuxian roared. You have the nerve to say that when you want to fight me with a cultivation that's one level higher than mine. If you have the ability, fight me at the same level. Lu Ming sneered in response. Yi Qiuxian was speechless. His face sank. Through the exchange of blows earlier, he learned a cruel truth. That was, he was no match for Lu Ming even if they were of the same level. This made him extremely displeased. It's enough that I'm invincible among the younger generation. Lu Ming, die. Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart. He swung his sword at Lu Ming again. However, this strike tore through space and produced a terrifying whistle. It was even more powerful than before. Oh no, it's Origin energy. Lu Ming immediately sensed it. Yi Qiuxian had also condensed an Origin energy seed. Although he could not compare to Lu Ming, he could still unleash an attack. Combined with a source-level weapon, its power was extremely shocking. It's just one move. I can block it. Qiuqiu's response made Lu Ming relax. Clang, in the next moment, Yi Qiuxian's battle sword continued to slash at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the cliff in the distance. A violent explosion erupted and a huge hole was formed in the cliff. However, he managed to block it in the end. There was only a mark on the armor that Qiuqiu had turned into. It was not broken. Damn it! Yi Qiuxian roared. He had already used all his means but still could not break through Lu Ming's defense. With a bang, Lu Ming rushed out of the hole in the cliff and charged at Yi Qiuxian at an extremely fast speed. Qiuqiu, illusion! Lu Ming shouted. Have a taste of my strongest move. Qiuqiu shouted and flew out from Lu Ming's body and turned into a mirror. Lu Ming was about to launch his counterattack. Yi Qiuxian had used all his strength to attack Lu Ming just now. Especially just now, he had used all his Origin energy and perfect heaven's power to activate the source-level weapon. This was very energy-consuming. Now, Yi Qiuxian was in a weakened state. Lu Ming was waiting for this opportunity. Qiuqiu turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that shrouded Yi Qiuxian within. Yi Qiuxian's eyes fell into a daze. Swoosh, Lu Ming attacked with all his might. He unleashed the sky-breaking form and became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. This time, Yi Qiuxian did not manage to break free from Qiuqiu's illusion. Previously, Yi Qiuxian was in his peak condition and could break free from the illusion with his perfect power. However, this time, he did not react even when Lu Ming's spear light was nearing him. The sharp spear light pierced Yi Qiuxian's forehead. However, just as the spear tip pierced the skin between Yi Qiuxian's eyebrows, dense runes suddenly appeared. These runes were like a net that intertwined together to form a strong defense that blocked Lu Ming's attack. The strong impact also woke Yi Qiuxian up completely. Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian roared and wanted to attack with all his might. Explode! Lu Ming roared and his Origin energy erupted. Previously, Lu Ming wanted to attack with his Origin energy. However, because Yi Qiuxian quickly broke free from Qiuqiu, Lu Ming stopped in time and did not use his Origin energy. If he didn't use it now, when would he? the origin energy surged into the War God Spear and exploded, activating a trace of the War God Spear's power. Lu Ming's attack reached its peak. A terrifying power erupted from the War God Spear's tip, causing the runes in between Yi Qiuxian's eyebrows to tremble violently. Some small cracks appeared on it. However, in the end, he was not pierced through. The powerful impact caused Yi Qiuxian's body to explosively retreat several thousand miles. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. However, he felt dizzy and his vision darkened. Although the attack just now had been blocked, the powerful impact on his head still had a great impact on him. Swoosh, just as Yi Qiuxian stabilized himself, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity to kill him while he was down. Whoosh, the War God Spear pierced towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead once more. However, this attack did not contain any source energy. Thus, it was blocked by the runes on Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Yi Qiuxian's body was once again sent flying by the powerful impact. As expected, these guys all have life-saving treasures. Lu Ming snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian also possessed a life-saving treasure that the master of the Heavenly Palace had planted in him, allowing him to block an attack from a reciprocity expert. Yi Qiuxian also had a life-saving treasure. Although it was not as strong as Yi Xian's, it was still very shocking. It was not something that Lu Ming could break. However, Lu Ming would not give up so easily. He executed the Greater Aurora technique and in a flash, he quickly caught up with Yi Qiuxian and swept out with his spear. This time around, they were not attacking Yi Qiuxian's head. Instead, they were attacking his body. His glabella was protected. Could it be that his body was protected as well? As expected, it really was protected. When Lu Ming's spear was about to strike Yi Qiuxian's body, the runes on Yi Qiuxian's forehead rapidly expanded and enveloped his entire body. Boom, the War God Spear was blocked by the runes when it struck Yi Qiuxian's body. However, Lu Ming immediately discovered that the runes that enveloped Yi Qiuxian's body were much weaker than the runes on his forehead. Their defenses were much weaker as well. When the War God Spear struck them, the runes began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse at any time. A powerful force directly seeped into the runes and struck Yi Qiuxian's body. With a bang, Yi Qiuxian was blown several thousand kilometers away once more. This time, he was no longer unscathed. Many parts of his body had exploded and several dozen of his bones had been broken. In particular, the place where the War God Spear had struck had almost been pierced through. If it were not for the defense of the runes, Yi Qiuxian's body would have been reduced to mush. The intense pain also woke Yi Qiuxian up from his stupor. Arg! Lu Ming, I'll kill you! Yi Qiuxian roared. Yi Qiuxian, to think that you would bring along a life-saving treasure when you're out adventuring. You're indeed a flower in a greenhouse. You're not fit to be mentioned in the same breath as me. You'll be trampled under my feet forever, Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice rang out. He had initially treated Yi Qiuxian as an opponent on the same level as him. But now, he had changed his mind. Yi Qiuxian would bring along life-saving treasures when he was out adventuring. Unknowingly, he would have a reliance on Yi Qiuxian and wouldn't allow himself to truly experience life and death. Even though his safety was guaranteed. Geniuses who couldn't truly experience life and death wouldn't be able to truly reach the pinnacle. Sooner or later, a loophole would appear. Even though Lu Ming had some trump cards, those trump cards were obtained by Lu Ming through life and death experiences. They were completely different from life-saving treasures given by others. Therefore, Lu Ming no longer treated Yi Qiuxian as a true opponent. Yi Qiuxian wasn't fit to be his opponent. In terms of talent, Yi Qiuxian's talent was indisputable. There was probably no one in the younger generation of the primitive universe who could compare to him. Even Lu Ming himself couldn't compare to Yi Qiuxian in terms of talent. But why was Lu Ming able to defeat Yi Qiuxian? It was because Lu Ming had experienced life and death experiences time and time again, which allowed him to transform continuously. Whether it was his body, mind, or potential, they were all transforming continuously. That was why he could trample Yi Qiuxian under his feet. As for Yi Qiuxian, even though his talent was unparalleled, he couldn't truly experience life and death. With a reliance, he would lack the transformation in the future. Lu Ming was confident that as time passed, Yi Qiuxian wouldn't be worthy to be his opponent. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the war god's spear didn't stop and continued to attack Yi Qiuxian. Even though Lu Ming was confident that he could forever trample Yi Qiuxian under his feet, Yi Qiuxian's talent was still too great. Once he grew up, he would be a huge threat. It was naturally best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The war god's spear was incomparably huge. It continued to attack Yi Qiuxian's body, wanting to destroy Yi Qiuxian's body in one go. But before the attack could even get close to Yi Qiuxian, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He could feel a fatal danger approaching rapidly. Withdraw! Lu Ming roared as he forcibly withdrew his attack. He executed the great aurora art and turned into an aurora as he retreated rapidly. Swoosh! In the sky, a long spear fell from the sky and pierced the ground where Lu Ming was just a moment ago. It blasted a huge hole in the ground. What a terrifying attack! A peak almighty! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He didn't stop and continued to retreat. In the sky, a figure stepped down from the sky. It was a heavenly monarch realm expert from the heavenly human race. It was one of the people who had attacked Lion and the others previously. Qiuxian, are you all right? That Lord of Heaven looked at Yi Qiuxian. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe was a little worried when he saw Yi Qiuxian chasing after Lu Ming alone. After fighting with Lion and the others for a while, he left the battlefield and chased after Yi Qiuxian and Lu Ming. Anyway, Lion was seriously injured and the others were exhausted. It was enough to leave the other 7 experts. On the other hand, Yi Qiuxian was more important. He was afraid that something might happen to Yi Qiuxian. After all, Yi Qiuxian was one of the only 3 people in the history of the heavenly human tribe who could control the perfect power of heaven. He was too important to the heavenly human tribe. Although on the surface, Yi Qiuxian's combat strength was definitely stronger than Lu Ming's. However, his opponent was Lu Ming. Lu Ming had the forbidden body. He was still worried. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that Yi Qiuxian was completely at a disadvantage. He was continuously bombarded by Lu Ming and could only rely on his life-saving treasure to survive. Although he found it unbelievable and didn't know how Yi Qiuxian could be defeated, he attacked without hesitation. That was why the scene just now happened. Kill him for me, Yi Qiuxian roared. His eyes were red and he seemed to have gone crazy. He was originally elegant and smart. He wouldn't lose his composure like this. The main reason was that Lu Ming had dealt him too big of a blow. He was defeated twice by Lu Ming. This time, he was defeated by Lu Ming despite having a higher cultivation base. What made him angrier was Lu Ming's last words. A flower in a greenhouse would never be a match for Lu Ming. In fact, he also understood that Lu Ming was right. He went out to train and brought along life-saving treasures. No matter what, he had a reliance in his heart and couldn't really experience life and death. He understood all of this. However, he couldn't do it. It wasn't easy for him to achieve his current status. His talent was unparalleled and could be said to be the number 1 in the current universe. Even in the history of the heavenly human tribe, only 2 legends could be compared to him. His future was bright. He was destined to step onto the peak of the universe and become an invincible overlord. If he didn't bring any life-saving treasures with him, what if he died? Ever since he had grasped the perfect heavenly energy, he no longer had that adventurous spirit. If this continued, he really wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming in the future. Therefore, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He became even more furious. He wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. As long as Lu Ming died, who among the younger generation could be his opponent, the patriarch of the heavenly human tribe, Yi Immortal, was naturally not included. Yi Qiuxian, consider yourself lucky. Lu Ming's voice rang out, but he didn't stop. He retreated at top speed, flying off into the distance. When the Lord of Heaven descended, Lu Ming knew that he would not be able to kill Yi Qiuxian. The Lord of Heaven was in existence at the peak of the Divine Master level. Lu Ming was definitely no match for him. The difference was too great, so he could only retreat. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? The Lord of Heaven said coldly. He rushed out and chased after Lu Ming. The Lord of Heaven's speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming's great ultimate light skill and great teleportation skill were both extremely fast. Even if the Lord of Heaven wanted to catch up, it wouldn't be that easy. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between the two of them was still shrinking. This was because Lu Ming had to pay attention to one thing while escaping in front. That was the ancient remnant beasts of this continent. He had to pay attention to those powerful ancient remnant beasts. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him. If he saw a powerful ancient remnant beast, he would have to take a detour. Otherwise, if he were to be attacked by the ancient remnant beasts with the Lord of Heaven behind him, it would be really dangerous. As for the Lord of Heaven behind him, he didn't have to worry so much. Since Lu Ming wasn't in danger when he flew past, he naturally wouldn't be in too much danger if he followed Lu Ming's route closely. Therefore, the distance between the two of them was still shrinking rapidly. In just a little more than 10 minutes, the distance between the two of them was very close. Kill. The Lord of Heaven behind him was wearing a purple robe. He held a purple gold battle spear in his hand. The spear stabbed out, and a huge spear shadow stabbed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was so fast that it caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming waved his battle god spear to block, but the moment the two of them collided, the spear light formed by the battle god spear was shattered. Lu Ming could only dodge with all his might. Finally, he narrowly avoided the attack. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's attack came again. This time, he shook his spear, and hundreds of spear shadows pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. The spear shadows almost covered the entire void, blocking all of Lu Ming's escape routes. This time, Lu Ming couldn't dodge, so he could only take it head-on. I hope I can block it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He waved his palm and performed the primitive style, which turned into a continent in front of him. At the same time, his body glowed, and all kinds of defensive ancient secret skills were also performed. There were hundreds of them behind the continent. In the blink of an eye, the spear shadows attacked. Boom, 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 the continent condensed by the primitive style was instantly pierced through. It was the same for those defensive ancient secret techniques. They could only block for a few breaths of time before they were penetrated. After all, the Lord of Heaven was the Lord of Heaven. The universe bridge had already connected the cosmic sea and condensed the origin seed. Moreover, the amount of origin energy he had far surpassed Lu Ming's. His opponent had used origin energy in that move just now. Its power was astonishing, far exceeding that of a 9th-level Divine Lord. It was normal that Lu Ming couldn't block it. Clang! 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 At least 12 spear shadows pierced Lu Ming and the armor that Xianxia had transformed into. In the end, they failed to pierce through the armor, but the spear shadows were so powerful that they sent Lu Ming flying tens of thousands of li away. Plush, within the armor, Lu Ming vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Although the spear shadows failed to pierce through the armor, the powerful impact still penetrated the armor and struck Lu Ming's body. Although the armor had blocked a large portion of the impact, the remaining power still injured Lu Ming. It should be known that Lu Ming was powerful, but that was only in terms of his ability to fight head-on. After all, he was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. His body's defensive ability wasn't as strong as his ability to fight head-on. If a 7th-level Divine Lord struck Lu Ming, it would be enough to pose a fatal threat to Lu Ming. However, under normal circumstances, a 7th-level Divine Lord wouldn't be able to hit Lu Ming at all. Xianxia, are you okay? Lu Ming was somewhat worried about Xianxia. Xianxia was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. He didn't know if it would have any problems blocking the attack of a Lord of Heaven. It hurts so much that I'm about to cry. That damned celestial race. Xianxia yelled. Lu Ming was relieved. It seemed that Xianxia was fine. Lu Ming could not be bothered about his injuries. With the help of this force, he dashed forward quickly. An armor formed from a metallic life form is actually like an source-level divine weapon. What sort of metallic life form is this? The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was also stunned. Then came endless greed. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven's eyes flickered with the flames of greed. A metallic life form could actually transform into a source-level armor and block his attack. This was simply unheard of. In his long life, he had never heard of such a thing. The metallic race of the top 10 races was simply trash compared to Xianxia. It was definitely not simple, extremely not simple. He wanted to take it for himself. Lu Ming, you can't run away. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven coldly shouted and continued to chase Lu Ming. The two of them chased and fled. Not long after, the distance between them closed again. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven stabbed out with his purple-gold spear again. This time, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven once again erupted with the power of origin. Hundreds of spear shadows whizzed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming still tried his best to block. The primitive style, all kinds of defensive ancient secret techniques, etc. Although these methods couldn't block the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's attack, they could at least weaken a part of the power, allowing Xianxia to take a part of the attack and lessen the impact. Just like before, the primitive style and defensive ancient secret techniques were penetrated. More than 10 spear shadows pierced Lu Ming's body and sent Lu Ming flying again. The powerful impact made Lu Ming's injuries worse. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and many of his bones were fractured. What a powerful force. It's too powerful. If this continues, even if Xianxia can block the attack, I will be killed by the impact. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. However, his body didn't stop. He continued to use the force to charge forward. Humph, it's useless even if you hide in the armor. The impact alone can kill you. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven snorted and continued to chase. Not long after, Lu Ming suffered another attack and his injuries worsened. The main reason was that he didn't have time to heal. No matter how strong his vitality was or how fast his recovery was, he couldn't recover. Escape, I will definitely be able to escape. The geography of this continent is complicated and there are powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Land. Perhaps, I can borrow the strength of those powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Land to repel the other party, Lu Ming kept thinking. Right now, he could only think of one way, and that was to rely on the Great Desolate Ring and the powerful Great Desolate Ancient Species. For example, if he discovered a primordial beast at reciprocity, Lu Ming would directly charge into the primordial ring. After alarming the primordial beast, Lu Ming would immediately enter the primordial ring. That way, the Lord of Heaven would not dare to approach him. However, there were several risks in doing so. Firstly, when he charged towards the powerful primordial remnant species, he had to alarm them. If he did not alarm the Great Desolate Remnant, he would have entered the Great Desolate Ring. That purple-robed Lord of Heaven would have been able to get close and take away the Great Desolate Ring. Then, he would have become a turtle in a jar. Secondly, if he alarmed the Great Desolate Remnant species, it would charge towards Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could enter the Great Desolate Ring, he would be killed by the Great Desolate Remnant species. Thirdly, if he alarmed the Great Desolate Remnant species, Lu Ming would successfully enter the Great Desolate Ring and scare away the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. However, if the Great Desolate Remnant species discovered the Great Desolate Ring and put it away, he would be in trouble. He would not be able to escape and would only be able to remain in the Great Desolate Ring. Only by alarming the Great Desolate Remnant species would Lu Ming successfully enter the Great Desolate Ring and scare away the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. At the same time, the Great Desolate Remnant species would not discover Lu Ming. Only then would Lu Ming be able to escape successfully. With these 3 points of danger, Lu Ming became rather hesitant about whether he should do it or not. At a crucial moment, he still had to risk it. It was better than being killed by his opponent. After a while, Lu Ming was struck again, worsening his injuries. I'll risk it. I can't go on like this. I can't shake off the other party. Lu Ming finally made up his mind. He planned to find a strong Great Desolate Remnant species and risk it all. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge crack in the ground in front of him. The crack was pitch black. Faint roars and screams came from within. It seemed like many Great Desolate Remnant species resided in there. I'll risk it. A ruthless look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he charged into that crack. The crack went straight down. The further down it went, the wider it became and the larger it became. There were many protruding rocks on both sides of the crack, as well as some caves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged out of one of the caves and lunged at Lu Ming. This was a huge lizard. Its entire body was green, and a scarlet strip of flesh protruded from its mouth. Then, it tried to wrap around Lu Ming. Just a 5th-level divine master. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He thrust out his spear and killed the lizard. His body did not stop as he continued to charge downward. Gaga. Creak, creak, creak. Screams came from the cliffs on both sides of the crack. Pairs of scarlet lights appeared in those pitch-black caves. Those were all eyes. Then, one great desolate remnant species after another crawled out of those caves. There were lizards, toads, spiders, they were all poisonous insects. So many. The extreme light art, Lu Ming was alarmed. His body turned into a beam of light as he charged downward. Swish. Above, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven also chased down. Those lizards, spiders, and toads charged out of the caves and charged at Lu Ming and the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. Poisonous fumes of various colors filled the air, and the entire void was covered by this poisonous fumes. Lu Ming ignored these poisonous gases and attacks. In any case, Xianxia was here to block these attacks. He only needed to charge down with all his strength. Scram! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Powerful energy surged out of his body. It was the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment turned into thousands of lightning bolts that covered the void and purified the poisonous gases. Those lizards, spiders, and toads were also struck by the lightning bolts. Some were directly killed, while others were heavily injured and fell. Although there were many poisonous insects, they were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Master realm. Naturally, they could not stop the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's speed was slightly affected. Lu Ming took this opportunity to open up some distance. Kill! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. His entire body was covered in the power of heavenly punishment, as if he was wearing armor of lightning. He became one with the purplish-gold battle spear and swooped down, charging toward Lu Ming in a domineering manner. Those poisonous bugs exploded one after another as he rushed past them. The crack was very deep. Lu Ming felt that he had charged down at least 10,000 li before finally reaching the end. That's, when Lu Ming saw the scene below, he felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. There was a pond below, and there was a pile of giant snakes in it. Yes, giant snakes. Each snake was more than 10 meters in diameter. There were not just 1 or 2 snakes, but a pile of at least a dozen of them. More than 10 giant snakes intertwined with each other, turning into a snake pile, looking incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, each of the giant snakes was emitting a terrifying aura. Peak God Lord, Lu Ming could tell that the cultivation level of each of these giant snakes had reached peak Almighty Master. End of chapter 4660. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.